not motivate them. And it's been nothing but.
High right side is Aaron Gordon. Throws it off over to Jokic. Jokic guarded by Wemby. 9 on the shot clock. He's on the right-hand side. Backs him down in the paint. Gets double teamed. Fade away. God! Oh, my God! You know how hard that shot is? Denver leads it by 4. 133 to 129.
So this has happened a couple of times over the last couple of weeks, but typically just kind of how our game works because recency is important. Live radio, live shows, it's always kind of like what's the latest in the news, but I need to go back to Saturday because, we can talk about the game last night, and we will in a second, but I really want to focus on what these two teams accomplished Saturday afternoon in the biggest games remaining in both of their schedules. I think it was legitimately for a regular season, and I know we're getting down to the postseason, and still, even with these teams, like they got a pretty good sense of where they're going to be when the postseason hits. But when you talk about sort of a tester, prove it type of game for each of them to go out and do what they did Saturday afternoon in both cases, I think is nothing short of remarkable. Like the way that they played when they had to accomplish some sort of feat. It was, I'm sure you guys are doing what I was doing. I had the two screens on and my eyes are darting back and forth like it's a ping pong game. Because it was late game situations, got to get down to the clutch, who's going to make a play, who's not going to. And in both cases, these teams storm back and make the requisite plays to pretty much solidify whatever sort of feeling that you wanted heading into a postseason. Like, not only did the Nuggets beat the Spurs, which essentially ends their season, and as we discussed on Friday, if you go out and you beat San Antonio, you can kind of render the last two games of your schedule useless because you can make that second to last game against OKC and the last game of the year against San Antonio, 2 games in which both teams have shut down their seasons already. And if you're in a position where you need to have a dub, well, gosh, does that help? Think about it this way. The San Antonio Spurs, who have just not lost, they've gone out over the last, 2 months of the season. So dating back to February 1st, they were 32-16 heading into a game against Orlando. They are now 59-19. So in that stretch, they have gone 22-1, except for 2 games against the Nuggets in which they're 0-2. Now, that game, I think you could kind of qualify that as a very, very well-played basketball game that maybe the Spurs, out of, both teams, Spurs kind of gave it up at the end. They had a lead heading into the fourth. They had a big lead with about 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter. 9-point lead. And the Nuggets kept chipping away. Couple of mistakes from the Spurs give the Nuggets an opportunity to really make hay with it. You go up, you tie the game, and now with 3 minutes left, you got a 116-116 ball game. And the big thing here is it's exactly what you wanted to see. It's your 2 best players in the biggest of moments making huge plays, and when they needed help, they got help. Whether you're talking about defensively with Aaron Gordon, whether you're talking about Cam Johnson with some huge clutch shots. To be honest, kind of felt like the game was about over until Cam Johnson knocks down a 3 and 1. I mean, it's a 4-point game. I'm sorry, when exactly did that shot go down? Because it felt like the game was slipping away and there's nothing you could do. It was a 6-point game with 1:40 left. And you're like, all right, you're going to need a lot of things to go your way. And Cam Johnson not only buries the 3, does that with the and 1 kicker. And now it's a 2-point game with 1:20 left. And it's anybody's ball game. And then Jokic does what Jokic seems to do against Wemby every time they play, which is put up 40 points. I mean, he averages 38 against that guy in now it's either 7 or 8 games that he's played against him, but he averages 38 points. And the shots that he made, first of all, the turnaround sort of Sambor, massive. But even at the very end, you're up 2. Kind of feels like you're burning clock. And I've always thought this, if you're up 2 points and you have a chance to go up 2 possessions, and they're giving you a bucket, take the points and go up 2 possessions. Like, there's no use in waiting just until you have no time left on the shot clock just to burn time. If somebody's giving you points, and take the points. And that's what Jokic did. And I think Stan Van was the one on the call who mentioned this. That little floater that Jokic hit at the end of the game, it looks easy for him. That's an incredibly difficult shot. And that's the stuff when he came back from injury. He's never really missed a lot of time, but he missed a lot of those little bunnies, and you could tell it just wasn't quite right. Now it feels like it's getting there. But the Nuggets, in the way that they won that game, I think was remarkable. It was all hands on deck. If you're in the game, I need you to do something. And pretty much everybody contributed to that win. You do not win that game without Jokic making clutch shots, without Murray making clutch shots. You don't win that game without Cam Johnson making shots. You don't win that game without Aaron Gordon's defense. All of it had to come together. And make no mistake, I poo-pooed the idea of the Spurs this early into their roster construction being a team that can compete for a championship. That is a championship caliber team. They are very, very good. I mean, Steph Castle is an absolute dog. Wembanyama obviously is great. But they have a host of different guys that they will trust in big-time moments. The team's just good. They're really good. And now, with the other news that's kind of come across, the Lakers, not only without Luka Doncic, they're now going to be without Austin Reeves. You're officially at 50-28 with 4 games left in the season, tied with the Lakers for the 3 seed. Now, they own the tiebreaker, so they are 3. But in games remaining, think about this. The Thunder are pretty much looking to bury San Antonio with a win. If they can do that, then they're pretty much guaranteed the 1 seed after tomorrow's game against the Lakers. You don't think they're going to be out for blood against LA? A team that, by the way, they just beat by like 40 points, and they were up 32 in the third quarter when Luka was still healthy. So they play, Oklahoma City plays the Lakers tomorrow. My guess is that's probably going to be a loss for LA, which leads to you. You play the Blazers tonight, you win, Lakers lose tomorrow, you're back in the driver's seat for the 3 seed. That quickly. Now, how much does that stuff matter? I don't know. But certainly, playing as the 3 gets you the first round, home court, all that stuff. If you were to have some random upset, which I am convinced is not going to happen for the top 2 seeds, but it gives you that positioning as well. Like, you know, and I'll be the first to admit, kind of go into that game, and I thought for the last 5 games of the year, how much does it really matter for the Nuggets to go out and win games and play well and all this different stuff? And I was kind of going down the line of, I don't know if it really matters. Like, you just kind of are what you are at this point in the season. I would be lying to you if I said I watched that game against San Antonio and don't feel better about the Denver Nuggets. Because I do. And they are. They're the type of team, they will rise and fall to competition. Not having a full season of health has really, I think, skewed the numbers a little bit on what this team is and how far they can go and the perception that we have of them. But all in all, to have a game like that in which you kind of got everything. You had the team playing well. You had to battle some adversity. You had to come up big in the clutch. And in all instances, you passed the test on that. Oh, and by the way, not that this is going to matter for the MVP case or something, but to have Jokic on a stage like that, go out and maybe he didn't make the case himself for being the MVP, but I think just killed Wemby's case. And it's not even that Wemby played badly, but you saw the separation between who's the best player in the world. Wemby is a freak, alien, unreal, ungodly, out-of-this-world talent. But there's still nothing like Nikola Jokic that's in the game of basketball. There's nothing like him. And even the critics, Victor Wembanyama being one of them, talking about him defensively. He said in my MVP case, he's gone out of his way to mention this. I'm sure you've heard it, Nelly, where he said Jokic is the best, and he always says this, offensive player in the world. Offensive this, offensive that. But he's giving a compliment that's sort of backhanded because he's saying he's the best offensive player in the world, but that guy doesn't play defense. And if you watch Jokic down the stretch, him on guards, because they did the smart thing. People take this as a knock. I don't understand why. There is no use to Jokic guarding Wembanyama. He's not only taller and bigger and can get the shot over Jokic because he can't really jump. He's too quick for him, and that's fine. So you put him on a guard, you have Jokic help, get him help, whatever. But I think it was Steph Castle at the end of the game, or maybe it was Vassell. the way that he was moving his feet, staying in front of him, and not allowing a dribble drive for an easy bucket at the end of the game, I was kind of blown away with the level of play that Jokic reached. And maybe I downplayed the idea that Jokic, maybe he does get up a little bit more for games like that when he goes against centers that are sort of in his conversation or whatever you want to call it for best bigs in the world. Maybe he is out there to kind of prove a point that he's still top dog because he did that to Wembanyama. And there is nothing, and I'm sure you guys can agree, nothing like Jokic hitting a bucket that leads to the dejected face of a Wembanyama or an Anthony Davis or whoever. When he knocks down those buckets where they're like, how the hell did this guy just do that? There is no better feeling in the world. Because it's what we always say. No matter what you do to Jokic, it's the meme. Nikola Jokic, when you play 23.9 seconds of perfect defense, and it's him just heaving a ball over his head. There's nothing you can do. He will find a way to make the play. So 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line, just an unbelievable day. And that was only half of it. We'll get to the other half in just a moment with what the Avs did. And yes, I'm going to talk about Saturday before yesterday because Saturday was most important. And both of these games had big-time playoff-type atmosphere. So we'll get to the Avs half of this game in just a second as we broadcast from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. All right, I got to tell you, every once in a while, I guess you need something like this. Just going out to get coffee right before this segment starts. I open the door, and Jesse's standing there like Michael Myers. Give me a jump scare at 6:20 in the morning. Good Lord. Hi, Jesse. Good to see you. I wish it was more pleasant of a hello. Goodness. You ever get that? Like you're driving, if it's early and you're going to work, and maybe you got like a cop car that was sitting in the median, and then he jumps out right as you pass him, and you feel your heart thump a little bit. You're like, all right, at least I'm awake. Get your blood moving. Jesse, in this case, was the cop. And I flipped him the bird and went night. No, I'm just kidding. So, we talked about the first half, or I guess whatever half of what happened on Saturday. The second half, equally as awesome, because you come off this game, and I talked about this. What's difficult about what the Avalanche are doing is that they lose a couple of games, and the one against Canucks is just unacceptable, cannot happen. We know all of the different whatever sort of phrasing you want to make for it. But I mentioned there's this idea with where they're at in the standings. I think there's just going to be some games they just don't care about as much, and you can't really push that button at this point in the schedule with the playoffs around the corner and you pretty much solidifying your position. But can you do it in a game that really matters? And that's what the Dallas game was. And I'll tell you, after giving up 8 goals to the suckiest of suckholes in Vancouver the game previously, to play defense the way that you did against the Dallas Stars was a remarkable performance. You go out and only allow 17 shots on goal against them. It felt like you out-physicaled Dallas, the Stars in that game. And that was every bit a playoff atmosphere on the road. Can you make the requisite plays? And in the case of the Avs, you need to make something happen. And that pass from Arturi Lehkonen was incredible. You needed to make a play, and you did. And that only expands Marty Necas in the season that he's having, especially the post-Olympic break that he's having, which is, I would assume, the best in the NHL. I don't think there's anybody that is playing at a higher level than Marty Necas since the Olympic break. He now has, 14 goals since February 25th? He's got 18 points or something like that. Like, it's, no, more than that. He's got 32 points since then, 18 assists, 14 goals. I mean, he has been unbelievable. But you need your guys to make plays in games like that. And what that game has done has taken the Avs to a place where all they need to do, they need one more win or Dallas to lose one more game, and that's it. Like, this is wrapped up. The Avs lost yesterday. Who cares? They're at the point where all you need is one more win in the next 6 games, which they surely will get, or one more loss from the Stars in their next 5, which they surely will get. This thing is over. Now, how to handle the rest of the year. I think you just got to close this out. You got to get one more win. You know that. You could have done it yesterday. All right, fine. Missed opportunity. You got another chance against the Blues coming up tomorrow. There's just, with the way that they have played all year, you know what the team is. You have nothing left to prove. It is just about getting out and making sure that bodies are healthy heading into the postseason. That is the number one goal. And the fact that you went out Saturday night and you played the way that you did, there's nothing left on the docket to check off in the regular season. You're going to be the 1 seed. You're going to win your division. You're the best team in hockey. You've got guys playing well. You got a goaltender. You got all the different things that you need to make stuff happen. But it was so much of, like, can you go out and prove one more time that you are the top dog in the league? And the Avs did. There were moments in that game where I talked about, like, the physicality, I think, was a really important detail. You had that one moment where Drury went down in the first period with an injury, looked like he was in a lot of pain, never left to the locker room, but it's just something that you monitor. When you see some guy in pain, you don't need somebody leaving the ice at this point in the season. But you could tell the bad blood that was there on the ice, how much they don't like each other. EJ was on the call. He talked about it a little bit. There is no love lost in games or series against these teams. Landeskog wanting to fight Robertson for what he thought was taking a dive after Nelson got called on the hook in the third period, which was a huge moment in the game. Can your penalty kill get a stop? It's late. The game's 0-0. You give up a goal. Who knows? You probably end up losing that game. And the penalty kill, which has been top 2 all year, continues to be that. They're fantastic. But it was everything about that game had the look, the feel, the pace of a playoff-style atmosphere, and the Avs come out on top in a game that they desperately needed. Dallas floundering. If they got that win, all of a sudden, that one seed's a conversation. And then you're talking about, hey, Minnesota's playing pretty good hockey. If you drop to the 2 seed, that's going to be a tough series in the first round. All that different stuff you can throw out the window. Because you had to get a win, and especially to do it in regulation, even bigger. And so the Avs are 2 points away, by win or by Dallas loss, of locking in that 1 seed. And you just kind of look at everything that they have. The stuff that they're quote missing, and the things that they're doing really well. You got pretty much everything in the docket of you're playing very good in almost every aspect of your game. Power play kind of went missing last night. Again, I think I can chalk that up more to you just came off this win that felt like it solidified your positioning, and maybe it was just tough to get back out and do it again the next night. My guess is they'll play the Blues again tomorrow. They'll win, and then you have conversations about who plays from here on out. But it's truly great to see a team playing at this level at this point in the season. And now, with another win, hopefully tomorrow, you can figure out what's next for you. Because Dallas doesn't play tonight either. Their next game is going to be tomorrow as well, when they take on Calgary. Calgary kind of shutting down the season. Maybe they come out on top in that one, but then they play Minnesota again after that. I think that you just go out, take it in your own hands, beat the Blues, and then for the rest of your schedule, you have these games where you're making Canadian road trips. They got that back-to-back. When is that? April 13th and 14th, they go to Edmonton, then to Calgary. Maybe that's a couple of games where you tell Nachos and McKinnon and McCarr to stay home. That they don't need to make a trip like that. Your last 6 games, after tomorrow, your last 5, I should say, 3 of them are at home. You play Calgary, Vegas, then on the road, Edmonton, Calgary, back-to-back, and then you play Seattle to close out the year. Maybe your guys just play in the home games. Maybe they play Calgary and Vegas, and they get one last tune-up against Seattle. Who knows? But you can make some decisions at that point. But, it's funny. You have this what I think is an odd situation. Blackwood plays last night. I don't think he plays poorly. But once again, Blackwood goes out there and he takes a loss. That's the third start that he's had in a row where he plays and the Avs lose. It's been a 4-2 loss to Winnipeg. It's been an 8-6 loss to Vancouver and then 3-2 to St. Louis last night. But it just feels like the team plays better in a different style when Wedgwood is in as opposed to Blackwood. I don't know the reasoning for it. Maybe it's just circumstance of the games that he's playing in. Like the Dallas game was a big game. Maybe they're on their P's and Q's in that one and making sure that everything was going. I don't know. I'm not sure. But there's been multiple instances, in that Dallas game, it's like only 17 shots on goal. That seems to happen more for Wedgwood than Blackwood. And I don't have a reason or an understanding of why. The only thing I can surmise is maybe it was just, maybe it was just these games are bigger when Wedgwood is playing, and so the team takes their game to another level. But for both of these teams to have the performances that they did, I think it made for remarkable television on Saturday. And now the question is, who are the Avs going to face in the first round? They pretty much have this one seed locked up. Nashville's at 81 points. The Kings are at 81 points. San Jose is at 79 points, but a game in hand on both of those teams. The Blues are still kind of in this at 78 points. The Jets are at 78 points. Like, you have all these different teams that are jockeying for that final wild card spot. I mean, it's kind of like a 5-team race to see who you're going to play. And if I had to guess, I think it's going to be Nashville, but who knows? It's a lot of scoreboard watching now, where it's not so much the case for the Nuggets. Now the Nuggets getting themselves back in position to compete for a 3 seed. Yeah. It's interesting. I don't know how much that really changes things ultimately for them. Both them and the Lakers are 50-28, but I told you the Lakers play against Oklahoma City next, and OKC is probably going to try and put themselves in position to where San Antonio is firmly in the rearview mirror. So my guess is the Lakers are going to get pasted. You play against Portland tonight. I think you could take ownership of that 3 seed, and then you'd be in the driver's seat for it, but how much does that change between 3 and 4? I mean, really what changes is this. It means you play Minnesota in the first round as opposed to Houston. Which everybody I seemingly talk to would take the opposite. But Minnesota's lost 3 straight. They're kind of locked in almost to that 6 seed. And so if you do win, that's going to be your matchup. And you have another battle against Minnesota, which in the past has not gone well. Now, Minnesota is without Jaden McDaniels right now. That changes a lot of stuff. But they play a very physical brand of basketball. We know that Anthony Edwards can get hot at any second. But I've said this before. It feels to me that all these different teams, or that we talk about, the Lakers are different now with both of those injuries to Reeves and to Doncic. But between the Rockets and the T-Wolves, I feel like it's similar in the difficulty department. It's just a different brand of basketball you'd be playing against. The Rockets, they don't score nearly as many points as all the other teams that I've mentioned, but they do have the best defense of all of them. Minnesota gives up 114 a night. Fits well with your style, which is you score more than anybody else in the league. But are you able to get stops on guys like Anthony Edwards if you have to? That becomes the question there. But if you continue to win, and the Lakers, who, look, nobody's crying for LA. But I tell you this, I don't think anybody on their bingo card had, when the Lakers hit the postseason, they're going to need the 41-year-old to score his age every night to win. I mean, that is a ton of pressure on LeBron James. A ton. And with with Doncic and Reeves, both looking like they're going to miss that opening round game. I mean, or opening round series, I should say. The Lakers are in a lot of trouble. And a texture says, are we sure that Houston can't overtake the Lakers? The issue is, if you get the 3 seed, it doesn't matter who's 4 and 5. It matters who the 6 seed is. Because that's who you're going to be playing. And right now, I don't think there's any way this changes with 4 games left in the schedule. I mean, the Nuggets are 4 games up on Minnesota. The Rockets are 3 games up on Minnesota. Minnesota feels like they're locked in. Like they're the 6. And it's just a question of who's 3, who's 4, and who's 5. But the Nuggets have won 8 straight. Like, this is what you want, right? Play really good basketball heading into the most important games of the season and all that stuff. Like, it's great to see, but are you playing so well that you're actually going to get the matchup you don't want? Which is Minnesota. And to me, I'm just kind of like, whoever it is, bring it. If the Nuggets are supposed to be a championship caliber team, then it shouldn't matter if you're playing Houston or if you're playing Minnesota. You know, this isn't the Spurs or the Thunder who you're playing. Now, what the 3 seed can do, if you do get past that first round, you would play San Antonio as opposed to OKC in the second round, which that now turns into a very interesting discussion. Because if you're in position to play against the Spurs, who you have beaten twice, they've lost 3 games since February 1st, 2 of them to you, maybe you're in their heads a little bit. Maybe you can really start to wear down at a little bit of confidence that they have. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. A whole bunch to get to today from a wild weekend. Back after this. It's always fun. You see these comments from people across, sports, and the ones that were watching the San Antonio and Denver game on Saturday. Watching people realize how good Jokic is just a chef's kiss. It's beautiful. Like even your Nick Wrights of the world saying Jokic overtime performance versus Wemby might have been the best 4-minute stretch I've seen from anyone all season. Holy bleep. Like, this is who the guy is. And, I'm not going to get into the MVP discussion because I think we're past that here. He's got 3 of them. Should it be more? Of course. But it's amazing to have everybody collectively have oh God, have we been thinking about this wrong all year sort of reaction to Jokic playing that game. Because it just serves as a reminder of no matter what you do, no matter who you are, and no matter what your effort level is to stop that man, he's going to bury you. Death, taxes, oh shoot, should Jokic have been my MVP? That's what it is every single April. You can't be this level good every night, without missing, and become numb to performances like that. And to do it against pretty much the unanimous best defensive player in the league. 40 points on 13 of 25 from the floor. Only 1 3-pointer made all game. And to hit the shots that he hit, outstretched arm of a 12-foot extraterrestrial, the games could not, this is what's so funny to me. Wembanyama and Nikola Jokic's games could not be more different, fundamentally. Wembanyama at 7'6" is hitting you with crossover step-back threes, big dunks around the rim, high-flying, all that different stuff. Jokic, did you guys see in the postgame when Jokic did what he always does? Game gets done, he daps up everybody else from the opposing team. Did you see the video when he went and dapped up Victor Wembanyama? He goes up to his armpit. That's how much bigger Wembanyama is than Jokic. Jokic is huge, but Wembanyama size is different. And yet, he still, Sambor shuffles one right between his eyes. And you see the replay of it, the outstretched hand of Wembanyama when he's trying to block that shot. It looks like there's no human on the planet that could get a shot over that. You're playing against an octopus, a 7'6" octopus with just 8 arms, all flying around. And Jokic finds a way because he always does. And it's so funny to me that game served as a reminder of everybody slapping their foreheads, being like, what was I thinking? How is he not in the discussion? Because I was actually curious yesterday morning. I was like, man, with all the narrative that's going around about how great Jokic was, and maybe we got this MVP discussion wrong, I wanted to see if it tilted the scales at all in the odds makers. The answer is no. I mean, Shea is going to win this almost undoubtedly. If it did anything, I think it made Shea's odds even better to win MVP because it kind of removed the Wemby discussion from it. I mean, Jokic is still at plus 10,000. Shea is minus 2,500. So for those who might not know after 6 years of this gambling stuff what that means, if you put $100 down on Jokic to win MVP, you would get $10,000 back. That's how long of an odd he is to make it. If you were to do the same thing with Shea, you would have to bet $2,500 to win $100. That essentially is like betting on, I don't know, Fernando Mendoza to be the number 1 overall pick. Like, that's what we're talking about. So it didn't change it in favor of Jokic, but it did change it, I think, a little bit in taking Wembanyama farther away from potentially winning it, which he really wants to. But doesn't look like that's going to happen now. Also over the weekend. So the Rockies go 1-2 against Philly. They win the getaway game 4-1. So that takes them to 3-6 on the year. But the bigger thing that happened in baseball, watching Joe Adell of the Angels rob 3 home runs in a game is unbelievable. And each one of those, by the way, were leaving the park if he didn't catch them. And he did that in a game that they won 1-0. But the final one, there's been some discussion on this, and I think it's so silly. It's so stupid. The last one of the game is right, near the right field foul pole. Joe Adell leaps up, makes the catch, and flips over the fence, stands up in the crowd with all the people holding his glove up. There's a picture of it. It's unbelievably cool. But that's in the 9th inning. He makes that catch. The best one of the 3. Which, by the way, they started tracking home run robberies in, I guess, 2012. Nobody's had more than 1 in a game. He had 3 in that one alone. But I saw a whole bunch of people making the dumb argument of, if you don't land in the field of play, then you didn't stop the ball from going over the fence or something like that. Like, they want to make this, NFL rules 2 feet down before you fall over or something. Did he catch the ball or not? If it's caught, then that's it. You don't need to get 2 feet in. We aren't going to, all right, let's see if there's, I don't need was it a catch rule in the MLB. If the ball is in the glove, never leaves the glove, it's catch. But, I mean, pretty unbelievable from Joe Adell over the weekend, as he had 3 in a single game. And then finally, we'll get into this in more detail. I don't know what this new phenomenon is in the NHL of the playoffs are going to start in 30 minutes. We should fire our coach and hire somebody who's not on our coaching staff with 2 games left to go. But the Islanders just did it. They fire Patrick Waugh. And part of me can understand, look, the Nuggets did this. They fired Malone with like 5 games left in the regular season. You want to fire your coach, maybe light a spark under your team, try and get something to happen? Okay, fine. But then to bring in somebody entirely outside the organization, walk into a locker room of players he does not know and has not met, and then try and have that guy motivate them to a Stanley Cup, I think is ridiculous. It's the 2nd time it's happened this year. And look, I'm no Pete DeBoer fan, but he's a good coach. But still, to do that right as the playoffs are about to start, I think is silly. If you wanted to do what the Nuggets did, which is they fired Malone and then they just promoted an assistant, at least there's not a huge amount of change that you're going through. Like, I don't think that people truly grasp how much you need to, we talk to Bednar every week. And we just asked him heading into the postseason, do you talk to guys about where they're going to play positionally and all this different stuff? And he goes, I don't really have to with guys like McKinnon and McCarr. I know them. They've been around here forever. He goes, but I'll talk to Nick Waugh. I'll talk to Blankenberg. I'll talk to the guys that are new acquisitions because I don't know them as well. Now imagine doing that with an entire roster heading in the postseason. Just doesn't make any sense. So 303-504-0925, Shant Mazda text line, 1 price, 1 person, 1 hour. We will have the national championship game on AM 950 tonight, UConn and Michigan, as the Nuggets will be on 92.5, taking on the Blazers at 7 o'clock. We'll also have a conclusion to our drop tournament. When is the voting going to happen today, Nelly?
The first half is going to be at 7:45, and then we'll have the second half of the game at 8:45.
Gotcha. So 2 different opportunities to vote.
Two different opportunities, and then one shining moment, and the winner will happen at 9:45. So
Perfect.
basically, be listening at the end of every hour.
End of every hour, we'll have a chance for you guys to vote and then announce the winner and have our always great one shining moment. So that'll all happen today. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to that channel. Like and subscribe. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Jokic guarded by Wemby. 9 on the shot clock. He's on the right-hand side. Backs him down in the paint. Gets double teamed. Fade away. God! Oh, my God! You know how hard that shot is? Denver leads it by 4. 133 to 129. Over to Jokic for the win. Yes! 9.8 seconds to go. Denver leads it by 4. 135 to 131. Timeout, San Antonio.
Another field clearance by Dallas. Malinsky for Taves at the slot. Lekanen has Nature's back door. He scores! It's a Marty party. Nature's beat Bischel to the post, and it's a tap-in to make it 1-0 Colorado. Nature's with the empty net, misses wide right. Nathan McKinnon's going to win the foot race. Empty net for the 29. You betcha! 51 for the Mac attack, Jack. And that's icing on the cake for the Colorado Avalanche.
All right, I'm going to be honest. We could spend 3 hours today on just Saturday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. And guess what? We're gonna. Because I don't care about the game yesterday for the Avs, Mo. Sorry, I don't care that they lost. It means nothing to me. The Dallas game's the one that matters. The
Moser,
Nuggets and Spurs is what matters.
I didn't even watch yesterday. I watched maybe like a couple little snippet of the first period. Game meant nothing.
You didn't miss much. You missed Parker Kelly scoring his 20th, which is amazing.
It's very cool for him.
Yeah, I know, but the game, I mean, it's over. It's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
The
game they needed to win, they won.
Correct.
They won the game on Saturday.
Correct.
They got enough cushion. Dallas is pretty much the white flag is up.
Correct.
They're trying to just ward off Minnesota at this point.
That is right.
The Presidents, it's done. It's a wrap. It's over. It's over.
Yeah,
Season,
it is. It's
regular
done.
season is
It's
over
over,
for
pal.
the Avalanche. Now you got to wonder what they do to prepare for the postseason.
You could see it in the way they played.
Yes.
You could see it in their eyeballs. You could
Yes.
see it in everything
And you know
about
what?
the game.
Congratulations to the Colorado Avalanche.
Congrats, Avs.
I mean, they didn't clinch it, but it's over. We all know it's over.
I think you'd like to. I was sitting there last night going, okay, how am I going to try to explain this to people who are going to be, whatever they are this morning? I want you to say sassy, antsy, whatever it is you are. Something with a C on the end.
Yeah.
Dumb?
Issy, antsy,
Dumb?
assy, sassy, whatever. But the deal is
C.
that,
Dumb.
Dumb
I like dumb.
okay, they didn't care. I mean, essentially, you could see it in the
You
way
think?
they played. Yeah, you could see it in the way they played the game.
I didn't care.
They know that it's wrapped up. Everybody knows it's wrapped up.
So, okay, then fine. Let's do this.
Ideally, in a game where you can quote clench, you like him to go, full out in the back to back. And
Let's crumple that here. Give me this. That sounds what we're doing yesterday, because I want to talk about Saturday.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And let's start with the Nuggets first, because I think for both teams, there's so much to talk about in just the 3 hours that they were on the floor and the ice. But the Spurs have lost 3 games since February 1st. 2 of them are to the Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
If you're keeping track, the Lakers, who are now without Doncic and Reeves, are now tied with the same record as the Nuggets. They play against Oklahoma City tomorrow.
Yep.
OKC now has an opportunity to bury the Spurs.
And
I think they're going to torch the Lakers tomorrow,
100%.
which means you win tonight, you're now a 3 seed,
Yep.
which for the first round might be in unwelcome sort of thing, because instead of playing Houston, Minnesota's essentially locked into the 6 now. So you would be playing them, but you would get the Spurs instead of OKC in the second round.
yeah.
A lot going on here.
The question is pretty simple for Nuggets fans. What do you want? Because you're going to be able to manipulate what you want here in the last 4 games. What do you want? Do you want the 3 seed? Because if
Yes.
you want the 3 seed, I think you're going to get it if you take care of business. If the Nuggets win out, they're going to get the 3 seed, because there's no way the Lakers are going to beat OKC.
I want Minnie, then San Antonio. That's what I want.
Well, let me tell you why, because I agree with you. the Spurs, for being a young team, and make no mistake, they are championship contenders. That team is good. They are so good.
And it's not just Wemby.
No, it's
not
Vassal,
just
it's
Wemby.
Castle, it's all the assholes on that team. Sorry, Vassal. I didn't say the word. I didn't say the word. I was trying to do the Moser thing when he said the C's.
Moj, were you uncomfortable there? Moj, were you? I was just so you know, that made me uncomfortable.
Think of it like hassle is what I was saying. Hassle. Anyway.
Steph Castle is a beast.
He is really good.
He is a beast.
Okay, it reminds me what you just said. I can't let it. I can't let it go.
Whoa.
Let's just ignore what came out of my mouth a second ago.
Whoa.
I think that's the closest I've been to cursing on this show. It's the closest I've
But
been.
you didn't curse.
No, I didn't.
It was a play off the word castle
Correct.
and vessel.
Yes, but it's the closest I've been. Now, here's what I think is so remarkable about the game
How
on
about
Saturday.
this?
Yeah. Be careful where you're going. I don't know where you're going, but I see a glint in your eye.
Because it reminded me of this. Everything reminds me of something.
Okay.
I want to be great like Elvis without the tassels. Hire 8 bodyguards to beat up.
Yeah. Nickelback.
Right. So, but I'm like that. That's exactly what I was thinking.
It was a mistake. I shouldn't have done it, but I didn't do it. Just for the record. Now, here's what I think is so funny. In that game, because I've been waiting, and I told you guys, I don't know what the Nuggets can do to change my mind of what I think they are as a team. I'm lying to you if that game didn't change a little bit for me. Because what you got in that game was Joker outdoing the guy.
Joker took the game seriously.
Yes.
As opposed to the
On
Utah game.
both ends of the floor, he did.
Nikola Jokic in that game compared to the Utah game. You tell me what you saw.
I saw Aaron Gordon playing his bleep off defensively.
That's our guy. See, now that's the Aaron Gordon. That's the healthy. I can guard anybody on the floor. Watch me be a factor in this game, Aaron Gordon. That's what you saw.
Guys, it was a team win.
I watched Cam Johnson knock down unbelievably huge shots.
That late three,
Huge.
straightaway three was unbelievable.
You watched them give Christian Brown every open shot possible, and he made them.
Yes.
Yep.
They dared him to shoot.
And he made them. And you know what? That will continue into the postseason. He will be asked to do the same thing. They're going to give him open shots. And the fact that he made them in a key game like that is clutch.
Well, and here's the other thing that I just adored. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. And ultimately, I think we're all over it. God, isn't it funny to watch the collective of NBA media do a forehead slap at the end of that game and be like, why did I not think Jokic was an MVP candidate? Like, they all did it at once in that game, because that's all it took.
I mean,
it was him taking on Wembanyama and dotting him between the eyes with the Sombor shuffle to essentially close out the game.
Everyone's going to point to Joker's offensive output, and it was truly legendary what he did. But, guys, he made a couple defensive stops that I think deserve credit. He blocked a shot on the backboard. Was it Champagne's shot? He blocked his shot. How about him guarding De'Aaron Fox on the perimeter and forcing him baseline? He did a couple things during that game where I'm like, okay, he is locked in. And he didn't turn the ball over once.
Not once.
Not one time.
So
Took care of the rock.
maybe I was wrong on this, because I think it was you, Vic, asked the question on Friday. Do you think Joker gets up for a game against another big, like Wembanyama or Embiid? And I was like, I don't know if he does. You know what? He does.
He does.
He absolutely does.
He does.
There's no question.
That
was a combo, by the way, of like, that's a big game against a big team too. But you could tell there was a little extra in that game.
I'll go back to what I told you guys after the Utah game, albeit the Nuggets won, but it was just sort of Did you see the difference in intensity from the Nuggets?
100%.
Did you see the difference in the way they approached the game?
100%.
They're waiting for the playoffs, guys.
Yeah.
They've been waiting for the playoffs.
It sure feels that way.
This team needs those games.
You know what it is? It just tells me now they can get to a level that they need to be at. They can get there no problem. Now, can they sustain? I don't know. We'll see when the playoffs roll around. But boy, can they get there.
Got to get P. Watson back on the court this week. Cannot go into the postseason having not played another game or two.
So when they said he's week to week, does that really mean, is that like hockey week to week? Week to week means you're missing a long time.
That means that he probably will not play again until a week goes by after the Utah game.
Okay.
So
What's that hat he's wearing?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Who?
Peyton Watson. He's got a hat that he wears.
No idea. I don't know. what
No
you're talking
idea.
I'm not sure if I like the hat or don't like the hat. I'm still deciding.
about. I don't know the hat.
We
That's your-
don't know what you're talking
Well, then that's
about.
your own problem.
Again, a reference that nobody else knows
Well,
anything
I
about.
watched. I saw him running on the floor. I saw his hat. I can't decide if I like it or not.
The way that they stepped up late in the game too, it feels like you kind of got it all in one game.
Mhm.
You faced some adversity. You had to battle back. They did that. And then when it was clutch, they had to make plays, and they did, which has been different than what we've seen all year too. They were down, 6 points with a minute and a half left
they
before
were down-
Cam hit the and 1-3?
Yeah, they were down 11 in the second half, down double digits, and you're like, oh, jeez. They're down 6 late. Cam gets the end 1, and you're like, okay. They're down 4 late, and you're like, oh, jeez. They're down 4 with less than a minute to play.
Yeah.
And you're down, oh, jeez. And they won the game.
It was everything you wanted to see out of that game you kind of got. This is Adelman post game. So they asked, because this was huge topic of discussion. When Jokic has a game like that and MVP stuff is going around, they asked Adelman about it.
I believe this when I was an assistant the last 6 years. He is the best player in the world. I mean, the efficiency this year, what he's done. Growing up around this, I understand that there has to be multiple stories and different people have to win awards. And I think that's really cool. And what Wembanyama is so good for the game. He's so unique. What Shea is. Bringing back kind of an old school 90s scoring mentality with a new school 3-point shot. I mean, all these guys are so good for the game. But I just don't want people just to skip past our guy because he's won it 3 times.
And that's kind of what's happening.
Yeah.
And we know that.
Yeah. I mean, and that's fine. I mean, I'm not that bent about it like some people.
No, me neither. I
don't care.
I think it's so funny, though, Vic, that after that game, the amount of people that I saw, like NBA media people being like,
Sure.
oh, Jokic is still Jokic, or whatever.
He needs a reminder because not many people can do that to Wemby. There aren't many people in the league that can hit shots over Wemby.
Can we talk?
He's
can we talk about
averaging
that though?
38 a game against him.
Time out though. That shot we played cause.
You talking about the Sanford shuffle?
Yeah.
I was equally impressed with the baseline shot, too. The baseline shot.
Really good.
I challenge you today. I want you to stop what you're doing. Get out of your car. Grab your basketball in your truck. Go to a local park. Find a rim right now. Stop everything. Stop what you're doing and do this. Go to the baseline of a basketball hoop. Go to about 5 feet away, right outside the key.
Floater.
Try that floater. Now, not just a floater. You got to put it over the outstretched arms of a 7'5" guy who's up he's got the extent of his arm at the top of the backboard. So you got to float that thing up, 15 feet?
It's insane.
15 feet. Now, I want you to try to make that floater in the middle of a game with the shot clock winding down with everything on the line. Go ahead. That, to me...
I don't know how you recreate all of that at your local
Well,
park.
I mean, whatever you got to do today, whatever you got to do this morning,
Well, use your iPhone.
Recreate.
Set a timer.
find somebody,
Okay,
have them hold the
Find a
broom up.
7'5" guy.
Well, no,
Do it.
You find a couple kids and you stack them on top of each
Oh,
other.
gotcha.
I challenge you to...
In a trench coat?
Yes.
Moj, listen to me.
Like the
There
three
is
dogs,
no-
3 dogs stacked up in the trench coat.
I want everybody to understand something in basketball. I'm going to talk to basketball people now. Basketball people, listen to me. You guys know what I'm talking about. There is no tougher shot in the game. Everybody knows that a NBA 3 is tough, of course. Everybody knows that. But I'm talking about little gimme shots, right? We all know how tough the baseline floater from about 5 feet is. It is the toughest shot in the game. You don't have the backboard to work with. There's nothing there. It's empty. It's naked.
Yeah.
You're in naked waters. It's a tough shot. And for him to make it look that easy against a 7-footer to clinch the game, that is the shot of the game. I get it. The Sanford shuffle is going to get everybody's
But it was
attention.
gorgeous. The Sanford shuffle was awesome, Vic.
But we've seen that before. It's the floater on the baseline that people don't understand how difficult that is.
Okay, then promise me something. Everybody who's listening to Vic is stopping with their basketball.
I
going to
hope
the
there's
local park.
basketballs being... Take those pickleballers, move them off the court.
Okay, that being
In fact,
said,
stack up the pickleballers right now. Stack them.
once you do all that, go to the low block. Pretend like you're backing in the block and give me a drop step.
Yeah.
Over a 7-footer.
Yeah.
7'5".
Impossible. But Vic, I guess what makes it so impressive is that, how can I describe it? You stay right there before we get to our first break. Hang on. When Wemby's in the key,
Mm-hmm.
but he steps out to try and block your shot. Because he's the longest human on the planet, he takes 1.5 steps, and then his hand is over you. Vic, look at me.
Yeah.
His hand is over you.
I know,
It's over your forehead.
Yeah.
And because he just goes, and now you have to shoot it over.
But you find an
this
avenue.
gigantic appendage, and how do you get it over the appendage with the right thing to do?
No, it's a. I'm telling you, the ability
It's like
for this.
It's like this.
It's
The
just
ability
like that.
for this man to score in ways that we haven't seen, the touch that he possesses, the soft touch, it's unreal. And he makes it look so easy, and there's not another player in the game that can do that. Luka can do it. Luka can. I take that back. Luka can make those kind of shots. But Nikola does it at 7 feet tall. So I just challenge anyone to try that. Again, by the end of the day, if you haven't stopped what you're doing to attempt that baseline shot, the floater, I don't know what you're doing in life.
Get back to this in a second. Get to the second half of Saturday in just a moment with the Avs next.
Hey, if you wear glasses and contacts, but now you need reading glasses or bifocals just to see menus, just to read your texts, just to see your computer, well, you should consider refractive lens exchange from my buddy, Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. If you would like to learn more about this life-changing procedure, join Dr. Cudarelli for his live and free RLE webinar. That's this Wednesday at noon. Wednesday at noon. How is RLE different from LASIK? Who's a good candidate? Why no cataracts after RLE? How long does the procedure take? How much does it cost? How's the financing operate? All those questions will be answered this Wednesday. Dr. Cudarelli, the most experienced, he's got over 90,000 vision correction procedures under his belt. It's not even a serious situation if you know you're going to the right guy, and he's the right guy when it comes to RLE. So join him. His free live webinar, Wednesday at noon. Register today at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Another field clearance by Dallas. Malinsky for Taves at the slot. Lehkonen has Nature's back door. He scores! It's a Marty party! Nature's no points versus Vancouver. But he gets Colorado on the board with 9:21 to go in the third. It's his 36th goal of the season, and the ice is broken in Dallas. What a look from Lehkonen. Backdoor. Nature's beat Bischel to the post, and it's a tap-in to make it 1-0 Colorado.
It's funny. I got two screens on while these games are going, and my eyes just ping-ponging back and forth because both games have like 4 minutes left. Everything's on the line. And I got to be honest, Moj, when I first saw that Natchez goal, I thought Lehkonen shot it and missed. It wasn't until the replay that I saw it was just a perfect pass right there on the opposite goalpost for a little knock-in for Marty Nachos. You know, it's one of those things, a reminder how damn good Lehkonen is and how much you missed him when he was out of the lineup.
No doubt. I saw, oh my God, there was a play when he was behind the net. The puck ricocheted and it sort of laid on the back of the net or right at the bottom of the back of the net. And then it scored it out from underneath him. But I didn't know it was him. And there's a Dallas star going, bam, bam, like just cross-checking him in the numbers. And his face is smashing into the back of the net like this, right?
Yeah.
I'm going, who is that? And he gets up, it's Lecky. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's
tough SOB.
That's what he does. He absolutely takes the abuse, too. But you know what made that play so good? Let me tell you what made that play so good, Vic. Lehkonen is down low, and his typical spot is down toward the front of the net. He rotates high in the zone, okay? So then what he does is he starts to draw guys up. Because he rotates higher in the zone, he opens that space below the dots just enough. Marty realizes, pitches right to the side of the cage, and a perfect feed from Lehkonen because he doesn't play the game out there.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't play the game really above the tops of the circles at all. Everything he does is below the dots in terms of his real effectiveness. But he drew guys out beyond, I mean, they just opened it up and stretched it out enough to allow that seam pass to get through for the tap-in. It was a brilliant play.
Marty Natchez, by the way, if you guys are keeping track at home, I believe I have these right. Since the Olympic break, he has 14 goals, 18 assists for 32 points.
Pretty good.
I would challenge almost anybody in the league to tell me who's had a better post-Olympic stretch than Marty Natchez in the NHL.
McPickles is up there.
I mean, my point is he is in the conversation for like the best player in the league post-Olympic break.
That is absolutely correct. And he's currently, let's see where he's still tied 8th with Scheifele for points at 94. Is he going to get to 100? He very well could.
Yeah.
He very well could.
Which, I mean, I know everybody wants to do a 1-to-1 on this, especially when they played Dallas over the weekend. But I saw like some people saying it's undeniable that Natchez is better with McKinnon than Rantanen ever was. I don't know if that's the case. There's certainly different types of players.
Different.
But Mikko had 2 seasons, I believe, 100-point seasons with Nate. Natchez could get there this year. It does feel like style-wise, him and McKinnon just click.
They really do. And when you see them both flashing into the zone, one's trailing the other, these deft little drop passes, and then the guy drives and opens up ice. I mean, it creates opportunity for both of those guys. By the way, McKinnon now he's the first guy since Yager in 1995, so 31 years, to have like 98 even strength points. Some of these guys get fat on the power play. Nathan McKinnon gets fat
empty
in
netters.
Even strength.
Yeah.
And he had the empty netter on Saturday, don't get me wrong, but even strength points are huge.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
Why didn't Dallas start their number 1 goalie?
I don't know.
All right, let me turn my attention to you, Brent. He can't answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't Dallas who had one last chance there to catch the Colorado Avalanche, why wouldn't they go with their number one in a game of that magnitude?
My best guess, they knew they weren't catching the Avs anyway, didn't want to give them a look.
I don't know if I'd like your answer. Let me go back to Moser. Moj,
Yep.
this is it. You're not going to get another chance to play them and beat them, and you decide you're going to play your number two?
Okay, let me just throw a little bit at you. They treat their number two like a really good player.
Okay, stop what you're saying. It's not Ottinger. Back to you again. This is the Avalanche. This is a national television game.
Mm-hmm.
If you win this game, perhaps you deal them a scare, and you decide to go with your number two goalie in a game of that consequence.
He also, your number...
This is not you. This is him now. Answer, please.
I don't think that they thought they were going to catch the Avs anyway.
Okay.
And so they said, all right, I'm not going to give you a look
so
at Ottinger.
Here's what we've deduced talking to these two gentlemen here. One guy says he doesn't think that Dallas had any vision to catch the Avs. The other guy seems to confuse one goalie with the other goalie, thinking they're both the same and they treat them the same, which is absolute lunacy. Because come playoff time, Ottinger's playing, not the other guy.
All right, genius.
Yeah.
What you got for me then?
No, that's why I'm asking you guys.
Well, I'm telling you, Casey DeSmith has better. He's
but-
got better numbers than Ottinger.
Oh, okay.
I don't,
All right,
I don't,
Moshe.
Vic. I don't know why. You're going to have to go ask Glenn Gulletson.
All right, your answer was the dumbest. Well, they like to treat both goalies. Come on. In the playoffs, who's playing?
It's going to be Otter.
You know, it is funny though, because so Blackwood goes out, he plays yesterday. He loses his third straight start, and the Avs just, for whatever reason, are not playing as well in front of him as they are in front of Wedgwood.
We know
Now-
who's starting for the Avs in the playoffs.
Yes, but my question about this is, I think part of this, because of where the Avs are at standing wise and where they're at in the schedule, they have games that they need to get up and play for, and games that they don't care as much about. Dallas was a game that they knew they had to play well, and so they limited them to, what was it, Mosh? 17 shots through 3 periods. That's all that Dallas got on goal.
That is correct.
Let me add another element to the question I asked that
Okay.
you guys have no answers to.
Please, Vic, you know what? He asks questions that are unanswerable.
Well, you know what? Hey, Vic, you're the Nuggets guy. You didn't even know the hat that Peyton
hold on.
Watson was wearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
See,
jerk.
see, I thought I'd be able to get answers on a sports question on a team we cover, especially against a team that is in their way. But they can't answer the question. So now I'm going to go to our loyal audience, our viewers and listeners. Let me ask you this.
Hire 8 bodyguards who like to beat up.
Let me ask you this. No, you tried. You guys both
Vicks.
flailed. You guys swung and you missed.
Jesus God.
So you sit your number one goalie if you're Dallas. You lose the game. You lose a tight game, but you lose the game. And now, not only do you lose any hope of catching the Avs, that's gone. You're 2 points shy of Minnesota catching you. You let them sneak right up on you in the process because you didn't play your number one goalie. I think this is a coach overthinking the situation, is what I think. I think it's a coach who thought he was smarter than everybody and did the wrong move. That's what I believe happened. That's what I believe happened.
Good.
Watch this, guys. We're going to throw him a curveball and go with our number two and beat him with our number two, and it didn't work. That's what I believe happened. Anybody else care to offer any idea why Dallas would do that?
I'm not playing your games anymore, okay? I'm done playing your
All right,
games.
well, let me go to the text line. Let's see here. Vic is being an a-hole, but the other guy's correct.
Yeah. That's
32,
the only
31.
answer you need. That's
I
all
believe
you need.
number two pitched a shutout in the previous game, so they rode the hot hand.
Actually,
Really?
Ottinger just pitched a shutout. But
Okay. Dane in Windsor says, absolutely, Vic is correct. My old man used to say that tweeter baseline. Oh, that was about the baseline shot. Never mind.
Texture says, hey, Vic, why did Italy blow it?
Because they're not good enough. Because I could speak for 3. I could give you a 3-hour answer on why Italy blew it.
No
See,
interest.
The difference is my cohorts cannot answer a
I gave you
simple
an answer.
question.
Whether you like it or not is a different thing.
1554, Ottinger was playing poorly. DeSmith was playing better. Maybe they felt DeSmith gave him a better chance. I'm going to ask you, Texter, in the playoffs, who's the starting goaltender in
All right,
Dallas?
Vic, shut up. the other things, other details about that game, I did love, by the way, when Landeskog thought that Robertson took a dive there on the hook, and he was like, all right, you want to play this game? You want to fake like that one hurt you? I'll show you something that hurts.
Can I give you a little? Let me go back to my Italian roots here.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Landeskog. I saw him head toward Robertson, and I mean, having done every game he's ever played in his life, I thought to myself, "Mamma mia, here we go," because
that was a dive.
It was a friggin' dive.
Because he started diving
dive.
before he even got.
Yes.
He anticipated he was going to get hit, right?
Correct.
And then he started falling.
That is correct. He should have had 2 for embellishment. Is what he should have had.
Is there a way to review embellishment?
No.
No,
it's either they call it immediately or they don't.
Hell, my mom was yelling embellishment.
She was?
Yeah.
I love that, man, being a good Mamma Mia. So then, not only does he get in his face, but he chases him all the way to the half boards.
What do you think he was saying?
Don't you? Like basically what Brett said in a clean way.
Oh.
If you want to fall down, I'm going to give you a reason to fall down. What
I can help you. I can help you if you want to fall.
Who was the guy that was trying to keep Landeskog off of Robertson?
I can't remember.
It was Mikko.
Oh, yeah.
He had his arm around Landy's throat, and Landy's like, get off me. Hey, homie, get off me.
Yeah.
I mean, he was going, and you love that out of your captain. See, this is what I'm talking about. What was the word I used last week when I said, hey, when the playoffs roll around, the Avs are going to get?
I don't know. You say a lot of words, Moj.
Gnarly.
Gnarly. Okay.
Saturday, they were gnarly.
Yeah.
In terms of the way they played.
Dude, they out physical Dallas.
How many odd man rushes did they give up against the Stars?
God, none.
0.
Last
night they gave up like 7 to the Blues, and they scored on 3 of them.
It just goes to show you, like the Nuggets, Utah game, Nuggets, everybody's like, oh. Then they come to play against San Antonio. It just goes to show you both of these teams, they just want the playoffs to start. It's just playoff time.
Well,
that's what they're waiting for.
The Avs have, they've put in the requisite work already, okay? They've accomplished what they needed to accomplish. They're the number 1 seed. Now it's just like, whatever we got to do to officially lock this thing up, and then here's my guess, Moj. Maybe these guys play a couple more games. If I'm Bednar, I'm telling Makar, McKinnon, those guys, like, you aren't going to Canada for the back-to-back. You aren't making the trip. Just stay home. We had 3 other home games. We'll deal with that. Yeah. Win tonight, tomorrow against St. Louis, and then you guys are going to be in Colorado until the playoffs start.
I will say this. I think tomorrow night in St. Louis, the Blues are in for a real hurting.
I do too.
And so it's like, okay, it's a back-to-back. You got to fly home after the Dallas game, right? Fly home, no skate, no blah, blah. Now you got to go play the Blues, who still mathematically have a chance, but they ain't going to make it. And all it was, I don't know if you heard Bednar last night talking about it, but they're being lackadaisical.
Yeah.
And so they're
lackadaisical.
So their rush coverage is crap. Okay, you got Marty Natchez out there trying to defend a 3-on-1. Poor guy. I mean, he's not a defenseman.
Right.
Lackadaisical.
Yeah.
Who was that?
It's Zion.
Oh, it is?
Trying to say lackadaisical.
Say that one more time, please.
Lackadaisical.
He added a B in there. There was a B.
There might be a B. If you
one more time.
If you look at the spelling.
Lackadaisical.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He definitely
a bubble.
Lackadaisical.
He definitely threw a B in there.
So their rush coverage is crap. Because guys, it's basically, if you're in the offensive zone there, everybody's got a response. If the defenseman does this down the board, this one forward has to do this. I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So everybody's just kind of goofing around in that regard, and then here comes the odd man rush.
I do.
But against Dallas, dude, it's like, this is serious, and they played perfect defensive hockey. They were really, really, really good.
Low-key, one of my favorite parts of that game was at the very end. They got the empty net. Puck gets thrown down the ice. Missed. I think Natchez was one that threw it down there, right? Who threw it down there for the initial?
Nachos.
And then you're like, all right, well, here comes Dallas. You're going to grab the puck, take it back again. Got to hang on to our seats. And then McKinnon just shows up out of nowhere like, thank you. Boop.
And you know
Game over.
Do you hear what he said?
Thank you.
Hear what he said? He said he had to beat Rantanen to the puck.
Yeah.
He said, when I saw it was him, I knew that I would beat him.
Oh, good for him.
God, look at how bad AI is. AI is, folks, we got a long way to go before these stupid robots think they're coming in on us. I asked AI, hey, why didn't Dallas start Ottinger against the Avalanche? You want to know what AI said?
Sure.
Let me tell you what AI said on my computer. The Stars did not start Jake Ottinger against the Colorado Avalanche on April 4th, opting to start Scott Wedgwood instead.
Oh.
The decision was part of a strategy to manage the goalie's workload during a busy stretch, and Wedgwood has been utilized to manage high-stakes playoff matchup games. And it goes on and on and on.
I didn't know that Wedgwood was all-time goalie.
Then it says Scott Wedgwood ultimately played for the Stars in a 2-0 loss to Colorado on April 4th, stopping 20 of 21 shots. Folks, I'm telling you right now.
We're okay for now.
Kiss the ground. These computers are stupid.
You know what AI
You're the
can't
voice
do?
Denver wakes up to.
AI can't do what EJ did before the game when he talked to Landy.
This is your first game back in this building since you took a puck in an area no man should. Do you have any extra protection down there?
I got a fresh cup, that's for sure. One that's not dented anymore, but I'll be all right.
EJ's really good on those, by the way. He's really good.
What extra protection is there besides a cup?
I mean, what? I guess metal plated, steel plated.
Couple pairs of socks.
Hey, is this the Disco 1977? Hey, all right. Hey.
So a lot more to get to as we go along today. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Hey, you guys like money? I'm sure you do. And there's a chance to win $231 million tonight with Tulatero. It's the favorite lottery app of many. You jump on there, Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life, all your favorite games right there on the app. So download the Tulatero app and use my code MAGIC, and you get a free credit to play in your first lottery game. Again, the Powerball tonight, $231 million up for grabs. Download the Tulatero app, Tulotero, and use my code MAGIC. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. All right, so there's a lot of audio from the games over the weekend I want to get to, but just real quick, did you guys happen to see in baseball? So the Rockies take one of the three against Philly, so they're now 3-6 on the year. They won 4-1 yesterday.
Yesterday's starter's their best pitcher, by the way.
Shigano? Yeah, Shigano's pretty good for a 38-year-old man.
He's their best pitcher.
Well, Lorenzen is. It's so Rockies, isn't it? It's like they just come off winning a series against Toronto. They got the home opener, and you're down 7-0 at the end of the first home game.
It was so hard to watch because I actually tuned in.
I know, but there's nothing you can do
I
then.
tuned in. I took part in opening day. I wasn't going to go to the game because it was too cold, and I don't like to be cold because I'm a wuss like that. But I did take part in opening day because it's customary, right? That's what you do. It's your civic duty. I took part. I watched it. And it sucks when a game is over before the top half of an inning. It just sucks.
Yeah.
It was over at 7-0, right? You're like, okay.
And I kind of get it. They've been using their bullpen a lot. So they're like, Lorenzen, you're going to have to figure this out. And he's like, I can't, but I can't.
Dude, he was down 7-0. It was the top of the third. It's 9-0. And I'm going, what? Why is dude still in there?
Yeah.
I mean, this is
because
basically,
they've used too many arms.
Yeah, at that point you play it.
This is like this is like you don't want to use your backup goalie for whatever reason. So a guy's giving up 7, you just leave him in the net.
Yeah,
I thought leaving him in was the right move. To be honest with you, what are you going to ruin the entire series?
Well, but
right?
but now you've still got. Well, after the first, I mean, you had 8 innings to go and you knew the game was over.
Yeah,
that just sucks.
It's brutal.
It just sucks for that to happen on
100%
opening day. Yeah, that couldn't. If that happened this second game of the series, you'd be like, all right, fine. But anyway, did you guys see right fielder for the Angels, Joe Adell, robbed 3 home runs?
Yes, I did.
In a single game.
Yes, I did.
In a 1-0 win.
Yes, I did.
Dude, it is safe to say no one watching baseball, I don't care how old you are, has never seen anything like that ever, 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 ever.
So, and here's the thing. Sometimes they say he robbed the home run. It's one of those like he's in the warning track, but the ball, he makes the catch, but it probably wasn't going to leave. Those were 3 balls that were home runs.
Wall,
His arm was over the wall. Hell, on the last one, his entire body was over the wall.
And I love a ballpark. Not too many ballparks have this. Coors Field does not.
The short porch?
The short porch where it rounds to the foul pole, okay? Yeah. So you can go into the crowd like the pesky pole.
It's one of the coolest photos.
It's just so great.
Look at that. Look at that.
Great photo.
So I saw some.
Plus, you know what I like most about that guy? His beard. Like he looks like a ball player.
He looks like a baseball
player.
player.
His post-game interview was great too, man. He's just like, yeah.
Well, they said, Torrey Hunter's here, and he was notorious for making those plays. And they said, what did he say? He said, well, he sat next to me in the locker room before the game, so maybe it rubbed off on me or something like that. But this catch right here, where he actually flipped into the crowd, I saw some dum-dums talking about, my hot take is if you don't make the catch in play, then it should be a home run because you didn't stop it from leaving the yard. I'm like, he caught it. This isn't football. You don't need 2 feet in. If it hits your glove and you catch it, it's an out. That's it. But, I mean, there was a stat, and look, I take this for what it's worth. They said they started tracking home run robberies in 2012. Nobody's had more than 1 in a game before. And the fact that he had 3, including that in the 9th inning of a 1-0 baseball game, is unreal.
Well, the first 2, I don't want to say they were cans of corn, but he tracked them beautifully and then made the leap, right?
Yeah.
He's a tall guy anyway.
And I'll tell you guys just quickly, Moj, for those who have never done that before, they make that look easy. Do you know how hard it is to know where you're placed at along the wall? You feel your feet go from grass to dirt, and all you're thinking to yourself is, don't kill yourself on the wall.
And you got to time the leap.
Exactly right. Yeah.
The one he made, the one he made at the foul pole and went into the crowd was brilliant. And you know what? Those fans around him, look at how excited they are.
Shout out to them for not mauling him.
100%. They let him do his thing. It was fantastic.
So anyway, a quick.
This might be my new favorite guy,
Joe Adell.
Because when he
had you heard of him before this?
Yeah, I've heard of him, but I've never watched him play the game. But I loved his beard. I'm like that. That's just a ball player beard.
Dude, a texture says more important stat is nobody's had more than 4 in a season. He's got 3 already.
Wow.
It's unreal. What would that be akin to in golf? Like 3 aces in a round? What would that be? Not an ace. It's not as impressive as an ace, but
I would say it's more like 3 full court heaves in a basketball game that all go in.
Yeah,
how about if you
shots?
How about if you hole out from the bunker 3 times in a round?
I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I guess
Something
you're
like
right.
that.
Something of that nature.
Close enough.
Yeah, that would work. Fellas, did you, congratulations to Grandview's very own, the Betts sisters, Lauren and Sierra. Is it Sienna or Sierra?
I think Sienna.
Sienna. The Betts family, champions of the UCLA Bruins women's national championship game, which was a complete obliteration of South Carolina. I watched the entire women's Final Four. Did you guys see what went down between Don Staley and Gino Auriemma?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, my God.
Okay, so what happened?
Gino just lost it, and he later apologized. He should have apologized straight to her. He lost it. You know, he made up some crap. He was lying. He was mad because he lost. This is what happens when we lose as human beings, and you're used to winning. He had an undefeated season going.
And you're used to winning by 50
and
points.
you're used to beating everybody in your way, and you lose. Your brain starts to process it. He couldn't process it. He was losing, so he made something up. Somebody says Gino needs to retire. No, he doesn't. He's the winningest coach in that sport. He's not retiring. He went undefeated until that loss. I hate people when they jump to conclusions. The old guy needs to retire. No, he doesn't. Guess what he's going to do next year? He's going to put together another team. He's going to assemble another team. They're going to be great, and they're going to end up trying to win another national championship. He's not retiring. This ageism crap has to stop. He had a moment of weakness, okay? He had a moment of weakness. It was terrible. He needed to apologize, and he did. Oh, old guy needs to retire. He's not retiring. He's the best at what he does, and he's been the best.
All right.
So stop it.
To pivot off of that, UConn, he's not a very likable guy. Okay. That being
the way
said,
he pulled that off was terrible.
Yeah, that being said,
Don Staley ain't one to, I mean, she
She's
doesn't take
not
no grief
likable either.
She doesn't take no grief from anybody either.
No.
Yeah.
my next door neighbor, Peter. Okay. He went to Michigan, big Michigan guy. So I'm out there with my blower on the deck, getting some leaves off.
All right, hurry up.
And he goes, hey, can you keep it from his backyard? Can you keep it down over there? Some of us trying to sleep. Ha, ha, ha. So you're happy today? He's like, oh, yeah, I feel great. He's like, I thought they were going to lose to Arizona, and they blew them out. I said, yeah. And then we were talking about, he goes, well, I sure as hell hope they beat Hurley. And he's like, why does everybody hate Dan Hurley?
My tune has changed.
How
for this
much
game.
time you got there, buddy?
That's basically what I said.
My tune
I go
has
because
changed.
he's an insufferable boob.
Oh, don't you dare
My
say
tune
you
has
like
changed.
Dan Hurley. Don't you dare say that. I will punch you square in the mouth. You say that in front of me.
You not only am I going to say
in fact,
You want two of them?
you guys ready for this?
All right, here we go.
You guys ready for this? Come up here. They're playing Michigan. I hate Michigan in every sport.
Defend Dan Hurley then.
I hate Michigan. God, I hope UConn beats Michigan
Oh, my
tonight.
God.
God, I hope UConn beats Michigan.
Which
And
hip hurts? Which hip hurts? Which hip?
I am not even a Hurley guy. It's that one. Actually, massage it for me while you're down there. I'm not even a Hurley
While
guy.
you're down there, would you mind?
Would you mind me?
I'm telling you. Isn't it funny that UConn has the most insufferable coaches? Gino Auriemma and Dan Hurley.
Yeah.
The two most insufferable coaches in the game. And they're both very good at what they do. If they weren't, they wouldn't have those jobs. But tonight, I'm telling you right now, my hatred for Michigan is not deeply rooted enough. That's how much I hate Michigan sports.
That's fine.
I can't go there,
Just,
Vic.
then,
Well, I
then
can't.
say,
I
then
can't.
say this. Hey, just
That's what
say
I
this.
can. That's where I'm going.
Just say this then, Vic. Do not tell me you want UConn to win. Just say you want Michigan to lose. I'll live with that one.
I want Michigan to lose. They're not going to lose bad. They're probably going to blow out UConn because Michigan is blowing out everybody in
Defend
their
your
stead.
boy. I had all of Connecticut in my mentions for like 3 straight days, and you're going to tell me that?
Did you hear what he said when post-game interview when he was being interviewed? And everybody starts booing him, Hurley, at the end of the game. He stops the interview and he goes, I don't know why everybody's booing. Does it have anything, what has it to do with the
headbutt?
The headbutt?
Yeah, the
What is it?
headbutt. That's what.
Yeah,
That's why.
Exactly right. Like he knew.
Dummy.
He knew exactly what was going on.
Um,
But come on, guys. If you understand why I hate Michigan, right?
just say you want Michigan to lose. That's fine.
But you have to understand why
No,
I hate
I understand. Yes.
You
Notre Dame,
yeah.
Michigan. Yes, I get it.
Deep
so
rooted
just
rivalry.
say I want Michigan to lose.
Okay.
But if you tell me you're rooting for Dan Hurley, I'm going to find that hip.
Oh, I hate UConn. But I hate Michigan more.
Hey, speaking
This
of...
is a hate game for me. I love hate games.
By the way,
In fact, I like hate games more than I like real games.
you know what you should do? Google what's wrong about Connecticut. You're going to get a plethora of what's wrong about the
beauty
state
of
of
sports.
Connecticut.
Sometimes you don't even have to like the teams, and if you hate them, it makes it more pleasurable to watch, more entertaining.
What's the name? There's a town that I can't ever pronounce correctly that's in that part of the country. I don't know if it's Connecticut or
Stores?
Schenectady?
Schenectady. That's New York.
Oh, is it New York? I can't say that.
God,
I can't say that word.
You are a geographical dunce.
Gosh.
I told you, I just never been in the Northeast.
Stop.
Never been in the Northeast. I went to Baltimore and
fit
D.C.
in.
You are a geographical dunce.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, you guys make fun of us.
You don't know where anything is anywhere.
Moshe. Nelly and Brett make fun of us often for our Family Feud foibles. We're not very good.
Right.
One of these days, we got to have just a geography bee.
Well, that's just look,
and make these guys look like idiots.
Family Feud's just common sense. That's common sense question. That's everyday life.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Geography? Oh, man. Don't even get me started.
I can't say.
What would a baker call his wife? You said meatloaf.
Common sense.
Speaking of
I'd
national
rather know
title
the answer
games,
to where's Nicaragua located.
Yeah.
Europe?
I can't say Skemekmini. I don't even know where it is.
we have a national title game as well. It is our drop tournament. There's 2 chances to vote.
Oh,
It'll
my
be
God.
now and then at the end of the 8 o'clock hour, and we'll have one shining moment at the end of the show. Our national title game is a 1 seed versus a 14. Made it all the way there. The 14 seed, Nelly, is.
Ready? Okay. I got an old guy, and he likes my butt. Watch me dance, because I'm a nut. Go team!
That goes against the 1 seed, which is?
Houston?
Detroit?
Mary had a little...
Clam?
Yes, Mary had a little... Yes. I'm sure she did.
So, if you want the 14 seed to move on, you text ready.
Ready? Okay.
You want the 1 seed to move on, you text clam.
Mary had a little...
Clam?
Clam? So, this
Does
is our
anybody
national
even
title.
realize... So people were just tuning in, like, how the hell did that come up? It was basically, I was trying to explain, I didn't want to give it away, but who's the second-ranked sack team in the league? And you guys are going through everything, and I'm trying to say Mary had a little lamp, so you get the Rams, da-da-da-da-da. And he comes up with clam out of nowhere.
My mind was stuck between something that started with the C and lamb.
Mary, it's especially how you said
That's
it.
the truth.
Clam?
Mm-hmm.
So innocent. So ready or clam is the words to text in to see who wins. We'll have the second half voting at 8:45. Stick around.
I believe this when I was an assistant the last 6 years. He is the best player in the world. I mean, the efficiency this year, what he's done. Growing up around this, I understand that there has to be multiple stories and different people have to win awards. And I think that's really cool. And what Wembanyama is so good for the game. He's so unique. What Shea is, bringing back kind of an old school 90s scoring mentality with a new school 3-point shot. I mean, all these guys are so good for the game. But I just don't want people just to skip past our guy because he's won it 3 times.
So just for fun, by the way, yesterday morning, because I saw the reaction from people on Twitter after the game, because Jokic can do this to you. He can make some plays, or he can have a game in which it's just like a reminder, especially on a national stage, of what this guy is. Or even guys like Nick Wright, who, yes, he's turned the corner now, but he said after that game, Jokic's overtime performance versus Wemby might have been the best 4-minute stretch I've seen from anyone all season. Holy bleep. That's what he said. And just to get that reaction, I was like, I wonder if that changed the odds at all in the MVP race. Just for fun, I looked at it.
Sure.
It did nothing for Jokic.
No.
He is still plus 10,000 to win the award. You know what it did do?
It dropped Wemby.
It dropped Wemby from it. That's the only thing that happened.
Can I say this, though, about Wemby, and would you guys agree with me? My brothers and I were texting back and forth during the game. He is going to be. He's not, he's still growing, and I mean that figuratively and literally.
Yeah.
The greatest player of his generation, and he is going to be, if he's healthy,
no doubt,
one of the great players to ever play this game.
Completely agree.
Because he possesses, it's not just, let me be very upfront about this. You can be tall. There's a lot of tall guys that have played. There are a lot of guys that were over 7 feet tall that have played. But not many that possessed the coordination, the dribbling skills, the shooting skills, but last but not least, the most important quality he possesses is right here.
Yeah.
He's a killer.
He is.
He wants to eat you. He wants to eat your children. I love that about Wemby.
Well, I'll say
I love it.
Like, obviously, the conversation starts at he is so uniquely genetically gifted. Like, that's a part of it. In the same way, LeBron's genetically gifted.
Sure.
But it's what you do with those gifts.
But he's mentally gifted. He's not a lot of those 7-footers are sort of reactive. He's proactive with what he does. He wants to hurt. Like when he dunks, he wants to hurt you.
I'll tell you this, something that never gets old. And it's maybe the thing I most often forget about with Joker, that probably 3 to 4 times a year he gives you a reminder of. When he hit the shot over Wemby, and Wemby made that face of like, the "are you kidding me" face, the same thing that we saw AD have in the postseason a few years back, those things are just cinema to me.
Those are the best.
When he makes a shot and the guy who he's being guarded by, who is also one of the best in the world, just goes, what the hell am I supposed to do, man?
The 2 shots that he made, and where people should understand that Joker is playoff ready, is what he did on the defensive end against San Antonio. Blocked a shot, pinned a shot on the backboard, moved his feet to stay in front of
De'Aaron Fox, of all people.
Exactly, who had a bad game, mind you. He did the things defensively, and then offensively, it's just chef's kiss. The baseline jumper with 8 seconds left over Wemby, the floater, to me, was the best shot of the game. Better than the Sombor shuffle.
I want to break down the playoff scenarios in just a second, but quickly. Jokic, you can tell when he has a game that he's pretty proud of because he gets the post-game interview, and there's maybe a different sort of tone to it, and he's, I don't want to say nicer to the national media people, but it's different. It's different.
Much different. When he does a post-game interview with us, and it's just one-on-one, it's sort of like a rote.
I've done this a million times.
But when he's a guest with Chuck and his crew, or the Amazon crew, or the NBC crew, former players that he respects and he's been around, it's a different Joker.
So this is about 25 seconds of him talking to Udonis Haslem on the Prime crew after the game.
Yeah.
We did foul a little bit in Miami. We did.
I mean, yeah, you all win.
We see the position.
Yeah,
we see the background.
I see it.
He's pointing at the championship trophy.
I got 3 of them things now. Be careful.
Hey!
I got 3 of them things now. Be careful, big dog.
Not against me. No!
Yeah, you're right. I didn't have to guard you. You're right.
Not against me. So he goes, Udonis Haslam goes, I got 3 of those things talking about championship trophies. And he said, not against me. Yeah. And it's maybe the closest I've ever heard to a brag from Nikola Jokic in my life. The closest I've ever heard.
Well, you remember the soundbite, I mean, the closest thing to anything that's off-putting, not even off-putting, but clapping back. Remember in Houston a couple years ago when I asked him about stat stuffer?
Not bad for a stat stuffer. Yeah, whatever he said.
That's the only time I can remember Joker, like, vividly talking about his critics.
Yeah. But you know what? I think it's, even at this stage in his career, I think that it's good that he does those types of things and, laughs and whatnot with the crew. He was on there for a long time. I don't know who the gal is that's kind of the
Taylor Rooks.
Yeah, Taylor Rooks.
She was really good. And they had Dirk there. They had Udonis Haslam there. Then they had the former GM guy.
Blake Griffin was there.
Blake Griffin was there, but they also had the former GM guy. What's his name?
I don't know.
I didn't see a GM.
Bob, he was there a little bit earlier. Anyway.
Let me tell you something about Taylor Rooks. So she used to work for the Big Ten Network back in the day when I was in Lincoln. We went to Chicago every year for Big Ten Media Days. She walked into the Radio Row room. Every radio show stopped talking.
Really?
Every single show stops talking. Moser, there's a bit that NBA players, they say the wildest things whenever she's talking to them. Really? I remember Jaylen Brown said, I think I'm going to have 5 championships by the time I'm 30 or something.
It's like the brain stops working.
Exactly. It's like they go into guy with a drink, bellied up at the bar sort of mode. And it's like, let me tell you about me.
You know who she is? She's the NFL equivalent of who?
Kay Adams.
Exactly.
Yeah, yep. And every guy that talks to her in the NBA turns into Sean Payton.
You should be the NHL's Kay Adams, Taylor Rooks.
Yeah, it wouldn't quite work so.
Hey, Landy.
Jesus. She does a great job. And
she's very good.
But it went on for, he was talking to them for quite a while, like way longer than even a TNT thing with Shaq, or certainly a lot longer than he would with us locally. But I think it's good to show that side of him. I think it's good to show that he's a personable dude.
You're so right. And listen, I make note of this every time I see these guys on these national shows. It's just, respectful is not the word. They're content in allowing the interviews to keep going and just keep,
They're more allowing the follow-ups.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's more of a, hey, we'll let you talk. All right, so I'm looking at the box score from Nuggets and Spurs. You win the game, so it's hard to get critical about a game like this. But first quarter, San Antonio scores 43 points. And then after that first quarter, San Antonio did not have another quarter with more than 30.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the Nuggets decided to play defense after the first. But that first quarter told me, all right, this is not going to work. If you're gonna win in the postseason,
right?
Can't do that.
You can't do this.
You can't allow a quarter like that.
Did you see how easy it was for San Antonio to score to start that game?
Yeah.
How easy, and that was against the Nuggets starters.
Yep.
And then they locked down.
Credit to them.
What I want to see at some point is the lockdown early.
Well, especially given what's in front of you now. So here's the scenario that I think could very easily play out as long as the Nuggets stay on their game. They have a game tomorrow against Portland. Or I'm sorry, tonight against Portland. Should be a win. If they take care of business, here's what kind of happens. The Lakers are now without Doncic for what is assumed to be a month to a little over a month. They then get news that Austin Reeves' oblique is a 4 to 6 week injury. That means for the remainder of their season, 4 games left, along with likely the first round of the playoffs, LeBron James at 41 years old is going to have to score his age every night for them to win games.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of that Dallas Lakers game last night. Lakers didn't have a chance.
Dude, you can't ask him to do all that at this age right now.
They got no chance.
And they play Oklahoma City
They're
tomorrow.
going to lose by 50.
Oklahoma City is going to wax them because if they win that
Mhm.
game, they've essentially locked in the 1 seed from the Spurs.
Yeah.
Which, what we talked about on Friday was, if you get this win against San Antonio, if you're still fighting to win games, you can render the last 2 games of your schedule against OKC and then the Spurs, the final game of the year.
Meaningless.
They're not going to play anybody.
Let me break it down. I'll make it really easy for you
So
guys.
you could get the 3 seed is what I'm getting at here.
The Nuggets have 4 games left. If the Nuggets go 3-1 in these 4, I believe they'll have the 3 seed. They go 4-0, 3 seed. If they go 2-2, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Here's what the Lakers have. Oklahoma City, L. Then they're at Golden State. Now you ask, what does Golden State have to play for? Really nothing. But there's something about Golden State versus LA when they play each other. Steph's trying to get back into shape.
Yep.
Golden State's going to want to win that game. Then they
agree.
play Phoenix. What does Phoenix have to play for? Well, they're sort of locked into that play-in. But they got teams, up behind them that Phoenix likes to beat LA. That game is going to mean something. The only game that's meaningless that the Lakers have left that I think they should win is the Utah game to end the season. So I'll give them that. I'll concede that. But the other 3, no. They could lose all 3. They could lose 2 of 3. They could lose 1 of 3.
Yeah.
They need to lose at least 1 more for the Nuggets to get the 3 seed, and the Nuggets would have to go undefeated.
Right.
Now, how about the Nuggets situation? Here's what the Nuggets have left. Portland tonight. Guys, Portland has a lot to play for still.
Yeah, they're jockeying for, if they become an 8 seed, they can lose twice in the play-in, right?
Portland,
They can lose one and still
Exactly.
win.
That is correct, and they'll host the Clippers, won't they?
Portland and the Clippers are tied right now. They're trying to remove themselves from that tie. So Portland has a lot to play for.
They've won 3 straight. They're 8-2 in the last 10.
Then the Nuggets play Memphis Wednesday night. You got to win that game.
Memphis is done.
Yeah, got to win that game. It's not worth me talking about Memphis.
And then the final 2.
You got Oklahoma City at home. Now, Oklahoma City may come here already with the top seed done. But I wonder, what do they want? Do they want Denver to win that game? Do they want to play Denver in the second round? Now I start thinking what the other team wants. If you're Oklahoma City, do you really want to see the Nuggets in the second round? Or do you want to see the Spurs in the second round?
I don't know if anything is going to tempt them to the risk of an injury at that point.
Okay.
If they're locked in. I think they shut it down.
San Antonio, final game of the season. I think all seeds will be done for them. They'll shut down Wemby. They'd be smart to shut down Wemby for that game.
Yeah.
So the Nuggets could very easily go 4-0 this week. They could. I'm not saying they will. They could. They could also trip up once. If they trip up twice, if they lose twice, you got the 4 seed. I don't think you're passing. I don't think the Lakers are going to lose.
That would
games.
mean the Nuggets would end the season. Let's say that they just win the last 4. They'd end the season on a 12-game win streak.
Yeah. Well, they currently hold the longest losing streak in the NBA. The Nuggets are currently the hottest team in the league.
You said longest. You mean longest winning streak?
Yeah.
You said losing streak. Yeah.
You said
I'm
losing.
sorry. Did I say losing?
Yeah.
They're the longest win streak in the NBA right now. Apologies. They're the hottest team in the league right now. And if you continue that into the NBA playoffs, I think everybody understands the aura that the Nuggets carry into the postseason. No one is going to submit that the Nuggets can't win it all. I know they can.
I would argue to you that if I'm Oklahoma City, I would also rather face the Spurs. I want the Nuggets. I think the Nuggets and the OKC Thunder are the same in the fact that they don't want to see each other until a conference final.
Yeah.
So however that has to work out, they don't want to see each other until you get to the third round.
By the way, for all of us, I'm including myself in this, that maybe wanted the Rockets in the first round, they're peaking right now. They're playing great.
They won by a point last night at Golden State. They held off Curry's return. But if you look at, and I assess this, look at Houston's remaining schedule, guys. Look at Houston's remaining schedule. It is the toughest remaining schedule of all teams left. They have no breaks. Here's what they've got. And this is why I wonder what Minnesota wants. Minnesota, I think, is conceded. They're going to be the 6th seed.
I don't think that they can go anywhere outside of
Minnesota's
crazy
done.
stuff.
Minnesota's done. In fact, Minnesota cannot catch Denver.
No.
So Denver is going to be guaranteed a better record than Minnesota. That's done. But look at what Houston has left. At Phoenix, they got something to play for.
I got a live update from Augusta when we come back.
Okay. Philadelphia. That's not going to be an easy game. Philly's got everybody healthy again. Minnesota. I don't know what the hell Minnesota wants at this point. And then their easy one, Memphis. That's what Houston has left.
303-504-0925. Yeah, thanks, Mose. You couldn't wait 20 seconds to say
I
that?
thought he was done. I didn't think he was going to keep rambling on about Minnesota.
Well, he was
And
going through their schedule.
Let's go through the schedule.
Oh, nobody.
So we'll get an Augusta update, I guess, in just
Hold
a
on.
second.
I'm going to go get a coffee right after this.
Okay, thank you. Back after.
Guys, you probably want to improve your health before we get to the summertime. Well, right now we're in spring. And if you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, not seeing progress in the gym, maybe you need to do what I did and contact the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Maybe you're suffering from low testosterone. It's true. Guys, early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. Happens gradually. Before you know it, you just don't feel the same way you did when you were younger. Just natural. But right now, not only with the low T treatments, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has combined body composition programs. And they're awesome. GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. All designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. Get back to feeling like you used to feel. Get back to being you. Do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 simple questions. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule an appointment. The number is 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Go see everything that they do and find out about all the programs. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Yeah, Yeah, but the Yeah, with the
Can listen to us anywhere in the world.
Do you
Or if you're on the Artemis 2, anywhere in the universe.
Yeah,
on the
even on
Altitude Sports Radio app, it is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. And your lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
You know, they're going around the backside of the moon. They're going to be out of contact. I just got a feeling there's aliens back there just waiting, like with a baseball bat.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, you think they have a baseball bat? Is that
because
what you think they have?
We won't know what happened.
It'll be like that Malaysian Airlines flight.
They're out of communication, and they just never talk again. That just scares me, man. I don't know if I could do it. A couple things. Weird. By the way, I guess they're the furthest away since Apollo 13 had to circle the moon when their stuff blew up.
Look how much Vic cares about
He doesn't
this
give
right
a
now.
rat's
Luka Doncic went to Europe right now to work on his hamstring.
Okay, here we
and
go.
as I'm thinking about that, why do you think Luka and his hamstring that's supposed to have him out? Why do you think he went to Europe? What do you think is happening?
Because they've got magic juice.
Why do you think
got the
every?
goo.
Let me ask Mose, you know this as well as I. Why do you think every known athlete, American, European, they go to these places in Germany? Why do they go there?
They give you the goo.
Magic juice.
What is the magic juice? What do you think it is?
Some performance-enhancing body recovery something.
So do you think
something that has anabolic in front of it?
I mean, I'm not saying that he's. No, I don't think he's taking steroid or.
But it's some.
He
It's
can't
some,
get it here.
Yeah, it's some massive body recovery. Heal all. You know, it's like Scotty from Star Trek when he goes, or Doc, but not Scotty. He's the engine guy. He goes, and then he fixed his shoulder.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if Luka comes back and he's able to play in the first round of the playoffs,
yeah,
I'm taking that first flight to wherever.
Do you think Michael Clark Duncan from the Green Mile is over there?
Yeah, he's just eating stuff and then spitting it out.
It's just every NBA player comes through and he's just like, I'm tired, boss.
Hey, I'm mad about. Well, let me put it this way. Brett, just shut up.
What?
Because this is Masters Week now. Today's Monday.
Yeah,
this is Masters
This
Week.
is when serious golfers this week.
You're
this is
late.
not
You are late to the golf game.
You're not allowed to talk
Think about that much. Think about how late I am to the game, and you haven't beaten me in a year.
My ass,
Think
I
about how
haven't.
crazy
Dude,
that is. That's wild.
I'll tell you what. Do you want to?
How many times have I asked you to play, and you always tell me no? I think you're
Friday.
scared.
Let's play
you're
Friday.
Scared, bro.
Friday.
I'm already playing
smoke
Friday.
you.
No, you're
Wait,
late.
You're playing today and Friday. I thought you only get to play once a week.
Oh boy, this is not good.
Okay.
Here's the story. Here's the Masters update. Avalanche TV producer Lee Blair leaves us this time of year.
Sup, Lee?
To go work the Masters.
What does he do there?
All the graphics, all the
in the CBS truck.
Yeah, or I think it's the Golf Channel truck, but yeah, they're all the same. They all take each other's feed and all that. Anyway, he's renowned as one of the best on the planet. Now he's our TV producer now. But what he does this way, he's one of the best on the planet, so he's sought after. Anyway, I said, how good is Augusta looking? Here's your update. Better than your face.
All right, excellent.
That doesn't describe a lot.
I was just gonna ask, what kind of update can you give me on Monday? That's gonna be
I want to know
show
how
and newsworthy.
The weather update for the week.
Yeah,
that's it. How good is Augusta looking? Better than your face.
Yeah,
and there's your Masters update.
But I understand that he also
hello, friends.
He also tried to request something from Uncle Vic that he can't get.
That's true. Now this is Augusta. People who don't know about Augusta and the Masters, they don't understand what it's all about. Like, why can't you? Well, you get the why can't you play it? Because I can't. Well, you just go because you can't.
Did you hear the story about that guy who won a ticket to the Augusta to watch, and he showed up with his golf clubs?
Yeah. It was an Asian guy. He showed up with his clubs because he thought he could play in the plastic practice round.
The plastic round.
So there's merchandise in the merchandise tent, and then there's merch inside the Clubhouse Pro Shop.
Uh-huh.
People don't get to go into the Clubhouse Pro Shop and purchase the real stuff with the real logo.
Somebody did.
Unless you're an invited guest or a member.
The stuff I brought back to you guys? The real stuff.
Yeah.
So Lee's been going to the Masters for...
I know somebody who can one-up you on that, by the way. Marcus Washington's played there twice. Two separate occasions.
Played there 3 times.
No, you played there once. Well, one time, 3 separate times.
I played
It's
this
twice.
I guess
My boy can one-up you.
Math must be hard in your world.
By the way, Marcus probably shot 180 there.
What a waste of a round.
That's awesome. But in 20 years, he can't get the good stuff. Vic had access to the good stuff.
Yeah.
It's also much
That's
more
great.
expensive. So that's your Masters update?
Hell of an update, Mosh. I
That's
mean,
it?
Just a wildly great update.
Yeah, here's my update. Tiger's not playing in the Masters this week.
How good is Augusta looking? Better than your face.
Okay, that's great. Yeah.
That's it. That's
Yep.
your update.
Okay.
Thank
sure
you.
It looks great. You know what else looked great? It was the Avs on Saturday. I think that type of game, by the way, to play that way defensively, and you can tell. You know, Nelly was telling me earlier, like the Avs and Nuggets have done a Freaky Friday thing, where the Avs are not playing well against teams that stink, but they play well against teams that matter,
Right.
and that's more of a byproduct of they know where they're at. They knew when they played against Vancouver and gave up 8. This ain't the game that's going to do anything.
Correct.
We got the Dallas game coming up. We got to play well in that. And to their credit, after giving up 8 to by far the worst team in the NHL, they played some of the best defensive hockey of their year against Dallas.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Moj.
But Vic, when you watch a game like that and you see the way they lock it down,
Yes. What did you see? What did they do differently defensively in that game?
they were just completely attentive the entire game. Their heads were screwed on straight. They were a connected unit. Everybody connected. Everybody played hard and played it just intently. And it shows up. Does it do anything? Does it put a little salve on your worries and your fears? Like, oh, God.
I didn't have
They
any.
gave up 8 to Van, and then now they lost last night to the Blues 3-2. Blah. Does that Dallas game, when it really matters, and you see the way that they performed and the way that they elevated, does that make you feel better and more secure?
Well, let me tell you, the last 3 times they played Dallas, if this means anything to you. So when they played against them, that was the shootout win where the Avs won 5-4. How many shots on goal they allowed to Dallas? 21. And that was a game in which Blackwood got pulled early in that game. The next time they played them, the 2-1 shootout loss, they allowed 18 shots on goal.
Mm-hmm.
And in the game over the weekend, the Avs allowed, was it 17 shots on goal?
Correct.
Like they play Dallas, they batten down the hatches defensively. You ain't getting any good looks.
And so does Dallas,
yes,
by the
both
way.
of them.
And no one has explained to me a proper explanation why Dallas chose to start its second string goalie, its backup goalie, in a game that pretty much was do or die if they had any hopes of catching the Avalanche.
You're killing
I'm
me,
telling
bro.
you right now, I think I gave you a perfectly
That's fine.
reasonable answer.
But right now,
Just so people are aware, what I said was, I think that Dallas knew even if they won that game, they had a very, very low chance of catching the Avs anyway.
okay,
Right.
And they said, well, if we're going to do that, I'm not going to show you our number one.
okay, that's fine. So you're not going to catch them, the Avs. That's fine. But you can be caught by Minnesota. Minnesota's only 2 points back.
And they play each other.
And they play each other this Thursday.
But Dallas has the tiebreaker, so Minnesota not only has to win that game, but has to keep winning.
All right, so let me give you remaining games for Minnesota and Dallas.
Okay.
You tell me which is the tougher trek.
Okay.
Ready? This is Dallas. Calgary at home. Minnesota at home. The Rangers at home. At Toronto, at Buffalo. End the season.
Well, that's 3 wins. It's 3 guaranteed wins.
Okay, that's three.
Three guaranteed wins, and then maybe you split. Maybe you go 4-1 to round things
Here's
out.
Minnesota's remaining schedule. Minnesota at home.
Wait, they play themselves at home?
I'm sorry. Seattle at home.
Okay.
At Dallas. At Nashville. At St. Louis, and then Anaheim at home. They definitely have the tougher trek.
Minnesota has the
By
tougher
far.
trek. But we'll see what's wrapped up by then because, well, Anaheim's going to have everything to play for because they want the number one. They want to be the top seed out of the Pacific. They want to they'll get the mammoth.
Question number
Moser,
2.
gun to your head. Preds, Kings, Sharks, Blues, Jets. Who's the number 2?
The best odds right now. Forget about St. Louis and Winnipeg.
I don't like the way you pose that question. Let's try this.
Just put St. Louis and Winnipeg out of your mind. Let's go.
Water gun to your knee.
How about back of my hand to your face?
Right now, they have about just over a 44% chance, according to the computers, of playing the LA Kings in round 1.
44?
Yes. Let me, Brett, pull up all you fans out there who want to know what's going on. Here comes a real lesson for you on 7-game series. Real lesson for you on 7-game series, and this is why I'm always so optimistic. Things can change, but open up the NHL standings, Brett.
I just had them up.
I got it.
I just had them.
You're not Brett. Brett.
What?
Look at Look at the LA Kings. How many wins do they have on the season?
31.
How many regulation wins?
They have 27.
Jesus.
How many?
No. Sorry, 19.
19. How many games have they played?
My God.
76.
They suck.
So that means, that in 76 games, 5-on-5 through regulation, they have 19 total wins.
Well, you know what it means to me? They know how to muck up a game and send it to overtime.
The only other team.
That's what it means.
But
hang on. The only other team with less is Vancouver.
Right.
Who has 15.
That's ridiculous.
So they have 19 overtime losses this year.
So playing real hockey, regular hockey, postseason, you play 5-on-5 till somebody pukes. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
They've won 19 out of 76 games.
Yeah, you want them.
The Avs have 25 more.
Yeah.
The Avs have 44.
That's what I'm saying, 25 more.
How many how many out of 77 games, how many regulation wins does Dallas have?
45.
35.
Wait. Yeah, you're right.
Regulation wins.
I'm sorry.
That means they've lost more than half of their games.
Can I say something? There are too many damn categories here in the NHL standings. Just calm down, NHL. I mean, seriously, this is another topic. Calm down. RW, ROW, SOW, SOL. Calm down. OTL. What are we doing here? Calm down.
I agree.
You agree with me, right?
I agree. It's a lot.
I mean, it's supposed to be sports. This is stupid.
Go outside, nerd.
Like, well, just give me dubs and L's.
Just
dubs and L's.
What are we doing?
Dubs and L's.
Yeah, but what about
dubs
their
and
OTL?
L's.
Their RW and their ROW.
Last thing.
What about their SOW?
Last thing.
What is SOW? Brett, top of your head.
Shootout wins.
Okay. What is SOL?
Shootout losses.
Okay. What is OTL?
Overtime losses.
What is GF?
Goals for.
Okay.
Yeah,
you seem to have this down.
Hey, Vic.
Yeah, I'm crushing it.
What is SOB?
What is BOFA?
Go down. So start with the Avalanche. Are you in the wild card standings?
Yep.
Start with the Avalanche and go down the regulation wins. So this is 5-on-5 hockey, playoff hockey when it matters the most.
In the Central, the Avs have 44.
Right.
Dallas has 35.
Right.
Minnesota has 29.
Boom.
Pacific, Edmonton has 30.
Yep.
Anaheim, 24. Vegas, 27.
Yep.
Wild card, Mammoth, 31.
Not
Actually,
bad.
third in the league. Preds, 26. And then, the Kings, 19. Sharks, 24.
What it tells
Blues
you,
have 29.
So what it tells you in real hockey, 5-on-5 hockey, the Avs kick so much ass it's not even funny.
So what you're telling me is
these
that
other teams,
half the regular season is not real hockey?
What I'm telling you, a lot of these wins by these teams, it's the 3-on-3 or it's shootout. It's not real hockey.
So what you're telling me is that no sport, and I've said this so many times, and I get blowback from hockey people.
Don't you even remotely blast? Don't you do it?
No sport.
Don't you do it?
Changes its rules as much as hockey does in the postseason. No sport. The fundamental rule of the game is changed on its head in the postseason. Literally.
Yeah, because you can't play 5-on-5 hockey in the regular season.
I
for
agree. I'm just
8
saying,
periods one night. You can't do it.
I'm just saying, no sport does this. No sport does what hockey does.
That is correct.
Like, they actually remove players during the regular season just to get the party going.
Baseball does add a runner on second base.
Yeah, they do.
They just
But it's not the same. But it's because you have to try and figure things out quickly in hockey because you're playing 82 friggin' games.
I kind of like this idea. Baseball, we get to extras. No center fielder. Sorry. That's just going to be wide open.
Power play.
Yeah.
So, Brett.
Or do you add more? You get a left center fielder and a right center fielder. You got like 5 guys in the outfield.
No infielders.
No infielders. Everybody's in the outfield.
You know, I ask you to be smart sometimes. I request it. And you just come up with dumbness.
What do you mean? What did I do?
No, you're just dumb.
Why?
Look at your standings again.
Oh my God! I can't look at these standings
much
anymore,
more?
dude.
What
I mean,
now?
what more do you want me to see from these standings? All these words.
Now you got to play hockey, but what does it tell you?
About?
It tells you that in real hockey, the Avs are by far the most kick-ass team in the league.
Oh, here's a
I
trivia
think
question
we
for
already
you.
end of story.
Hang on. You look at me. Don't look at your screen. You look at me. You lock in. Hockey boy.
And then
Give me the only team in the NHL this year to not have a shootout.
yes, I know this. The Avs
Oh, I see it.
The Avs just played them.
I see it.
The Avs just played.
It's
hold
right
on,
in
I'm not
front of
looking.
me.
The Avs just played them in the last 2 weeks.
Look at me. Look at me. Lock
Look at
in.
him. Look at
Lock
him.
in. Look at
lock-
me.
Is
look-
it Washington?
No, you're wrong.
Eh.
They're in the West.
Come on, hockey boy.
They're in the Central.
Come on, hockey boy.
They're in the Central. Come on. They're in the
Well, then it's
Central
gotta
Division.
be-
Come on.
It's got to be Nashville.
No, you're wrong again.
The Utah Mammoth.
There you go.
Okay, of all these,
Utah.
don't look at your
Give
screen.
me 2.
All right, so you told me what RW, ROW, SOW, SOL means and all that. STZ.
It's a made-up thing that you just did on the spot.
100%.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, SOB. That's not made up. That's
Just
what you
out
are.
of all the things you could have done, you threw a Z in there. What Z word
I don't
is it?
know.
Moj, give me one Z outside of Zegras in the NHL.
Xylophone?
Shootout tasers.
That was, remember the Z?
Yes.
Thing says
Give me an instrument that starts with a Z. Xylophone or whatever.
What a knucklehead.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Still a whole bunch to get to. Big weekend. We got your second chance to vote in our national title game in the drop tournament. Coming your way in just a few minutes. Stick around.
You know, there might come a day when you want to buy a property in the mountains. Maybe you want to sell a property in the mountains. Maybe you want a second home, investment property. Maybe you just want to say, you know what? I am tired of the rat race. I'm packing up and I'm going up the hill, period, end of story. Well, when that time comes, there's one person you need to contact, and that's Anastasia Bell. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge, and she is the best. Been sought out by people on the Front Range and beyond for quite some time because for deals like this in the mountains, you're going to need that trust, you're going to need that knowledge, you're going to need that level of professionalism. And she's got all of that, not only in Summit County, but all over the mountains. She's very well versed. So if you're thinking about making that leap sometime, write down this number, 970-968-7646. She will answer if you're ready to call. That number again, 970-968-7646. When it comes to mountain properties and the best possible experience, you need to contact Anastasia Bell.
Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of, and I'll start here. Allow me to complain for a second, but I saw two examples of something television-wise that I'm not a fan of. And Vic, you've heard me say this before. I understand the reverence and the gravitas that comes with Augusta National. I do think they take themselves a little too seriously in some areas. Like, you can calm it down a little bit.
This is why you'll never get an invite.
Boo-hoo. But ESPN...
See, this is why you're not a serious person.
This is why you're not serious.
Here's the thing.
There's some places in the world that remain serious.
You agree with me, by the way. There are some areas where they take it a little too seriously.
Yeah.
Now,
is the Vatican too serious for you?
Yeah, calm down, Pope. It's not a big deal. Anyway.
Oh, my God. Lightning bolt, do your thing.
Here's what I'm getting at. ESPN is sending out for the par 3 contest Jason Kelsey to go out and be a commentator for it. This is one of those areas where I'm actually going to go a little bit more like Vic and Moj Augusta-wise, where I'm like, don't let the big doofy guy who wears the cutoff tees and just picked up golf go out. Like, that's not the moment. I thought the same thing when I'm watching the Final Four over the weekend, and I love Will Forte. I think he's hilarious. Having him play some character on your pregame show before a huge game is ridiculous.
He was playing the character of the inventor of basketball.
Yes. I'm like,
Dr. James Naismith.
If you want to do that in January when Kansas plays Texas, fine. Okay, but it's the Final Four.
I'm so glad it's not me who brought this up, because if I had brought this up, what would happen, Moj? What kind of response would we get?
Boomer.
Exactly, right? So it's
true,
a young
but
guy
it's true.
who brought it up. It's the Final frickin' Four. It's basketball mecca. This is what you aspire to get to. You work all season, and they're trying to do a comedy act on television with Will Forte? What are we doing? What's wrong with just playing the damn game? What's wrong with talking about the game, the upcoming opponent? What are we doing with the comedy show there in the middle of the two? It's so stupid.
I imagine it's the pregame for the Super Bowl. And then it's like, hey, Bill Hader's going to play Stefan from SNL out here. It's like, that's not the time for this.
And then they throw a concert up there. Oh, look at this concert we're having with the Chainsmokers.
Yeah,
what are we doing?
Can I all of a sudden get Boomer on you? I don't know how else to say this, but Chainsmokers blows.
I don't care who they have performing. Why are we performing things there?
Let's
just play basketball.
I don't know, Vic. And you know what it is? It's two frat bros.
Who's coming up with this stuff?
Who just walk out. I mean, it's like...
Who's coming up with these ideas?
Completely wrong place,
and Brett said it best. The best pregame, postgame show that exists in all sports, they're giving us less of that.
Oh, this is what you hate, Moj?
No, I love this. This is great music.
What's your favorite?
Kill me now,
no,
please kill me.
Yes,
please
Brett,
kill me now.
What is your favorite show of all time when it comes to pre and post game?
That's the perfect mix of break down the game and also give me laughs is Inside the NBA, and it's not on anymore.
Instead, they're giving you Will Forte playing the role of Dr. James Naismith.
I didn't get it. So, yeah, that's me yelling for a second. Fine. But Will Forte, again, I love Will Forte. I think he's hilarious. Not the time.
See, here's Paul. Calm down, Boomer. We're watching the world pass you by in real time.
If that's what you think is fun, Paul, then
God bless you. Good for you, bro.
Whatever happened to just playing the games? Whatever happened to being entertained by the sport itself? Do you need a comedian to get you into the game? Really? That says more about you.
Oh, by the way... Did you see what happened in the Edmonton game over the weekend?
Probably.
Doesn't have anything to do with hockey.
Oh,
breaking news. We have word that someone has gone into labor here tonight. There's a baby being born on the 7th floor at Rogers Place as we speak. So someone's going to have a great story to tell. It would be nice to have the mother join us on After Hours to describe what's happened, but that could be asking a bit much.
I want to tell you something right now. The birthing processes of my two children were not ideal, I would say. If my wife was giving birth inside a ballerina, I think she'd kill me. I do.
Yeah, probably. Well, but if she's that close...
I thought the same thing. Why are you at the game? And maybe it was early. I don't know. Maybe she went early, a month early. I have no idea.
Sometimes you do things to induced to get it going. Let's go. Go for a walk. Let's go to a game.
I wouldn't want to be in a place where
Let's play 18 holes.
I thought the same thing, though, Moj. If you're close to giving birth, and we don't know, it could have been an early one, but let's just say that this was around her due date. I'm not taking you to a hockey game, sweetie. Like I'm not going to be in the position of having to haul ass to a hospital from a hockey game.
Yeah, I'm assuming that there were medics there. They called them up and, whatever.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's just her and her husband on the 7th floor of Rogers Center.
But typically, isn't there time to get to the hospital? Your water breaks or something? I don't know. You know what? To each their own. Maybe they planned it.
Quite literally, though, that baby is going to be born an Oilers fan. Like, you have to be.
Speaking of hockey.
And how do you like the commentator, by the way, saying, hey, could we get the mom on the post-game show? Yeah. Hey, good birth out there. What'd you see out there? Good performance.
Good performance.
What are you going to ask her?
Good point. Patrick Waugh fired as head coach of the Islanders on Sunday.
What is this? What's happening here?
Taking over is?
Pete DeBoer.
Right.
How many times has he been fired now?
Dude, a lot.
So hang on a second.
I guess he wears out his welcome pretty quickly.
I need somebody to explain this like I'm 5 years old. Look, the Nuggets just did this. They fired their coach with 5 games left in the season before the playoffs started. But they didn't hire Phil Jackson to take. What is with hiring the guy outside the organization to... Like, I think about it this way, Moj. You just asked this question to Bednar last week when he was on this show. You said, hey, do you, at this point of the year, ask guys... hey, can you play this position? Do you see yourself fitting over here in this? Can you do a little PK? And he goes, I don't got to ask that to McKinnon or McCarr. I know them. But I'll ask it to Nick Waugh. I'll ask it to Blankenberg. I'll ask it to the new guys who are on the roster now. This guy's got to do that with everybody in the locker room.
Right.
Pete DeBoer, John Tortorella, they both. What is that? It makes no sense to me.
Right.
Like, what odds do you give either one of those teams of making the Stanley Cup final with a brand new head coach?
Well, you talking about Vegas or with Torts? They've won 3 in a row now.
Okay.
But again, this is the old Brian Burke dead cat bounce. Even a dead cat will give you a bounce if you throw it from high enough, right? So they call it the dead cat bounce, and so that's what the Golden Knights have right now, and they're hoping. I guess in the Islanders, they're hoping for the same thing.
But they're trying to battle to get in the playoffs. I understand that. But still, it's like, what are their odds of success?
Brett, only time will tell.
Doesn't make sense to me. You guys want to hear what it sounds like if you take a foul tip off the nether regions on Easter Sunday?
No.
Aye. Right in the Easter basket.
Got one right in the Easter basket.
I saw that.
What game was that?
That was, I saw the highlight.
Nelly, help me. I got it here. It
was Cubs Guardians.
Cubs Guardians, yeah. Foul tip to the catcher right off the cup.
Right in the Easter basket.
You can hear the commentator's voice break just for a second where he goes, oh, am I really going to do this?
Yeah. Right in the Easter basket.
Okay, chances, let me ask this question this way. I'm soon to be 57 years of age. First time I've ever seen anything like what Joe Adell did the other night. 3 games, run-saving catches into the stands.
Home run robberies, yeah.
Saving. He did it in 1 game. Yeah. I'm going to say this. I will never see that again in my lifetime. That's a safe assumption, right?
Agreed.
No way. Well, it's never happened before. Yeah. There's, again, the stat is the most in a season is 4. He had 3 in a single 9-inning stretch.
That's absolutely nuts.
In a 1-0 game.
So what is the true definition of home run saving? Does your arm have to be in the stands at least? What?
It's the ball's got to.
The ball would be over the fence if it wasn't.
If your glove wasn't there, the ball's out of the park. Yeah,
that's unreal.
It is. It's incredible.
Are the walls shorter?
Well, no, not the right field wall, but it curves at Angel Stadium. It curves around. It's like a pesky
that
pole.
ball's shorter. I mean, it's shorter.
Yeah, because there's some walls
I mean, over the corner it is, but I mean, it's a regular wall otherwise.
Yeah. Like nobody's jumping over the green monster to save.
Correct.
One last thing real quick, because we're going to have our second half
That'd be a hell of a leap,
Wemby?
You bet Wemby's close.
Wemby might get there.
Might.
So I heard John Buccigross, he was on, I think it was the Chicklets podcast, talking about why he thinks Werenski should win the Norris. And again, I'm not stumping for Kale or kind of over the awards conversations. It'd be cool if he wins. But his reasoning for it's ridiculous.
If I have another vote this year, I had for about last 4, not for Coach of the Year, but for all the other ones, MVP, Norris, Rookie, I'm counting the gold medal game in my voting. That's Bucci's rule. That counts. So if it's close, Zach Werenski wins the Norris because he made that play. That counts. That's a weighted vote this year for me.
Okay. All right. That's fair.
Canadians are going to love hearing this, Bucci. Thanks for joining.
Coop wins the gold medal. Maybe he's my Coach of the Year, but I'm not sure now.
I view that as more of a distraction. You had to worry about doing all that. And then on top, their Corsi was unbelievable in that game. I don't know if you're an advanced analytics guy.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That you're going to use something outside the NHL season to decide who's going to win awards for the NHL season.
Silly. It's silly.
Is that not the dumbest thing ever?
It's silly. It's silly. He should be embarrassed by that.
Yes.
To say that into a microphone in a sport that he works in that sport, that's a silly statement to make.
Hey, Vic, my MVP vote, it's down to Jokic and
It's embarrassing.
Wembanyama.
Yeah.
And Wemby had a really good All-Star game.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to give him the nod.
It's silly. It's
so
stupid.
dumb.
It's dumb. Yep.
Mose, you're allowed to comment on that.
Yeah,
You're
Mose,
fine.
you don't have to stay silent. You're allowed to say that's dumb.
It's not something that I
What
would
is
say.
wrong
It's
with
dumb.
you?
I watched Bob Does Sports, that episode with LeBron.
What'd you think?
It was great.
He was likable. He
You know
really
what?
was.
You know what made him likable, I think? It's because he's really bad at golf.
Yes.
And when people humble themselves, when their humility is shown, right? Like his tee shots all went right.
Wait. You're telling me they actually play golf with this Bob guy? I thought he was just a podcast.
It's not Bob
No.
guy. It's three other dudes.
Bob is one of
Bob
them.
is the lead guy, but it's three
Okay.
other dudes. They play golf with LeBron, and they try to.
I just thought it was just a podcast.
Yeah.
No. They actually
they're-
play golf.
They're swinging the club, and as a group, they're trying to go under par. It's
Why did we do that?
well, any amount of people could do that show. By the way, I don't understand what makes that show so.
What'd you say, Vic?
I don't know what makes that show so funny to you. I mean, I don't think those guys are that funny. I thought LeBron was great.
I think they were a little starstruck by LeBron
Really?
in that
Because
one.
I
watched
thought-
some other episodes.
Okay,
They're good.
because I
yes.
thought those guys were like, oh, okay.
Well, one of the
great.
reasons I liked it, and look,
They're not funny.
they are.
No, they're not.
No, they weren't.
They're not like us.
I watched the show.
They are not
Hey,
like
I
us.
watched.
Okay, fine.
At no point.
Yeah.
All right, at no point during the show did I go, oh my god.
All right, yeah. One episode. All right,
Hey,
you got it. You know everything about the show.
You know what? Here's one thing I can promise you. On their program, Mary did not have a little clam.
That is true. I'm sure she did. But what I was going to say was the thing that I think made LeBron likable, and this is a pretty low bar to set.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't act above them.
Exactly.
He
acquiesced to what they're doing.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what I think that's the reason he came off as likable.
I'm going to check it out, and I'll see if they make me laugh. Maybe I'm prejudging.
Just watch another episode. Just watch another one. I think that one they're a little starstruck.
Give me one. Give me one to watch.
I'll send you one.
Please send one to me, too.
303-504-0925.
Moj, see if I last 5 minutes.
We'll push
exactly
the drop tournament.
I mean, Brett left at anything.
I mean, this thing was like an hour and a half. It took me everything. I was watching it during a workout. I don't know who the hell watches an hour and a half thing. Jesus.
We'll get to the drop tournament voting in just a second. Yes, Moj, go ahead.
Oh, by the way, brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. That's ROCK heating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Back after this.
Oh, man.
What?
Moser's not going to like this. This is from Nate Dog on the text line. Guys, I listen to you every day with expectation and favor. Bob Does Sports is way funnier than you guys.
Look, maybe they are, maybe they aren't. It's a funny show. Like, Vic's like, well, how do they get Josh Allen and LeBron on there? It's like the starting point is they were funny, and then these guys watched your videos and said, I would love to play golf with them.
I'll be the judge of that.
Well, I sent you 2 clips. You
Okay,
watch those
I'll
and
take a
report
look.
back.
If I can get through those, by the way, somebody out there, you guys.
Vic,
yeah.
real quick. I seem to remember Ben DiNucci having a great time on this program.
Yeah.
Oh, call.
You don't see Ben DiNucci on with Bob Does Sports,
yeah,
do you?
Boom.
Actually, there is. One of the episodes I sent you was, this was when Darnold was still a backup. It was Josh Allen, Sam Darnold, and Kyle Allen. So Kyle Allen's kind of Ben DiNucci, a little bit. Anyway.
We love Ben DiNucci.
I asked you guys a question. I asked you guys a question you could not answer because my own co-hosts here just they can't think that profoundly, so they couldn't answer the question. And I have 2 people.
If you ask about the Dallas goaltending
well, I have
thing,
two.
I
swear to God, Vic,
I'm going to sock you right in the mouth.
Yeah. Oh, God, that hurt.
Yeah. I'm going to get that other hip.
I have the
no,
answer.
you hang
right
on
here.
to that for a second because I got something I got to
All
take
right,
care of.
But
real
I
quick.
have the answer. The answer is so clear. 2 texters back to back sent me the answer, and you guys are smarter than my co-host.
All right. Well, the second half vote is coming for the national championship game of our drop tournament. So this is your last opportunity to vote. We'll see what the winner is at the end of the show. It is a 14 seed against a 1. 14 seed is
Ready? Okay. I got an old guy, and he likes my butt. Watch me dance, because I'm a nut. Go team!
That goes against a 1 seed, which is
Houston.
Detroit?
Mary had a little
clam?
Yes, Mary had a little. Yes. I'm sure she did.
So, if you want the 14 seed to move on, you text ready.
Ready? Okay.
The 1 seed, clam.
Mary had a little
clam.
So, we'll announce the winner of our drop tournament at the end of the show, along with the one shining moment. Now,
I think you need to play for context, Nelly. You need to start that clam segment, the clam clip a little bit earlier.
No, I think it's fine.
You think it's fine?
It's fine. Yeah.
I'm trying
by the way, Moshe, too late. This is the last day. You want to make this change now?
Yeah, I was going to say.
No, it's fine, Nelly. It's fine. So what, Vic? What is
So
your
I asked-
profound thing?
I asked the question because I was shocked Saturday. I'm watching 2 great games side by side with my parents. One TV had the Avs game, the other television had the Nuggets
I saw
game.
that. That was a good setup.
Great setup.
Great setup.
That's how you set it up.
That's how you
do it.
Hey,
That's how pros do it.
Dillhold. That's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
Have
You
you
do it
seen-
at Bambina's house like
Have
that.
you seen my setup?
No. My setup. Yeah, but I had
it's
I had
pretty
homemade.
Yeah, mine's
but I
pretty
had-
good.
I had homemade vino, so I was
That I didn't
rocking.
have.
Yeah,
I had Weller whiskey.
Yeah. I was going. I had it. So I'm watching this and I'm wondering to myself, why isn't Jake Ottinger starting this game? And you guys could not answer the question for me.
I did answer the question. You
No.
just don't like
you
my
guys
answer.
had stupid excuses.
So did I.
So 2 texters said the same thing, and you guys are right. This is the answer I've been looking for. Mike writes in, maybe Dallas didn't play Otter, so he didn't wear another loss to the only team they're worried about in the playoffs. Great answer. Great answer, Mike, because that's exactly what they did. This is 970
Pretty
texter.
much what I said,
Not
but-
playing Otter gives the Avs less time to get in his head. Protecting a goalie's psyche is the very reason he didn't start, Vic. That's
Pretty
from
much
Tim.
what I said.
Good answers. I asked that question to my co-hosts, and they hemmed and they hawed, and they couldn't
I
come
pretty
up with
much
those
said
answers.
the exact same
That
thing.
is why Otter didn't start on Saturday. Move on.
Moshe, did I or did I not essentially say the same thing?
Essentially, yes. But at the same time, I mean,
You just don't want to give me credit.
the Stars had won 2 out of 3 against the Avs already this year in shootouts. Why are you trying to protect his mentals?
Yeah. He just came off a shootout, by the way.
yeah. He just came off a shutout.
Or shutout, yes.
Against the Winnipeg Jets, 3-0. So, Vic, here's what you do. You only want the answers that you believe are aligned with your preconceived answer in your own head.
You're looking for confirmation bias.
That's all you're looking for.
Uh-huh.
You don't look for the realness.
What I'm looking for is somebody on my intelligence level.
This would be like when Nick Wright had all those years of saying Jokic didn't deserve MVP, and everybody called him an idiot. But one guy would be like, "I agree with Nick Wright." He's like, "This guy knows sports."
I'm just
right
looking.
here.
I'm looking for somebody that sees deeper than just the game ahead. That sees the psyche of the sport, the psychology of the
funny.
sport.
There's a guy sitting across the
I
table
look
about
for stuff like
3
that.
feet away from you that said that earlier in the show, and
See,
you said I was dumb.
That kind of stuff's important. For example, Nikola Jokic breaks out with quite possibly his best game of the season across the board. Forget the 20-point triple doubles and all that. When you hit the 20 spot, what he did against Wemby in that moment, the psychology of the sport suggests to you he understood the gravity of the moment and the opposition. He understood what that game meant. Not a single turnover for Joker in that game. Could you tell that was a different player on Saturday than the one you saw the previous couple of weeks? Because I could.
100%.
Can I also point out something about Jokic's game that does not get enough credit? That was on full display. All right, hang on, let me do a Vic to you.
Yeah,
what,
go ahead.
What do I mean, Vic? What am I going to point out?
I
like this.
His intensity, his defensive intensity,
No,
his defensive
stupid.
energy.
Nope, stupid.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
dumb.
stupid.
That's a
to you.
dumb
Stupid.
answer.
That's
Okay,
really
dumb
dumb.
answer.
Scoring
the ball instead of
dumb. Really
distributing
dumb.
the ball.
What you just said is
That-
so
that-
dumb.
that
You don't
doesn't
know
work.
sports.
Okay. All right. So what is it?
Jokic is one of the most fine-tuned, conditioned athletes in the league
got up
still.
and down.
Like, in the fourth quarter, he still had in the tank to stay in front of De'Aaron Fox. The energy to do that after playing that intense
I said
for
defensive
4 straight.
intensity.
That's not conditioning. To be able to do that, have the conditioning to do that, is different. I saw Wemby huffing and puffing at the end of the game.
You know what? The Nuggets won that game, and Jamal Murray only had 15 points.
I know.
He hit that big three late, though.
Yes.
Big three late. That was a big shot. Big three. But that, we didn't have the Murray flurry. We didn't have what we saw certainly in the Utah game. We didn't see that, and they still won the game, which is good. You know why it's good? Because other people had to pick it up. Dude, they basically, and Christian understands. He said it in the postgame press conference. He said, they're giving me shots. Christian Brown was treated like Mark Moser. Basically, go ahead.
Let him shoot. Yeah.
Let him shoot.
Let him go.
Let the white boy get a taste.
I mean, did you watch the game I watched?
When I tell the story about the pickup game I was in, where I was the only white guy on the floor, and they kept saying, "Let the white boy get a taste," that was Christian Brown. It looked just like that.
The game plan for San Antonio was pretty simple. We are going to double Joker. We're going to double Jamal. We're going to double these guys. Let that guy shoot.
But the fact of the matter is, Vic,
he made the shots.
Yeah, when they come through, here's the bottom line.
He made the shots. If he doesn't make those shots, they lose the game.
This is why you should feel really confident and good, is because you had a game against an incredibly difficult, maybe the second best team in the league, right? I mean, or third. I mean, depending on where you think the Nuggets. I mean, right there. Because I'm not putting the Pistons or anybody out east in this category yet. And other guys came through. You can win in different ways. You don't have to have the two big guns come through every single time. Now, one of them, Nikola Jokic. But Murray didn't have to go crazy because AG played so well, because Brown made his shots, because Cam Johnson made shots.
Yeah.
It was huge.
I was just going to tell you.
Hardaway Jr. gave you good minutes.
I asked Raj to do something for me. I don't think he's going to do it. I wanted Raj to go get me flowers from out there somewhere. Because I wanted us collectively, as a Nuggets watching fan base, to hold up these flowers and offer them to Cam Johnson for how well he's played over the last month and a half. For a guy who was dogged all year long. Oh, well, God, the Porter trade. We traded Porter for this guy.
Joker laid it all out.
That top of the key three was
huge.
Immense.
I don't think you could ask Cam Johnson to do any more than what he's been doing for weeks now.
But Joker,
consistently.
he laid it out. He said, look, when he first got here, okay, blah, blah. He said, but then he found his rhythm. Then he got hurt. Then he comes back, not so good. He goes, I don't want to say he was bad. He just was out of sorts.
Yeah.
Got his rhythm, got hurt. He goes, I just think it's a matter of him getting his rhythm back, after the injuries, and he's good to go.
Let's not get crazy either here. That was a heartfelt win, a necessary win. But the Nuggets had to battle back the entire game to win. It wasn't like in control, we have this, hey, little guys.
What did you expect, though? The Spurs are really good.
I understand. But it just goes to show you how tight this is.
Yeah.
The level the razor's edge on which these teams live right now, it could go either way.
Sure.
One ball bounce. Hey, what did you guys think, by the way, at the end of the first half when they awarded San Antonio, in my mind, 5 free points? 5 points.
Insane.
Where Joker's bleeding, and I get it. Did he embellish by falling? Yeah, he did. But that's how you get the ref's attention. So you get the ref's attention by falling, but then your nose is bleeding. So you clearly got hit. So there's a big difference between flopping and what's the word I'm looking for?
Accentuating the call?
Accentuating the call, yeah. You're trying to get the attention of the ref because you did get fouled. You did suffer some sort of physicality. You did. And you want to get the ref's attention.
Well, Stan Van accused Jokic of flop. And look, Jokic does flop. I'm not denying that.
Van Gundy went off the deep end
But
there.
when he said he deserved an Academy Award for he took a full forearm to the throat, I'm like, all right, was it as bad as falling on the floor? Maybe, maybe not. Let me wind up and haul off and give you a forearm
But he
to
got
the throat.
hit. Yeah, there was
See how you
contact,
react.
There was contact made. So sometimes in the current NBA, and it's the player's own fault for doing this.
Yeah.
Because there's so much flopping that goes on when it's unwarranted flopping, where there's no physicality. Because they've done that, now they have to flop everything.
Yeah.
They have to show the ref that I got hit. Hey, look, ref, look, I got hit. That's what they do. And Joker's bleeding from his nose. That was a foul. They missed the call. Then how about the other one where Wemby falls, they review it, and they call AG for tripping him when AG's foot was just sitting there, and he stepped on AG's foot.
Right.
I couldn't believe that call.
It was a small moment, but it was early in the game. Valanciunas was in. He thought he got fouled, did not get the foul.
And he just jumped
And then
at
he's
Wemby.
like,
Loved it.
all right, fine. Then I'm going to show you a foul.
Loved it.
Yeah.
Loved it. More of that, please.
Yeah,
More
I
of
agree.
that. More of that. Way more of that. But San Antonio's a scary team. That is the team of the future. That backcourt, I'm telling you right now, that backcourt is something else. It's as good as Wemby.
What?
Texted Connor in Dallas Saturday. This throws a just complete wet blanket on your entire theory.
About why?
Did anyone in Dallas know why the Stars started DeSmith instead of Otter? Was there a reason given?
Uh-huh.
Nope. Everyone was surprised.
So for all the people, the naysayers out there who are critical of Vic asking that question, saying, Vic, you don't know what you're talking about. It was a scheduled start for DeSmith. Vic, you're an idiot. Vic, you don't. All those hockey people that come at me, when the hockey people that work here, that were at the game, say the same thing I did, now what's your answer?
What are you arguing?
I don't know.
I had a legitimate question. Why on earth would you not start your
The only person
number one?
that knows is probably Glenn Gulletson, Casey DeSmith, and Jake
It
Oettinger.
makes
They're
no
the only
sense.
ones.
And don't give me that BS. So it's a scheduled start for DeSmith. No scheduled start.
What did DeBoer do to Otter again last year?
He
threw him under the bus.
Basically got him fired.
But did he pull him like really early in the game? Yeah, that's what he did.
Again, here we go. The national broadcast literally said the coach said it was a scheduled start. Have you been around long enough to understand that those are just code words? Scheduled start. There's no such thing as a scheduled start when the race is on, when you're trying to get somewhere. Those things don't scheduled start. Most scheduled start. All right, so let me get this straight. You come down to it. There are 2 games left. You got to win both to win the top seed. One is a scheduled start. What do you do then?
You play your best.
You play
player.
your best goalie.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
That's Wedgwood, by the way. Wedgwood's your guy. No question. And I know that he talked last week to us about that. Bednar did about, well, you know, I don't think you change these things up in the postseason. Wedgwood should start every game.
970, I agree with you. I've said it 3 times on the show. That's the answer I'm looking for. A 970. Again, Vic, the reason they started DeSmith is in case Ottinger gets hurt or loses confidence in the playoffs. Blah, blah, blah. It's a psychological. It was all psychology.
Like a deja vu?
It was a psychological. That's what it was.
All right, 303. 504-0925. Back after this.
Like a steak
Vic Lombardi, if you think about upgrading your home this summer, maybe you have some income left over after the tax season. How about a new fireplace, an outdoor kitchen, even a sauna? You've got it all at Flatirons Fire and Design in Denver, located off of 53rd and Bannock, North I-25. They specialize in creating incredible spaces that people gather around. Gathering spaces, beautiful fireplaces, outdoor living setups designed for Colorado living. And there's nothing better than the Colorado summers. Coming soon. Right now, they're offering Affirm financing that includes no interest for 12 months on qualifying purchases. Again, stop by the showroom 53rd and Bannock or online at flatironsfire.com. I laid her down yesterday.
You what?
I laid her down.
Mary?
My brand new Vespa. Laid it down.
I'm always comping hogs.
That's not good. It means he
laid it down.
Crashed it.
No, I didn't crash it. I was trying to move it, and it fell.
It fell side. Yeah, it's not good.
It's all cracked on the bottom, scratched. It was all. I cursed so loud, the entire cul-de-sac came outside. My wife was so embarrassed.
So you dropped it, is what you did. Lay it down, assuming like you're through an intersection and you
I laid it down.
spike
So
skids.
your body's broken. Your mode of transportation is broken.
No, I just laid
You're a
it
broken man. You're a broken man.
I don't want people to get to my point where everything hurts. You can't do what you want to do, what you hope to do, what you aspire to do. You just can't do anything anymore. There's things that are breaking down.
I thought you just rode up the hill the other day.
Oh, I did it. It cost me.
Okay.
I can't do anything.
So that's what it was when that girl was struggling to ride up Lookout. You were on it, but that ride
was it.
ruined you. Yeah, okay.
I don't
There you
think
go.
it was even that.
Can I ask you something, Moj? Speaking of goaltending.
Sure.
I have a theory towards this.
Okay.
The Avs play a lot better in front of Wedgie than they do Blackwood. Blackwood gets left out to dry. He has been like his last 3 starts. It's just like he's been assaulted with pucks.
I mean, when you're talking about odd man rushes.
Yeah.
And, Robert Thomas, by the way, had the hat trick, scored all 3 goals for the Blues.
Mm-hmm.
He's a pretty damn good player.
Here's my theory. I think it's clear that Wedgwood's your one because he's getting the starts against Dallas, the big games, right? Blackwood's still playing, but he's seemingly getting the easier end, in air quotes, easier teams instead of the tougher ones. Do they just not care as much in those games in front of Blackwood because the games don't feel like it has the gravitas of a Dallas Stars game? Is that part of the problem here?
Yeah, I think what you have going on right now is just a lot of normal human stuff.
Yeah.
That, look, they know where they are. They know how big that Dallas game was. They played incredibly well defensively in that game.
They probably celebrated a bit after that game.
Sure.
And then, yeah.
And by the way, credit to Smith. I thought DeSmith made some big saves. Last night, dude had it way too easy for the Blues.
Yeah.
I mean, it was way. Hofer had I thought he had a way easy night. That's my opinion.
I've always thought that teams can take on the mood of the crowd or the fan base. Like when you have a game against Memphis, the crowd's not really into it when the Nuggets are playing against them. But you play a game like the Spurs, like Vic. By all accounts, I wasn't there.
That
I heard
crowd
people
looked
talking
awesome.
about like that was one of the best atmospheres they had for a Nuggets game in a long time.
I wasn't there either, but Katie even acknowledged she was there. She said that's as loud and proud as it's gotten all season. And it's, rightfully so. So fans aren't dumb. They understand the moment.
So I'm watching the Stars game, and Moj, I'm smacking my seat like this when they score. I'm doing all this stuff, right? I'm half watching the Blues game, to be honest with you. I'm half watching it. Like, it's on, it's in front of me. I'm kind of piddling around on my phone.
It didn't matter.
I'm looking at different things. And I think the Avs,
they did
the same thing.
Yeah, of course. Dude, it's human nature, man. Saturday was everything. Saturday was just climactic. That was the top of the food chain. Sunday didn't matter. The race is over. The Avs are going to be the number 1 seed. They've beaten Dallas. I mean, barring anything, stupid. I don't even know how to define stupid. It's over. Everybody knows it. Dallas knows it.
Absolutely. I don't know why. Look, you cannot manufacture that kind of emotion. I guarantee you, tomorrow they're going to be properly motivated in St. Louis.
And St. Louis is motivated as hell.
They are, but they're not as good a team.
Telling you right now, I think that the Avs will pace St. Louis tomorrow, and then they might lose every other game for the rest of the season.
And they won't care. The coach will care.
Yeah.
Bednar
they lost 6 of 7 before going 16-4 and winning the cup the year that they won.
It's such an interesting dichotomy because the coach wants what he wants, and he described it last night. I want 82 games the same. Right? I want it. I want it to be that way. He's like, but it can't be. And he trusts his players. So there's that dichotomy. Look, he knows. Today's not the day to push any buttons whatsoever because he knows.
Yeah.
You push the buttons when you need to push the buttons. Saturday morning, buttons were pushed in Dallas, and they responded big time.
Well, I think that's part of the reason why Waugh got let go in New York. He pushed the button. He was pissed in a postgame. He called his team out, said the effort wasn't right, and then you know what they did the next game? They looked worse. And I think New York was like, all right, you pushed the button, that didn't work, you're out, we'll get somebody else in. In comes Pete DeBoer, which I still think is crazy. But I think the Avs win tomorrow, and then it could very easily turn into they lose every other game on their schedule. Like, I'm not saying they will, but they could, and I wouldn't care. Because you just know, it's the human part of this now. They know where they're at. They've locked in the 1 seed. It's playoff time. It's time to get everybody healthy. That's where you're at.
When the word I'm using is gnarly. When they want to get gnarly, do they get gnarly? They get really gnarly. All those guys know exactly when to go. All those guys know exactly when to blam. They all know. And you saw it on Saturday in Dallas. So again, I mean, look, any team you play, it's going to be tough. But if you're giving me 7-game series of blam, I'm taking the best team in the league 5-on-5 by a mile.
Let me ask you something, by the way. There was something that happened in the Blues game yesterday. They gave the video tribute to Bernsey for his 1,000th straight game, right?
Cool, yep.
Very cool. It always feels like when they do that for guys who are on the roster, they lose that game.
It's always a letdown.
Like, they did it for Landy, and then they lost the game that Landy returned in the postseason. And they showed the video, I think it was on Avs Twitter. They showed the video of Burns watching that during that break. It is weird. You're in the middle of a game, and then you're watching like a documentary about yourself.
Yeah, it's kind of
mid-game.
Weird, yeah.
You aren't really talking on the bench. You aren't strategizing. I mean, I don't know what a typical sort of break is.
But it's appropriate to do that kind of thing.
No,
I mean,
I agree.
Because what he did is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly rare.
I agree, and it's very cool. Joe Thornton and Phil Kessel all making appearances on there, all that different stuff. All I'm saying is, it's got to be a really weird thing. Like, think about in the middle of you competing. It's like, let's take a second and make this about you to a hockey player and how they feel about that. Just odd, I suppose. But yeah, I don't blame them at all for playing it.
Right.
It's just, it seems to be somebody gets a tribute, Avs lose when somebody gets a tribute. It's like the opposite of when LeBron breaks a record against the Nuggets. He always loses that game.
Always.
Anyway, the Avs, they play tomorrow against the Blues, get a chance at redemption and a chance to lock in the 1 seed again. It takes an Avs win or a Dallas loss, and this thing is done and over with. Now, to the Nuggets, they play against Portland tonight. This is important for one reason. If you want that 3 seed, and you would like to face what likely is to be San Antonio in the second round, you win tonight. You're tied with the Lakers right now. They play tomorrow against OKC, who is going to absolutely wax them, no doubt. You would be all alone in the 3 seed after tomorrow, if that's the case.
Yeah, keep in mind the Lakers own the tiebreaker because of that ridiculous finish in L.A., the Austin Reeves rebound free throw.
Yep.
So you have to finish ahead of the Lakers for that 3 seed.
And so with that, Vic,
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
7 o'clock tonight, Blazers and Nuggets on 92.5 Vic.
Very simple. Avoid a letdown. Be professional tonight. And it takes professional squads to avoid a letdown. After all the emotion Saturday, playing up to par with a great team. Now you're playing a team that's not quite as great. Portland has something to play for. They're currently tied with the Clippers in that play-in circuit, so they have something to play for. The Nuggets have to be professional tonight. Take them seriously. I know they will. You have to finish them off. This is a streak that is mind-boggling. Do you know the last time Portland won at Ball Arena in a regular season game?
No.
Danilo Gallinari was playing for the Nuggets the last time that happened.
Oh, my God.
17 straight wins against Portland at Ball Arena in the regular season. The longest win streak in NBA franchise history over a single opponent. The Nuggets have not beaten a single opponent that many times on their home court as they've beaten Portland now. 17 straight times at Ball Arena.
That dates back to when?
Again, regular season, because they did play in that 2019
playoff
remember
series.
that? This goes back to 2016, October
my God.
29th, the last time they lost to Portland at Ball Arena.
You know, I've got to get my act together here about other teams. Because when I look at the Portland Trailblazers, I only recognize a couple dudes. It's a lot of dudes. I don't know who the hell that guy is.
They can, hey, Moj, listen to
I know
me.
they can
Listen,
play. I know.
They can bite you.
I know they can.
They can bite you.
I know
Do
they
not
can.
take that. You better take them seriously tonight.
Agreed.
Quick question. Bruce Brown left the game because he didn't attempt the free throw, which meant he couldn't re-enter.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on with Bruce?
Turned his ankle. He's fine.
He's fine?
Yeah, he's fine. Peyton Watson is out. Spencer Jones is out. Tim Hardaway's fine. Bruce Brown is fine. They're playing.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. So again, that game tonight, 7 o'clock on 92.5. At 6:50 on AM 950, UConn, Michigan, national title game. And Vic, you said something nasty early in the show.
Yep.
I said something nasty?
Change the wording of the national title game tonight.
I want UConn to win.
No, I said you can't say that.
I want Dan Hurley to lift that trophy high tonight.
Do it again. A stab in the face with a soldering iron.
Go get his other hip.
God, what is his problem?
Just kick it.
I want UConn to headbutt another ref as they walk up the court.
Just
in victory.
say what Brett is getting at. Don't say you want UConn to win. Say you want Michigan to lose.
I never want Michigan to win.
I wish. Who was it? Holly Rowe interviewing him after he won the UConn game. Is that who it was?
I don't remember.
I wish I had that microphone. Why are they booing me? Because they hate you. Everybody hates you. Everyone except for UConn people hate you.
Go, Dan, go. It's not in my blood to go for Michigan.
Understood.
See, I
That's
want
fine.
Michigan to lose. That's all you need to say. It's not hard.
Who do you want to win?
Michigan.
I want UConn to lose.
I want UConn to lose by 50. I want them to get Dawn Staley.
It could happen because Michigan has just been overwhelming opponents.
And they're a big favorite.
Holy
Michigan
moly,
is.
they
They're
are
big.
just-
Hey, who's that big guy in the middle for them?
7'4" guy or
Yeah,
whatever the hell he
what's
is.
his-
Mara.
What's his deal?
I have no idea. That dude is.
What's your deal?
Because, again, when you're that kind of height, you have that kind of length.
Their best player is hurt.
Yeah.
Their
This
best,
guy's deal.
their best player is going to be, if he plays tonight, he's not going to be all there.
But this kid, this 7'3" kid, right? 7'3", skinny geek with the little ugly goatee.
Yeah.
This guy's doing pick and rolls from the top of the key, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 1.5 strides, and the ball's in his hand, and it's a layup. I mean, like, these guys with their legs. Brett,
they need a different league.
They cover ground. They cover so much ground in 1.5 strides that it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I propose that we make a basketball league that features only people 7 foot tall, 7'2" or taller. Whatever Jokic's height is, like an inch higher than that, and then you have to play in a different league.
Well, he and that guard have a little something going on because you cannot stop that pick and roll. I don't know what UConn's going to do.
I didn't even mention
I
this.
have no idea.
So after the Nuggets game gets done, Jokic does what he always does, which is what? Take the ring off my shoe.
Oh, yeah.
Put it on,
Okay, fine.
and I dap up everybody on the other
Yeah,
team, right?
Yeah.
So he goes to dap up Wemby. For those who have never been like up close to Jokic before,
he's a
like
big
I'm
dude.
fortunate enough, like I got to be on the floor, occasionally for a pregame when they're shooting around. That I've stood next to him. He is massive. I can't describe how large these human beings are.
It's
NBA.
especially humbling when you're trying to conduct a post-game interview and you look like one of the Munchkin twins.
Well, yeah, and Vic, we go out to training camp and you're looking at like a Dre Greenlaw or a Mike McGlinchey or somebody like that. You're like, these are massive individuals. And then you realize everybody in the NBA is that size. Like everyone.
Mm-hmm.
To watch Jokic go dap up Wemby and be half a foot shorter than him is so startling. Did you guys see the picture of him?
It's weird, yeah.
He's like tapping his chest, Wemby's chest, saying, good game. Moser, he's like at his armpit.
I know. It's really weird, dude.
For one of the largest human beings I've ever stood next to.
Agreed.
He is at the guy's armpit, man.
It's a weird thing to witness. I agree. Wemby is a freak. He's as unique as you will ever find in this game.
Like, who's the biggest hockey player you've ever seen?
Zdeno Chara, 6'9".
Yeah.
But the thing about Zdeno Chara is he could really, really play.
Oh,
and he was
yeah.
super, super strong. He had that. He's got that Jokic strength where maybe he doesn't. I mean, but he's a marathoner and he's all this kind of stuff. But he is like strong. He can pick up a dude with one hand and pin him against the wall.
I'm going to ask a very difficult question. That's my rule on the show. I ask tough questions. If you had to pick one player to start your organization today, your
Wemby.
franchise.
Yeah, it's Wemby. I love
it's got to be
Jokic.
Wemby.
Because of his age. Yeah, because he's a very young guy.
Obviously. I mean, he's starting his career. He's got, 15 plus years
As
in front of him.
great as Shea is and Joker and they're all older than him.
This isn't close, right? I mean,
Right.
it's Wemby over anybody, right?
This
is not even
question.
close.
There's no question.
Because what he does on both sides, and it just...
And just think about 4 years
He's
from
something
now.
I've never seen before. Like, I've seen great guards. I've seen a lot of this. But when you take a Wemby at 7'4" or 5", whatever the hell he is, you give him his dribbling skills, you give him his shooting skills, and then on top of that, his attitude, the way he plays, he's out for blood. He wants to just hurt you when he plays.
I'm telling you, bro, if I can't imagine what that dude is going to be in 4 years. Like what kind of play, the unstoppable force of what he's going to be. And knock on wood, he stays healthy because big guys have trouble with health. We know that. You would be a moron to say any other name than Wemby.
Yeah, I think so too.
303-504-0925. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to announce the winner of our drop tournament. So we'll get that. Nelly has compiled, as you will also see tonight on television, a one shining moment of our own.
Oh, my God.
So we'll get to all of that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. All right. The NCAA tournament wraps up tonight as Michigan and UConn face off for the opportunity to cut down the nets as national champions. Coverage starts at 4 p.m. on AM 950 and tip-off at 6:20. The NCAA tournament on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. Speaking of tournaments, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
We will crown our national champion in moments. We also will have a one shining moment. But the national title game came down to a 14 seed and a 1 seed. Just as a reminder, we'll play these back for you. The 14 seed was this.
Ready? Okay. I got an old guy, and he likes my butt. Watch me dance, because I'm a nut. Go team!
And that went against a 1 seed, which was this.
Houston?
Detroit?
Mary had a little...
Clam?
Yes, Mary had a little... Yes. I'm sure she did.
Out of curiosity, who would you bet on for the winner of this?
I would bet for sure on Clam.
Vic?
Well, I misspoke. I don't want an award for something that wasn't meant.
The winner and national champion of this year's drop tournament is...
Ready? Okay.
Good.
I got an old guy, and he likes my butt. Watch me dance, because I'm a nut.
You could have changed one line.
Let me tell you something right now. I thought that thing was going to lose maybe in the Sweet 16.
That may be one of the biggest upsets in tournament
There's
history.
no way.
I had that losing in the first matchup.
Let me tell you what that thing beat on the way to a national
All right,
title.
tell me that. Let's go.
Its first matchup was that against Moser saying, I look like I got hit in the face with 10 pounds of meat all night.
Come on. Are you people...
Meat could have won the first...
Meat's so much better than a cheer? What's wrong with you people? What's next?
This is fixed. This has got to be rigged.
I don't like our voters.
It beat, because remember, we had the group stage after that. It beat, oops, sorry, I'm in your way.
Wow.
It beat Moser's attack on Vic saying, does anybody ever ask you if you were in the Wizard of Oz?
Oh, that was one of the greatest comebacks in show history. See, you guys...
And it beat...
You're off here.
Shut him off. Shut me off.
You're off.
Then,
voting.
The next group stage...
Embarrassing.
That beat... I'm sure you get a lot of things jammed in your esophagus. It beat While You're Down There, Would You Mind?
Yeah.
And it beat 150,000.
There's
the Panthers
no way.
song.
Yeah. I can't believe it.
And then took down Mary Had a Little Clam.
You guys,
that's
as
unbelievable.
Voters, the voters should be embarrassed by the results of this one.
Look, I could see maybe 10 of these drops winning. I never would have chose that one.
I completely agree.
Well, Moser, congrats. That is back-to-back drop tournament wins for you because last year you won with...
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
That was worthy. That was live on the air during a hockey game.
Do we have all of the champions or no, just those?
Those are the only ones I know off the top of my head.
All right, no problem. But as we do this tournament, there is something that is tradition.
Well, I'm trying to think of what the past champions were.
Ed Sprinkle, I think, won.
Oh, Sprinkle, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know the other ones.
Are you going to give us an amalgamation of all the drops here? Is that what we're getting, a mixtape? Is that what we're doing?
Ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, and I should specify, Brett, before you give your intro, because it's a very copyrighted song. You won't hear the music if you're watching on TV or Twitch or YouTube, but if you're listening on a good old-fashioned radio, you're going to get the whole shebang.
Can you give people a little chance to move to radio?
Sure,
we'll give you 20 seconds.
Here's your chance to move
starting
to
now.
And you can also bring up the web stream or the app, the Will Height Wins app.
Get my hip going here.
Yeah. Loosen up that hip.
Hip. Come on, Moser.
You look like you're doing your dance to your cheer.
Oh, here we go. This is one the one shining moment.
For those who don't know, we were bashing basically Belichick, but Jordan Hudson she became a professional. What she's doing? Professional cheering?
No, it's a competitive cheering event.
Adult cheering, competitive, wearing the bows in her hair and all that.
And
crap.
Belichick was sitting in the crowd watching his girlfriend like it was almost like he was watching his daughter compete.
Or granddaughter.
Because it pretty much is. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, one shining moment.
If you 150,000.
It sounds so beautiful. I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position.
Might as well win the whole thing.
Naughty Cal. Naughty Cal.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game, honestly.
Are you winning a championship?
My ball's in there. I'll show you my ball during the break.
I don't want to see your balls during the break.
They give you the goo.
While you're down there, would you mind me?
In years past, the officials would rub them down, or other people would rub them down, and you play with them.
And you can bet on that.
The parts are equal to the sum of their greats.
Don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio number 25.
Mary had a little
Clam?
Yes, Mary had a little. I'm sure she did.
Is that gum good?
Damn, it's too much in my mouth.
Well, a lot of things probably get jammed in your esophagus.
I'm always comping hogs.
I got backdoored.
Oh, sorry, I'm in your way.
Two type of coffee makers, Mosh. The squirters and the slow drip.
Common sense.
Vic, how old do you think Alvin Kamara is?
Today?
Yeah, common sense.
Off to a good start, buddy. Bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
We have our Altitude 92.5 Sports Altitude Fantasy Football League Draft, correct?
Imika Egbegbo.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon. Get it done right now. I'm in there looking at guys.
Now I'm stuck with Gimp over here.
She can hear you, dude. What are you doing?
I don't care.
It's adorable. You think you're at midlife. Brett Kane has passed away. He's no longer with us.
I would just love to poke the bear a little bit.
Yeah, you sound a little bit like Key and P Heel.
Yeah, my name's Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect.
Something in a bakery a baker might call his wife.
Meatloaf.
No,
I
I can't really think right now. I know. Shut him off. Shut me off.
No, you're doing the radio thing now.
You're being a wet fish.
Trickery, dickory, do plays.
Not with your inbred bunion thumbs.
Wax on.
Whacked off.
Still on his feet!
Dangalicious.
Ready? Okay.
Pero Bonix es especial.
Jeff.
But Brett and Moj, our Lions are playing tonight.
Anybody ever ask you if you were in the Wizard of Oz?
Because you're going to go to a candlelight vigil for Def Leppard? What the hell's going on?
They conned me.
And now I have nothing.
Go ahead. Get Chappy Cheat. I play with myself a lot.
Dick is a snicker.
Next best would be I won and didn't have. We won and I didn't have a good game.
Hammer Shark.
Hammerhead.
Yeah.
Michael Parsons. The team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl?
Listen, that's always the goal every year.
Clarence Jug is pretty cool.
Vic, it's called the Claret Jug.
It may be a turnover. It may be a missed shot. Maybe a dunk. Maybe a missed three. Maybe a made three. It's going to be all of that.
Look at my face this morning. Okay, it looks like I got hit with, 10 pounds of meat all night.
Gosh, your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
And the Eagles had the mesh. They had it here was all, and then here was all mesh.
All right, Grandpa, let's get you to bed.
There you go. Very nice, Nelly. Yeah, well done.
Great job, Nelly.
There's so many better ones than the one that won. I'm sorry.
I agree.
I mean,
I agree.
That is just ripe with just genuine beauty there.
I mean, it could have lost in the first. It should have lost in the first round.
I'm telling you, yeah.
10 pounds of meat.
I hate to put it this way. You guys, listeners, you got it wrong. You got it wrong.
But you know what? We're fair to the voting system.
I thought about, just in all transparency, I thought about putting my thumb on the scale on one of them for the cheer. And we decided to keep it honest. But that's your winner. So congratulations, Mosh. You've won again. Damn it, you are the number one seed of drops. That's what you are.
You really are. I mean, but you had better drops, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, here we are also in the month of April. I'm trying to think back, Nelly. Do we have we already had this?
I forgot about the Key and P Leo.
Me too.
P and Keel. Key and P heel.
It was awful. Do we already have plenty of drops loading up for next year? Have we said anything between January and today?
I'll tell you what's going to be number one with a bullet in next year's drop tournament is, oh, look at me, I'm colorblind. Meat more, meat move. That's going to be a tough one to beat.
Yeah, it was the alien, right?
Or how about the one you had in the first segment today? The very
I don't
first
think
segment.
we can play that.
Yeah, we can.
It wasn't a curse.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't.
I I want to be
There's
great like Elvis without the tassels. Hire 8 bodyguards. Love to beat up.
I didn't say ho. I
hold on, Nelly. If I come in there, can you play it off the air for me from this morning?
What good does that do?
Because I want to.
Don't be selfish.
No, we're not doing
Don't be selfish.
I want to know what was really said because I know what you said. You're claiming you didn't say it, but I know what you said.
No, it certainly sounded like I said a word I cannot say. But it's Castle and Devin's Vassal.
That's not what you said.
Somebody has texted the show saying that, Vic, you should not have brought up the Portland losing streak at Ball Arena, that it's going to jinx the Nuggets. And I'm here to tell you, look at me. Look at me. If we're still playing this jinx,
this man in pain,
withering
away in front of our eyes.
Listen, if we're still playing this little jinx game, your little cartoon game that all of you witchcraft, your Harry Met Rogers or whatever those shows are.
What?
Harry Potter, Harry Met Potter. If you're going to play these little witchcraft games with me, then you're not serious, okay? It's time to get serious about your sport. Either you win now or you don't. Don't play the little jinxie cat game with me. We don't do that here. The end.
Vic, just so everybody's aware, the only person that for some godforsaken reason owns a Harry Potter wand is you.
I had to take it away because I don't play the jinx game.
Why did you have
somebody took it away?
But why do you have a Harry Potter wand?
Because I got it at the Super Bowl in LA a few years ago. They were giving it to us as some sort of gift. And I said, what is this? I said, I want it. So I kept it.
Woohoo. The Not Another Bracket Challenge wraps up tonight. Check the standings. AltitudeSportsRadio.com/notabracket to see where you rank. The Not Another Bracket Challenge is powered by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. On Broadway in Inglewood or online at GrooveToyota.com. Game tonight, 7 o'clock, Ball Arena, Nuggets and Blazers. Again, this game big for a couple of reasons. Number one, you get a win. You are now solely in the 3 seed, a half game above the Lakers, but the Lakers play against OKC tomorrow, who I think is going to wax them by 50 points.
I think they'll smoke them.
Like, Vic, if you're the Lakers...
In fact, I might even rest LeBron in that game.
I was just going to ask you, do you just say, LeBron, we're going to lose?
I would.
Just sit down.
Honest to goodness, I would.
I think I would too. So this is a chance for you to get the 3 seed. And then you have a potential matchup with San Antonio in the second round instead of OKC. It's a big game tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And you can
I'm off to St. Louis. I'll talk to you tomorrow from the City of the Arch.
All right.
As Lauren Jabbar would say, the City of the Arch.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast. I hope you all have a wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow breaking down the Nuggets and get a little preview on what could be the number 1 seed clinching game for the Avs against the Blues. Have a great day. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
Malinsky for Taves at the slot. Lehkonen has Nature's back door. He scores! It's a Marty party! Nature's no points versus Vancouver. But he gets Colorado on the board with 9:21 to go in the third.
Jokic hands it off to Murray. Back over to Jokic and a jumper. Good. Nuggets' third lead of the game. They led 3-0. They led one time in the fourth quarter, and this is the third time they've led this thing. Runner on the other end won't go. Rebound comes down to Denver. Outlet pass, Christian Brown. Alley-oop dunk, two hands, Gordon. Christian Brown with the no-look lob. Denver back in the lead by one.
Yeah, we drew that up. We've been working on that for a while.
Jokic guarded by Wemby. 9 on the shot clock. He's on the right-hand side. Backs him down in the paint. Gets double teamed. Fade away. God! Oh, my God! You know how hard that shot is? Denver leads it by 4. 133 to 129.
An amazing weekend. Wins against the Dallas Stars and the San Antonio Spurs. We won't talk about what happened yesterday with the Avalanche, but we will start right there on a beautiful Monday morning here in the Mile High City. A national championship Monday morning as UConn takes on Michigan. You can listen to that game on our sister station tonight at 4:30, Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Your NCAA tournament coverage brought to you by the Reputation Law Group, UConn, Michigan. Avs shut out the Stars. The Central is not mathematically over, but it's over. And then we saw that overtime thriller with the Spurs and the Nuggets. Nikola Jokic looking like an MVP. And, Coach, as we sit today on Monday, April 6th of Masters Week, the Nuggets can win the 3 seed. What a game for Nikola Jokic. That was the game of the year in the NBA. Those two guys balled out. And Joker now improves to 5-2 against Victor Wembanyama and nearly averages 40 against the guy.
Just a great performance from the Denver Nuggets. It was what I loved about the performance was that you were going head to head, good on good, really only lacking one significant contributor, the Nuggets that is. It felt like a preview of what's to come in the postseason, and you did it on your home court. You fed off of the momentum that the crowd can give you. And I don't love the word momentum, but we'll call it the energy that the crowd gave you. And then you delivered in the overtime, which was just, it was a spectacular basketball game. I was listening to that one in the car. I was driving all over. What day was that? I think it was a softball day.
It was Friday evening.
Saturday
midday. Saturday midday.
It was a softball tournament all day.
Yeah, they were all 1 p.m. starts.
Yeah. So I was listening in the car to that one, and I mean, it was, listen to Kaz call that was fantastic. Kaz, great call. Phenomenal call. Just the energy that the players on the floor were able to create. Nikola Jokic is spectacular. Jamal Murray, even when he didn't quite have his best scoring night, ended up with double-digit assists. Found ways to contribute otherwise. Wasn't necessarily the absolute best Tim Hardaway Jr. performance. I was waiting for Tim Hardaway Jr. to have his moment where he was, pouring in multiple 3-point baskets. So he had 2, which is good.
You didn't need it.
But it was Nikola Jokic's day.
He didn't need it.
It was his day, and it was a good reminder. If you decide to play me straight up, I'm going to score a whole hell of a lot of points against you.
He's 5-2, averages 37.3, 11 rebounds, and 9.1 assists against the best. And this is by a wide margin. Wembanyama might win Defensive Player of the Year for a decade plus straight. That's how wide the margin is between him and the next best defensive guy in the world. And Joker nearly averages a 40-point triple-double on him.
And there's a little bit of pride that goes into that. Maybe a little bit of stubbornness that you don't get that help defense that you get, say, for OKC, that just says, hey, you know what? Chet Holmgren is way too skinny to deal with Nikola Jokic 1v1. And the reality is, if you just line up Nikola Jokic and Victor Wembanyama and you say choose your fighter, if it's one-on-one basketball, I think it's pretty simple to see who you should choose. And it's the Serbian that's got some girth.
Joker does average a triple-double in his career against Chet when he's playing for OKC. There's been 9 games Joker averages 23, 13, and 10 against Chet.
But interesting, the scoring total is 23.
Well, yeah, look at the two teams. Like, look at who Chet has around him to help defend. Look at how Oklahoma City defends
Use the word help. Yep, a lot of help. Chet doesn't defend Nikola Jokic head up. Like 1v1, I got you. He doesn't. Anybody who does, this is the outcome. And that's the thing that when you watch Nikola Jokic play basketball, he's going to read the situation, frankly, to perfection.
You see it against Gobert. You see it against Draymond. Like all of these other great defenders, either at the 4 or the 5, he typically eats him up. He's just that good. That was the game. If you were going to beat San Antonio with all of the injuries, the Austin Reeves injury and the Luka injury with LA, if you beat San Antonio on Saturday, you've got a very clear path to the 3 seed. And what that sets up is, well, it sets up a collision course with San Antonio again. So what I loved about the Saturday games for both of these teams, the Nuggets and the Avalanche, you made statement victories against teams that you were nearly guaranteed to play in the second round.
You almost did Denver and Colorado.
Yeah,
which is correct. But it was.
I don't want to go like the Denver Nuggets, the Colorado. It's too chewy to say all the time.
I just like Denver and Colorado. Just
that's fine.
Yeah.
You guys know what I'm talking about.
No, 100%.
When I talk about Denver as a team and then Colorado as a team, or you should.
It
could be the Rockies.
We got the smoking hot Rockies.
You
right
can't
now.
call them smoking hot.
They
won
one
a game.
Yeah, it's good. They got a chance for a win streak. Yeah,
one's a fluke, two's a streak, coach.
That's right, man. I liked that both of those felt like playoff matchups. They were both games where all 4 teams that were involved in those Saturday matchups that were happening at the same time, they went almost all the way in. The one little asterisk was Dallas not going otter.
Yeah, you know what, man? It's so funny. It felt so DeBoer coded to not throw Jake Ottinger. Peter DeBoer isn't the head coach of Dallas, so what it is, it's just Dallas Stars coded of like, oh yeah, you know what, you guys can get Casey DeSmith here.
And then there's an asterisk after your 2-0 win. Although, you know what, you outskated them.
You did it without Kale, and Dallas they were injured too. Don't get me wrong, like Radek Faxa is out, and Rupe Hintz is out for Dallas. They've got a bunch of guys, Tyler Myers and Michael Bunting, who are the 2 guys that they brought in on the trade deadline, who are not like impact players, but depth pieces for them. Were out of the game.
They're Nicholas Waugh.
Sure, yeah. I think they're Nicholas Waugh and Brent Burns. I think Kulak's in terms of like comparing the two for an impact standpoint, Kulak is like way better than Myers.
Congrats also over the last few days to Brent Burns for getting that 1,000th career consecutive appearance. Insane. What did that happen against Dallas, or was that the
1,000 against Dallas? He played in 1,000,
and then it was honored yesterday, right?
Correct.
And everybody wore a beard and decided, yeah, we don't. We're gonna have everybody in a beard, and nobody's gonna actually try to win a hockey game because why? We don't need.
I'm not. I have zero desire to talk about that game. I've got a few like nitpicky things that we can get into later on, but It's a toot in the wind, man. That is a tree in a forest.
What was your personal favorite thing about the win over Dallas? Like just on the ice, watching how it skated, and that's 2-parter. Second one for me to you would be where are you at right now on the Marty Necas versus Mikko Rantanen conversation?
Got to see what happens in the playoffs.
Still undecided.
It is Rantanen had a hat trick in Game 7, even though it was aided by an empty net and a puck that went off of Sam Girard's skate. He had a hat trick in Game 7. So right now he's got the upper hand. And Nate's just having a great season.
He's having a great post-Olympic break also.
Yeah, he's the second most goals in the league behind Nikita Kucherov in that time frame. But like he hasn't put up back-to-back 100-point seasons. He's going to put up his first 100-point season this year, in all likelihood. Rantanen, at the height of his powers, was a better player by an inch or two right now than what Necas has been in the regular season. I can make that distinction in the playoffs. Like, if Necas shows up and has a 5-goal series against Dallas and you move on to the conference final, then I get to go, Now you're tied 1-1. Let's see what happens the following year. They will be intertwined for the entirety of their careers.
The way that Marty Necas can one-up Mikko Rantanen as it stands is if you win that playoff series and you win a cup.
Yes. Yeah, because that's the one thing that Colorado has over Dallas, man. From a game standpoint, they win 2-0. You get the empty net goal. Scott Wedgwood is fantastic. He's the starter. It's so very clear how much better they play in front of Wedgwood, and he just has like the juice right now. And I think Blackwood took a step forward yesterday against St. Louis. He was good, but he was still the second best goalie on the ice. And I think that's telling to me is that like Blackwood's not quite there. They're going to give him some more starts. You want to get him into a good headspace before the playoffs, but it's not get him into a good headspace to be the starting netminder. I think it's so very clear that Wedgwood is there. So I didn't learn that. I solidified that in the Saturday win against Dallas. The best thing that we saw against the Stars, that wasn't a Colorado Avalanche preferred style of hockey. That was 5-on-5, tight checking, gotta score a tight style goal, and they did. And they defended well, and they defended in the 6-on-5 perfectly. They got big-time saves when they needed it. Like, they won a style of game that a lot of people look at the Avs and they go, oh, that's the Avs can't win that type of hockey game. And I went, look what you did on Saturday. Yeah, they can do that.
Yeah, you can do that. And the thing that you said there that I do believe bodes well for the Avs in the postseason, you mentioned 5-on-5. They're the best 5-on-5 hockey team on planet Earth.
It's not
even close. And what often happens in the biggest spots in the postseason? Refs do what? Swallow their whistle. And that's a bit. I mean, there wasn't how many. There weren't a ton of opportunities on the.
I think there were 3 total power plays in that game.
It felt like playoff hockey that way, where you're going to deal with very few opportunities. It's not like you're going to get 6 cracks at getting your power play right in any given game in the postseason. You're swallowing the whistle, and players are playing with a different level of focus. You're not going to get that hooking goal. You're not going to get that holding because you can't. You can't afford to do that, and the Avs can't. The reality is the Avs can't afford. I guess their kill's really good.
Their kill's fantastic.
You don't want to live in a space where you're letting the special teams determine your postseason fate. The good news is that you're not going to probably see nearly as many as you have during a normal regular season run.
Yeah, and I feel better about the power play at this point in the year, right? The past couple of games have not been good, but who have you been missing the past couple of games? It's arguably the best power play quarterback in the NHL in Cale Makar. So I expected the power play to look as bad as it did yesterday against St. Louis. I expected it to be a little anemic against Dallas. So I'm going to choose to say that the new Avs power play, which operated from February 25th until, April 2nd, is the power play that I expect going into the postseason. Yeah, it should make you feel great as an Avs fan. Saturday should make you feel, oh, are we planning for 2 parades again? And I don't know if I've had that feeling in how many months. When's the last time you had that feeling? The 2 parade feeling. It's been months. Since November? Since October?
Since when the seasons began.
Right.
I would say probably about the 10-game mark for the Nuggets, you were really feeling 2 parade-ish.
I don't want to be like overreactionary to it, but who you beat, how you beat them, and when you beat them matters.
And current form.
Nuggets, the hottest team in the NBA.
Not the Lakers.
The Avs are going to be the President's Trophy winners and the 1 seed in the Western Conference.
It was the Spurs. And you went head-to-head. Good on good. Best on best.
It should feel really good here around the Mile High City. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. Chris Mitchell's filling in for KJ Granderson today. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy with you guys. 303-504-0925. Your favorite moments from the Spurs and Nuggets as well as the Stars and the Avs. We want to hear from you guys. Text in. You also can use the chat functions on Twitch or on YouTube. Subscribe today. Just search @Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Do it right now. The NCAA tournament wraps up tonight with Michigan and UConn facing off for the opportunity to cut down the nets as national champions, and coverage starts at 4 p.m. on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950. Tip-off will be at 6:20. The NCAA tournament on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, you can go to thereputationlawgroup.com. That is thereputationlawgroup.com.
Can we get a good basketball game tonight? That's all I want. I was kind of fired up to watch some women's March Madness yesterday, and that was an absolute beatdown.
South Carolina smokes UConn, and then Dawn Staley and Gino nearly get into a fist fight after the game because Gino is being a wham sore loser.
Gino sucks.
I love Gino Orion.
But he's good. But he sucks.
I don't think he sucks.
I think he sucks at life because he's a cheater.
Jeez.
He's been a cheater his whole career. And then all of a sudden that there's somebody else.
Dang, man.
It's a little bit like Saban, right? Everybody loves Saban. Oh, he plays like the good guy card. Dude, Saban invented NIL, and now he's whining about it. He invented NIL before it was actually legal, before there was the Alston court case. And now he's going to be like, wah, because everybody else can do it now.
See that.
I can see that. Both those freaking guys. They're the face of ruining college athletics. Anyway, I digress. I'm excited for the March Madness game.
Tell me how you really feel about the UConn women Huskies. Whoa. So they get smacked by South Carolina. Then South Carolina goes up against UCLA, who wallops the Gamecocks.
Congrats to Grandview's own, the Betts sisters. Grandview state champs together, different ages. I believe they were separated by 2 or 3 years. And then they go do it at UCLA. Dominate again. Pretty awesome.
Michigan dismantles Arizona on the men's side of the Final Four. Like, is anyone going to stop that Mara kid on Michigan tonight?
Pretty good. And really, UConn, Illinois, I was trying to get that game to get going.
It didn't have the juice that I thought it was going to.
Yeah. It was just UConn was all – they were just too good. They're too good. And Illinois had some good pieces there, but frankly, there's too much shooting. And it was a good contrast of styles of UConn playing more the modern analytics-based game where you launch tray balls versus an Illinois team that wanted to just be all size and height and length. And a lot of Euro action too. A lot of Euro steps.
Well, Illinois got like 3 Slovakians on the team, don't they?
I think they have 4 from the Adriatic area. I think they call them like the Adriatic 4 or something like that. Or the Balkan, was it the Balkan 4? But
the Balkan Boys.
The Balkan Boys. Yeah, they had a whole crew. College basketball right now, just for something, it's missing soul. Like, I want more soul to it. Like, where you feel like, is there any storyline you feel really connected to this year in the NCAA tournament?
I mean, you and I get upset about the hateable nature of Danny Hurley.
Yeah,
that's a storyline. Like, that is soul, whether you like that piece of it or not. Like, Dan Hurley he's got an aura around him.
Okay. So this weekend I had a chance, it was a social media clip. So I don't know if it's recently released, but it was from 60 Minutes, CBS's, and it was a feature on Dan Hurley. And for anybody who's wondering what it felt like to coach at a high level of collegiate athletics, for me personally, Dan Hurley defined it so incredibly brilliantly with these words right here.
It's a zero-sum game. The one that wins is going to have temporary relief. The one that loses is going into a hellhole of suffering. I mean, that for me is how I look at these sports competitions.
Whoa. That is so unbelievably true. and that the first part of that is when you win it all. Did you hear how he defined it? The feeling that you have? It's not joy. It's not jubilation. It's not fulfillment. Temporary relief. What does that tell you? The pressures on these guys and gals that are in the arena is so incredibly high. Because what's the opposite of what Dan Hurley would talk as is the success, which is temporary relief?
The 7th circle of Dante's Inferno.
I mean, it's as bad as... Play that one more time. I hear that one more time. Give that to me, Mitchie, one more time.
zero-sum game. The one that wins is going to have temporary relief. The one that loses is going into a hellhole of suffering. I mean, that for me is how I look at these sports competitions.
A hellhole of suffering. And you might be listening to this right now.
You kind of like Dan Hurley, don't you?
That was brilliant. And I've been looking for that soundbite for the last 20 years of my life. And while like high school athletics and coaching high school athletics, like I don't feel the same way that when you win either a game or something of significance, it's just temporary relief. Like it feels like you're actively involved in transformative times of young men's life in football, or it could be in young people's life and young ladies' lives in other sports. And so you don't just feel temporary relief. You feel like there is some type of tangible change and transformation that's happening that can give you the feeling of joy, knowing full well that you're a part of something bigger than just a result. In college athletics, man, you feel like it's truly just a result, and you need to you win, you get temporary relief, and then it starts over right away because you're always one bad season, one really bad game away from potentially being fired. Therefore, you're dealing with that hellhole that he's talking about.
It doesn't just hold itself in college basketball and college football. Talk about one bad stretch. You see the New York Islanders gave the old Michael Malone to Patrick Waugh.
Wait, he got yoed?
He got yoed.
I didn't see that.
Patrick Waugh with 4 games remaining in the regular season with the Islanders in the thick of a wild card playoff race. I think they're like a point behind of the wild card too. Patrick Waugh gets canned by the Islanders, and in the same announcement made by the team, they hire Pete DeBoer.
Oh my, I did not. This happened on Sunday, you said?
This happened on Sunday morning.
Oh my God.
The same announcement. They didn't even go, hey, thank you, Patrick, for your time, and then have another tweet come out. It was in the same sentence. We have relieved Patrick Waugh of coaching duties. The new head coach of the Islanders is Pete DeBoer.
How do you think that meeting went with when they told Patrick Waugh of this news?
He's not the most level-headed fella.
Do you think there was anything thrown?
I'm sure there were some expletives said in French.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Patty Waugh's done. He just doesn't feel like one of those guys that's going to stick around coaching in the NHL. Now, he's got a couple of jobs, and he has done well at the beginning of those jobs, right? He comes into Colorado, and they win the Central Division. Now they get bounced in the first round, but then it was a couple of years of drop-offs, and he was basically the architect of the 48-point team.
What about Patrick Waugh just doing a hard launch of the French national team?
French national
just so he
team.
can lean all the way into his French expletives and do something that's probably just good for him to get out there, get away, start something new, create an edge to the French squad.
It just doesn't feel like he's the type of player, the type of former athlete that is going to willingly go through the grind of losing a job year in and year out. He's not like...
You have to be a sicko.
You have to be a sicko, or you
like
have
Peter
to be
DeBoer.
a guy...
Pete
right.
DeBoer, sicko.
Sicko.
John Tortorella, ultimate sicko.
Right, but those guys are career head coaches.
Sean Payton,
career
sicko.
head coaches.
But he's a sicko.
I think the other side of that is if you're going to be a head coach in the league that you played in, and you're going to be a guy that goes in for a year or two and then wears out his welcome and has to look for another job somewhere else, you can't have been the greatest goaltender ever to play. You have to have been, honestly, and I hope this is not a slap in the face, you have to be like Scott Wedgwood. That's the type of former player that can go, you know what, I'm 2 years in Carolina, I get canned. I go 2 years in Los Angeles, I get canned. And then I finally find a long-term home in Toronto for 7 seasons.
You knew he's the former player just like that you just mentioned? Jim Harbaugh.
Yes.
Jim Harbaugh is the perfect example of that. Where in the difference with Jim Harbaugh is that he was the son of a high-level college coach. Like his dad was the defensive backs coach for Bo Schembechler at the University of Michigan, and then the head coach, at Western Kentucky that won an FCS national championship in the 90s. That's who he is. So it's in his DNA to just say, I can see this thing through, and I can be resilient, responsive to whatever may come my direction.
John Harbaugh is a coach that happened to be good at football.
John or Jim?
Jim. Sorry.
Because
John was a coach.
He was a coach, purely coach, special teamer in college, never played in the professional game.
Jim Harbaugh is a coach that happened to be good at quarterback.
Yes. And he was born and bred to be a coach. You know, it's interesting when you think about this this Patrick Waugh and now Peter DeBoer situation.
Also, thank God, go rot in the Eastern Conference. See ya, never,
But
Peter DeBoer.
the Isle they're going to be a playoff team, aren't they?
They might be a playoff
Okay.
team. Go rot in the Eastern Conference. That should extend Jared Bendar's tenure here in Colorado by a decade.
I was thinking about this. That news that comes out, which is this a new development in the NHL where you fire your head coach and hire his replacement out, like externally? This is not somebody who was this is not Mike Sanford as the interim head coach when they fire Carl Durrell. And this is a legitimate, we are firing you and we already had your external replacement ready to go, which I can't imagine how much betrayal you would feel in that situation. Is that a new thing in the NHL?
I don't know if it's a new trend, but it has happened.
Mid-season.
It has happened a couple of times very recently.
Obviously, John Tortorella, who was fired again, who was in Vegas.
Bruce Cassidy.
So Cassidy gets fired. You were advocating that he should become some part of your staff here in Colorado.
I have been told by a few former Avalanche players that have played for Bruce Cassidy, I don't want him anywhere near the locker room.
Yep. That was kind of that's always my concern. Don't upset the apple cart no matter what. If anybody has any type of selfish motivation, it's not even remotely worth the expertise that he may bring in, because that person might really take advantage of that opportunity to have a big voice. So the question I had with Tortorella, is it Tortorelli or Tortorella?
Tortorella. Thinking of tortellini.
Taking over for Cassidy midseason and giving the Vegas Knights maybe the shot in the arm they wanted.
Yep.
And then, of course, now Peter DeBoer taking over for Patrick Waugh. Is there anybody else that's out there in the NHL that would potentially serve as the guy that is that kind of face that could come in and fix somebody right midstream? Are Tortorella and
DeBoer was the best.
Okay, who's my guy that was up in Winnipeg?
Paul Maurice?
No, the playoff.
Now he's
series,
now in Florida.
The playoff series that you won, and the Avs beat Winnipeg. Was that two playoffs ago, or was that last year?
Scott O'Neill? But he's still oh no, are you thinking
famous
you're
head
thinking
coach.
of Rick Bowness?
Yeah, Bowness.
Bowness coaching right now?
Could Bowness be one of those guys that gets the there's a team that's heading down the wrong path and that you want to go?
Bowness is coaching Columbus.
Okay. He's the head coach.
Yeah.
So he already has a job. So with that, man, it seems like this is common in football as well. If you have a certain style of coach, say he's maybe more interpersonal, maybe he's more of a locker room guy, and it's not going well, the ownership group, the general manager they decide to go the extreme opposite direction, right? Which is what Tortorella was from Cassidy, stylistically. Tortorella is a driver. He's a driver of people. He's usually good for about 2 to 3 years before he starts wearing people thin. Where do you think Bedsy is at in terms of that pendulum, his personality, where he would be?
The reason why he's able to stay in the same job for so long, he and John Cooper, is because they have personalities that don't rub that way on their players. Now, now you also have to take the bad with the good of that. Is sometimes it feels like there's not enough of a spark underneath his team. But if he wins another cup, then all that goes out the window. Like if Bednar wins a championship this year, that all goes out the window.
In hockey, tell me if I'm right in saying this. And I think this is a really good conversation. When you have a very strong figure as your head coach, that person can set the temperature for the team. And I don't know if Pete DeBoer is the right guy for that, but we'll say John Tortorella. I don't know enough about Peter DeBoer's ability to light a fire under a team's ass.
Yeah, he's pretty intense.
Okay, so we'll call the two of those guys are that guy, right?
Sure.
Bedsy, not as much, right? He's not the driver of people because
he's not throwing chairs across the court like he's Coach Knight. No.
So what is that style?
But he's pretty intense in video. He's pretty intense in closed meetings from what I've heard.
What does that style require more of to win at a high level? Your players. It needs to be a player-led team.
Oh, yeah.
Which is always the best. A player-led team is way more dangerous than a coach-led team. But John Tortorella and Peter DeBoer, they end up kind of taking on there's a reason that you hired that guy in Vegas is because as of today,
yeah, the team was dead.
There's a void of that leadership.
The team was dead. For sure.
And don't you find it funny that in the absence of Gabe Landeskog, who is the ultimate leader as a player of a team, the team just didn't quite have the same edge that it does now that you are back in whole. With Bedsy being the right personality to be cohesive and bring people together, but not the driver, not the pure driver. Gabe Landeskog is like the perfect C-wearing individual to have in place with a guy like Jared Bednar.
Nuggets are looking to extend their NBA best 8-game win streak tonight against Portland, and you can hear all the action right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You got pregame, which is powered by Ramos Law, starting at 6:30. Tip is just after 7 p.m. on your home for the Nuggets. It's right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint.
Got a little breaking news that we'll get to on the other side.
Breaking
in
news.
the National Football League, NFC East news, but breaking news of some consequence.
Don't go anywhere. That's next. Hey, it wasn't all bad yesterday. Yeah, the Avs lost to St. Louis, and that was a stinker of a game. And Robert Thomas, it was the Matchbox 20 show yesterday on the ice. But the Rockies, they snap a 4-game winning streak by the Phillies, and they get one.
They did.
They've won a third of their games, which means they're going to lose over 100, but
there's a chance for the dirty 30.
Right.
To be in June.
Coach and I made the bet of when will the Rockies secure their 30th victory of the season. And Coach is forever the optimist on the morning sprint. He thinks it's going to be on June the 20th, which will be 77 games into the season. The Rockies are now 10% of the way toward your goal. And they're only 11.5% of the way to game number 77, which is June the 20th. You're right there. The Rockies have to be exactly who they are right now, for you to win this bet. I'm kind of rooting for you. Rooting for you.
So Chat Beachy, as Vic Lombardi calls it, I just asked straight up, talk to me, give me the honest to God opinion. Chat, you're on. What do you believe will be the Rockies' record through June 20th, which is the date again that I said that the Rockies will break the 30-win barrier? Unfortunately, Chad is not on Team Sanford, picking 22-50 through June 20th.
That's probably right.
Sounds about right on track.
I think the robots probably have it on for you, man. You mentioned, by the way, breaking NFL news in the NFC East.
Yeah, so
what's going on out there?
So Dexter Lawrence, the freak show defensive tackle that in 2024 led all interior defensive linemen with 9 sacks. Well, apparently he's not a big fan of John Harbaugh or something that's going on with the organization there in New York. He has opted out of all offseason workouts and is demanding a trade. Dexter Lawrence II. One of the best defensive tackles in pro football. Not all that old, 28 years old, kind of in the prime of his career, and D tackles can play. And those guys can play until they're 35, 36, and some of them even beyond that. But I think it's going to be interesting. You do not want Dexter Lawrence II to end up in the AFC West. I don't think there's any way he could end up in Kansas City because you already have so much money committed to Chris Jones.
And he's a $26, $27 million cap hit guy who very clearly wants an extension. He's currently working on his rookie extension. So
Chargers have cap space? Because that would be terrifying. I would not want him to be a Charger.
The Chargers currently sit at, is this correct? $48 million of cap space?
That sounds about right. I just saw, yep.
That's a lot of space. They could do it. Chargers have spot. They've got, going into next offseason, 119. Obviously, everyone has a bunch of money next offseason, but
although if he hates John Harbaugh.
What's up, Jim?
You think he's
I don't think it's a Harbaugh thing. You think it's a Harbaugh thing? He's never played for the guy.
I mean, there's team meetings that have happened. There's introduction of the offseason program. There's the vibe of a head coach coming in that could be very different.
I think it's a 28-year-old dude who realizes he's played for a bad organization who still has a few years to get better.
Wouldn't you argue that right now is about the best time of optimism for the New York Giants? They just hired a guy who's won a Super Bowl.
I wouldn't say it's the best time of optimism, but I think
since he's been there.
Yeah, but they're still 2-3 years away from being legit threats, right?
Why do you think why would he demand a trade? Just simply because it's been so bad to this point? That's it?
Yeah. Okay. And he's looking for a new deal, and I would bet that if he's having conversations on his new contract, they haven't gone well out there. It all comes down to money for these guys. Yeah, the Chargers could end up doing it. That would suck.
That'd be
Dexter Lawrence rocks.
That'd be weird at 4th of July, family party between
Thanks
John
for
and
your
Jim.
interior DL toy.
I don't know. Because he truly does have pass rushing chops. This past season, he played all 17 games, only had half a sack. So there might be a little bit of a question right now for Dexter Lawrence in terms of just, could be the style of defense too. You got to think like there are certain defensive structures that are very much 2-gap defenses for interior D linemen, which means that you are not a pass rushing, wreak havoc type of an interior D lineman.
Schefter's response tweet to his own original tweet, this is a money thing.
Yep.
This is contract negotiations have stalled. I want a new deal. There's still 2 years left on a $20 million deal, and I think I'm worth way more than that. He wants a new contract. That's all this. This doesn't have Harbaugh written all over it. Maybe even I'm wrong that like this isn't I want to win right now. This is I want Myles Garrett. Now he obviously doesn't play the same position.
This is 100% money, and it also could very easily end up leading to a deal getting done with the Giants, right? Because he's going to sit out the offseason. It's an extreme negotiation tactic that you do when you have 2 years remaining on your contract. It's the new way you do business.
So do you pay him more than Zach Allen? Is he better than Zach Allen?
He had more sacks.
Is he better than Zach Allen?
Yeah, he is. He's 300. He was 342 pounds at his combine, bud. I mean, he has the mass and ass of a true run stopping defensive tackle, nose tackle, but he's got pass rushing. He has a pedigree. He's got a portfolio and a resume already as a pass rusher.
Is he better than Jeffrey Simmons and Quinnen Williams?
Same exact conversation.
Then we're only talking about like a $3 million increase.
I think he'll want to be the highest paid interior defensive lineman in
highest
football.
paid interior defensive lineman in football right now is Chris Jones at $31.75 million.
And that would be $5 million more?
No,
him?
that would be north of $10 million more.
Okay. I think he wants to expedite that process and get it closer to that conversation.
Well, if you want to pay, how's this? If LA wants to pay him $33 million, be my guest. Go to LA, be a Charger. That would hamstring them. You're spending $33 million on a 29-year-old defensive tackle? I know he's really good, but that's a lot of money, man.
He probably ends up, gosh, there are a lot of teams that want that guy, I'll tell you that. But he probably does end up a New York Giant, and he probably gets somewhere. I think he gets more than that, probably $28 million range.
Which would make him the second highest paid behind Chris Jones. Which makes sense. Like, Chris Jones is being paid for what he was.
It's a big overpay, though. I mean, if anything, that's a buyer beware, because there's been diminishing returns recently.
That's why
on
I've been
Chris
saying
Jones.
when I look at that contract, and the first thing that we said is, God forbid he lands in the AFC West, because he's really good. He's excellent.
Chris
but
Jones,
looking at what happens with big time contracts for aging defensive tackles,
isn't that wild,
aging
though?
T tackles, man, I don't need him.
It's wild to me that Chris Jones he's only 31 years old. He feels like a 36-year-old, 37-year-old. And it just looks like that cliff hit him at about 30.
Right. So Dexter Lawrence he has 2 more years left on the deal. He wants that thing ripped up. Then he probably wants another 4-year deal on top of that pays him through age 33. And that ends up being a, let's call it, $120 some odd million deal?
Although it's hard.
If the Chargers want to pay that, please, by all means.
For a $31 million defensive tackle. 17 games played. This is Chris Jones in 2025. 29 tackles, 7 sacks. Is that worth
like
it?
Von Miller?
But we're talking interior defensive lineman, right? And 7.5 run stuffs. That seems pretty steep.
I wouldn't pay for it.
Because Chris Jones, his career apex was 15.5 sacks, 44 tackles, and trying to find his TFL number.
Yeah, like I sit here saying all this. I'm terrified for the age 31 and 32 seasons of Zach Allen when he jumps up to a $37 million cap hit. Next year is going to be great. His age 30 season is going to be great. When that cap hit jumps up to 38 million, 37 million, yeah, I'm scared when he gets into his early 30s. Dude, you don't want any part of a deal that long, that late for that position. Not in today's NFL. I don't want that. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. The Nuggets are red hot. Playoff tickets are on sale right now. You will never have a better selection of where to sit for the playoffs than right now. So head on to nuggets.com/tickets to secure your seats. We'll roll into hour 2 on the other side. It's Altitude 92.5. Rolling into hour 2 on the morning sprint. Raj and Coach hanging out with you until noon. PhD coming up next from noon to 3. Nate and Andy 3 to 6. You got the Nuggets and the Trailblazers tonight on 92.5. And then starting at 4 p.m. with an extended pregame show on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. The national championship game today as March Madness comes to a close. 6:20 tip, UConn and Michigan tonight. That's all brought to you by the Reputation Law Group. So a bunch of basketball tonight, a bunch of hardwood on the Altitude Sports Radio Network. And we were treated to just a sensational game. Maybe the game of the NBA season between Wemby and Joker. And as it stands right now with the injuries to the Lakers stars and Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic, and with how red hot Denver is, the 3 seed is not only in sight, it's largely within grasp. Now you're tied, you're deadlocked with LA, but
you're trailing a game.
You're essentially trailing a game. You do not have the tie break on them, so you got a win tonight paired with a Lakers loss tomorrow against OKC.
The very hungry Oklahoma City Thunder who want to put this thing out of reach for San Antonio.
It's over tomorrow if they win.
100%.
So
that's going to be a bloodbath.
You think?
You
think?
I think that's going to be a bloodbath. And it
OKC's going to kill him.
It might be a LeBron James. Like, you might need to sit LeBron James and rest him to give him any chance, to give the Lakers any chance. Because right now, do you see where Luka Doncic is going to go to potentially, like,
is he going to like Munich or something like that?
He's going overseas to seek treatment, like alternative treatment, because he doesn't trust whatever they have in place either in Los Angeles, in the Lakers' physical therapy and rehab and return to play protocol. Remember what I said last week?
Don't a lot of those athletes go overseas for those types of treatments?
Sure, I don't know.
I think that's a common thing. I don't think this is mistrust in the organization. I think a lot of high-end athletes, when they go for treatments like this, are going overseas.
What's the reasoning?
I don't believe that the treatments are like cleared in the U.S.
Oh, got it.
I think that's what's happening.
Probably like, is it like PRP, like plasma, like where you're
probably something like that?
Yeah, it's not like the medicine's not illegal per se, like in your body, but the practice of said medicine is not completely like it's not there yet in the United States. Is that
right? Or it's not technically like legal because it hasn't gone through the right medical boards. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening with Luka. Not that he's like, oh, screw the Lakers doctors, I don't trust you guys.
And then of course Austin Reeves, like you know, this is bad timing for the Los Angeles Lakers because you take those two players out of the equation for any period of time, and the Lakers are, well, they're not good. It's not a good Lakers team if you take out those two players.
Could the Lakers fall to the 5? And then they have to travel to Houston? Could it be that big of a fall?
What does their path look like? So they're going to lose to OKC.
We expect them on Monday to lose to Oklahoma City.
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Today's Monday. I'm an idiot. Then they go to Golden State, home against Phoenix, on the road against Utah.
I think they'll... Well, it's hard to say.
Do they split 2-2? If they split 2-2, they're probably sitting in the 4 seed. But Denver then has to... You got to win a lot of games.
Utah's working their ever-living tail off to make sure they lose, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be a tough one.
They're tied right now with Sacramento for the fewest wins in the Western Conference.
Where's Phoenix at right now?
Phoenix is the 7 seed.
So Phoenix is motivated.
Phoenix is motivated. Golden State is locked into the 10 seed.
No matter what, can't improve it.
I don't think they can get over Portland. A lot of that shakes out with like what happens with the Trailblazers tonight, but they're going to be in that first play-in. I don't think LA loses out, but there's a world in which they feasibly lose 3 of 4. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be, I'll tell you what, if there was any way that you could find a way to draw the Lakers, wouldn't that be amazing to find a way to get the Lakers in the first round of the playoffs right now with their situation, the way that it is?
Wait, Denver?
Just any team that has aspirations, you want to play the Lakers right now.
I don't think Denver and LA...
Zero chance.
No. Denver's too far ahead of the other teams. It's that you can't manufacture the 4-5 seed or the 3-6 seed to be Denver and LA. I just don't think it can happen at this point.
So right now the Lakers are, I wonder what their head-to-head is like with the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves are technically they have 4 fewer victories right now than the Lakers. And they're in the 6th seed.
Lakers have the head-to-head tiebreaker on Minnesota.
And then do they have the head-to-head tiebreaker on Houston? I don't believe they do.
They do.
They do. So
you can't manufacture it.
The furthest they could drop is the 5 seed.
You can't manufacture that. Because then Houston would have to jump over Denver for the 3 seed. That's too much. That's too much sorcery to happen. Your path right now for Denver is you get the 3 seed.
It's not crazy.
You host Minnesota in the first. It is too crazy. It's too crazy for that to happen. There's too many moving parts to manufacture a first-round matchup between Denver and LA.
Houston's still very much alive for the 3 seed. They're 1 game out.
They're 2 games out. They're 2 games out.
With the tiebreaker. 4 to play.
They're 2 games out. Not only against you, but against LA as well. They're 2 games out. There's too many moving parts. You can't, I know you really want to create that. You cannot manufacture a first-round matchup between the Lakers and the Nuggets.
Nuggets, Lakers.
There's too many variables.
First round, Spurs, second round.
Too many variables. It's not going to happen.
I know.
The most likely path right now for Denver, with how all of these injuries are panning out, is that Denver is the 3 seed hosting Minnesota, and then you go to San Antonio in round 2.
Feel good about it?
I feel good about it because of what's happening on the other side of the bracket, because of how hot Houston is, right? Because then Houston, sitting at either the 4 or the 5, but likely the 5 seed, goes against a hobbled Lakers team. They beat the Lakers. And the Rockets, like, that's a legit chance for them to upset OKC in round 2. Like, if you want OKC to be tested and tired, or at best case scenario, not even there in the Western Conference Final, that's how you want the seeding to end up shaking out. You want OKC as the 1 seed, San Antonio as the 2, Denver at the 3. Who cares what happens between LA and Houston in the 4-5 and Minnie in the 6?
Do you see any path forward? Or is there one team that you see that could potentially do something out of the play-in tournament?
No. I don't know. Can Devin Booker
healthy
have,
Phoenix?
If Devin Booker has 3 50-point games, sure.
And that would be against San Antonio, right?
That would be against San Antonio.
That's the only possible upset that could happen.
Oh, I don't think it's possible. Those 2 teams are so good. Like, talking about that upset is talking about, like, the Avs getting beaten in the first round by the Kings. It's like a 98% certainty that both of those teams that we're talking about, either the Avs or the Spurs, are getting through round 1. Now, round 2 is a complete crapshoot. Round 2 for the Avs will be Dallas, and that is a literal flip of a coin. Round 2 between San Antonio and likely the Nuggets will be a flip of a coin. But round 1 for either one of those programs, no.
Do you find it interesting?
Organizations.
In the National Basketball Association, that with 4 to go, both sides, East and Western Conference, are completely set in terms of who is making the postseason. Like, there is no jockeying whatsoever between teams 7, 8, 9, 10 and teams 11 through 16.
Do I find it interesting?
Yes.
Am I shocked?
Like, think about this. In the Eastern Conference, the worst team that is going to make the postseason play-in tournament has 41 wins.
It's not interesting at all.
And then it goes,
not shocking.
And then it drops off to the Bucks are at 31 wins.
Yeah, the
in
NBA,
the Western Conference, man, it goes from 36 wins for Golden State down to 25. It's 25, 25, and 25 wins for Memphis, Dallas, and New Orleans.
Brother, why do you think the NBA, the number 1 point of conversation for nearly a month, has been
the tank?
Yeah, it doesn't shock me. It's supposed to be a generational draft, and you are incentivized in the NBA if you're not in the play-in. Heck, if you're not even in the top 6, you're incentivized to lose.
Generational draft. Where is the superstar in this draft?
AJ DeBonsa. That kid out of BYU is supposed to be the superstar. What they're saying is that it doesn't have like a LeBron, but what the draft experts say around the NBA, and we can ask this of Demps in a couple of days when we have him on. It's supposed to be like 12 dudes who can start day one and be difference makers. That's when they say generational draft in terms of like overall talent. But is there a LeBron? Is there a Kyrie? I don't know. Probably not.
Are the Indiana Pacers? Are they going to end up with the Bonsa, and then they get Halliburton back? Holy smokes!
No,
they have 18
the
wins.
Balls have to bounce.
How crazy is that? They were in the freaking NBA Finals last year.
We saw that with Golden State.
18 and 60.
It's not that crazy. It happens all the time in the NBA, man.
No, I hate it.
We saw it with Golden State when the injuries happened with the Warriors and they got the top pick. They got Andrew Wiggins. It happens all the time.
The one thing that we can say.
Knight.
What's that, boss?
They're starting Brandon Knight that season, by the way.
I just think about how fortunate we are here in Denver, even though there's been some frustrations the last 3 years post-title. At least you haven't gone 18 and 60. You imagine the year that you go to the NBA Finals, and obviously the Nuggets won and the Pacers did not, and then after an injury, you end up 18 and 60. Like how you imagine going to Ball Arena in an 18 and like right now, going to Ball Arena with an 18 and 60 basketball team. When you're spoiled for the last, how many years has it been? 7? Where you've been competent and confident and you've been competing and you've had a chance to win any night at the box office. Like you could win.
Well, had it happened in 2024, so we're saying the year after you win a title, there's an injury and they're terrible the whole year. If it happened in 2024, it would have been terrible because that draft was not good. Nuggets had a first-round pick in that draft. It was Deron Holmes. You know who the number 1 pick in the draft that year was? Zachary Risache.
How's he doing?
He's playing for Atlanta. Alex Sarr went number 2. Stephon Castle went number 4 to San Antonio. That's a pretty good player.
Ball player.
That's a pretty solid player, but that's not a great draft. So if it happened in 24, it would have been terrible. Or sorry, they got James Wiseman, not Wiggins. Sorry, I apologize. Thank you for McClure. They got James Wiseman.
That was the Pacers?
Yes. I knew it was a W name, James Wiseman. That ended up not working out for them.
He's not a superstar in the NBA. Well, there've been a few bad drafts, haven't there?
I don't know. I think it's kind of the way to go in the NBA. If you're not seriously competing for a title, you should suck. The rules tell you if you are not one of the top 4 teams in the league, it behooves you to be dog crap.
That sucks.
So no, it doesn't shock me. No, it's not. It's not interesting to me. That's the way the NBA is set up.
Is there any fix for it so that your April, your mid-March and late in April games?
They pay people millions of dollars a year to figure this out, and they haven't. I don't have an answer for you right now. I wish I did. It's not. The answer is not relegation because relegation will never come to the States.
I think Grand Rapids should be in, and I think Washington Wizards should be out.
Right, like the balls have to bounce Washington's way. They can't jerry-rig this again. That Cooper flag goes to Dallas the year they trade away Luka. It has to go to the worst team. Washington's terrible. You guys get the 1 pick. Utah's also terrible. You guys get the 2 pick. It eventually just has to work out that the math and the percentages fall in their own slots.
In English football, as in football, the Premier League, is there a draft?
I don't think so.
So it's just bidding?
Yeah, I think it's just money.
Just straight bidding.
I think so.
Wow.
I suppose you could get rid of the draft and then tanking doesn't matter.
Straight cash money.
But then it turns into Major League Baseball and F1 and EPL. So like we're talking about having to help the team in DC or help the teams in Sacramento or Salt Lake. Then it turns into the Dodgers and the Knicks and the Mets and the Yankees and Red Bull and F1. I think that's a slippery slope you don't want to go down.
Gosh, it's hard to watch some of these basketball games.
It is hard to watch, but not the Nuggets, man. It's a great point. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. Again, the NCAA tournament, the Final Four national championship game is tonight. Michigan and UConn starts at 4 p.m. on AM 950, tip just after 6. Coverage brought to you by the Reputation Law Group. And if you don't want to listen to that, you can listen right here on 92.5 to the Nuggets and the Trailblazers starting at 6:30. NFL notes are next. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line today. I'm Raj. That's the coach. Chris Mitchell's behind the glass. Typically, it's time for KJ Granderson's NFL note. But KJ's out. Chris is in. Mitchie, what you got? The biggest stories on the gridiron are KJ's NFL notes. Granderson out, Mitchell in. What do we got on the gridiron?
I'm number one.
In an interview with Sports Illustrated, former New Mexico edge rusher Keyshawn James Newby revealed that he's conducted a pre-draft meeting with the Denver Broncos. I met with a few teams, he told SI's Justin Mello. I met with the Seahawks. I've met with the Detroit Lions linebackers coach. I met with the Broncos and the Vikings as well. James Newby is currently projected to be about a day 3 of the draft type player. Could he be a Broncos target over that weekend for some extra linebacker depth?
This is an edge, defensive end. I mean, how many more of these cats do we need in this building? My word.
Feels like the Avalanche just stockpiling puck-moving defensemen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with it, I suppose. They're valuable.
They are very valuable, especially when you hit, and the Broncos have hit on some mid to late round edge players. I don't want to get in any way of the continued development of some of the players that you have in your edge room right now. Jonah Ellis, he's not going to make a full switch to be an off-ball linebacker and play an inside backer.
He'll be used there.
He'll be used there. I think he'll be a bit of a he'll be a defensive joker, to borrow from a term from last year.
I thought we were past that.
I guess.
Until they start talking about Eli Stowers, and then we're going to hear Joker.
Yep, 100%. I just another competent body. I'm sure he's probably a guy that's going to end up being a 4th, 5th round pick.
Is edge going to go the way of running back? You have the top end running backs making ridiculous amounts of money, and they should, right? Saquon Barkley is worth every dollar, and Christian McCaffrey, when they're all healthy, worth every single dollar. Derrick Henry. But then once you get past the 5 elite guys, maybe 7 elite guys in the league, it's kind of draft a player, have him play for 4 years, and if he's a stud, someone else gets to pay.
All right, so then in that conversation, where does Nick Bonito fall on the national scale?
He falls into the Jahmyr Gibbs, knocking on Christian McCaffrey, that type of thing.
Okay.
He's right there.
Where's Jonathan Cooper?
Outside, I think outside looking in.
So he's just a guy?
No, not just a guy. I just think he's one of the next guys. I think he's one of the players that you could have looked at and went, someone else can pay you because we can draft another one. This is the way that I think that the NFL might be going with regards to edge rushers. Because there's so many every single year that feel like they can break through.
How about our guy, Keyshawn James Newby? Hometown is Helena, Montana. Rare. And his journey has been Helena High School to university. The university he chose to go to at first, Montana Tech. Ever heard of it?
What is the mascot for Montana Tech?
Zero clue.
I'm going to guess the Wildcats. The Bobcats.
I'm going to go with the Engineers.
Montana Tech. For the life of me, never heard of it.
Montana Tech.
Athletics, what are they?
It's in Butte, Montana. Oh my gosh, am I right?
You're the Engineers? Come on.
I'm having a hard time finding their sporting.
The Ore Diggers.
Same as
fantastic.
Yeah,
as Clear Creek High School.
Yeah, well, the same obviously as the Colorado School of Mines.
They're the Ore Diggers?
Yes.
I thought they were the Engineers.
Oh.
School
of Mines?
Oh,
okay, they're the diggers, man.
Ore Diggers. Yeah. Great. I love that.
Dig out some ores, man. There they are. There he is.
You're going through his pathway.
So he went from Helena, Montana to Montana Tech to University of Idaho to New Mexico. Tell me you're not a portal guy without telling me you're a portal guy. But good for him, man. I think he
stayed in the general area.
That's a player that's probably going to be drafted, I'm guessing, more 6th, 7th.
Chris Mitchell, what's next?
Yeah.
All right, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but from the desk of ESPN's Adam Schefter, Giants defensive lineman Dexter Lawrence is looking for a way out of the Meadowlands. Schefter reports that Lawrence and the Giants have been trying to negotiate a new contract for almost 2 years, have not made any progress on it, so Lawrence is requesting a trade and will not be participating in the team's offseason workout program.
I'm happy if he comes to the AFC West and to the Chargers in particular
For $36 million.
for $33 million a year. If it is in the Zach Allen $25 million, then I get a little nervous.
What about Dexter Lawrence II in Vegas? Because they do have a lot of money to spend.
Is Max Crosby next to him?
Yes.
Then no, I don't want him anywhere
That would
near
be
there.
terrifying.
That'd be awful.
So you imagine the pass rush of Max Crosby and Dexter Lawrence II, outside edge player and interior elite player at the position. And then on offense, you're dealing eventually with Fernando Mendoza, Ashton Genty, and Brock Bowers. Like, that's a lot of top end talent in places that can hit you. That can like affect you. I'm telling you, man. That's not entirely out of the realm of possibility.
All of that said, when we had this conversation a little bit earlier in the show, if you missed it, defensive tackles, when they make this type of money, going into their age 30 seasons, it's kind of when it starts to tick down a little bit. I love Zach Allen. The last 2 years of his deals when he's 31 and 32 years old, I'm very nervous about.
And also he had a slight decrease in production from 2024, in which he earned this deal, to 2025, where his tackles were 23 fewer. I think he went from 61 to, I think it was 38.
Now his APY isn't crazy, right? His average per year is like 25 million, Zach Allen. It's not Chris Jones north of 30. But the cap hit when he turns 31 and 32 goes all the way up to $37 million. So that's the reason why I'm nervous about Zach Allen. I think that's the reason why other teams, even though Dexter Lawrence at 28 years old is unreal, you should be wary to sign him to a record-setting deal in a sign-and trade because of what has happened with Chris Jones in Kansas City.
Dexter Lawrence being 28 years old right now. I think he turns 29. I don't know. It might
this
be.
Is his
month,
age
right?
29 season.
Is that too old to go big money at D tackle?
I think so.
Because Chris Jones, they went big. It was about this exact time, wasn't it? 28 years old. And now he's 31.
And Chris had Super Bowl rings to weigh that contract down.
He did.
Dexter Lawrence doesn't.
He was paid on what he'd already achieved for that organization. Also. Yeah, I think Dexter Lawrence is a guy that's probably, he's not going, I don't think anybody's going to go higher than Chris Jones at interior D-line in the near future.
Best bet, Dexter Lawrence is a Giant next year,
yes,
or elsewhere?
Giant. Renegotiated.
Probably right. Mitchie, next.
3, that's a magic number.
From ESPN, the Jacksonville Jaguars have signed defensive end Travon Walker to a 4-year, $110 million contract, making him the 12th highest paid defensive end in the league. That deal includes $77 million guaranteed, with $50 million fully guaranteed at signing. The Jaguars have some high hopes for the former number 1 overall pick. Jags head coach Liam Cohen set a challenge for Walker during their end-of-season meeting to emulate one Aaron Donald, not by being the best defensive lineman of all time, or one of them rather, one of the best defensive linemen of all time per se, but by emulating his practice, his game prep, and his play. So it's kind of like a go be Aaron Donald, but like not really. Walker battled through some wrist and knee injuries in 2025, limiting him to just 3.5 sacks over the season.
Travon Walker, first overall back in the 2022 NFL draft. What was that? When was he drafted? Yeah, 22.
Out of Georgia.
Making more money than Nick Bonito?
Yeah, it seems a little steep for a guy that 2 of his 4 seasons as an NFL player have yielded 3.5 sacks.
And one of which was last year.
Yeah, he played 14 games, so he had 3.5 sacks in 14 games. Granted, he was neutralized a bit by a wrist injury, but his rookie year, he had 3.5 sacks, and then sandwiched between 2 seasons where he had 10 and 10.5 sacks. He's not in the Nick Bonito production conversation.
No, but he's in the Nick Bonito money conversation because he was the number 1 overall pick. That's the reason why he makes more money.
Is he a bust?
Not yet. he has to be an absolute hit on this next deal. Like, he has to be in the same conversation as Benito and Garrett and Watt and Parsons and Crosby, like those types of guys getting after the quarterback. Walker has to be in that conversation year in and year out with this deal. If he's not, then you look at the deal and it's a complete bust.
He got paid largely from what he did in 24. Because do you remember he was, after the 24 season, prior to Liam Cohen coming in, he was like one of the pieces that had people excited. I mean, he was a 61 tackle, 10.5 sack, third-year player.
I mean, there were conversations, Coach, around was he the right number 1 pick that year? Look at the sacks from the 22 draft. Speaking of Nick Benito, Benito's second. He trails only Aiden Hutchinson. George Karlaftis has more sacks. Kayvon Thibodeau is right behind Trayvon Walker with 23.5. So after his first year, well, he only had 3.5 sacks. Trayvon Walker was looked at as like, was he the right pick out of Georgia that year? And then he had 2 years of double digits, and then he's back to 3.5 this season. He has to ball out on this contract for it to not be a bust number 1 pick. Because right now he's got 3 dudes ahead of him. Bonafide. Hutchinson, Benito, Karlaftis. Mechie, next.
I'm tipping.
The NFL will not be disciplining Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice over abuse allegations. From ESPN's Nate Taylor, the league announced on Friday that Rice, quote, has not engaged in conduct that violates the personal conduct policy. The league also said it has closed its investigation into accusations made by Rice's ex-girlfriend, Dakota Jones. Rice, of course, was suspended for 6 games last season for violating the league's personal conduct policy after getting into a high-speed car accident in Dallas. He's also due to be an unrestricted free agent after next season.
Is he going to be a Chief after next year?
I don't think so. Boy, there's been a lot there with Rashee Rice.
A lot there and not a lot on the field.
Not a ton. And I mean, this was, I mean, he had the terrible optics of what happened on the interstate in Dallas. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was in Dallas. Yeah, I mean, when you think Rashee Rice, does he scare you?
No,
he doesn't scare me. So is it worth the headache? And I'm not saying that anybody who is being accused of abuse or that potentially has major societal issues with how they drive a car, like they're not. You can't ever say like what they do on the field makes everything else worth it. However, it's definitely not worth it when you have a lot of off-field issues and the production isn't all that high.
Yeah, I'm more terrified of Xavier Worthy breaking the Broncos defense than I am of Rashee Rice. I'm more nervous about Travis Kelce in his gray bearded years in KC breaking the Broncos defense than I am Rashee Rice.
Tell you who I'm really nervous about.
Whoever they get at 9?
I'm very nervous about the heir apparent to Travis Kelce, Kenyon Sadiq, at number 9.
Don't do that to me.
Coach.
Number 9 overall?
Coach. Just telling you.
That's a little high for Kenyon Sadiq, isn't it?
Okay.
He's talked about it as like a 25 to 32 pick. Number 9 for Kenyon Sadiq. Would you do that? If you were Denver, would you pick him at 9?
Yes. Yes.
Just because of need?
Because
are you picking at need?
They haven't had a freaking tight end that's been a productive player since the last time they won a title.
So you're taking need, not best available.
You took best available last year. How'd that work out? You drafted your backup nickel.
Good point.
That's what best available is your backup nickel. It wasn't better than Jaquan McMillan, but by God, he was better than everybody else in the draft of that pick. Cool.
That's a good point.
Like the best available thing, I don't know, man. I'm not a fan. Or sorry, yeah, best available player. I'm not.
Why
a
is
fan
that?
Of. Because of exactly what just happened. We were told by Jeff Legwold.
I mean, it happened also with Bradley Chubb too.
Yeah, you get best available. Sometimes they're not even going to start for your football team because you have somebody that's overperformed and has more production than what they were forecast by their draft value, like Jaquan McMillan was, undrafted. And right now, Jahdae Barron's not a better football player, not even close, than Jaquan McMillan. Like Jaquan McMillan is a reason that you were in the AFC Championship game because of what he did against Buffalo. You're not replacing that with a nickel that you drafted just because he was picked, was it 20, 23, whatever it was? You got to start filling in some of these holes offensively, man. Some point, some way, you got to draft You got to draft an elite receiver at some point in time. You got to draft an elite tight end. Because it doesn't seem like these guys grow on trees that you can go out and get in the free agent market or in the trade value. You know, Jalen Waddle was an outlier. That was great. It was a great move.
Mitch, give me one more quickie.
All right, we had a couple of retirements over the weekend. Linebacker Anthony Walker retired from the league after 9 seasons. And Stephon Gilmore also announced that he will be hanging up the cleats. Gilmore, of course, had that big interception in that Pats-Rams Super Bowl. 2-time All-Pro, 2019 Defensive Player of the Year, Super Bowl champ, and he laid some nasty hits in his career. Woo!
I wonder if Stephon Gilmore, is he a Hall of Fame corner? 2-time All-Pro, Defensive Player of the Year, Super Bowl champion, and a big time, as Chris just said, a big time pick in that Super Bowl.
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think he has enough juice. Being a corner can be a challenge because you look at like the way the rest. I mean, when you're that much of a journeyman in his career, I mean, Buffalo Bills, Stephon Gilmore, I'm thinking of right here. Buffalo Bills, 2012 to 2016. He was the Patriot from 2017 to 2020, and then it was Panthers, Colts, Cowboys, Vikings. Just a little bit. Feels a little journeyman to be a no-brainer as a Hall of Famer.
And he just had like a very short spurt of elite play and happened to cash in on it.
Yeah.
So Hall of very good for Stephon Gilmore with a like can't miss Super Bowl play.
Congrats on a great career. Great legacy. Probably with everything that happened in New England during that era, he's probably not even like on their ring of whatever they're.
Oh, he has to be on their ring of fame.
I don't know, man. There's probably 50 people that you could put in that Patriots run that have as strong of a case to be on there as Stephon Gilmore does.
I mean, it's one of the most important turnovers in Super Bowl history. I think you get on the Ring of Fame just for the pick alone.
Trying to see who's on the. What do they call it? They call it the.
Like, if that ball isn't underthrown and he doesn't undercut Goff, I think LA wins that Super Bowl.
They call it the Patriots Hall of Fame.
He's got to be in it.
I don't know, man.
He's got to be in it.
I don't know. I mean, I think that's a hard Hall of Fame to get into, brother.
Think about this. If he doesn't make that interception, there's a world in which Matthew Stafford doesn't ever leave Detroit. There's a world in which the Rams don't trade Jared Goff because he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback in LA. And then the Tom Brady legacy changes just a little bit. That's enough to get you into the Ring of Fame. It was a legacy defining, not defining, but a legacy changing play that he made there. It was also an underthrown ball.
The Patriots' recent Hall of Fame. Julian Edelman, Tom Brady, Mike Vrabel, Vince Wilfork, Richard Seymour, Rodney Harrison, Matt Light, offensive tackle, outstanding, Kevin Falk, Willie McGinnis, Ty Law, Teddy Bruschi.
Yeah, he doesn't belong with those players.
That's it.
I agree.
That's it.
That's a tough beat
and
for him.
then that early 2000s era, Troy Brown, Drew Bledsoe. I mean, that's it. That's the entirety of
good player with a great moment.
I mean, those guys are.
You're right.
I swear, being in the Patriots Hall of Fame it's like almost guaranteed that you're going to be in the NFL, the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll wrap up the morning sprint on the other side.
That's wild. That's crazy.
Wrapping things up here on a Monday in the morning sprint. The Not Another Bracket Challenge wraps up tonight, and you can check out the standings at altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket to see where you rank. The Not Another Bracket Challenge has been powered by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. You can listen to the final game of the NCAA tournament, the national championship bout between UConn and Michigan tonight on AM 950. We are Denver's exclusive home for Westwood One Sports. All of that coverage throughout March Madness is brought to you by the Reputation Law Group. That's a 4 p.m. pregame, 6:20 tip on AM 950 between Michigan and UConn. Michigan feels like they're unbeatable, but like Dan Hurley just has that magic about him. UConn is undefeated in their 6 final appearances in the NCAA tournament. Michigan has gone to 7. They've won just a singular one.
I am hoping for Dan Hurley's sake that he is able to get some temporary relief. Because that's really all tonight is about for him. You win a title and you just get temporary relief. You lose, and it is back to hellhole, the pit of despair.
Is it the same way in professional sports?
Yes. Think about Sean, man. Although I feel like Sean took some type of joy out of the 2025-26 season. I do. Like he didn't seem miserable after it was all said and done. Seems like a guy that achieved something.
Oh, he took joy out of it.
Yes.
He received joy from the season.
He had he seems a little bit, I don't know about more relaxed.
I thought you were talking about Sean as like a fun sucker. Because he can, with his affect, he can be a little bit of a fun sucker.
I think he's just an off-season, I think he's generally an off-season joy guy and then in-season misery guy, which is kind of also all of us.
It's kind of football.
Yeah, it's kind of football.
From a coaching standpoint.
Yeah, it is. It can be as simple as like even a dinner away with your family versus what you're like in the office the next day. I mean, it's just wild. I've lived this life. Like I had my brother-in-law over for Easter this weekend, and he's a college football coach. And it's like, yep, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. You know, they're right in the middle of spring ball. 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Gonna get my ass chewed for how the quarterbacks did this weekend. Like, hey man, enjoy this while you can.
I'm enjoying my Easter cocktail or whatever it is.
Enjoy your spritz.
Yes.
Because you're gonna have the definition of the Sunday scaries here in the next 4 hours. Promise you that.
It's Masters week, man. This week is my favorite week.
Do you have any insider baseball on who might win this dang thing? Who's in good form?
I don't have like insider knowledge, but yeah, I know who's in good form and who's not. Like,
who do you like? Give me one.
It might be Bryson's year.
DeChambeau.
Yeah.
Really?
In good form, winning on live. He has contended at Augusta in recent seasons. I know he had a 75 on Masters Sunday last year before Rory became the 5th player or 6th player all time to win the career Grand Slam. Bryson might be your guy. But as endearing as Bryson has gotten over the years with his YouTube golf, and he's gotten like a little less nerdy and he was super nerdy and then he was super meatheady, and he's just kind of worked his way back into the general graces of golf fans. He did once upon a time call Augusta National like a par 67, and I feel like the golf gods get to smack you in the face for your entire career when you disrespect them like that. So that's the only thing that holds me off of Bryson. Scotty has struggled with his driver this year, but people who think that Scotty is playing poorly, I think, are lunatics. Like, he's had 6 starts. He's got a win, 3 top 10s, and in all 6, he has finished no worse than 24th. So, like, Scotty can obviously win it. I don't know if Rory's got a chance to go back-to-back. I think Ludwig Oberg is one of the best players in the world that doesn't have a major. He might be my guy. He was runner-up 2 years ago. Those are my inside golfs.
I like that.
No Tiger and no Phil Mickelson.
Although, tell you what might feed us until at least Christmas.
What's that?
The Tiger memes.
Oh, the Tiger memes are unreal.
Oh my gosh.
With the towel over his head. And
there's so many different still shots from that day. I
sad
love,
situation, but the gift that keeps on giving for social media.
Like the one where he's got his glasses on, he's taking a knee, and he's looking up. It looks like he's a quarterback in the huddle.
Yep.
I ride 34 waggle. Put the women and children to bed looking for supper.
Those will live on forever. Yeah, those are my guys. I don't know. Like, you can't overlook Justin Rose. Even though he's getting older and older, he's always there on the weekend. He's always there. Honestly, Justin Rose is like always in the lead after Thursday. I think he's led on Thursday like 5 or 6 times. He's getting close to 50. He could be a guy that could compete there. Jordan Spieth, because of his past history there, could. But he's so like polarizing up and down type of player that could dip 4 balls in Rays Creek. I can't wait for it. It is a wonderful week of sports. You get Final Four, you get the Masters. You are a week and a half away from the start of the NBA playoffs. You are a week and a half away from the start of the NHL playoffs. This is equinox. This is sports equinox stuff. I can't wait for it.
And the most important thing, like I keep getting into, man, is just that potential feeling that we all have right now of a double parade, man. We are right there. We're knocking on the door to where this thing really counts, and you're playing for keeps.
We haven't been thinking about that since October.
No.
Like, it is amazing what Saturday afternoon could have brought to you. It is, it only matters what happens in the second round, but if you can get past the Spurs and you can get past the Stars, we're in double dipperoo categories for parades, man. We're right there.
If you can find a way, unlike the
Whoa!
Holy
check your phone, Raj.
smokes. Breaking news in the NBA and college basketball. And you know what? I'll wait for this on the other side. Don't go anywhere, because coming up next with PhD.
You're really going to do that to me?
A championship NBA head coach is going to the college ranks. PhD will tell you who it is next.
Dang, man. Like that?
It was 1 year ago, not today, but 2 days from now, April 8th, that we were stunned with the firing of Michael Malone with just 3 games left in the Nuggets season. They had been going downhill a bit. They had lost 4 games in a row. They had a losing record since the All-Star break. And in a stunning development, the GM and coach were thrown out the door. And here we stand with the Nuggets equaling the amount of wins you had last year. And arguably, nobody's playing
with
better.
4 to go.
With 4 to go, with nobody playing better at the end of the season. And we'll get into that game. But today, as we sign on, from Pete Thamel, North Carolina intends to hire longtime NBA coach Michael Malone as the school's next basketball coach. He's an NBA championship coach with the Nuggets. In 2023, won 510 games as an NBA head coach. Coach Malone joins his daughters at the University of North Carolina.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that was.
Or is expected, intends to hire. Hasn't. Maybe I should be a little careful with the language.
But it came from Schefter, and then was it Shams afterwards, or the guy that went to Bonaventure?
I don't know. I'm reading from Pete Thamel, so. Is it more than intends? Did they sign him, or do they intend to sign him?
I'm sure Adam Schefter's had a couple tweets that are wrong, but I guess Adam Schefter's the first one to broke it.
Jeez, wild, man. I mean, I know North Carolina's a hell of a job, but this is really surprising to me. Mike Malone for sure was going to be an NBA head coach again. For sure, absolutely was going to be an NBA head coach again. And he is doing the counterculture move where every college coach is miserable. It doesn't matter what sport you're talking about right now. Every college coach is miserable, wants the heck out of college because of NIL, re-recruiting your own kids, figuring out all the legal loopholes and everything. They all want out. And Malone's saying, hey, I'm going to go dive into that world. Well, I bet the daughters have a huge part in it, for sure. But
I wonder also from the North Carolina perspective, because of exactly what Tyler just said, maybe they're going to say, listen, because now they got boards and GMs. I mean, Belichick went there and hired a GM for the football program, so I'm sure there's something similar going around for the basketball program. That college teams are running them more like professional teams.
I will say this, just coaching style, he might belong in college.
Yeah.
He might. You know, I mean, he's an old school guy, right? He likes to grind on the guys. He likes to be demanding of the guys.
Like Danny, what's his name at UConn?
You can do that with 18-year-olds. It's a little bit tougher with dudes making $40 million a year.
Yeah, the guys are 29 and got 2 kids.
Well, not only do you have that power over the kids, but you have that power in the program that he was so frustrated with the Cold War between him and Calvin Booth, and probably a lack of conversation with ownership as well. He gets to be the king of the castle. That's what you get to do in college. You don't have to look over your shoulder.
And listen, there's great players, and everybody says there's going to be a huge there's going to be a great draft, I guess, and a lot of good players. But the face of the program in college, men and women, are still the coaches. Even with all these All-Americans and McDonald's All-Americans and the Gatorade Player of the Year and blah, blah. Yeah. Face of the pro, Danny Hurley is still the face of the UConn program.
For sure.
And he'll probably have 2-3 guys go pro. Gino Arenamo is the face of the program. Hubert Davis was the face of North Carolina before he got fired. Mike Krzyzewski was the face of coaches are still the programs in college. But again, I almost think that first thing I thought about is dude, because I had read just earlier today that they were going to go after Billy Donovan, who's, won some national championships in Florida, been coaching the Bulls, went to Oklahoma City, and now is coaching the Bulls. So he's had some experience in college, but way before the NIL, in quotation marks, it was Florida at the time. But I'm almost wondering if more big programs, when they have to replace coaches, they're going to look at pro coaches who are used to that money, the animosity in locker rooms because of the difference in money and how to build a team around all that and still keep people together.
Listen, it's not a mystery in college basketball anymore. Look at Michigan, who's I think will probably beat UConn tonight to win the national championship. The top programs throw in millions of dollars, as Michigan has done, which makes them one of the least likable teams that will probably win a national championship, but whatever.
But welcome to what you built.
You have created it. So it's a bunch of guys who have just barely been at Michigan, but they're paid to be there. No different, I suppose, than a lot of the one and dones back in the past. And who knows how many hijinks have been going on in college basketball. You know, our guy, John Wooden, he was the king of them back in the day, and it really hasn't stopped. So I guess, whatever, join the party. But you're North Carolina. If Michigan just can buy a bunch of kids, why can't North Carolina?
Of course they can.
You got $10 million a year. You can buy the best kids in the world, and you're going to be in an environment where they love you, and you can do whatever you want, and your daughters are around, and you can do it for a couple years to see how it fits you. Yep. At least you're there while your kids are there. And living here in Denver, Colorado, in the shadow of the Nuggets, you don't think that would drive you a little bit nuts? I think this is a no-brainer. Plus, you say he could get a job in the NBA. All right, well, easier said than done. And where exactly is that going to be? It's not going to be at a prestige program like North Carolina, that's for sure. It's going to be a NBA team, if he could get one, that's the dregs of society right now. Why would you want to deal with that when you can turn around a North Carolina program with $10 million and a click of some fingers? I totally get why he's doing it. It makes perfect sense to me. Plus, TV's probably boring. And how many times can you stab Jokic in the back about SGA being the MVP? It gets old after a while, and I don't think he's built for that. I really don't. I think he's built to be a coach. So I get it from all sorts of points of views. Would you rather be at North Carolina or coach Utah?
Probably coaching Utah.
Would you rather really
North Carolina?
No way would I. Milwaukee or North Carolina?
North Carolina.
Memphis or North Carolina?
I think I would always choose the pros. Always.
Yeah,
always.
But he's already done it. Like once you reach the top of the mountaintop, you want to go to Milwaukee or Utah or Memphis or some of these other crap teams that are going to inevitably have to go back.
Why did Dan Hurley take over the Lakers offer that was even more than he was making at UConn?
Why did he turn it down?
Yeah, why do you think he turned it down?
I'm not quite sure.
Because guess why? He ain't telling because he ain't telling LeBron James what to do.
Well, and I do wonder if that was as much of it as anything else for Michael Malone. Like, hey, my coaching style wasn't working with these guys. Like I was grinding on them. They didn't appreciate it. They didn't like it. I'm not changing. They're not changing. So I got to go somewhere where my style is going to work a little bit.
It's probably not LeBron as much as do I want to hear Jeannie Buss tell me what to do or whoever's in charge.
And in college, guess what? If you recruit and get the right players in there, you only got to deal with them. They only get to hear your voice for how long?
1 year.
1 year, 2 tops.
Yeah. May, the coach for for Michigan, he probably still has these guys wearing name tags. But, here they are. They're playing UConn. It's one of the most unlikable final championship games of all time. Like, Dan and I picked the same exact teams. Can you believe that for the challenge? And we won it. Why? Because we were the laziest picks of all time. We went chalk all the way, and the only number 2 seed we picked was UConn. What a stretch. The NCAA tournament is so much more exciting on the first day than the last day. It's ridiculous. My opinion.
The first weekend, I'm all in Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then after that, okay, let's get to Monday night.
Because it's this 10 million team going against this 10 million team. It's this unlikable coach going against this program. If you want to see, listen, I hope y'all got a chance to sample it. I was in tears of joy and happiness watching UCLA beat South Carolina because of the Betts sisters, their family, and the fact that they grew up less than a mile from where I lived for 20 years and went to the same schools as my kids. Well, they went to Grandview instead of Smoky because it's a little bit better basketball at Grandview than Smoky. But they lived in Piney Creek. They went to Laredo Middle School, same school as my kids. And I'm watching this story with Lauren and Sienna Betts. Dude, I had tears in my eyes. And Lauren Betts wins the player of the tournament. UCLA's never won a championship. And all seniors scored for UCLA. There wasn't one player for UCLA who scored who wasn't a senior. How about that? That, to me, there is no way whatever happens tonight is going to match what I saw yesterday. And the fact it had such an incredible Colorado connection. Scott, as a coach of girls high school basketball, you must have been blown away watching that. And Lauren, let's salute Lauren and Sienna Betts, especially Lauren Betts, who had such an exceptional career in tournaments.
Well, if you go through the history of women's basketball in Colorado high school for the last 25 years, I bet it's 6-1, 7-1. High Division I players versus the men's side.
Yeah,
they've been phenomenal. They're doing something right in Colorado in women's basketball. But yeah, no, man, it's cool, man. It makes you cheer. And not only did they win,
They killed them.
The second largest defeat in finals history or something like that. I mean, just destroyed South Carolina, who's won
really good.
3 of the last 5 championships.
Isn't it amazing? Like, it wasn't just Caitlin Clark. Obviously, that was a huge part of it. But it feels like for 5 or 6 years now, come tournament time, there are amazing stories in the women's basketball that does make you wonder, like, wow, is that on me that I didn't watch it all year long?
Or how many stories have we missed in the past?
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
Like if the stories are there in the Final Four, in the Elite Eight, the stories are there all season long. But you really, really find yourself invested in them. And it really was going on before Caitlin Clark, and then she just amplified it.
Well, Lauren Bett's story has been going on for 8+ years here in Colorado, and she started at Stanford with all those other great girls basketball players that went to Stanford, and then it wasn't her cup of tea, so she went to Stanford, took her sister. By the way, they have a younger brother, Tyler, who's 7'2", who's a sophomore at Creek.
All right.
So get ready for whatever he's about to do.
Hey, Tad, where are you living?
Well, I don't. You think you can get any of these guys to go to Colorado? I doubt it. But
Adolph Coors business still in town, ain't it?
I don't know. Money is
still Coors Event Center.
Do you want to win?
People still buying beer, ain't they?
Do you want to win or do you not want to win? What do you want to do? Men's and women's, there's not much of a difference. You know, they're doing some sort of like insurance commercial, the Bet sisters with their mom that I saw, like as a progressive commercial, one of them type of commercials. Good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them, man. That was, I mean, there were a lot of amazing things. Nuggets game, I don't know, top 5 easily in 27 years regular season games I've ever seen.
Yeah, best game of the season without a question.
Easy top 5 of all time regular season. I can't put it above, Jamal hit a shot and all that sort of stuff. But regular,
I don't know, the Sombor over Wemby, that was pretty special, dude.
That was unbelievable. So you saw, I don't know, man, it was a fun weekend. Forget about that hockey game last night. They won the big one. They won the important one.
They won the big one big.
They won the important
This
one.
ain't even the best shot. Everybody's all into this shot right here.
It was, I know the floater was incredible too.
That's 10 times better.
This I don't know, dude. That was pretty awesome.
No,
that's unbelievable.
That's unbelievable. But I'm telling you, the floater on the baseline and Wemby is going for it. I other than maybe Larry Bird, I've never seen anybody able to do something like that.
Well, let's dig into that particular game. And by the way, the NCAA tournament does wrap up tonight. Michigan and UConn facing off for the opportunity to cut down the nets as national champions. Coverage starts at 4 p.m. on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950. Tip-off at 6:20. The NCAA tournament on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. We'll hear Joker talk about the Sombor Shuffle and reflect on, hey, man, DPT, double parade time. Double parade time poked its head out of a hole and said, remember me. Remember me.
Oh.
DPT.
Because that was the same night, the Dallas game and
same
Nuggets
exact
game.
time.
Yeah.
And the basketball game took so long, 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Well, they had an overtime.
It went overtime, and it's one of these prime
shoot 40 free throws.
Oh my God.
Prime network, so you have 3-minute breaks.
You know what? So even though the Avalanche started later, and hockey in general goes later, the Avalanche finished before the Nuggets did. So it was a spectacular Saturday afternoon. We're here to talk about it here on PhD.
High right side is Aaron Gordon. Throws it off over to Jokic. Jokic guarded by Wemby. 9 on the shot clock. He's on the right-hand side. Backs him down in the paint. Gets double teamed. Fade away. God! Oh, my God! You know how hard that shot is? Denver leads it by 4, 133 to 129.
Do you call it a sombor shuffle or the fadeaway? You know what I'm talking about?
I just throw it up and enjoy the motion and hopefully not let it fly. Mike Millett always say, let it fly and enjoy the moment. And hopefully it's going to go in.
Did you do anything different on that shot than any other type of shot like that you've ever? Same exact thing.
If you guys remember 2 years ago or whatever, he actually blocked the same type of shot. I think it was the similar, and I kind of throw it away, and we lost the game. So I think it was nothing different. Maybe I just created a little bit more space.
That's so funny. Did you do anything different? Actually, yeah, I did. And here's what I did and why I did it. Because a year ago, I didn't create enough space. So I knew in that moment, because he had a little bit to think about it. He did. He set Wemby up on that just a little bit. He likes to downplay.
But he also went around the opposite shoulder, which is slower, and still was able to get it off, which is pretty impressive.
Is that traveling, by the way?
But no, because his right foot was a pivot foot. And then after your pivot, you spin, you're good, and then step back 1 foot.
You're okay to do that.
Right. It's not like the 5 steps Wemby took to get a layup earlier in the game.
Let's go through a bunch of things. So he knew what he was doing. He knew on that shot because of past experience similar to Wemby, he had to create a little bit more space. He did have to do something a little bit different. Yeah. Now, he's done that shot. I mean, we've seen him break hearts with that shot a million times. I still don't know if he calls it a sombor shuffle.
But he knew what you were talking about.
Yes,
if
he
you
did.
listen to the question, he goes, no, he knew exactly what you were talking about. So
he did.
He's heard it.
So
he's aware. He ain't going to name his own shots.
I know. But next time I'll just say when you hit the sombor, and we'll just all assume you know what it's talking
about.
Post
game. Yeah, not that big of a deal. I just hit the sombor on Wemby.
Well, how many players have a shot with a name?
Well, thank you, Chris Marlowe.
Absolutely. It's the perfect nickname. The sombor shuffle, which you can easily just call the sombor, is its own thing. He does not do that shot a lot.
But you got to be careful because there's the sombor double, right?
The sombor double is different, but nobody would call that the sombor. You'd say
sombor double.
Yeah, you'd say sombor double.
Shuffle it. It sounds better. Plus, we're giving homage to Chris every time. I love it because the internet went crazy. The internet called it sombor shuffle.
It's the sombor shuffle. I wish the national guys, because you guys, if you were calling the game, would have said it right away.
Yeah, Marlo would have, instead of you heard Kaz say fade away.
Yeah, Kaz kind of blew it on that one. It's a little. Does he got a?
No, I don't know.
Is there a Marlo Kaz beef?
No beef at all. But do you want to shout out another guy's call?
I don't know. It is what it is.
But Marlo would have gone sombor shuffle. He'd have just said that.
Right there.
Then lost his mind.
As everybody did. Let me tell you that.
I still want, Dan, you got to find that floater, though.
After the game, Adelman said the floater was a more guaranteed bucket than 2 free throws. He said that's how good Joker is at that shot, that he feels more confidence in that floater rather than the free throws. Now, listen, man, I don't know how to describe it. If you got to stand next to this Wembanyama guy. I don't know what else to say. It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. It'd be ridiculous for you and your 6'10". To see the height, the length, the everything, it is extraordinary. Yeah. I'm never going to miss a Wemby game ever in my life. Well, it's too special when it's happening.
We did Joker back-to-back games when I was doing the sideline. I'm interviewing him, and I'm thinking the whole time, well, I'm pretty eye-to-eye with him. I'm pretty close. He's right at 7 foot. But I remember a game, we went and watched film, we played the Washington Wizards when Manute Bol was playing for the Wizards. And we're watching film, and I'm standing at the free throw line with him. My head didn't come to his shoulders. And he was 7'5". And my head didn't come to his shoulders. I mean, think about that.
I think the only person I've ever stood next to, actually, I stood next to 2. Dikembe, that was impressive.
Yeah, 7'2", probably.
Yeah, and Shaq. Those are the two tallest human beings I've ever stood
Did
next
you
to in
feel
my life.
small?
I got a photo next to both of them, and I intentionally did the little kid thing. Like I was looking up to him with my eyes and my mouth open, like.
Plus, Shaq was thicker than you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, way thicker. Yeah.
I mean, he got up over 400.
But, I mean, I look like I'm taking a photo, like I'm DMac taking a photo with you or I.
Right.
No offense.
Well, listen.
Of course.
Here's what I'll say. And Wemby's great. And there's no diminishing Wemby. Wemby's great. And this isn't a knock when I said it last week. It's not a knock now. He does 7.5 well, which is why that makes that shot so impressive, because he does 7.5 well.
Oh, there's no doubt. His
and even
coordination.
the little floater on the baseline. You used to play pig and horse, right?
Of course.
If you can get those little side shots, no backboard, and you call all swish or something, you was getting a letter, right? Because those are such tough shots to shoot, those little baseline things. And again, he did 7.5 well. And I don't know how Joker had it hardly touched net. It was so pure.
It was so pure. It was an incredible shot. It iced the game. There was another moment, though. There's so many great moments in this game. I mean, the overtime itself was just a classic. Jamal diving into the Gatorade bucket, the two incredible shots by Joker, the Cam Johnson bucket from
Monster
30
three.
feet, way behind the three-point line.
Who played bad the first half and was really good the second half.
Listen, man, at the end of the day, Cam Johnson's shooting like 42% from three on the season. I got no problems
He's
with that.
shooting 46, I think, at home.
Okay, well,
At three.
all right. So whatever issues he's had, to me, are ancient history at this point. But I'll tell you another really, really interesting moment.
You lose Bruce Brown early?
Well, do you know what? I did not know this rule.
I did.
Did you know the rule?
Yeah.
Tyler, do you know the rule?
It's the same thing as on a free throw.
It's really fascinating. If you are with a jump ball with your opponent, and for whatever reason you have to be substituted out of the game, say for an injury for whatever reason, and you can't take the jump ball and you're out of the game, you're not allowed to come back into the game.
Yep.
Ever?
No,
Ever. You're out for the game.
Well, I guess that's one way of preventing jump ball mismatches. I mean, because they got to do something relatively extreme. Forever seems really extreme.
And I guess whoever comes in for you has to take the jump ball.
No, it's not. They get to pick.
Oh, they get to choose?
They get to choose.
So that's why they picked Tyus Jones?
Yeah,
who's they? You mean the opponent?
The opposing team.
funny.
If you can't,
So they can pick the shortest guy?
And that's what they did.
They picked Tyus Jones.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, that was comical. But I did not know you couldn't re-enter the game.
Same
Do you
thing.
think-
Same thing
hold
with
on.
the free throw late.
Do you think the Nuggets understood that rule?
Yeah, everybody knows that rule.
Everybody knows that rule.
Yeah.
Okay, because Bruce could have gone back in the game.
He said he could have played, but he was hurt at the time.
Okay. All right.
But I've seen guys. Didn't Kyrie, when he tore his ACL, got up, shot the free throws, and then they fouled right away?
I don't know why.
Hoping that it wasn't as severe as it was.
I don't know why they wouldn't have Bruce just stand there and then, whatever. You survive whatever you survive.
Yeah, but then you don't know if he can even play, and then you just give some.
No, you literally stand there.
Guess
You play 4-on-5 and call a timeout.
You won the game.
Yeah, okay, fine. It was a quirky moment. But there was another interesting one. Down 2 with like 9 seconds to go, whatever it was. Inbound, nice play. Joker, double team, dishes down to AG.
Big
It took 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, that was unbelievable.
It went from 6-9 to 6-2. I was watching very specifically because I thought they would have tried a 3 to win it, like kick it to Jamal, whatever. But they went for a very quick 2, and I'm like, oh, wow.
That's a lot of time left on the other end.
6.2 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, and timeout, half court, we're going to give the ball to Wemby, and now you got to defend Wemby. And he got a pretty decent look on the baseline.
Yeah,
it was a little awkward angle.
But Gordon forced him just far enough
now-
down. That's a tough angle.
Now you've got to play defense or you lose.
Yep.
And they did it. Enough. Can't speak highly enough about this game. Bad first quarter defensively. But you scored a lot of points on offense, so you kind of like, all right, fine, whatever.
Down 7 again at half. Got down 11 in the third quarter. Early, I believe.
How'd they win? How do you guys think they actually won that game? You got to understand something. The Spurs had won 11 games in a row. They had won 26 of the last 28 games. By far the hottest team in the NBA. How did the Nuggets do it, especially coming from behind, when they have lost so many games at home previous?
I'll let Scott answer how they did it, but I'll just say this really quickly. I love that it happened because every time I start to think it's a possibility this year that they could win a championship, every time I start to think the injuries are too much, that it's just too much. This year's too much, and I just lose hope in the playoffs. They do seem to remind me about once or twice a month of how freaking good they can be.
That's true. Well, again, I think I don't know if I said it on air, but they're 22-6 with Aaron Gordon, and I just think he's a glue factor. He's the defensive guy that forced Wemby one more dribble. Now he's below the backboard. He's got to take a funny angle.
It was close to the basket, though.
But guess what? He didn't let him get in the paint.
He did not.
Then he's really close to the basket.
And he didn't foul.
Yeah, and he didn't foul. They're just a better team with Aaron Gordon, and I still don't think Aaron Gordon's 100%.
Played 41 minutes, so
I mean, how about that?
Yeah, how about that? Enough for time management. And Adelman talked about that.
Yeah,
too.
he said, yeah, once the overtime comes, rules don't count. By the way, once you get to overtime, the rules doesn't count.
Yeah.
The minutes restriction, it's off the table now. It's overtime.
41 minutes for AG.
How about this? The Nuggets have beaten San Antonio twice. San Antonio's beaten OKC twice. OKC beaten Denver twice. It's like a loop between those three teams.
Here we go. And then the Lakers lose Reeves. They've lost Doncic. They lost to Dallas. They're going to get killed by Oklahoma City tomorrow. Okay. It's the 3 seed if you win 3 of your last 4. I bet you get the 3 seed if you win 3 of your last 4. You got Portland. How about this stat? Props to Vic Lombardi. The Nuggets in the regular season in Denver have beat Portland 17 straight times. The last time Portland won, according to Vic, at home in Denver was when Danilo Gallinari was playing. Okay, well, that's tonight. You're playing Memphis on Wednesday, who, at home, who that season is a trash can. And then is Oklahoma City going to care in game 81?
They may
Is
not
San Antonio
have to.
Is San Antonio going to care in game 82?
You know what? Denver may not have to care.
All
in
lining
game
up
82.
pretty beautifully, isn't it?
It really is. You've won 8 in a row. I think the next 3 are the next 2 for sure, and the next 3 because I don't know if Oklahoma City going to care.
Don't have a great win like you did Saturday, and then you give it back by losing tonight again.
Well, that would be very disappointing.
Well,
Portland's still playing. Portland can catch 8, I think.
They they can. They're tied.
8 or 9, one of the two.
No, they 8. Yeah, they're tied right now.
Which means they would get home court in that first game against the next team.
The game matters to Portland.
Yeah.
This is not a Cruise City game tonight. No, you got to get up for this one. No doubt about it. Who are they tied with? Tied with
The Clippers.
Yeah. So it matters. It matters. Tonight matters. It matters in kind of a good way, though. Like, but I'm telling you, man, you play a game like you did against the Spurs, the next one ain't going to feel the same. Kind of like the Avs. You played that game against Dallas. Look at the hype. Look at the vibes.
But a little bit different for the Avs. I mean, it was easy to get up for that game because they knew the rest doesn't really matter. Nuggets, it still matters. So
no, I got it. But anybody on the Nuggets who's just saying, well, there's no difference between the Spurs game and Utah is just a liar. Or they're lying. They're not a liar.
Hopefully not, though, because there's only a couple left. We only got a couple left. I think it's a little bit easier to prioritize the games, and you see what's on the line. Hopefully.
Well, we'll see. I mean, there's plenty to play for. And Adelman did say, hey, there's no difference between the Utah game and the Portland game.
As far as win-losses.
And I'm like, all right, cool. But you got to see, can we, in a frenetic playoff atmosphere, beat these guys? And they did.
Last year you had one game, and I don't know which one it was, but one game at home that had over 20,000 in it. Last night was your 4th. And the capacity is 19-something.
The roof was – a lot of games in sports are actually better on TV. A lot. That wasn't one of them. That was like it was different. I don't know how else to say it. And the crowd was incredible.
All games.
I mean, it felt special being there. What can I tell you? And you know what? It didn't feel special. being at the Avs game last night.
Well, they just beat,
that felt like a waste of time.
How about you beat Dallas and you got a back-to-back in the NHL this late in the season?
It's really they got 3 and 4 nights. I got to go back to St. Louis for this 3 and 4. Yeah, I know. It's right. You roll your eyes at it, but they're so close to just wrapping things up. Just to keep track on that, 2 more points and they win their division and the West. Either they win or Dallas loses. Whatever. 4 more points and Carolina can't catch them for the President's Trophy, depending if you give a crap about, that one. So it's assured that the Avalanche, who nobody suspects will lose 6 in a row, will have no problems doing all of this stuff. Plus, other teams could just lose. Dallas could just lose. Carolina could just lose. You could lose your way into first place. Not that we expect them to do it. So both teams are, it's... To beat Dallas and beat the Spurs, forget about the game last night against St. Louis. Something's wrong when Blackwood's in the net. They ain't the same team. They're not. They don't play the same way. They don't have the same vibes. They don't have the same energy. It's different. I don't know.
Well,
can't put my finger on it.
All those are questioning, will they have goaltending in the playoffs? There's not a more playoff atmosphere than you played on Saturday either.
That is correct. And your guy,
Wedge was pretty good.
He shut him out.
On their ice.
So not only does he play well, but they play better. They play better, period, when he's the goalie.
Well, he's your starting goalie.
For whatever reason.
Right.
I'm not trying to put Blackwood even down.
No. And you know what? It's probably still smart that the Blackwood played last night because it's a back-to-back.
For sure.
No doubt about it. And he didn't play terrible.
No.
They just don't play as good. What can I tell you? All right, the Nuggets look to extend their NBA best 8-game win streak tonight against Portland. Hear the action right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pre-game coverage powered by Ramos Law. Starts at 6:30. The tip is just after 7 on your home for the Nuggets. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, if you're looking for a simple one-day solution to reverse your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today. Do it today, 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment. You're going to have the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, fantastic at what they do, and they believe in what they do. They believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Eric Johnson had another fantastic question as a broadcaster. He has had stellar moments and beautiful teeth. Get to that in just a second. But the big news of this hour is that Michael Malone, who was fired a year ago this Wednesday with 3 games left to go. It's like, wow, man. Feels like a long time ago, and it feels like 5 seconds ago at the same time. He's been hired by the University of North Carolina, or they intend to hire him. That is the Schefter one, too. And Schefter's quoting Thamel, and it says, North Carolina intends to hire NBA coach Michael Malone. So it's not done yet, but it's going in that direction. If people missed the beginning of the show, what's your reaction to that news about Michael Malone?
Surprised initially, but then the more I think about it, I think that's the way I'm going to be surprised if we don't see more former NBA coaches coaching these bigger college programs. I think college basketball is now pro basketball on just a different level.
I'll tell you this, on both ends of the spectrum, on the firing and the hiring, it was one of the most shocking days of my life when Michael Malone got fired. Not on my radar. Season's wrapping up. We're getting ready for the playoffs. That was bizarrely shocking.
Mm-hmm.
And this one was also not even remotely on my bingo card that Mike Malone was looking for a college job. I thought for sure he's just the next man up in the NBA. Whatever job that's going to be, Michael Malone's going to be coaching the NBA next year. So surprising on both ends of it. I do think that Michael Malone might be better fit to coach in college. He's just got an old school demanding personality that works with 18-year-olds. And it's tough with dudes making $40 million per year.
Scott, what do you think his prospects were of landing another NBA job?
I think he eventually would have gotten it, but I'm not sure it would have been as quick to his liking.
Meaning this go round?
Yeah.
You don't think you'd have a job this go round?
I think it was going to need to be a window of a couple of years. It's just been one, right?
Talk about a shocking fall off, though. A dude that just won a championship,
but it goes
doesn't
back
make it through the full hiring cycle.
But it goes back to what you just said about the thing.
Yeah,
I mean, if you feel that way, you don't think there's a whole bunch of executives feel the same way.
Yeah.
So, I think the time would have healed any tough wounds, and I'm not so sure he won't be back in the pros again someday.
Here's an interesting angle on it. I don't think it applies or it matters anymore because college athletics is not about development. But Michael Malone's never been one for playing or developing rookies. So how's that going to apply to 17, 18-year-olds as you're sitting there recruiting them in their living room? You know what I mean? Like he's always been – he's trusts his guys. I think development is out the window in college sports entirely, so maybe it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it's more of program developing almost, right? Especially programs like that. You're going to get – some of the most skilled guys in the world to come to your school, like Duke got Cooper Flagg, who, by the way, just went 51 and 45 back to back.
How about that?
So I think guys are more skilled coming in these one and doners than they've ever been, and so now it's about managing egos and everything else, and getting the system in with the guys you want to run.
Does anything?
And by the way, guess what you get to tell those guys? I know what it takes to make the NBA.
Yeah.
I've been there. You want to make your next step the NBA? I'll show you how you get there.
I think it's a good recruiting tool. And if you can back up the Brinks truck like Michigan has done, you can do it. You can do it in a very quick amount of time. I'd make the argument you can do it a hell of a lot quicker at an institution like UNC that's got such an incredible tradition than
Utah.
Yeah,
Sure.
I mean, that is true. There's no rules. There's no salary cap. There's no limitations.
Yeah.
The only limitation you have is how big the money tree is in your backyard.
Yeah, and you need watch Michigan tonight and just do a little digging, like where did these guys come from? It's not like they grew up dreaming of Big Blue or whatever the hell they call themselves.
Well, and New York's still a big pipeline for great players, and it's a New York guy.
Sure.
Trust me. They'll get it. Yeah, I know what you're going through.
I don't know why any coach would even bother recruiting freshmen anymore. Unless it's like
hold on.
Freshman,
Doesn't Dion get dissed for that left and right?
I think it's different rules for football and for basketball. I think basketball you need like 4 dudes. Football is a whole different thing in my opinion. But, yeah, I mean, Deion's not going to have much of a choice because people are leaving left and right because they just don't have the money to compete, and they don't have the history like the LSU does.
And yet Duke didn't win a championship last year, and you're going to have 3 guys that played on Duke last year. They'll probably be on the all-rookie team this year.
Yeah, that's actually incredible.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, because experience still means something.
Right.
I mean, age still means something, you know.
You still got 18-year-olds with pressure.
Sure. And listen, Peyton Watson averaged like 3 points a game, you know, in college. But in the NBA, he's, you know, up over 25 points a game or whatever the hell he's averaging.
In his 4th year.
Yeah, like he'd be a senior in college. If Peyton Watson took a redshirt year, he'd be a senior in college this year. How good would – that's funny. Put Peyton Watson right now on a college team. How good's that team?
Better.
You think? But who's sticking around in the NBA like that? Nobody's going to do that. A lot easier to do in the women's game, right? The NBA doesn't have that sort of thing. And you can take NIL for the women, and you can, you know, just make money in endorsements like Lauren Betts and his sister did. So why do they even need the WNBA? They really don't. Not really.
I know the WNBA just changed their thing, but I saw an article. Caitlin Clark made like $100,000 playing for the Fever last year, and she made like $12 million doing endorsements or so.
But she could have made that playing at Iowa. She could have made that same money because she was that big at Iowa in terms of endorsements.
No dumb question. Can you say Caitlin Clark saved the women's game?
To be determined.
Or woke
yeah,
it
we'll
up.
see.
Or woke it up.
It definitely, she woke the college game up.
Yeah, I mean, hold on though. Let's be real. How much WNBA did you watch this year?
Nothing. By the way, did you see Angel Reese just got traded?
Yeah, to Atlanta.
Okay.
It didn't affect my viewing patterns of the WNBA.
Me neither.
Well, I watched a bunch last year.
Okay, I got a cookie for you.
Well, you just asked a question. Now you're going to put me down for watching it?
No, but
you guys are pig sexist bigots.
Watch every single second of the women's national championship game. Why? Because it was interesting. First of all,
You didn't watch 2 years ago when Caitlin Clark was in the final.
I did. No, I did watch that too. She suckered me in. I was there.
See, I think that upped the performance, and then she comes in last year. The Fever as a rookie last year, and attendance went up.
Sure, it's working. There's no doubt it's working.
After 20 years, I mean, all of a sudden people are going to games. People are watching games.
She moves.
They got to do
needle.
collective bargaining, getting paid more. Only big difference was now if you ask Angel Reese, it was her and Caitlin.
There was an element to it.
The
rivalry
was part of it. Yeah, the rivalry.
I'll tell you this: the Gino Don Staley thing made me a hell of a lot more interested in the weekend.
I'm gonna beat his.
Gino just lost his cool, man. He didn't know what he was doing, what he wasn't. He was just so pissed that he lost. He apologized as he should have. I keep hearing Don Staley's a little tricky to work with too, or whatever. But listen, you got to have a certain amount of ego to coach on that level, and they do. And then Don took a shot at Gino by saying Carly, the coach of UCLA, like at least that's a quality person that I lost to. Like there's no doubt.
Well, and then she actually went down and shook hands with the coach before the game, which is what set Gino off initially.
Yeah, but
and then looked over to the camera and said, "See,
yeah, there you go." but Staley had.
You guys all saw me do that, right?
They shook hands. Auriemma and Staley did shake hands before the beginning. He had just lost his brains because they lost. He lost his nut because they lost to Don Staley.
If you're being honest.
And then Don Staley's team just gets waxed. Listen, man.
Hey, listen,
it's a different game than the men's game. It's a different game than the men's game. But I'll tell you, if you can't shoot, you're not going to win. I don't care what you're playing.
Almost at any level.
If you can't shoot, a high school team could have a good high school team could have beat South Carolina in that championship game because South Carolina could not shoot the ball. They had shots, they couldn't make them.
Listen, UCLA was 36-1 this year, so I mean, it wasn't like they were.
Well, you're not getting any rebounds. That's the problem against UCLA. You miss a shot, that's it. It's their ball. Best of luck to you. It was fun to watch. It was all fun. It was a great weekend, man, of all that sort of stuff.
You can make an argument the women's game's been doing a better job of telling stories the last 4 or 5 years than the men's game.
The women's college.
They've made you feel invested in the characters and the coaches and the players.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more. I look at the men's game as just a bunch of money-grubbing people, period. coaches, players.
A pro league.
It's a pro league. It's a low-level pro league. Okay? If we're just going to have pro basketball, I want to see it played on a high level. It's a low-level pro league. But it's a pro league. The women's game is as pure as you get. I looked up, I guess they got me a little bit. I was looking up a WNBA mock draft today. I swear to God.
Oh, my God.
I swear to God. To see where Lauren Betts would go, and they got her 5th going to the Mystics, talking about her type of game. But 3 other teammates of hers are going in the top 10. Well, you don't get that if you don't stick around.
You're supposed to win.
They were supposed to win because the coach and whatever they did convinced them to stay there, to play together, to be a team. That is such a better story than we paid Yakil Remembar, or whatever his name is, $5 million, and we got the 7'4" Spaniard who doesn't even know where Michigan is to play for $5 million. Like, the women's story is so much better than the men's story. Right?
You mean close to amateur is good still?
I'd say it's the story that's the best thing. And the story is better there.
But you get stories, kind of what Tyler was kind of talking about. You get stories by guys staying there. And the purest of college football and basketball was you end up developing a love affair for a Tyler Polumbus who came in undersized maybe as a freshman, and look, he's starting now as a senior.
Yes.
And you follow that journey, and you fall in love with that guy.
Where are those stories in men's basketball?
Or men's football, really,
I mean,
college football.
You've lost it across the board. Development's out the window.
Right.
It's just gone. I mean, I think it's gone in every sport. It's even gone in football. In football, you need it. Because you are right about Dion. You are right. Like, football is different. You've got different bodies. You've got different requirements. You've got different positions that need more bodies, et cetera. And you don't have a choice. But why even spend the energy on developing your own guys when you know they're just going to bounce the second you get them developed?
Well said. All right.
Especially if you don't play them.
Yeah.
Which is amazing that Lewis didn't leave at the end of this year.
Oh, by the way, did you see LeBron's kid is leaving Arizona? He's going in the portal.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So not good enough. Not good enough. Gotta play. Gotta get a shine on wherever. All right. Nuggets Spurs reaction. Avs and the Broncos. The Broncos have a fascinating visit with somebody, Tyler, and it goes to the question: what position on the football field requires the least amount of experience? I think we have an answer. Details coming up. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with erectile dysfunction is such a bummer, man. And if you're missing out on the sex, intimacy, and love that you once enjoyed because you're failing to perform in the bedroom and the pills and herbals, well, they just don't work for you, there's an answer. That's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to the sex, intimacy, and love that brought you closer together in the first place. So schedule a consult today. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, well, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have 5 locations in Colorado, up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. The firings keep going. Chicago, the Bulls have announced they have blown out their executive vice president, basketball operations guy. Oh, boy. You want to take a shot at this name? Arturas Karnizovas. Did I get that right?
Arturas Karnizovas. Yeah, he's the former GM in Denver.
He's gone. And Mark Eversley, the general manager, has been fired as well. There you go. Before the season's over.
Yep. Arturas is a good guy. I love him to death.
Patrick Waugh, fired before the season's over. Replaced by Pete
they were
DeBoer.
still on the run for a postseason, aren't they?
Sure are.
Going back to the mini-mites?
I don't know what Patrick is going to do at this point. I don't know. That might be a wrap on him as an NHL head coach. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows?
He actually might be pretty good if they'd ever get him in the studio because he might be one of those guys that ain't afraid to say anything.
No, he'd be great doing that. I don't know if he wants to, but he'd be fantastic on TV. I'm just seeing where the Islanders stand. I think they're still in a playoff position.
They were, and then before they fired Patrick, they'd lost like four in a row, 7 of 8.
They are right there, my friend. They're 1 point off with behind Ottawa with 4 games to go. So they're right there. I mean, they're in playoff position, and you just forget you, Patrick. Meanwhile, they hire Pete DeBoer, and the only thing I can tell you is I'm not predicting success for DeBoer unless he faces the Avalanche, because the Avalanche can't seem to beat that dude, which is frustrating. But the Avs are, like we said before, they're 4 points away from guaranteeing themselves the President's Trophy, or Carolina would have to just lose. They've got 5 games to go. We'll see what they do. They're 2 points away from clinching their division and the Western Conference. Or Dallas can just lose. And Dallas is in a dogfight with Minnesota right now. They've both played 77 games, and it's a 2-point differential between the Stars and the Wild. So we have all sorts of intrigue going on where, I don't know, there's not, like, there's cool stuff for the Avs and for the Nuggets, but, like, there's nothing, I don't feel a huge amount of stress for either of these teams going down to the wire, especially when you consider the Nuggets are now tied with the Lakers, and the Lakers don't have Reeves or Doncic for the rest of the season.
Yeah, Doncic out for the regular season, and Reeves, they say, a minimum 4 weeks.
Well, that's the playoffs. That's a wrap on the Lakers season.
Could hurt them. Who are they set up in the postseason play right now? Well,
they're right now they're the number 3 seed.
So they play Minnesota, who's got Edwards is hurt.
He's all. That's a bad situation. Like, Minnesota is all of a sudden not that difficult without Edwards being 100%. You might as well get the 3 seed. Today, would you rather play the Spurs in the second round or Oklahoma City in the second round?
Well, he did just prove you could win in a very tough battle, but I would always stand. You choose OKC. I'd stand with Spurs for sure.
No, I think I'd play Spurs.
Oh, I thought you were just saying OKC.
No. I think. You've beaten you know in your heart you can beat the Spurs. You've beaten them there. You've beaten them here. So there's knowing feels good. I don't think it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be easy though.
Hell no. Oh, I'm sorry. I almost had a spit take there. No.
Yeah.
I think the first round for the Avs and Nuggets, I do think the first round are going to be sweeps or 5 games, for both teams. Listen, the Nuggets showed you what they can do when they really turn it on.
Then it gets real.
Yeah.
If they can get to the second round,
and by the way, tonight's not really going to be real. It's going to be important because
you got to grind tonight's game out.
Yes, tonight's all right. I don't know, as pro athletes, what you guys defined as fun, but like Wemby said it was fun going against Joker.
It is a little bit different than most teams. Obviously, they get the best defensive player in the world. So when you come into these games, you always have to be focused on defense because you don't want to, they've been the best offense of the past, I don't know, 5 years, maybe, I don't know, for a reason. So you have to come into the game defensively minded. I think as I said, we did a pretty good job. It was a real fun game, and we're gonna learn a lot from it.
Joker was asked if it was fun. He was just like, well, of course I like playing tough competition, but fun's a weird word. Are these games fun?
I would say hell yeah.
They're more fun to call them than to watch them.
There's
for me.
For me, the most fun I ever had in sports, especially at a pro level, is when I was at my most stressed and you walked away with your head held high. You know, the games where you're playing the Pro Bowlers, when you're playing DeMarcus Ware and you're losing sleep all week long, and then you go out there and you freaking battle, and he's going to win some and you're going to win some, but you walk away like, dang, that's what I worked my whole life for.
Okay, that's fair. It looked like a blast to me, you know, and it was a historic battle. This is like watching Chamberlain against Russell, Magic against Bird. We're here with these two guys, Wemby, Joker. This is it.
Pretty close.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how it gets better.
It's. I mean, for the NBA big man being dead 10 years ago, in the eyes of a whole lot of people, to 10 years later, you're going, ooh, some of the best big guys that have ever played. Well, Joker's going to go down as one of the best bigs that's ever played. Wemby looks like he's on the path to go down. Joker even said that about Wemby yesterday.
Change the game, change basketball.
He's going to change basketball.
Yep.
I know Durant's more of a wing player, but Joker's 7'1". Durant is.
Yeah, but hold on. Joker's giving him a little bit of credit there. Joker paved the path for Wemby. Joker isn't as athletic as Wemby. He doesn't do the Gumby-like things that Wemby does, but he plays the same position in the same way that Wemby does, right? He was that point center.
Except for defensively, yeah.
Yeah, but so I think Joker really paved the way for Wemby to become Wemby.
Joker was playing some pretty tough defense late in that game, though, man.
Yes, he was.
He was getting his feet moving. He was making things sticky on the outside. He was blocking shots on the inside.
Dude, he had 3 blocks.
Joker's, okay.
And when you see him, would you say...
What I'm saying is he's so good, it ain't 100% every single night.
But let me ask
it's just not.
Would you say he was locked in yesterday?
Yes.
How many turnovers do you have?
0! It was unbelievable. I saw Katie this Saturday. It was... And I pointed out to Katie, I was looking at the stat sheet. I'm like, no turnovers, Katie. And she goes, yeah, I know. It's unbelievable. Yeah. Unbelievable. 0 turnovers. Very locked in. No lazy outlet passes that just get picked off. No, he throws those crazy, in the corner passes. And he hits guys most of the time. But a lot of times those go in the third row.
Well, I don't know if they go in the third row. They get intercepted and they start a fast break.
Well, either way. Or the bounce passes that hit feet and whatever. By the way, the refereeing in that game, oh my God. Oh my God. What are we? How'd you like it when the Spurs were taking 5 straight free throws on technical fouls?
Well, didn't they call a flagrant on that accidental trip by Gordon?
No, but that was a reversal.
Because they called it on Joker.
Yeah, which it wasn't. And then they reversed it. They said no, but it was on Gordon for your feet were tripped up with each other. Ridiculous. Wemby just lost his balance. Your feet do get tangled with each other. It's not a foul.
Well,
is it a foul?
Yeah, a trip, incidental or not, is always, if a guy has possession of the ball, is a foul.
I thought,
but you're right. Wemby did as much to cause it as Gordon did.
AG's.
Sometimes things just happen.
His foot was just simply in the wrong spot.
Yeah,
that's it.
It wasn't a foul. It was a stupid call. There were a lot of stupid calls in that one. Yeah. Joker gets karate chopped to the throat. Oh, no big deal.
He gets a bloody nose. and listen, those plays happen too. I'm all for not calling those.
Yeah.
But if Joker flails and hits somebody in the face, guess what's going to be called? It's going to be a foul.
All right, we'll get back.
It bloodied his nose.
We'll get back to the game in a second.
So there was contact.
I want to throw something out there that's really funny. Uar Bernard. 6'4.5", 306 pounds, 6% body fat.
Dude, that's natural. That dude's natural.
It's from Nigeria.
If anybody's not seen photos of this guy, you've got to go look up photos right this minute.
39-inch vertical, 10-10 broad jump.
He's DK Metcalf, but over 300 pounds.
4'6", 40. He's never played football before.
What's he play?
They're training him to be a defensive end, basically, a pass rusher.
And just say, see the guy that gets the ball, go get him.
Harold Hasselbeck told me a long time ago, the position that takes the least amount of brains in football is a pass rushing defensive end. He said it's the job for the dumbest people on the football field.
In a 4-down scheme. In a 3-4 scheme, outside linebackers got far more complexity to it. But in a 4-down scheme,
hand in the dirt,
go forwards. It is by far, you can get traded to any team in the NFL and play the next day.
Right. So they're taking somebody.
Look at that guy.
Right. They're taking somebody who's never played football and trying to teach him how to play the story.
But what's his story? What did he play?
He was in the IPP, the International Players Program for the NFL. He
playing football?
But he hasn't played football.
Okay.
But
so
yes,
was he just some jacked Nigerian bodybuilder?
He was an athlete of some sort playing other sports. Let me see what other sports he was playing. But he has been recruited to play football.
He played soccer, which means he would have great footwork.
Well, he runs a 4.6 340. The dude can move. I mean, I don't know if he's athletic or not, but he can go in a straight line quick.
Let me just read this. He was born in Abuja, Nigeria, did not compete in any athletics until he discovered basketball when he was 16, club and school. He would become involved in football when he was invited to the 2024 NFL Nigeria camp and NFL Africa camp in Cairo in 2025. He would join the international player pathway and was participating in an HBCU combine, even though he didn't go to college. But that's the combine he went to. When he was there, he just literally blew everybody away, running a 4.63, 39 vert, 10-10. He's looked at as one of the most unbelievable physical prospects of all time.
Yeah, I'd take a shot on that dude.
Broncos are having him for an in-person visit somewhere in the next couple weeks.
I mean, we took a shot on Caleb Lohner.
Right.
I'll take a shot on that. let me take a shot on that looking dude. I mean, by the way, is he oiled up in that photo?
I don't think so.
Is his skin just that naturally, dynamically wet
got
looking?
A little sweat going right there.
Yeah, it's got a little sweat. That's it.
That don't look like 305 pounds, though, does it?
6% body fat. 306.
How could you be over 300 pounds with 6? I'm calling. No, I'm not calling BS. I'm looking at the photo. I want to call BS, but then I look at the photo and I'm like, nope, that looks like 6%.
Should the Broncos
that
take
actually looks about 9 or 10, but still.
Who cares?
At 306?
Yeah.
Should the Broncos take a shot on this guy?
Sure.
Why not? But you know what? You want me to make a bet with you?
He's probably gonna end up being a defensive tackle rather than a defensive end.
He ain't gonna be drafted in the 7th round because if you're gonna wait to get him in 7th round, I bet you somebody else gets excited about him.
Well,
too.
First off, 306 is huge for a defensive end. In a 4-down or in a 3-4, that's just enormous. And at 6% body fat, you can put another 15-20 pounds on him.
Put him inside.
Okay, no problem.
Cool. Put him inside.
Well, you can play tackle on 3-4 then.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Here's your hole.
Yeah.
No one gets in here.
Correct.
No one keeps you from getting there.
Right.
How much brains does it take to play that position, Tyler?
I mean, listen, it's no secret.
You're asking an offensive lineman.
It's no secret. I've called every defensive lineman I've ever met a big dumb animal. I mean, they are big dumb animals. And you could literally tell them, which I used to do.
Dumb, strong animals.
I used to tell them, hey, I'm going left. And they would go left. I would look at Chris Chester. I'd be like, hey, are we going left or are we going right? And we knew that we were messing with them. We're like, we're going left. And they would go left. Hey, is it a pass or a draw? We would do those things all the time. Chris and I would mess with them all the time. 3rd and long, when we wanted him to soften up the pass rush, when it's like a really scary situation, I'm terrified. I'd be like, hey, Chris, screen or draw, or draw.
Right.
It's a draw! That's what Chris would do every time, like he's yelling at me like I'm an idiot. And then they would soften up the pass rush.
I find it hysterical that there's a position in the National Football League that takes, if you just have a certain body type, you can be a pro athlete in the NFL.
You go to your memory bank and go down to old movies, right? What position did Mongo play?
Mongo? Mongo, are we talking Blazing Saddles?
Alex Karras, was he D-line or offensive line?
Oh, Alex Karras? Karras, like as in the NFL?
He might have been a guard.
Yeah, I think he was an offensive lineman, I believe. Oh, the offensive line is totally different. You got to know a million things
Alex
playing
Karras
offensive
was
line.
an offensive lineman, but Mongo would have played defensive line.
Mongo would have played defensive line. See ball, get ball, hit guy.
Yeah.
There's ain't much to it.
Mongo like you.
What is there to think about? You see the ball, either you have, how many moves do you have, Tyler? 2, 3? Whatever the guys have?
Sure.
Right? If. But you got to look like that. I mean, you got to be, or you don't have to look like that because nobody looks like that, but you have to be physically one of the rarest human beings on earth to be able to do it.
Well, you know that no dude. The only dude that I've ever seen play the defensive line position that looks like that, and he's not quite as lean, but he's really close, is Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald looks like that.
There were a lot of comparisons.
Shorter.
Yeah, they were doing a lot of Aaron Donald comparisons to this
How about Julius Pepper? Did you play against him?
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
And he was a basketball player, too.
Yeah, so
he
that's
wasn't
never
either,
give up sack to him.
Well,
but I played against him.
Pretty good athletic, though, wasn't he?
Not as athletic as me.
I think the most interesting guy on day 3.
I blocked Dr. J shot once, too.
I mean, one day the Hall of Fame's calling me, Scott. I don't know when. They called Julius. If they can call Julius, they can call me.
Anyways, there you go. By the way, NFL.com did a 5-round mock, and they've got the Broncos taking a running back in the 5th round. Seth McGowan out of Kentucky, 6 foot, 233. He's one of them sort of guys, like a bigger sort of dude. And they've got a tight end from Sanford going at number 62 because they've got both of the more high-profile tight ends gone. And the guy from Stanford is more 6'6", 260, more of a blocking sort of typical sort of tight end sort of dude. So, latest and the greatest there on the NFL. But the Uar Bernard story to me is hysterical. It's so funny. And the Broncos, according to Luke Evans, do have interest. But a lot of teams do. Kyle Shanahan has interest, too, with 49ers. The guy's going to get drafted. Is that something? You're just going to get drafted? You've never played the sport. You've never played, and you're going to get drafted.
Yeah.
Give me another sport you could do that.
No, football.
Give me another sport.
Football's done it forever.
It's not a rarity in the NFL. It happens.
Not as rare. No, you're right.
I mean, Bill Belichick would get lacrosse players.
Well,
tight ends basketball players go to tight end all the time.
Go back to Tex Schramm with the Dallas Cowboys back when the draft was 14 rounds long or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
Tex Schramm was drafting basketball players left and right, or at least bringing them into camp. I had a guy I played with who was built like this guy, but he was 6'5", probably about 235, probably had about 6% body fat, and Tex Schramm got a hold of him. He went. What's Thousand Oaks? Is that where they practice in California? He went out and worked out with the Cowboys back in '82.
Oxnard,
is that what it is?
Mm-hmm. Why they pick Oxnard, who knows? The Nuggets are hot. Playoff tickets are on sale now. You'll never have a better selection of where to sit for the playoffs than right now. So head on over to nuggets.com/tickets right now to secure your seats. Eric Johnson was talking about the nether region to Gabriel Landeskog. You'll find out why next. All right. Hey, by the way, Scott on the text line, because they're far smarter than I am for sure. Alex Karras played defensive tackle, and it was Thousand Oaks back in the 70s and 80s before Oxnard. So
there you go.
There you go.
So I was 50%. I thought he played guard.
You were right enough. You were more right than I was.
And 50% of us knew the reference.
Yeah. It all worked out for everybody.
Yeah.
Eric Johnson on ESPN is becoming quickly a star, and it's because of groundbreaking interviews like this with Gabriel Landeskog.
This is your first game back in this building since you took a puck in an area no man should. Do you have any extra protection down there?
I got a fresh cup, that's for sure. One that's not dented anymore, but yeah, I'll be all right.
Those are the hard-hitting questions. Avalanche real quick. That game against Dallas was awesome. Natchez, it's been incredible. How about Parker Kelly having 20 goals? What?
Pretty good.
That's insane. Brent Burns, they did a great tribute to him before the game, and they presented him with a couple of cool like wall art sort of, photo picture collages sort of deals. Not a red carpet, no family out there, but like too long to do in the first time out because the game was on ESPN. So they just can't mess around with taking extra time, I think, during the game. So they did it all pregame. But it was his 1,001st start, and he was recognized in Dallas as well for 1,000 in a row. 1,000 in a row.
Pretty good.
It's pretty good. Freaking insane. That is an absolute insane stat.
Phil Kessel is.
I can't believe that's not an all-time record.
Phil Kessel has I think 1,064. So breakable if he comes back next year.
I mean, in theory, just one more year. Let's go.
I mean, I'm not sure why they wouldn't have him back next year.
I mean, if you've come this far as a player, though, you got to keep going.
I can't think of one reason for him to stop playing. He is healthy. He loves the game. His kids are teenagers. They're settled in, they go to Valor, so they're in the, Littleton Highlands Ranch, Lone Tree, wherever they live, somewhere around there. They seem to be happy. He dresses like a lunatic. I cannot explain the backpack, and he was wearing a hat like he was an Amish farmer last night. He's a unique dude. Nice guy. Saw him after the game. Was like, hey, congrats. He goes, oh, thanks. He looks like he's about to go into survival mode, like just getting into his Mercedes to drive to Highlands Ranch, with the backpack and the camo and the hat and the T-shirt. And it is so funny. There's no dress code in the NHL. They don't have to wear suits.
But each team's got their own dress code, though.
They're all choosing to do the suit thing.
Because it's been like that forever. I was told once they get on the plane, they basically take the suits off and they're in shorts and a T-shirt, and then they put them back on to get off the plane. It's all for photographs.
That's exactly what we would do. We would wear suits from the stadium to the bus to the plane, and then on the plane you put your sweats on.
Well, and nobody dresses like Brent Burns, let me tell you.
Except for the cool coaches.
I think it's great. I'm dying to know what's in that backpack. Nicest dude, friendly guy, just, I just wish last night, it was a really cool presentation. It's a hell of an accomplishment. Everybody here loves him. He had a goal and an assist. Just win the game.
Win the game.
And then we can be dancing in the locker room afterwards and the whole thing.
Don't go 0 for 3 on the power play.
It just, they were so flat. They were so flat.
Which is 2 home games in a row. Sandwiching the Dallas game.
Yeah. Hey, man, McKinnon talked about it afterwards, and Parker Kelly did too. We're saying a lot of nice things about these guys because they deserve it. But you realize the Avalanche has been this crazy Nuggets-like earlier in the season roller coaster. The two teams have switched. Remember when there was a period the Avs could not lose no matter what? They were just winning.
Mm-hmm.
They're just finding a way. That's the Nuggets. The Nuggets have won 8 in a row.
Well, all that really is different needs for the situation that's at hand. It's different ends of the season. Avalanche are in shutdown mode, get healthy, get to the playoffs, let's roll, we're good. Nuggets, they got something to still prove here. They got something to still earn here, not prove. They got something to earn.
See, I go back to that year the Nuggets won it down the stretch. You're fighting for the best record with Memphis. They come in here and you beat them by 24. And basically you play 500 the rest of the season. But if you go back and look at that schedule, whenever it was a big game, big team came in, Dallas comes in with Luka. You win the game. L.A. comes in. You win the game. You lose to Charlotte. You lose to somebody else who wasn't quite Portland. It might have been the year they lost the last time they lost. I don't know. But that's where they seem to me now. Big game. Because, listen, that Dallas game was a playoff game.
No doubt.
1:30 in the afternoon on a Saturday, national television. By the way, did anybody watch it on ABC in Denver? No.
Well, if you had Fubo, you had no problem. I feel terrible for the fans on all that crap.
But Comcast, again, now, boys and girls, I know you hated.
Had nothing to do with altitude.
You hated altitude when Comcast went after them. Guess what? They're going after your local Channel 7.
They are. And they did.
Yep.
Had nothing to do with altitude. I don't know what to say on this whole thing. You told me to get Fubo like a few years ago. I did. I've stuck with it, and I've had no problems. Now, I got to make some other changes because I don't get 9 News, but I do get KTVD.
Which tonight I think it's on KTVD tonight.
So I don't really watch NBC TV except for shows that I just got the Peacock for. By the way, on the Peacock, have you watched Ted on Peacock?
No, but it looks pretty funny.
It's dirt. It's hysterical.
Well, the movie's dirty too.
So is the TV show. And I'm like,
they got multiple seasons of that already?
It's season 2.
Yeah.
Dude, it's filthy. It's funny. It's filthy and funny.
I don't know why. I never look for shows on Peacock.
Well,
I've got the Peacock, but I never look at it.
I found Ted, and I'm like, this is hysterical. Congratulations, by the way, for having the Peacock.
Yep. I never even look at it.
I do have a quick, we'll get to no dumb questions here in a little bit, but you're going to just have to you're going to have to accept the fact the Rockies need some moral victories, and that's going to be okay. Yeah, it's very important to accept that premise.
Enjoy the pain.
They've had 9 games, 3 wins,
4
losses by 1 run.
Oh, good.
Except for one inning the entire season, which was an awkward inning to suck in.
Your home opener first inning.
Yes.
Hey, how much do you think he gets paid?
Oh, we're getting a big wig on there.
It's like a big check or a little check?
I am here, right here. You guys
little
like to
check,
do
big
this.
check from the Rockies.
Big.
Okay.
Big boy. Big. Yeah, I mean, it does feel big. Yeah.
1 bad inning. Tomo Sagano from Japan with the interpreter. 6 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk. Sublime. Bernardino comes in. Hill comes in. Vodnik comes in and shuts the door. It's the first time that you've beat the Phillies. You've had 9 straight losses to them, and you beat that. And you won 4-1 with Mickey Moniak, who apparently is a good baseball player, hitting 2 home runs. And TJ Rumfeld having a 2-run homer. It was enough. The hitting still hasn't come around, but it was a moment of like, okay, that felt pretty good. It was 1 bad inning so far. So I get it. It's still a losing record, and it's going to be a losing record. But can you guys accept some moral victories when it comes to the Rockies?
No.
As signs of improvement?
Hell no.
But
you know what I did decide?
What's that?
What's his name? Jared Lorenzen? What's his name? No, that's the QB. What's my pitcher from opening
Michael
day?
Lorenzen.
Michael Lorenzen. That's my dude.
He's a dude.
I mean, he's my guy. I'm all in, dude. I ain't even mad at you about what happened on opening day. You're my guy. Like we are brothers. I'm in this with you, dude. I'm rooting for you. I will not pay attention to any Rockies games except for when you were pitching.
All right.
And
I'll take that.
When you were pitching, I'm going to pay attention because I'm rooting for you, dude.
I'll take
Those
it.
biceps are beautiful.
Yep.
You look oiled up. I'm not so down with the shaved arm look. You know, that's taking it a step far for me.
But how close have you thought about it?
Well, I've done the chest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I haven't. Yeah, I've trimmed the chest. I've never shaved the chest, but I've trimmed the chest, right?
Yeah.
So bottom line is, you're my pal. I'm in it. If you're suffering, I'll laugh at you, but I'm really laughing with you, okay?
Okay.
I'm in it with you, dude. And I appreciate you giving me a reason to pay attention.
All right, so you're just going to pay attention to the. I'll take it though.
Tell me his next start.
He is
Can
going.
you give me a calendar? Yeah, that's what I need from you.
The Rockies calendar.
One day before all of Michael starts, I need you to give me a heads up so I can put that on my radar of Rockies games to pay attention to.
I think he's going to go Wednesday afternoon when
this
we're
could
on
be
the
our
air.
blend. This could be good for you, DMac.
Yes.
It could make you feel like I'm involved in the Rockies.
Tyler, it's a 1:00 start on Wednesday against the Astros. Michael Lorenzen on the bump to try to rebound from opening day. So Wednesday at 1 p.m., it's the Michael Lorenzen show.
Let's go. I'm in. I'm watching, dude.
Okay. All right.
If you suck, I'm going to laugh.
Okay. But we got to
another early start. Maybe he's not an early start
I'll
guy.
still hit the gym with you, bro.
We got to set up that workout. That would be he must work out all the time, right? I mean,
maybe you should do a little bit less and maybe do a little bit more pitching. But, I mean, if you want to gym it out, I'll gym it out.
He's pretty good on his first start, though.
We will try to set up the Michael Lorenzen Tyler. Do you want in on the workout?
No.
Okay, so we'll try to set up the Tyler Michael Lorenzen workout.
I don't really want to puke or anything, but I'll do it for the show.
Sure. Take one for the team.
Yeah.
So get all oiled up and go wherever.
Oh, can we oil each other?
Okay. That has been your Sleeping Giant update. No dumb questions. That's a sneak preview. Next on PhD.
Are you interested in wealth management that's designed to protect, maintain, and expand your financial portfolio? If so, call my friends at Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Trajan Wealth understands the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for growth that are in line with your risk tolerance because everybody is different. So call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about these strategies. Guys, when you imagine your retirement, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals are going to require their own unique plan for the future, and that's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that is going to meet your goals. So call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. They're going to come up with a customized game plan for your family, for your finances, for your needs, and you're going to walk away calm and confident in your future, knowing that your money is in good hands. So check them out online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
When it comes to wealth management, and retirement, there are no dumb questions. When it comes to your retirement, no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. We saw an unbelievable performance on Saturday with Wemby and Joker. Why hasn't there been more talk about Joker for MVP? And will Saturday have any impact on it whatsoever?
Probably not. Because I think ESPN has hung their horses on Shea and then Wemby and then Luka. Luka won't get the amount of games he'll need, so he's now unqualified, which now opens up, if he's a guard spot for Murray to make an all-pro team, by the way. I don't know if you watch. Listen, Wemby's great, but if you watch that and don't appreciate what Joker does from a flat-footed guy, I mean, and Tyler said a while ago, he's not as athletic as Wemby. Boy, he's sure pretty efficient, isn't he? So I doubt it. I doubt they even, they'll find some excuse that really Wemby dominated the game. Look how spectacular it is. He can run and jump and dunk and whatever.
But Jokic won.
Name me the best 5 players in the league. No dumb question. Give me the best 5 players in the league.
Wemby, Jokic, Doncic, SGA, and there's like 10 other guys that you could sort of fill in the fifth one. I don't even know who the fifth one would be.
So the top 4, you're going there.
Those are the top 4 without a doubt. There's no even debate there. The fifth guy you could have a debate about.
Did you throw Giannis in there or no?
Not
no.
this year because he's missed way too many games. Jaylen Brown.
But yeah, the fifth guy you could list 10 dudes could be the fifth guy.
So
do you disagree?
No, no. So your top 4 guys are non-Americans.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, on the second team,
it would be
the
an
second
interesting
5
study,
guys,
Scott.
Jamal Murray may be on the second 5.
I would love to know what's the difference with Europeans and how they handle AAU type of stuff.
They don't.
Okay, so what does that mean?
They
just immediately go to the – but at what age? I mean, because AAU –
16.
If it's like soccer, because I've looked a lot into it, and here's why. And I watch the one podcast with Landon Donovan and Howard do a soccer podcast.
Man, you're getting into it.
Yeah. But everybody's killing the soccer model, and it's not far off from basketball model and maybe even other sports. In America, everything's pay to play. I think there's probably some clubs that have enough sponsorship and whatever in basketball. But in Europe, they have all these academies for all these pro teams. And they bring these kids in. It's free. They bring them in. They feed them. They put their uniforms. I'm assuming shoes here and there. Maybe you got to buy shoes. But the training's all free. And then if you're good enough, you sign a pro contract, and then that continues for another 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
So they're signing kids at 15. I watched Welcome Back to Wrexham. I don't know if you saw one of the last episodes. One of the kids made it, one of the kids didn't, going up to the next level of professional.
Didn't Messi come from Argentina to Spain when he was 12?
And they're like 15, 16, but they're pros. Well, I know in European basketball, the same thing. So I'm assuming you're in some sort of academies or club teams that it's free. And it ain't about games for them when they're younger. It's about training. Skills, something that no youth coach in any sport takes the time to do right now because they're so focused on teaching concepts. Because it's pay to play, and if you have a club, guess what you got to do? You got to win. So
On
the parents will keep paying you.
On Twitch, Tyler, how did the move go?
Move went pretty well overall. Everything got moved. Old house is empty now. New house is full of stuff. So it's a disaster right now. Working on that. That does lead to something I was going to bring up during this segment anyways, though. As a part of the move, you got all the doors open, right? Like, you got the front door open, you got the back door open, you got the garage door open, you got bodies going in and out, you got couches getting moved, and you got animals, and you got kids, and you got cousins, and people were helping, and they were great. Actually, just Lindsay's family was helping. I just want to point that out. Appreciate you, Lindsay. I'm just playing.
Okay.
Heather's had 7 kids. Doors open, right? And new neighbors come over to introduce themselves. Very, very kind, right? The polite thing to do.
Are you in the same area, kind of?
I'm like 5 minutes away. Yeah. So totally new neighborhood, but just 5 minutes away. New neighbors come over, introduce themselves. His name is Klaus. Super nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
Chatting it up, polite.
Didn't
moved
you have
over
a
from
Klaus
California.
by you?
Santa.
Is
Go
that
ahead.
what is Klaus? Is that German?
Probably.
German, Norwegian, something
Yes.
like
Go
that.
ahead.
About 3 minutes into a very, very polite conversation, I got to give this guy a lot of credit because he was super kind. He just casually drops. So I'm painting my garage floor today. And I walked out there. I got it all done. I walked out there. Been working on it all day. And all of a sudden I look at my floor and there's paw prints all over the place.
Oh,
And
my
and
God.
He's like, I'm trying to figure out where the heck did these paw prints come from?
Oh, no.
I looked down at Samson. Lo and behold,
Oh, my God.
Lo and behold, the dude's got
my
garage
God.
floor paint on his paws.
Oh, my God.
So my very first impression with this guy,
God.
and I give him all the credit in the world because there was no rage, there was no anger, but he did make sure to let me know that it happened, right? As he should.
Oh, my God.
I'm being serious, as he should.
Horror.
How do I make right on that?
Oh, he's going to have 2 weeks with your Super Bowl ring. Easy.
He did say, fortunately, it was still wet enough that he could go out there and he could fix it up. But have you ever done a garage floor?
No.
Well, I mean, if it's not in the right spot, now you got to walk all over it and you got to redo a much bigger area because you got to walk on it just to get to the spot that got messed up.
Oh, my God. Your dog was just walking around his newly painted garage.
So
My dog was just exploring the neighborhood,
Oh, my
checking out
God.
the neighbor's garage.
In other words, you didn't have him leashed up in the backyard.
I sure did not.
Oh,
no,
my God, what
no.
a nightmare.
He
You owe him something.
I owe him something, right?
You definitely owe him something.
I would bring him over, talk to his wife, find out what kind of, if he likes beer.
You owe him
bring
something.
him over a 6-pack or a 12-pack of his favorite beer, or a nice bottle of bourbon, or.
Okay.
Did he seem like a nice enough guy?
Oh, yeah, he was super kind.
Yeah.
He was super kind. Matter of fact, he even threw in there, do you want any help moving?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, you're good,
Yeah, but
buddy.
he was really investigating your dog.
He was really checking out if it was my dog,
yeah,
for
which
sure.
it was.
As was fair. Like, it was totally reasonable.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So he got it fixed up, but now I got to figure out how to apologize to this dude.
You need to bring him something and relatively quickly just to be a good neighbor, and he'll say, "Oh, that wasn't necessary," but
Is he a fat guy?
No, totally in shape.
He's a fat guy. What's that got to do with it?
Then you can bring him brownies, and he's going to eat them.
All right. Well, if you got any suggestions for what Tyler owes Klaus?
Yeah.
I thought you had a Klaus neighbor that didn't like fireworks. Or no, that was you didn't like fireworks.
Yeah, that's a whole
The
nother
Klaus
thing.
liked fireworks.
That's the whole thing. 303-504-0925. Come back with a big story of the day coming up next.
Hey, if you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends at Phil Long Ford. I've been buying cars from Phil Long for a very long time. I know them, love them, trust them, and I think relationships matter. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I've done it 5 times, as a matter of fact. Guys, they're going to take care of you, respect your time, get you in, get you out, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Because at Phil Long Ford, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you need a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
High right side is Aaron Gordon. Throws it off over to Jokic. Jokic guarded by Wemby. 9 on the shot clock. He's on the right-hand side. Backs him down in the paint. Gets double teamed. Fade away. God! Oh, my God! You know how hard that shot is? Denver leads it by 4, 133 to 129.
Do you call it a sombor shuffle or the fadeaway? You know what I'm talking about?
I just throw it up and enjoying the motion, and hopefully not let it fly. Mike Miller always say, let it fly and enjoy the moment, and hopefully it's gonna go in.
Did you do anything different on that shot than any other type of shot like that you've ever? Same exact thing.
If you guys remember 2 years ago or whatever, he actually blocked the same type of shot. I think it was a similar, and I kind of throw it away, and we lost the game. So I think it was nothing different. Maybe I just created a little bit more space.
Do you have more trust that the Nuggets can win it all after Saturday? We'll get to the Avalanche and the news about Michael Malone taking a job with North Carolina. That's all coming up. But the big question right now, there's plenty of faith in the Avs. Despite last night, who cares? They got the big win on Saturday. They'll play against the Blues. They'll wrap up the number 1 seed and everything in short order. The bigger question was, what is the deal with this Nuggets team? Do you have more belief after seeing what happened on Saturday?
I don't know how to answer it. Like, it reaffirmed what we've always known, right? Like, has anybody ever doubted that when Aaron Gordon is out there and Nuggets have got their guys that they could win a championship? Like, I don't know anybody that's actually doubted that. The question has always been about health. So I don't know that it really changes much for me in the big picture other than just affirmation that, yeah, if they can get lucky and keep AG healthy and keep those guys on the court, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with the rest, but if you can get lucky and get them, then of course I believe that they could win a championship. I just still would default towards doubting if that's possible.
I'm kind of the same way I've always been with them. I think they're good enough to win a championship, but I don't think they can win one if something happens to one of their top guys. I mean, we always talk about the top first 20, 25 games of years. We kind of see who they are, what they are. Well, the starters has only played in 27% of the games. The group they start off in that Golden State game, their top 10 guys have played in 14% of the games together. Think about that. Your top 10 coming out of camp has played 14% of the games together.
All healthy now.
But except Peyton Watson was was the top 10, and so was Spencer Jones. They both played in that very first game.
Okay.
Would you not like to have Peyton Watson? I mean,
I'd like to have Peyton Watson.
Ago.
I don't really care about Spencer Jones at this point.
Spencer's a good disruptor that can be great in short bursts.
By the way, you know what I liked? Here's what I liked. Put in Jonas for 5-6 minutes. Let him throw Wemby around or whoever he's going against. Let him dunk a couple times and yell in a dude's face. Be a big, tough, strong, physical guy for the time that you're in there. Just mess around with these guys a little bit.
Which he did against San Antonio.
Make things a little uncomfortable for those dudes for the time that you're in there. Exactly. That's all I need out of Jonas, and he's doing a pretty good job of that.
When he got back in to do it.
Well, good. Good. Keep doing it. So I don't need Spencer Jones anymore. Spencer Jones doesn't do anything for me. I'd rather have Peyton Watson. I got Tim Hardaway Jr. because you know what I got now? I got Cam Johnson firing away threes at the clip that we thought we were going to get him at.
And don't sleep on Christian Brown, who I thought was fabulous.
He had 5 threes. It was a season high. Looked great. He's got his confidence back.
I think it was a career high.
Was it 5 was a career high?
I think he's had 3 or 4 other times.
All right.
He's never had 5.
Well, CB looks good to me. He's throwing no-look lobs half court to AG. He was funny. I don't know if you caught it after the game, but I was like, hey, did Jamal mean to throw it off the glass to you? He goes, oh, yeah, we practice that all the time.
Gotta have you guys back.
Did he smile after he said that?
Of course, because it's funny. Everybody laughed. I mean, like when things are going your way, just everything is in a better mood. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, and that's what's going on. I'm not trying to ring any alarm bells for y'all, but the Nuggets and Avs have kind of bizarrely flip-flopped a little bit here. Again, man, they kind of started the same way. Then they kind of like went sideways, and then they kind of came back, and now they're sideways again. Like the vibe in the Avs locker room is weird. Like they're so, they know they have so much talent, but they're so inconsistent. Meanwhile, the Nuggets, go hang out with the Nuggets for a little time. These guys are rolling, and they're feeling themselves a little bit.
They're the closest to being healthy they've been all year, and I think that matters.
They're joking around. They're having fun. There's a lot of smiles and laughs.
And I still have more confidence the Avs will win it than the Nuggets. That being said, I think they're going through can we get how many more regular season games?
Well, that's how I feel.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
Dude, I got
to me, it's just two different situations that call for two different responses.
You got 5 more for the 4 more for the Nuggets and 5 more for the Avs. Let's go.
Which is amazing because the Avs started their season 3 weeks before the NBA.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you play the Olympics, brother.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's what happens.
Yeah, I had talked Andy down off a ledge.
About what?
You know how
about the Avs?
The Avs. I mean, yeah. I don't know what's going on. I said, first Wedgwood and Blackwood. Right. I go, listen, Wedgwood's your best thing.
Yeah.
I said, you played it. And you even said this. You played a playoff game. Dan, get in on this. Saturday afternoon for the Avs was a playoff game. Yes.
Oh, 100%.
How they freaking look?
Great.
Yeah.
Wedgwood had a shutout.
Sandwiched in between that playoff game was a back-to-back against St. Louis and Vancouver, the worst team in the league. And you know what? They played okay, and they could have won yesterday. You go 1 of 3 on the power play, you probably win the game.
They were up. Here's where it sucked last night. You're up 2-1, and Blackwood, who played okay, gives up a goal like 5 seconds after you just made it 2-1. So whatever momentum you had is just out the window.
I thought Andy, and I'd love to hear from Avs fan. Here's what Andy said today. Now, he'll be on his show, and he'll say it too. He said the thing about Wedgwood this year, every single game, he makes a save or two where you go, that was a great save. Blackwood is fine. It's just that he hasn't done 1 or 2 of those special saves when you really need him.
No, he does not.
He just hadn't had those special saves, which is what you really need in the postseason.
I heard the morning show speculate something else that was kind of interesting. That Wedgwood really has been, despite the fact they've shared time, Wedgwood's been their number one guy because he always gets the starts against the better teams in bigger times.
Right.
So while they have played the same amount of games, basically, the bigger games go to Wedgwood, and not only does he know it, everybody knows it, and they play like it. Meaning in bigger games, just collectively, they play better, period. And in games that aren't as big, they just kind of let down. And Blackwood's probably not as good right now as Wedgwood.
It's still a weird concept to me that I guess I don't fully understand. I do get the belief thing. I do like when Peyton Manning came in the huddle when he wasn't himself. We still believed. I get that. I get how that impacts a team, but it's pretty radical how different the rest of the team plays dependent on a goaltender that doesn't feel like it should have that type of impact on the rest of the team.
I don't know how to explain it. You don't see it that much. You never see it with 2 goalies 50-50 because no teams have 50-50 goalies. Right. So but it's an unusual situation.
You keep surviving, get your points, win your division, get presidents if you want to. Whatever.
Which you can't even if you don't win if other teams lose.
But would you not say your 2 goalies are going to be fresher going into the postseason than anybody else's?
Sure, but I'll
tell you.
Because
you said the other day, the season ends for the NHL, and then let's go. The NBA goes, hey, by the way, let's have a
week off.
4 or 5 days weekend.
Yeah,
for the play-in. Which has been great for ratings and numbers and more tickets and all that stuff. And
sure.
TV money, blah, 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 blah.
Whatever.
I think the NHL ought to do some of that because it's more money.
No, the NHL gets right to it.
The NHL gets right to it.
Right.
You're going to have fresh goalies.
You're going to have fresh goalies. You know what's funny? If the Avs could just do the things the right way, there's an at Calgary and at Edmonton series before their final game of the year at home. If you just do things the right way, you could rest everybody. You could take a taxi squad to Calgary and Edmonton, who cares, and really give everybody a break, and you still have a game against Seattle as the last game of the year. It's kind of like tune up, okay, let's play, get ready for the playoffs. You could have that luxury if you want the President's Trophy. I don't know if you want it or not. I don't know if it's a big deal. You only need 2 more points for the Western Conference. You know what I'm saying? Like, you do have time in your schedule this year to give everybody a break and still have a tune-up game before the playoffs. I think that's kind of cool.
Yep. No,
And we'll see what they do with it. But, they've earned that opportunity. But here we go with the Nuggets, who, right now I feel like they're going to get the 3. I think the Lakers are going to lose. They're missing.
Did I call that a couple weeks
I mean,
ago?
and now you're facing Minnesota, who's what's the knee injury to?
The one article I read today says it's similar to what Steph went through.
Okay, well,
who, by the way, just came back.
Yeah,
and the Lakers got to go play there.
Yeah, that's interesting because Steph and Seth are
2.
playing together now, which is the first time they've ever. I mean, there's a little like Curry's going to care. I know they're not going anywhere, but Curry is going to care.
Yeah, well, he's going to care.
You always want to beat the Lakers anyways. Everybody always wants to beat the Lakers.
Yeah, that's a rivalry a little bit, too.
There's no letdown when you play the Lakers. It doesn't matter.
There's no more letdown the rest of the year.
The Timberwolves are in a sunken place. Look at that with Anthony Edwards. So now I'm just like, okay, you take care of Minnesota in 4 or 5 games, and we're on to what we're on to the Spurs. And in the last 30 games, the Spurs have lost 3 times. 2 of those are to the Nuggets. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be.
By the way, can I give you, did you know?
Sure, of course.
Last 3 times, and we talked about this game and why does it help Joker with the MVP and blah, 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 blah. Do you realize the last 3 times the head up between Joker and Wemby, Joker's had 41, 46, and 40.
It's awesome.
Probably doesn't matter, though.
No, it doesn't matter. But I love this thing because I even heard on our station, Wemby's kind of had Joker's number. 41, 46, and 40.
Hey, the Joker cares. The Joker knows. How about that? Joker knows. Joker knows the difference between Utah and
don't start making a T-shirt now. I can read your mind already. Don't do it.
Joker knows.
Joker knows. ...
That
ought to be the you can't, but you know how they always do a slogan for the playoffs?
Joker knows.
Joker knows.
Like,
that'd
meaning,
be a hell of a slogan, though, actually.
That's pretty good.
Oh, my gosh, that would actually be epic.
That could be our station's slogan.
Joker knows.
Joker knows.
Because what that means is we know what's important and what's not important. Joker knows.
Can I ask another no-name question?
That was a good little slogan right there.
Yeah, that's a great off-the-cuff
Joker
slogan.
knows ...
Joker knows.
Oh, that is a little.
Yeah. We could start sending that out at Christmas. We could really go with that theme in Christmas. Put
Joker
some songs
knows.
Together.
Yeah.
Those, sees you when you're sleeping, sees when you're awake.
Joker knows.
Joker knows.
That's a good one.
I mean, somebody ought to steal that and do a commercial around it about something. But I got 2 dumb question, kind of.
Yeah.
One is Cooper Flagg the best rookie we've seen in basketball in the last 10 years?
Is he 19? How old is he?
19.
Do you think he's having
almost 20, maybe?
I'm gonna in the last how many years?
Decade.
Oh, okay. Because Magic won a championship as a rookie
In 83, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. God, is he better than Wemby a couple years ago? Probably. He's more physical and he's more mature than Wembanyama was, but you could see where Wembanyama was going to go. God, he might be.
I mean, pure rookie.
Who else would even be in the running? Cade Cunningham? He was pretty good as a rookie. Not like this, though. In the past decade, pure rookie. God, probably. Who else is in the conversation besides Wemby? Who else would it be?
Well, let me look up rookies of the year.
No, he's really, really impressive. Joker said that the other day.
I think I saw he was the only teenager to ever drop a 50 burger.
Yeah, and then what was the next night?
45.
He's ridiculous.
He's gone back-to-back 51-45 as a 19-year-old.
It's insane. Just a heads
That's
up.
pretty wild, though. Kobe, none of those guys ever dropped a 50 burger when they're under 20.
Kobe was really, his rookie year, he was super young. He was just out of high school. He kind of didn't, he had all sorts of talent, but it wasn't all put together. Kobe was not as good as rookie year as Cooper Flagg is.
Well,
now.
let me give you a handful of ones, and you can go through them. Stephen Castle, San Antonio last.
Really good, not as good as Cooper Flagg, but really good and really good right now.
Really
by the
good,
way.
really good
Oh
right now.
God.
But we're talking 19-year-old rookie.
Yeah,
Victor Wembanyama.
It's in the conversation.
Yeah. Paulo Banchero. Cooper Flagg's better.
Good player, though.
Scotty
Magic.
Barnes, LaMelo Ball, Ja Morant.
John Morant was pretty damn good. You know, a lot of the problem with these guys, they're just on crappy teams.
Yeah.
That they just, they weren't on anybody's radar.
2019 was Luka.
I don't remember Luka's rookie year. It probably was pretty good.
BNC compare. And then it goes Ben Simmons, Malcolm Brogdon, Karl Anthony Towns, Andrew Wiggins, Mike Carl Williams.
Well, the answer is yes. Then it's just him and Wemby. Then you gotta compare him and Wemby. Hey man, I'll tell you this: the NBA is in a good spot in terms of talent. A lot of great young players, great stars, incredible games.
NBA, you got to give them credit; they're always in a good spot with young talent.
Yep,
always
19 still.
Yep.
They phase
by
in.
the way, he should be a sophomore at Duke.
The NBA phases in and out faces of the league better than any other league. Like NFL kind of struggles with that sometimes.
They do.
Like,
You're
like
right.
they struggled with it with Joe Burrow, with Josh Allen, with Lamar. You know, none of them quite became the face of the league. Mahomes did. I mean, I know a different class.
LeBron James did, but that's 21 years ago.
Yeah, I mean the LeBron, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry. I mean they were incredible. And then now it's under them is Joker and his crew. And now you've got this group, which is, I mean, it's unbelievable. I'll tell you this: we should all appreciate this run while we have it, because if you don't have one of these dudes, good luck, good luck. And I don't know who the next dude is after Joker goes out the door. So if Joker knows, we all know he should stick around. That's for sure. Hey, heads up, the Not Another Bracket Challenge wraps up tonight. Check the standings at altitudesportsradio.com. Not a bracket to see where you rank. Me and Dan already wrapped it up. Congratulations, Dan. Way to go. We went chalk all the way because we're brilliant. The Not Another Bracket Challenge is powered by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway and Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Let's Football Goes coming up next. Hey, if you guys just want more Sleeping Giant updates, I'm your guy. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Found them at mountainhighappliance.com. Football, huh? Football? Let's football go, Dan. Let's see what you got.
All right, I want to get into a video that Tyler posted over the weekend. He writes, Sean Payton has a massive decision to make with Marvin Mims now that Jalen Waddle is in Denver. Trade him or use him, says Tyler. There's no middle ground anymore. Tyler says, here's why it could actually work out for Marvin Mims. So, Tyler, why do you think the Jalen Waddle trade could help Marvin Mims?
Well, context is everything, right? So, from Marvin Mims' perspective, there's no way you're excited about Jalen Waddle being here. No way. I mean, on the surface, you just watch the team bring in a guy that does what you do, but he does it better. If he takes a step back, though, he's going to realize he's got a coach that got frustrated with trying to scheme up plays that are going to work for Marvin Mims. And he was doing that 2 years ago. Sean Payton was very intentional about schematically creating opportunities for Marvin Mims. He gave up on that last year, and he basically just said, look, fit in as a wide receiver, or else you're not going to get your opportunities. But now that Jalen Waddle's here, what's going to happen is Sean Payton is going to go back to intentionally designing things that are going to work for Jalen Waddle. He's going to intentionally come up with gadget plays. He's going to come up with creative ways to put him in the backfield, create mismatches. And once Sean gets back into that mode, when Jalen Waddle's not on the field, he's still going to want to do that because he's already created the plays. And we know how this goes. When coaches sit on a whiteboard all week long and they design these plays, they want to be able to call it in the right situation. Well, when Waddle steps out, when he taps his head, whatever it might be, I actually think it's going to be an opportunity for Marvin Mims to do the things that he was doing a couple of years ago because Sean Payton's going to be back into that mindset.
We'll see. I mean, best laid plans. A lot of times you just get lost in the game itself and you just go to whatever's working the best. And you look back and you're like, oh, that guy, we got to get that guy more touches or this guy more touches. Happens all the time. We'll see. I'll tell you this. There's not room for everybody here, though. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, Marvin Mims. It's not all going to be equal.
Of course not.
And I even wonder where Cortland Sutton, the one guy that you think you're going to use more than anything is going to be Jalen Waddle. Where everybody else fits in it's a mystery. If Marvin Mims isn't utilized right or at all, aside from special teams, and you don't trade him and he just walks, did you blow it?
Yes. Yeah, I listen, I think this could be an intriguing training camp because now all of a sudden you spend the money, draft capital, whatever, to get Waddle here. You got to get him the rock. You got to find something. Well, guess who else knows that? The other 17 games you're going to play, those teams are going to say, okay, boom, boom, boom. And why we were talking about in basketball in the middle of the year, why the Nuggets needed that third guy when the eyes are all on 1 and 2. Who is that third guy? Well, great opportunity in training camp for Mims to show himself to be that third guy in front of Franklin or anybody else. And if he can do that, guess what? The third guy is going to be fine. Now, he may not get 75 catches, but guess what? They sit there and worry about this guy. They worry about this guy in the slot. They're doing this, and all of a sudden you got Mims one-on-one. Maybe he blows up because of it.
In theory, I like the room. In theory, I think the room is complete. But if you wanted to move on from one guy, absolutely Marvin Mims is the guy.
Next story, Dan.
Most value, too.
Yeah.
All right, guys, there's some still pretty good veteran free agents available out there. We've been getting asked a lot about Von Miller possibly coming back to the Broncos. He still hasn't signed with the team yet, so Von is out there. Also, guys, David Njoku, tight end, still available. So where do you think Von ends up? And do you think the Broncos are still considering bringing in David Njoku?
Can I take the second part first?
Sure.
You know the one thing that we've never discussed here?
What's that, Scott?
What if they're satisfied with their tight end room? What if their coaches are, I like this group.
Well, they don't.
Impossible.
They're real. They might. I don't think it's impossible. They're realistic in a public forum about their running back room. They talk about it. They say that they've still got issues there. They say that they still need to address it. Have you ever heard them talk about the tight end room?
Nope.
Yeah, but that's a typical George Payton paranoia. He has a history of not bringing in guys for the top 30 visits or talking about dudes that he's interested in. A long history of that. No, there's no way they're satisfied with their tight end.
Well,
room.
my counterpoint,
no way.
my counterpoint to you, and I hope you're right, but my counterpoint to you would be, I don't think you pay Adam Troutman $6 billion unless you look at that room like it's good enough.
I think you like Adam Troutman, but this is the last year with Evan Engram. You're not going to give him another contract. And one of your tight ends is Lucas Kroll. Give me a break. I know he was a sensational player in the training camp 2 years ago, or OTAs, or whatever the hell it was. No, there's no possible way. They'll be drafting a tight end for sure. I don't know about Njoku. It feels like if they wanted to go down that road, they already would have.
Well, you could wait till after the draft for sure with a guy like that.
Sure. NFL.com's got him taking this kid. Oh, shoot. I forget his name. Big kid out of Stanford. But and more important than the player himself is just the concept. This guy's name is Sam Roush. Like 6'6", 267, big blocker, whatever. I mean, it's a mock. Okay, I get it. But that's the third tight end off the board, according to this mock, after Eli Stowers. They're going with the tight end one way or the other. They're not satisfied. They're just not talking about it. I look sometimes at what they don't talk about with George Payton to what he might be interested in. They're talking all about running backs, though. You're right about that.
Yeah, but Sean can't help himself but be honest. Sean does it all the time. He's actually brutally honest in the media. He talks about his holes. He talks about 2 years ago he was warning us he liked the wide receiver room. You know, he's been actually shockingly honest as a GM / head coach about the needs of the football team, and I've just never heard him even talk about the tight end.
Listen, I think they'll go BPA at 62. I think that's just their nature. But it would not surprise me whatsoever if that's a tight end. It wouldn't surprise me at all. And it would not. I think they like their running back room as it's constituted right now more than their tight end room. How about that for a little bit of a hot take? Because that's just common sense. Common sense would tell you that. Next story, Dan.
Well, DMac, in that same mock draft on NFL.com, if we go to round 5, they have the Broncos taking Kentucky running back Seth McGowan. Now, what's interesting here is I was watching Chris Sims do his top running backs in the draft. He has Seth McGowan in his top 5
there you go.
Overall of the best running backs in the draft. And this has the Broncos taking him in the 5th round. If they were to take a later round running back, how much do you guys think that the Broncos would utilize them this upcoming season?
Who is his top 5 guys?
The 2 guys from Notre Dame, Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, were 1 and 2. I'd have to go back and see who the remainder were, but I'll have to go back and check, Scott. But I know for sure the top 2 were Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price out of Notre Dame.
Seth McGowan. What's the Seth or Sam?
Seth McGowan.
6 foot 223, bigger sort of guy. Some really good numbers in college. You know, that sort of deal. Sounds good.
To answer your question directly, Dan, no, I don't think they'll really use him. If you take a running back late, you're now filling the Jaleel McLaughlin role. Be in the room. If we need you, we need you.
Okay, would you feel more comfortable with a late round running back drafted this year or Jaleel McLaughlin?
I'd take a new body. Yeah, I'd take a new body.
Yeah, me too, especially a bigger new body.
Yeah,
nothing against Jaleel.
Yeah, sometimes you need fresh blood.
I mean, don't forget they were handing the ball and throwing it to Tyler Bidet at points last year, so we got room to grow there. Next story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, Schefter put this out today. The Chicago Bears will decide where to build their new stadium in the next few weeks, per league sources. If Illinois doesn't pass legislation for Arlington Heights soon, sources believe the Bears are likely to be Indiana-bound. 2 proposed sites in Chicago are not considered feasible, per sources, next to Soldier Field for political reasons, and the land known as Michael Reese was evaluated and rejected by the NFL and the Bears. Would this be a big deal for the league if the Bears don't stay in Chicago?
Not for me. I don't give a crap where they play. Doesn't matter to me.
How about you'd have no franchises in Illinois and 2 in Indiana?
Fine. Who cares?
That is pretty weird, though.
Who cares?
On the surface. It doesn't affect the NFL. It doesn't affect the viewership. It doesn't affect anything really other than it affects the people from Chicago.
You got two teams in Jersey, dude. Who cares?
You change that C on the Bears helmet to like an I?
No.
And more like an Illinois to make,
You do not. You
make
just
Kreckman happy. You make it more
Chicago.
an I for Indiana?
Well, he's more particular
It is
to
weird on the surface,
Illinois.
though, repping a city in the state that is not where you belong.
Yeah,
That is
well,
pretty weird.
I mean, the Giants and the Jets want to have a conversation with you, I guess. I don't know.
At least Kansas City's moving, but it's still there's a Kansas City, Missouri, and a Kansas City, Kansas. They're just moved across the water.
You know what? I bet if you asked 10 people what state the Kansas City Chiefs are in right now, they wouldn't get it right. I bet half of them would not get it right.
You think?
I bet you
I bet you they would default towards
Kansas.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people would think Kansas City is in Kansas.
Yeah.
I bet So who cares?
Kansas.
Okay, fine.
Who cares?
You can fight that border war, but who else gives a crap? Nobody in the NFL, just in terms of fans, cares where the teams are. They just care about the teams. When nobody cares about local politics, the people that are involved with local politics. Do you think anybody outside of Broncos fans understands that there's some sort of back and forth
Do you
about
think
Lone
the
Tree or
biggest
Denver?
question is? Do you think there will be a Bears boycott of
No.
fans going to the new stadium just over the border?
I got revenue of $23 billion a year saying the answer to that is no. That's another thing, that fans won't go to games if stadiums are built certain places. Give me a break. How good's your quarterback? How good's your team? That's how many fannies will be in whatever seats you put them wherever they are. What's the drive? A half hour to Indiana for Bears fans? What, they're not going to go? Guess what? Others will. It's the stupidest thing, man. Boycotts in sports are the dumbest things. The anger of fans about where their teams play is like, it's one of the stupider sports arguments there are.
And you know why?
Why?
Because the owners in the league don't really care about them.
Of course. Of course they don't.
They don't care about the fans, nor do they care about the players.
Not really. They care about making money.
Yeah, that's bottom line.
And you know what makes money? What's on TV.
Yeah.
That's what they care about.
And new all-purpose stadiums.
Of course. Because it's a collective with these billionaires. But by the way, who else is going to build the stadium except for billionaires? Who else is going to do it?
Cities.
Or are they? And then they're going to have fan bases that are complaining about taxes being raised because cities
are you not following the Chicago deal?
Yeah, I got what it is. It's
it's exactly what's happening.
It's another reason why we should be so grateful for what we have here in Denver, right? You got the wealthiest family. They're just going to build it. You got to give them something with roads and this, that, the other thing. But that's, there's no escaping it. That's why Greg Penner said the other day, hey, everybody, little help here. Little change for the effort. What was that Bill Murray thing in Caddyshack?
Yeah. How about a little, something for the effort? So what he said to me was, Gunga, Galunga, which means on your deathbed, you'll receive total awareness.
So I got that.
Good, Scotty.
So I got that.
You got Lou Holtz and that down.
So I got that going for me. You want to hear Stephen A. about Joker real quick? Let me play you a little Stephen A. about Joker, about this MVP stuff.
Nikola Jokic is unreal. I don't know how to put into words how phenomenal this dude is. I mean, you see him going up against Wemby. He comes up to Wemby's shoulders, okay? Fall away, one-legged jump shot floating over Wembanyama. Finishes the game with 40 points, 13 assists, and 8 rebounds and 3 blocks. I'm running out of words to say about Nikola Jokic. And let me be very, very clear to all the Nikola Jokic lovers out there. He should be a part, don't think it escapes me, he should be a part of every MVP conversation. The league MVP conversation, it shouldn't exist without him.
We're too used to it.
We're so used to it, but we know who he is and what he deserves.
There you go, Stephen A. Well said. Although it is funny hearing people talk about Nikola as if they just discovered him. It's just like,
there's some,
oh my God.
Some I feel like it has. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk about this because those are very nice words, but he's talking about the Sombor Shuffle. His move has been done so many times. It's been crafted by Chris Marlowe, a nickname that we all use. See, they're not quite up with it on the.
No, they haven't got that yet.
No, not yet.
Is he already on the Mount Rushmore of Denver sports athletes ever?
Nikola Jokic?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's Elway's 1, he's 2. Sakic's 3. I'm up for conversation about 4.
I think that's a conversation.
That's a great question. Who is 4?
I think that's good.
Yeah, but 1, 2, 3 is.
Let's wait and see how Cale finishes his career.
Or McKinnon.
Or you throw Peyton Manning up there. Didn't spend enough time here.
Ray Bork, if you're gonna put Peyton.
Nah, he ain't going up there.
Peyton's honestly, if you were to do it today, he's gonna make a lot of people's list, man.
Sure. Yeah, I get it. As like the 4th. Yeah.
Todd Helton, is he 4?
It probably should be somebody who's already been honored like that, Shadur Sanders.
Well done.
His PhD on 92.5.
He's on the Little Mountain.
Of course, Shadur is on that mountain in California. Wherever the hell that Mount Rushmore is. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T. Oh, my God, the low T. What's going on with my sleep, my workouts, my everything? Low T is just dragging you down. You don't feel well. You're not doing the right thing in the gym. You're not working out with Michael Lorenzen. It just sucks. Well, maybe that's it. Maybe it's just the low T. And this year, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. So when you get the low T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most dudes notice real improvements, more energy, better focus, better sleep, better everything. So let's get it going in the right direction with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call 720-440-7900. 5 very convenient locations up and down I-25, easy to find. That's 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Tonight, 7 o'clock, pregame starting at 6:30 right here on 92.5. It's the Nuggets going against the Portland Trailblazers. We'll get to the Michael Malone news here if you miss it in a second. But, Scott, what should we know about tonight's game against the Blazers? Oh, by the way, new Netflix thing coming out, Untold, about the Jailblazers coming out, I think April 14th or something like that.
Really?
Yeah. And then a Lamar Odom doc out right now. The life and death of Lamar Odom. And I was like, wait, is he dead? And
I don't think he is.
He is not dead.
He died a couple times.
Correct. And so the title's a little misleading on purpose. But
when he was at the chicken ranch, they had to go in and rescue him.
Yep.
Yeah. Have you seen? Did you watch it?
No, but I know his story.
Yeah, it's interesting, and they have.
He got sober and he got clean, and then he opened up a bunch of rehab facilities, and then he just got arrested like 2 months ago again for a DUI.
Tough one, man. Anyways, Trailblazers tonight. What we got?
Very young, very athletic team. Good bigs. Like all these young teams now, these athletic, long, wings, right? Stretched out. Very, very good team who's trying to fight. I think they're in 9th. They're in 10th and 9th is available.
They're tied for 8th place with the Clippers.
Is it tied for 8?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Well,
so they're 8-9, them and the Clippers.
Yeah, so the difference is 8 your home court, and even if you were to lose that, the way it goes, 8 plays 9, 9 plays 10. The 9-10 winner, the loser goes home. 9 plays the loser of plays the loser of 7-8. It's 7 and 8 is what it is. Right, and they're tied for 8.
They told me there'd be no math with this job.
7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 9, 10 play each other. Loser goes home. 9 if 9 wins, they play the loser of 7, 8. The winner of that one automatically goes. So you want to stay at 7 or 8 because you want the home court.
This game matters to them.
Yes.
It's not a garbage game like the Memphis game will mean nothing to Memphis.
Nothing to Memphis.
0.
Kind of like the last time when you played them.
Right. Memphis. Remember when they were good? Remember when
when you went to Memphis and you didn't play a game?
Do you realize, I know he's been a lot of injuries, but since the strip club, actually, even before the strip club incident with Jean Morant, when they came in here for a chance to catch the Nuggets for best record in the league.
It was that night. It was the strip club night. It was all the same thing.
Was that the night too?
It was all the same thing. Yes, it was that night. Nuggets won. Strip club on Jamal's birthday, and just from there,
it's been a downhill for a guy who's the league was trying to make the face of the league.
Yep. Yeah. No, it's mind blowing how just sideways it's gone there for them and John Morant, the whole thing. But whatever. That's their problems. How about LeBron saying there's like 2 cities I would never want to go to ever again? Milwaukee and Memphis. It's just kind of a funny thing. Like, I think so little of these 2 areas. I don't give a crap if
Is he wrong, though?
Probably not. I mean,
Milwaukee's a great place, but in the wintertime, it's harsh.
I really can't think of a reason to see either place.
Milwaukee's got great breweries, the Jazz Fest in the summer.
At least Memphis got some food.
Memphis
what does Milwaukee have to offer?
Beer, brats, and all German cuisine.
I couldn't tell you. I've never even been to the state of Wisconsin.
That's being an NBA player, living the life that they live, hitting the clubs that they hit, going out on the towns.
Well, how longer is Giannis going to do it for?
You mean making like $40-50 million, but living in a place the cost of living is you can live like you're making 80?
Yeah, but they can barely afford the private jet to go party somewhere else.
Yeah, there's always that problem. So Nuggets win tonight?
Yeah, I think they need to.
Okay. All right. We look forward to it.
Why not, right?
I've got an update for you, Tyler. We'll get to Michael Malone in just a second. I reached out to the Rockies about you working out with Lorenzen.
Oh, yeah.
Ha! Lorenzen is a freak. Would be fun. I'll chat with them.
All right, let's go.
So the Tyler Michael Lorenzen workout.
I need to get back. Let's go. I got to get it go time here.
Okay.
Got to hit up Revitalize then. Make sure I got some fresh supplies rolling in.
Your guys on the mound Wednesday afternoon. You have said you will only care about the Rockies when Lorenzen is pitching.
That's right.
I will take that.
That's right.
That's good enough. That's 30 times this year you'll care.
Mm-hmm.
So the next time you will care will be on Wednesday.
The odds of making it through 30 seems pretty low right now, but I'm going to pay attention for now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you work out with him one time, he becomes your
That's
gym
true.
bro.
What happens if he becomes
with him?
you and him become bro spotters?
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, I'm down. I could use a side job being a strength coach for the Rockies. Let's go.
Yeah. So we'll see, but that ball is in motion,
And they didn't poo-poo it.
Not at all. Not at all.
There's probably 2 or 3 other PR people you could send to it. It might get poo-pooed rather quickly.
The concept of, I don't even know how to, well, it is unique because it is Tyler. I mean, it's not, it's a pro working out with another pro's in good shape. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is
I hate to get exposed that these are popcorn muscles, but, let's go. You know what popcorn muscles are, right?
Yes, of course.
Beach muscles, popcorn muscles.
Right.
You're not going to wilt.
Yeah, you got your girlfriend, though.
You're
That's
not
true.
going to wilt
They did their job.
to a baseball player in the gym.
Wilt? I don't do pull-ups with chains around my neck. What are you talking about?
All right, well, what's the one?
If you think I could actually hang with that guy, you're setting yourself up for bad expectations.
Well, no, I'm just asking you, how comfortable are you with what?
I'm comfortable with going. I'm comfortable with doing it.
Like what do you got?
I fully expect for him to outperform me in absolutely everything.
Everything?
No, everything.
There's nothing that you
Although
think you could,
I will say this,
I could probably outbench him.
Did you see how thick his lats were, though?
Yeah, that's from those weighted pull-ups.
Yeah, that's
all right, so if he gets you in pull-ups, you go over to the bench.
Yeah.
You do this, you do
but
that.
then what if a pitcher gets you in bench?
That would be not great for my ego.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, all right, here we go. See, this would be a little fun. It'd be a good deal.
Dude, we could film that. I guarantee you somebody at Altitude TV would put that on, or our digitals or something.
There ain't no doubt about that one. No, what, do you think that's going to lack for attention?
No, that would be
that'd be
huge.
Great. Michael Malone goes to the University of North Carolina, or they intend, the actual language is UNC intends to hire Michael Malone. That came out right about 3 hours ago when we started. What's your deeper reaction? Nate and Andy, you're coming in the door right now. That's great. We get their reaction too. But Michael Malone, almost to the day, it was April 8th, so it's just 2 days away, almost to the day where he was fired, looks like he's going to UNC.
My initial thought on it was I was surprised. First off, Michael Malone has caught me with major surprise both on the firing and the hiring. I was shocked when he got fired, and then I was shocked to hear he was going to UNC. But on the surface, that's how I felt. But when you think about it for a second, I do wonder if Michael Malone did some self-reflecting just of his coaching style. And he's like, you know what? I'm not going to change the way I coach. I'm old school. I'm demanding. I yell at these guys a lot. The pros don't like it. They make $40 million. My style of coaching might actually fit in better at UNC. And oh, by the way, my daughters go to UNC.
Well, I'd be interested to hear what Nate says about this because he is our college expert. I think we're going to see more pro guys go the college basketball, if not football, because guess what? They're pros now. They may be a lower level pro, but these teams, universities are hiring front offices and general managers. I mean, you used to have an athletic director. Now you have athletic director, general manager, operations guy. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, they're running this like NFL teams.
So
yeah, and you know what, Scott? On the surface, every coach in college sports, there's an epidemic going on right now of them wanting to get the hell out of Dodge and get to the pros.
Yeah, but they're all college coaches.
They're all college coaches, and I do wonder, to your point, is basketball different? There's so much less you have to manage. There's so many fewer bodies. I mean, football's got 100 dudes on the roster in college, you know? And you don't have to worry about depth. You don't have to worry about development. Find me the next 5 best guys when these 5 guys phase out.
It's KKSC FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Let me ask you to speculate. Why do you think he's taken the job?
Because it's a really good paying good job.
Yeah, it's a great. If you're going to college, it's one of the top 3 or 4 college jobs, and you probably got 8 to 10 million reasons he's going there.
Yeah, massive recruiting budget. His NIL dollars. He can compete with any program in the country. It's a really good job. That's why he's taking it. And in some ways, and I thought Tyler was spot on right there, just talking about it, of like, You do have kind of fewer challenges. Basketball versus football currently is a much different animal when you're at that level. And what's so crazy about it is, like, they're talking to Dusty May about this job. They're talking to Ben McCollum about these jobs. Like, these guys have Big Ten jobs. Like, they're great jobs, but Carolina is just something different, both because of the tradition and, again, because of the recruiting budget and the NIL dollars that you get. So,
will he be successful?
I think he will be. I think he's going to – let's not forget, Michael Malone is a hell of a basketball coach. I think he's going to do great there. Yep. And I do think, again, like, you pipeline those kids into a program like that. You make it clear to them, like, this is your path to the pros. Malone is as connected as there is in that world. I don't view it like it's not like Belichick going to Carolina. To me, it is something completely different because of the stature of the program, the quality of the coach. Again, Malone's been out of the game for, what, a year?
1 year.
Yeah.
1 year and 2 days.
Yes.
Yes, in 2 days.
In 2 days. And to that point, like, coaching college basketball today is not like coaching college basketball in the old days where you're going to parents and saying, I will develop your young man.
It is a version of professional basketball,
right.
as we will see tonight.
And I said this, Nate, he's going to have this. He goes, I know what it takes to be in the pros.
Yep.
You want to be a pro? Well, you're going to come here 1 year. Hey, make your $3 million.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? I'm gonna teach you what you need to have to be a pro basketball player.
Yeah, I think he's got a great chance to be really successful. Now, here's the other flip side of it. Okay, look at Hubert Davis. Okay, Hubert Davis had that job for 5 years. He went to a national title game. He went to 4 NCAA tournaments. He won 20+ games every single year, and they ran him out of town.
Yep.
Because that's just what's going to happen. So if Malone makes a couple of Elite Eights but doesn't get to a Final Four, or makes it to a national title game and gets a runner-up or whatever, if he loses to Duke too often, they'll run him out of town as well.
That is true. There's probably 5 or 6, maybe more, jobs in the NBA that would be less accountable than taking the UNC job.
But while he's there, he gets to run it his way.
Yes.
So, yes, they may run him out, but while he doesn't have to look over his shoulder.
Calvin Booth will not be his general manager.
He'll have it'll
be his call.
He may have a shorter leash even than Hubert Davis, because you know why? He's not a Carolina guy.
That too. Yeah.
And so that'll make the leash. Hubert Davis got 5. Malone's window might be 4.
Right.
I do wonder if his daughter one daughter at least for sure.
One's there a
volleyball.
scholarship playing volleyball, and I thought the other was going to go there, but I don't know.
Okay.
Well, she gets free tuition now, right? So.
Right. That was the issue.
Yes.
I do
Only you can
wonder
afford it.
if because of that he has developed a relationship and a connection with UNC.
Oh, I'm sure.
Or with the athletic director, I bet you so.
Yeah, sit and watch a few volleyball games with the AD, and suddenly you move to the top of these lists.
I bet you he hates doing TV too. He
doesn't fit in.
It's just a no-win situation for him on TV.
He's too grindy. He's just he wants to be in it every single day, and I don't think he's bad on TV, but he's too
fine.
grindy.
But it's like you just can tell that this ain't
right.
This ain't what he wants to do.
Well, he's
It's
still
not
too
his
young.
thing.
He's still too young, and he still wants to coach. So you got to get into coaching.
Yeah, you got to get to the Stan Van Gundy level, and then you can just lean into television.
What level would that be? What would that be?
Get fired from three places. He's only been fired for 2.
Just I'm more than happy to kick back and watch hoops.
Jeff Van Gundy went back to it. He went back to sitting on a bench.
He did, yes. He went back to assistant coach. They also ran him out of the number 1 crew, though.
They did.
They
He
did.
ran out of time on that.
Stan, on the other hand, well, and plus there's so many damn networks now. So Stan has fit in well. I thought the Amazon guys did well.
I don't
on
even
Saturday.
know who were they. Like who? Because
Van Gundy was on color. Play-by-play guy. I don't remember.
Who was calling Jokic a flopper? I kept hearing.
Well,
on
Van
social...
Gundy was,
Oh,
but
was
also he was grifting. So there were very clear examples of some grifty Jokic action out there that like people don't need to take offense to. He does it. It's okay. He gets calls. That's what you're supposed to do. Yeah, you're right about that. Sometimes he does get calls.
You know why I talked to this about with somebody recently. A former player, he's too good. He doesn't need to do that. I said, I agree. I said, but every pro player does it.
Yeah,
Doncic does it. All the Shea Gilgeous does it.
Yep.
Every single play.
It works.
Here's the difference. He's not smooth like them. There's other than the little floaters
Yeah.
or sometimes these passes,
Mm-hmm.
his demeanor on the floor isn't that of smooth, right?
Nothing that he does almost.
Yeah, it's more like ska jazz, ska music instead of mellow jazz.
It's all offbeat.
Yeah, it's a little offbeat. And there's just no. It's not smooth. His flopping is not a, natural. I mean, Shea Gilgeous has it down to a science.
He's pretty good.
I mean,
yes.
you see that head go back.
Right.
Oh, he must have got hit. Joker does it, and they go, that's like a dump truck. Somebody hit a dump truck.
Well, it's just you're 280 pounds. We know you're not going to fall over on this play, okay?
Yeah.
So get up. You're fine. Go ahead and do it. Scotty, what do you think they solved with Wemby on Saturday? If they solved anything.
Well, I'll give this stat that I gave on our show, and everybody says, in fact, I heard it on these airwaves last week. Well, Joker hadn't really figured out Wemby. And I brought up, I said the last 3 times they faced each other, he's had 41, 46, and 40.
Yeah.
I think he's figured it out.
I would say so.
Yeah.
I think he had 2 of his shots blocked.
Yeah, but
and one of them he got back and got a putback.
And I think when he was Wemby's rookie year, when he caught one of his shots like that,
yeah,
I think it threw him off a little bit.
Right.
But so did Gobert. Remember the first time they played
Yeah.
Gobert in Utah? It threw him off, and then
he adjusts.
Then I got 56, bro.
Because he always does.
Yeah.
Yeah, he always does.
Yeah, it becomes yeah.
I thought, first off, I do think if they should meet in a 7-game series that Mitch Johnson will double Jokic more.
Probably.
I think that they'll probably, front him more with the guard and let Wemby lurk. And they did a lot of that. But generally, when it was one-on-one Jokic against Wemby, Joker did what he needed to do. He's got to work a little harder.
He won more than he lost.
Exactly. He's got to work harder than he does against, your standard NBA stiff. But when he plays Gobert, when he plays, and now we'll put Wemby, and I think Wemby is something different. He solves it. There's more footwork. There's more over the shoulder stuff, but he figures it all out.
I've been saying this, and I honestly don't say it to be disrespectful because I agree with Joker. Wemby's changing the position.
Yep.
I mean, he's a guy his size. You just don't see move like he moves.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing, and I've seen tall guys that don't do this, he does 7-5 well. Right? I mean, he does 7-5 well.
Yes.
And I've seen a lot of tall
Both ends
guys,
of the floor, too.
7'2", 7'3", and you go, man, the guy plays too small.
Right.
He don't play small.
No, he doesn't have that issue.
Which those last 2 shots he hit, the Sombor shuffle from the elbow.
Yeah.
And then that little floater, which I thought was an even harder shot down on the baseline. Wemby went after him.
Mm-hmm.
He does 7-5 well, and Joker still got 40.
He does. I loved Aaron Gordon's defense on Wemby. I really did. And Wemby had a great game because guess what? He's already one of the.
He does 7-5 well
because he's already one of the top 5 players in the world. He already is.
Yeah. And when you switch out and put a guard on, I mean, Jamal Murray looked like
picked him up on a few switches.
Looked
and
like
Wemby
he was
crushed
5'5".
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yes.
In the real world, Jamal Murray would be a big man. He looked like he was 5'5" against Wemby.
Yeah, it's just not fair. The man's a damn cheat code. I loved Cam Johnson's game.
Yeah, especially second half
on Saturday.
Yeah.
I thought he was excellent. I think that Cam is. Well, first off, I mean, Scotty, he's shooting 44% from 3 this year, which is just absurdly good. It doesn't always feel that way because I feel like we remember the misses far more often than the makes. But I thought Cam was great. I thought Christian Brown was great. To beat those guys in a 7-game series, what did the Nuggets take? They took 46 threes in that game. So it's a little bit more than usual. But I think that's pretty much right where they need to be in a playoff matchup against those guys. And I thought both CB and Cam absolutely rose to the occasion.
Yeah, listen, when they were going through a little bit of that up and down, win one, lose one, win one, lose one, what's going on with them? And I think you guys talked about it. We talked about it. You needed that third guy.
Yep.
And if not more. So Gordon's back, and by the way, they're 22-6 when he plays. Pretty good.
It's kind of a key piece.
Pretty key piece. But then when you throw him back in there, because you see the versatility, you can slide him over on Wemby, and he's strong enough to keep him out of the paint.
Yeah.
And then now you need guys like Christian Brown, who goes 5'11" from the three. Cam struggled in the first half, I thought, just a little bit, but then the second half was brilliant.
Yes.
And 2 games in a row, he has hit big threes late. I mean, that was a big three at the top of the key in that game against San Antonio.
Made it, a 5-point game, I think? Yeah.
Was that what? I thought it went 7-4.
Okay.
But something like that, right? But it was a monster three.
Oh, he had the 4-point play, too, which was everything.
Yeah, he had the 4-point play.
Yeah.
You've got – listen, we all think that Joker and Murray more times than not are going to be Joker and Murray.
Mm-hmm.
And now you can put some consistency and a healthy Gordon in there to stay upright. And then if you're getting – listen, I'll tell you this. If Christian Brown hits five threes a game for the rest of the way, they win the NBA championship.
I tend to agree with that. That's well put right there. One last thought, Scotty, before we send you off. Psychologically – what does a game like that do for as we just talked about, the other guys, especially Cam? But let's put Christian in that conversation. Let's put Tim Hardaway in that conversation. Those guys played massive roles in a playoff-type victory for the Nuggets.
I think they see, first of all, that crowd was stupid. Great.
It was electric.
So I think they just see what the next 2 months are going to feel like.
Yeah.
Right? I just think it's huge. I think, I remember talking to Cam a handful of games ago and asked him about it. He had a pretty good game. He goes, man, I'm still asking Bruce and Christian, because these guys make these cuts and get these layups all the time. I said, I got to figure that out better. I'm still learning when that option is, when that availability is. And I think, and I read an article today, he even learning that, okay, I'm going to spot up. I have to spot up. I have to be that guy. Look, Michael's blowing up now, or blew up for a while anyway in Brooklyn because, but he was just a spot up guy. Here, kind of Cam's doing that, but now it's going to offer you a little better defense down the other end.
Yeah.
Not as good a rebounder, but a better defender.
And a good slasher. I think
but he's
improving
figuring that
cutter.
out.
Yeah, but he's figuring out that part of the game. Scott Hastings, everybody, tonight. The Nuggets take on the Portland Trailblazers. Scott will be on the call, so enjoy it, everybody. Andy Lindahl with us here on a Monday afternoon on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Good to have Lindahl in on the program here today. How you doing, pal?
Sure.
Good.
It's a Monday. You know what? I had a great sports weekend, though, for the most part.
Didn't we all?
Last night was a little sour, but you had to go to bed by the time that thing was done anyway, right?
The sports viewing was good. The sports results weren't always awesome, but the viewing was good.
At least you weren't Arizona UConn or Arizona Michigan.
No, it could have been worse.
Is there any chance?
By the way, I didn't watch a second of that game.
Well, I didn't figure.
Couldn't
if
blame
it makes
me,
you
right?
feel any better, I don't watch a second of it either.
Okay.
I only watched I only kept up with Illinois to make sure. I was like, what mood will Nate be in Monday? So let me just kind of check in here.
Okay, you want
in there.
You want the temperature check? Extremely bummed. Very disappointed that I don't get to watch that group play another game. I really liked that team. I like what they developed into. I thought Underwood put together a great group of players. Obviously, they overachieved relative to preseason expectations because Keaton Wagler turned into a lottery pick, which he went from lightly recruited to he's going to go in the top 10 of the NBA draft. That doesn't happen very often, but his ascension is what got that team to the Final Four and made them as good as they were. They just had a crap shooting game at the worst time. They missed threes, open threes. They missed layups. They missed floaters. They had the damn ball just sit on the rim and then roll off. Could that
team have beaten Michigan? Are you avoiding delayed pain from tonight?
Probably not. They probably
Against
would have, what's UConn, a 6.5-point dog tonight? Illinois probably would have been right around there. Like we got blasted by Michigan earlier in the year. Probably not. The Yaxel Lendeborg injury maybe gives them a puncher's chance in that matchup. And the other part of it is they could have had a hot shooting night.
That's true.
But, like, if you would have told me, like, what if I told you? You're going to hold UConn to 35% shooting in that game. I would have been like, awesome. We're probably going to the national championship game. But the Illini shot like crap. They got outscored by 18 points behind the three-point line in a game that they lost by 9. UConn had a banked-in 3. They had 2 threes that went in off of like 2 bounces off the rim. We didn't have that stuff. That's what's so disappointing about it, of just like layups missed. I don't have like a big critique of Brad Underwood or anything in that game, and I worried about the coaching matchup against Dan Hurley. I don't think that we did a bad job in defending them and all of their all of the dribble handoffs and all the action that UConn just runs nonstop on you. I thought we defended well. We had like multiple stretches where UConn didn't score for 5 minutes. Like, the problem was we didn't make shots and take advantage of any of that. And that's what frustrated the hell out of me in that game. Like, maybe they could have gone to Avicic in the post more. I don't know, though. Those are still like tough contested twos. So I'm just bummed that we had one of those games, which happened to college basketball teams. And one of them could happen to Michigan tonight. One of them could happen to UConn tonight. We had one of those games at the worst possible time, and that's what sucks.
Yeah, for my pick 5 hope, I'm hoping Michigan has one of those games so that I can actually,
So you can get UConn a national title.
Literally the reason why I care.
So you have UConn and not Michigan.
Yeah.
Okay, I have Michigan still.
I know.
Yeah.
You're good. You're in great shape for winning the thing, I think.
Yeah, I
guess Mason all of a sudden has snuck up and got everybody.
Nice
as
job,
I saw
Mason.
the stuff today.
Well done.
Yeah. So anyway, look, you hit on it. I'm trying to think the last team, because there's teams you expect. Like, I'll tell you what. To respect not giving $1 to the kitty. I've got a thought, because your experience is a little opposite of my Avs thing this year.
Okay. I want to talk about this when we come
Avs
back.
Team can't be a team I enjoy watching that I'm sad when it's done.
Oh no, this is something else.
You got to get something done.
Yeah, this is
I'll explain more.
This is very much something else. The Avalanche are Michigan.
Yes,
okay?
there you go.
Yes, yeah. That is well put. Let's dive into a great weekend for the Nuggets and a good weekend for the Avalanche. We'll do that when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Duchesne the other way, 1:10 to go. Johnston leaves it. Robertson towards the net, fought off by Wedgwood. Out in front, Natchez trying to collect. Natchez with the empty net, misses wide right. Nathan McKinnon's going to win the foot race. Empty net for the 29. You betcha! 51 for the Mac attack, Jack. And that's icing on the cake for the Colorado Avalanche.
High right side is Aaron Gordon. Throws it off over to Jokic. Jokic guarded by Wemby. 9 on the shot clock. He's on the right-hand side. Backs him down in the paint. Gets double teamed. Fade away. God! Oh, my God! You know how hard that shot is? Denver leads it by 4. 133 to 129.
Yeah, pretty good Saturday around these parts. Avalanche basically put things away in the Central Division with a victory over Dallas, and the Nuggets come back, beat San Antonio in overtime in Game of the Year. I don't even think it's close. I don't even know if we need to debate any other game. That was against a playoff-level opponent in a playoff atmosphere where everybody got up for that thing.
And the hottest team going.
Yeah. And now the Nuggets are the hottest team going, having won 8 consecutive games ahead of tonight's matchup with the Portland Trail Blazers. You can hear all the action right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame coverage powered by Ramos Law. Starts at 6:30, and the tip is just after 7 p.m. on your home for the Nuggets. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, far be it for me and I don't offer this as a critique of the voice of the Avalanche, but something that he said in that call threw me off a little bit. When he said icing on the cake, I was thrown off by icing because that's a penalty in that sport.
Look at you.
I was a little...
Oh, no. You know what I need? You know what I need more than anything?
I was like, and the Nuggets are traveling on. It's like, oh, wait, they're doing what? That's a turnover.
For my sanity, I think, in a number of ways. I need the Stars not to face the Avalanche, because then your stars thing that locks you up and angers you will come into my life. There's the punchable face of Jamie Benn and everybody. And
yes,
so, yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
I am always thrown off when we talk about the best players on the Stars, a.k.a. the Stars.
Right. But everybody's got stars, and you don't like the Stars. We have stars, too, and so why?
We have stars. Why are they the Stars? I'm always thrown off by that.
Well, it is funny because it's the Lone Star State, so why are you plural?
Because
it's supposed to be just a star. And frankly, you came from the North Star.
They were the North Stars. And now they're just the Stars, apparently. There's no South Stars, as far as I know.
So, see, we're about to enter the time. I don't even know what I'm looking for. This, and I just can feel it ramping up. And you know what? I realized this Saturday.
Okay.
Where they got done with the Dallas game, and I'm like, they really are a pretty good team. Not pretty good. They're really good team.
The Avalanche?
Yeah.
The team with the best record and the best goal differential and the best players.
It's just, but it's just like.
They're pretty good.
You got to win a cup, though, man. I feel like I really feel for Jared Bednar. This kind of sucks, dude. As a coach, that ain't easy to do.
No,
push all the guys' right buttons. You can't control injuries, but you can't keep wasting this core without another cup. You just can't do it. They got too many good guys not to raise another trophy.
It's a zero-sum game with this team. It flat out is, okay? Now, I'll say this, and people may not feel this way about it. You have to get there. You have to get to the final, okay?
Yeah, you got 3 pieces. Dude, they showed the playoff standings at one point. I'm like, well, I mean, I know I keep hearing about it, but I don't look at it all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it is unbelievable that Minnesota would be leading the other division.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's
I'm not going to feel bad for Minnesota, but it is utterly stupid that there are 3 top teams and they all live with the Avalanche.
I didn't even realize until last night, like, the Blues are going to miss the playoffs.
Not after last night. They got a real shot.
That helped.
I'm kind of hoping that they do after what I saw. I don't know. I don't really know if I want to deal with much of that either.
Yeah, that Bob Thomas was pretty good last night.
Yeah, how about that guy?
Look out for him.
Who's that goalie, by the way?
Ofer? Ofer?
Wait, who was their rookie? They had some guy. I got to go look it up now. One of their guys had a ridiculous name that I couldn't take seriously.
Was it
Snuggeroo?
Snuggeroo?
I'm like, Snuggeroo.
I was talking about Snuggeroo, the whole game. I'm just like, I love Snuggeroo.
It's such a good name.
Is his cousin Wedgie? I mean, what are we doing? Huh? Seriously. Snuggaroo.
Snuggaroo.
It sounds like something you do. Is that the girls' version of a wedgie? You get a snuggaroo? I mean, what are we doing?
Also, Andy,
you got to change that name, man.
The sweet dad joke that I dropped on my wife last night.
Yeah.
You know, when a marriage ends in Poland, you know what you call that?
A snuggaroo?
Dvorsky.
Oh, yeah. Is that his kid, by the way? Is that the ref's kid?
Dvorsky?
Is that Paul Dvorsky's kid?
I
Because
don't
I kept wondering.
His first name is Dalibor. Dalibor Dvorsky.
Okay, well, maybe Paul got creative. I don't know. Maybe, you know.
He's Slovakian.
Great. So Paul Dvorsky isn't just because he's a Paul?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just telling you about Dalibor. That's the only Dvorsky that I know about. Anyway.
Hey, this playoffs may cause me a divorce. Huh? Is that like your Felsky? Yeah, I got the Dvorsky.
The Felsky.
Wait, hey, when we got our life insurance commercial guy on and you're used to having 4 or 5 according to his commercials, that you just start calling it a Dvorsky?
Uh-huh. Exactly. Yeah, the Avalanche, they got
to win.
They got to win.
You got to do it.
Yeah, there's no anything less than raising the cup is a disappointment. Even if you lose a game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals in triple overtime, it's a disappointment if you don't win the Stanley Cup with this group.
And it sucks because when you said, I'm going to miss watching this team because you enjoyed them.
Yeah.
And I'm guilty. I'm one of the guys we talked about. I'm one of the guys who I can't enjoy it the way I need to. You know, these are just things you get through.
Sure.
Beating the Stars.
Sure.
2-0. Our buddy Eric texted me the other day, Mr. Vegas fan. He goes, that's a damn good win. You got to admit it. And I was like, I don't want to admit it. Why did it have to be nothing after 2? They had a bunch of shots they should have potted. It just.
The game against
God,
the
it's
Stars?
like, yes. And
That game was
I
awesome.
should just be elated. And then the other thing, the one that actually warmed my soul was that Nuggets win, because I was like, how the hell did they win that? It got done, then I finally flipped over to overtime, then I went back and watched it all.
Yeah.
I did not know Amazon. I had my buddy come over. We were trying to find the start of the game. I was like, there's an hour pregame to this? My God.
Holy crap, I missed all that.
Oh, dude, I kept looking. I'm like, when does this game start?
Oh,
I was
wow.
a half hour in. I was 45 minutes in. Finally, I figured out, oh, no, you went full hour. And then you still gave me some more crap.
They've got to be better than CBS is, though, with the pregame and the halftime stuff
Wouldn't
in
tell
college
you.
basketball.
The good news is I sped through it all.
They have to be.
Hey, note to Amazon, I ain't watching all that.
Well, they're paying all those guys. They got to have them do something, right?
Well, that's good.
Yes.
But if I get it on replay, I ain't watching all that.
The Nuggets are a different deal than the Avalanche. The Nuggets are, honestly, Andy, I'm really looking forward to this postseason.
I'm glad you are.
I'm very excited about it. Like, watching that game on Saturday, it was like, okay, I want a 7-game series between the Nuggets and the Spurs. I want to watch that matchup more, and not just Jokic v. Wemby. I want to see tactical adjustment. I want to see if Jamal Murray can solve Stephon Castle. I want to see what Denver continues to do with their rotation, especially if they don't have Peyton Watson to kind of handle what the Spurs do with their bench guys. The way that, Johnson kind of changed up the rotation with Wemby a little bit to try and get him on the floor more without Jokic. Okay, once you get into a playoff series, Joker's going to play 40, 41 minutes. Like, on a tactical, basketball nerd level, I'm very excited to watch that series. I think it's going to be great. Right now, the Doncic and Austin Reeves injuries completely changed the calculus of what we talked about last week. Last week I was just like, you know what, get your 4 seed and be happy with it. Well, now the Lakers have lost their last 2 games without those guys, and they're in a world of hurt. You're tied with them right now in the standings, although the Lakers have the tie break. And the Lakers play the Thunder tomorrow night. You have Portland tomorrow. We could wake up on Wednesday morning and the Nuggets could be a game ahead of them, at which point, you got to put the hammer down and you got to go get the 3 seed. And you have to give yourself an opportunity to stay away from the Thunder as long as you want. I know people are listening and they're being like, yeah, but you don't want a first-round series against Minnesota, to which I say, bring it on.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. Part of me is like, could the Lakers suck so bad that somehow you get them as a 6?
Can they
Because I
lose
just
enough?
pulled up the standings. Could they lose enough that they become the 6? And can Minnesota win enough to overtake the 50 wins the Lakers have?
It would take.
It kind of feels like Minnesota's living in the 6th seed life.
Yeah,
right?
no, they're a full 4 games back right now with 4 to play. So it's not impossible, but it seems highly unlikely.
Isn't it insane? Is this finally your premier market team, one of your shining brands, one of the known around the world, your LA Lakers?
Yeah.
You love them in the playoffs, you love them for TV, and now they're losing everybody left and right. Now the oblique, I don't know how much that has to do with playing every night, but I got a feeling, as you've told us, with the hamstring stuff for Luka,
yeah,
boy, that sure feels like it's the schedule. Will this be the thing that makes the league think about it? Do they extend? We know they're not taking games away.
Yeah.
Will they extend the season because of this? Will they think about expanding the schedule out so there's not so much 3 and 4 for all these teams and all that other stuff?
It shouldn't take this, but I hope it does. I hope it's just, you know what, Andy? Let's put it this way. I hope it's another data point on the chart that you put in front of them to say, we need to ease back on the regular season a little bit in order to maximize what our product can be in the postseason.
Yeah, because you need these guys. It's what makes it fun.
And it's, there's so much hand-wringing in the NBA right now, and the Giannis versus Milwaukee thing is only further exemplifying.
Boy, that's crazy. That got a little wild over the weekend, didn't it?
Giannis,
he doesn't want to play. I do want to play. He's making sure he gets traded.
He's rolling out the carpet for the trade. That's what he's doing right now.
I am tired of being here, and I'm going to be passive-aggressive about it.
Exactly. So that's what's going on. But, for all the hand-wringing about tanking, you had Saturday's game, right? You had Saturday's game between the best player in the world and the future best player in the world, and 2 teams that were locked in, that were game planned, that went for it, that knew the enormity of the moment, that were playing right there on Amazon, your new broadcast partner, and it was a high water mark for them in their NBA coverage. It was everything you want it to be, and you get through the regular season, you get to the postseason, and that's when it starts to look like a little bit, and maybe everyone can stop complaining about all of the tanking and all the other issues that have plagued the NBA this year, and we'll just get back to a place where it's just like, oh yeah, there's great basketball, and there's legendary figures in this sport at the height of their powers.
Yeah, look, there's unique people to watch. Again, Jokic is unique. Wemby is unique. Anthony Edwards is unique, I think. I mean, they're just so – and what I love is there's just such a competitive fire. I love how Wemby is hacked off every time he loses. Not looking to hug anybody. Went through the handshake line grumpy, but did it. But I love that guy hates it when he loses. I really do, because I guess just the old school in me. To your point about the tanking, everyone also needs to remember, as you've laid out, it's a pretty damn good draft class, which has motivated more tanking than usual. Let's be honest. A bunch of these years, there wouldn't be so many good players. And also, it's a weird year because Oklahoma City owns half the first round, the top 10 picks, if people screw it up.
Andy, have you seen what Cooper Flagg has done over the last couple of games? He beat the Lakers most recently, but he is starting to turn into what he could be. In fact, I saw a stat on him today. I want to make sure that I get it correct. Here we go. Cooper Flagg went for 51 on Friday, went for 45 yesterday. Cooper Flagg joins Wilt Chamberlain as the only rookies in NBA history to have 95 or more points in the span of 2 games. Now, Wilt did it 5 times his rookie year. Cooper just did it for the first time. But that's the kind of heater that he's on right now. This draft has 3 of those dudes. So that is why this is happening in this very season of the NBA. It is just a race. And for anybody that complain about it all you want, those teams, they do want to win. That's why they're doing this.
Well, and the other point about Saturday, I do hope it shows the NBA, hey, when you have some rested guys, you get a pretty good product everybody can't quit talking about.
I think, weren't the Spurs on a 3rd and 4 nights in
Were
that
they?
game? They were.
All I know is we finally got to see Wemby.
Yeah.
So if I'm wrong, I apologize.
But he didn't play, I think, on Thursday, was it, when they played? Yes.
Because they wanted him to see Jokic, I'm sure, because he had not faced Jokic yet.
Yeah.
By the way.
He had played Wednesday, Thursday, and then or they had played Wednesday, Thursday, but Wemby didn't play on Thursday. So he had gone Wednesday, Saturday like Jokic.
I know everybody is losing their mind about the fadeaway shot, and it was a great shot.
The Sanford shuffle?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
unbelievable.
Listen, the shot of the game in my mind, for my money, is the last one late in the game that Jokic floated about 20 feet up in the air.
Right.
Because I don't think, like, the degree of difficulty on that shot, at least with Wemby, he saw the hand on the Sanford shuffle, knew where he was going to be shot over him.
Yeah.
Dude, Wemby was trying to sing. I asked Scotty earlier today, because I said, am I crazy about this? I asked Scott, how many times do you think Wemby has not blocked one of those shots where he came full effort, jumped, gave it the full swat, and Jokic floated it perfectly. I mean, how high do you have to get it so that dude doesn't get the ball?
Yeah.
Like, I think it is underappreciated how stupid, ridiculous hard that shot at the end. His last shot was his chef's kiss one. That was ridiculous.
You know, when you're teaching a kid how to shoot over somebody taller than you, you know, you hold a broom up or whatever. I don't know what the NBA version of that is. I'm sure they have like a better piece. They have like a giant hand on a stick or something like that. Maybe Jokic's brothers,
holograms or something.
Jokic's brothers stand on each other's shoulders and put a giant coat on and then play defense on him, because it's a reasonable assimilation of what Wemby is, but he's worked his way through it. It's not completely different than playing Rudy Gobert, other than Wemby is a better athlete than Rudy is, and Rudy's a pretty damn good athlete. It's not completely different, and Jokic has solved the Rudy Gobert problem. I think we watched Jokic solve it in real time the other night. I think he would solve it over a 7-game series. Maybe I'm result influenced on this. I think Denver would beat that team in a 7-game series.
Well, here's why I have more confidence in that, and why I started to think maybe people are right about the early exit for San Antonio, although I still lean towards I think they're going to be a problem and could go deep.
Yeah.
But again, the last couple shots that San Antonio took to keep it within a bucket, De'Aaron Fox, especially that one he clanked off the rim at the, you know what? That's tight. Got to have that one.
Yep.
You know what? That's a little bit of that playoff nerve feel.
Right.
We haven't felt that in a while. They've been on a run, pretty good run. But even Wemby, that we had to cut afterwards, he said, yeah, it's a playoff team. We finally played a team that was playing for something like we were. And so maybe the nerves do get to him a little bit. And they got physical with Wemby like we talked about. And notice they switched Wemby off Jokic for a while.
Yeah, he was in a little bit of foul trouble. They got him off of Joker. They did some of the fronting stuff, some of the old, Lakers Rui adjustment, which that stuff can be effective. It's especially effective when you have, 8-foot-tall Victor Wembanyama out there. Like it can work, and you're going to see a lot of it. But one of the things that Wemby has to be able to master, and I know he will eventually, but I don't know if he can do it yet, is a 7-game series against a player that's as good as you. In the case of Nikola Jokic, better than you. And a team that is fully game planned with every last possible way to stop you, that is adjusting over the course of a series. Like, that's the thing he hasn't mastered yet. And maybe he will.
He might, but he's also, again,
it's hard to do.
Jonas and Joker got real physical with him, and it shows he still needs a little sand in the backside before he's got the man strength they got.
Yeah, keep those Valanciunas minutes limited in
I
that
got
series.
it, but again, you know what I did love? I love it. I'll pay the buck. There was the one where Valanciunas had him, and he tripped him, and Val just threw him right to the ground.
Yep.
I like it. That was a little hockey oinger float over that day, Kreckman.
Jeff Legwold coming up in 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio. NCAA tournament wraps up tonight. Michigan, UConn. Coverage starts at 4 o'clock on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Tip-off is at 6:20. Talk about a pregame show, Andy. The NCAA tournament on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with those attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. Yes, Michigan and UConn playing for all of it this evening, and a chance to cut down the nets there in Indianapolis. NCAA tournament draws to a close. Dan Hurley with another shot. Michigan can get it done with Dusty May, who has done a hell of a job with that program. Michigan is a 6.5-point favorite going into this game here tonight. Andy, Michael Malone is the new head coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels.
How about that?
Yes. Michael Malone, who I don't believe has coached at the college level since 2001, is jumping into those waters at North Carolina. He last was an assistant at Manhattan back in the 2000-2001 season. That was before he joined the Knicks staff a year after that and was in the NBA the entire time. Now he goes to North Carolina. It's a gamble. Andy, I think it's a smart gamble. I think this is a good hire by Carolina. It makes all the sense in the world. It's pro basketball. Michael Malone is going to have a massive budget to build a roster with, and he is an outstanding coach. Put it all together, and again, a guy that never coached in the pre-NIL era. I mean, he did as an assistant, again, at Providence and Manhattan back in the 90s, but that's worlds away. This guy's not going to sit around and gripe about the way that it used to be or anything else like that. This is a guy that walks in with his eyes wide open to what the sport is right now. He is a brilliant game planner, an excellent tactician, a guy that is unyielding in his demands for playing defensive basketball, which college kids are, I think, going to gravitate towards. I think this is a really good hire by North Carolina. I think he's going to be successful.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it goes. I'm not sure I'm as fully confident as you because I think there is still some old school in him, but I thought you made a great point earlier. This is a guy that knows how to get you to the pros. He's got connections in the pros. Like you said, this isn't Bill Belichick kind of already hacked off the one owner that loved him the most and now just seems to be flipping the bird of the establishment, not letting the New England Patriots scouting staff in and all that kind of stuff. I do think Coach Malone, I think it'll be a fun watch. I'm just, I wonder if it'll be good. Here's what here's what I'm wondering. And let's say it's a long run. If it's a long run, maybe it'll be good for him that every couple of years he gets new people that haven't heard the speeches, or he can do the fire and brimstone stuff too.
I mean, every couple of years he's going to have a new roster every year.
I know.
I mean, this thing
modern
is
college athletics.
Yeah,
but does he get frustrated with that part?
No, I don't think so. I again, like when I say he's going in clear-eyed.
No, I know
to
that.
exactly what this game is right now. Like, and you talk about the old school, like Tom Izzo has adapted. Mark Few has adapted. Scott Drew has adapted. Bill Self, like these guys that have been through every iteration of what college basketball is and are as red-assed as there is in the sport, are having a ton of success. Like, I think Malone is cut from that kind of cloth, going to a place where, like, you're not holding anybody's hand. If you're going to North Carolina, you're going to North Carolina to get to the NBA.
No, I hear you.
That's what you're there to do.
But here's my thing, Nate. Again, is this a guy that he had a Denver team that had its chemistry for a long time?
Mm-hmm.
And I just wonder, he's not tasted the every year I've got to recreate completely new chemistry.
Sure.
How will he get frustrated? Will he get frustrated with that? I mean, look, we talked about it with Ali Farouk Manesh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he admitted, he goes, every year you're trying to get it figured out, and you're hoping by, Christmas, you got maybe some of that chemistry flowing.
Here's what I'll say, though. Here's one of the key differences between, like, what a coach like Ali is up against and what Michael Malone will have at Carolina.
He'll have all the best to get chemistry with.
Ali's got to do it with 2 and 3 star guys.
Sure. Yeah.
Malone gets to do it with 4 and 5 star guys.
The guys.
Yes, which is, like look at Michigan. Like Michigan came out of the gates this year and just like beat everybody by 20 all season long. And then you look in your roster and you're just like, well, look at your budget and look at your talent. Of course that's what you did. Arizona was very much the same way. It was shocking how badly they got bludgeoned the other night. But that's basically what Arizona was just like right out the jump. They just murdered everybody the entire season. Like when you're at that program and you have that budget, that's the roster you get to build year in and year out.
Fair enough.
I think Malone would struggle more if he was even taking over just like a CU. CU is a good example. A middling Big Ten or SEC school, I think he would have struggled a little bit more. You get every advantage on the planet when you go to that place.
Okay, does he decide to dip into your area, your college area of the woods, and go Europe with him after what he's seen with Jokic and some of the guys do? Do you think he's like, yeah, we need to get over it?
Yeah.
Boy, it's crazy.
Yeah, I can see him going that way.
I feel like it's not like it's some new thing to think about some of these European players and Australian players coming to play basketball here, but well, you really got to have a command center over there now, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
You really got it. I mean, at the college level.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
No, you
probably want to set up shop and get a few of those guys.
Honestly, and why am I spacing his name? The assistant that's on Illinois' staff.
Okay.
I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if one of Malone's first calls was to that guy to just feel like, hey,
want to make more money?
Yeah, exactly. I'll give you a raise, But and here's the thing, Andy. Like, I love Brad Underwood, okay? That's my dude. He just had the Illini in the Final Four. Michael Malone is a 10 times better basketball coach than Brad Underwood. Like, maybe that's oversimplifying things, but I like Malone's chances. That to me is just a key difference here is not every college basketball coach is an excellent tactician. Malone is an excellent tactician.
Again, I give you that. I don't think anything that frustrates him has to do with the coaching. I just wonder if it's all the other stuff that we constantly hear about.
Yeah.
And having to talk to a donor and having to, and now look, maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he'll be so happy to be off TV and not dealing with that anymore that he will be a renewed fountain of lets everybody hang out.
We were talking about this in Cross. He'll get, if he doesn't go to a Final Four, he'll get run out of town.
Because he's not a Carolina guy.
Exactly.
And that's one of those places. I mean, every school has some of that to some extent. But
sure.
Carolina's got plenty of guys they feel like they could call on for basketball. Do you think MJ signed off on it? Do you think Michael Jordan?
Great question.
Well, I mean, he flew in there and they apparently talked to him about something. Now, the original supposition was that he wanted to talk about the coaching job, but I guess it was more about who would you hire, not do you want it, thank God.
Yeah, does James Worthy and Sam Perkins
does
Tyler Hansborough have to sign off on this one?
Tyler Hansborough, wow. I don't know. Boy, you had me there for a while. I was like, that's a pretty good group that you throw me. And I realized Tyler Hansborough was a really good Carolina Tar Heel.
He won a national title, didn't he?
I get he did, but you put up some pretty good NBA people and you threw me some Tyler Hansborough. That's fair. You're right. I'm just saying.
That's like a 7-year NBA career.
All right, good.
Carolina legend, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
You can't do much better than Tyler Hansborough. Indiana Pacers legend as well.
Did Ty Lawson get a call?
It's a good question. I don't know. Do they all get convened? Are they all on like the same mass text?
I love it. They send out the bat signal and everyone's got to return home.
There's just a Zoom call
they have
that
to go in the enclave.
Every Tar Heel has to get on. Yes. Remember some rando North Carolina guys today.
By the way, I really hope it's a bad week for Michigan. I've decided. I hope they take it twice.
You want them to lose?
That? I want them to lose tonight. I want them to lose Thursday.
Okay.
The DU Pioneers, the plucky DU Pioneers.
That's true.
Taking on that Michigan hockey team.
Yeah, that's big. You want Dan Hurley to win another?
I know.
National title.
I hate it. What'd you do? God, go doing that? And I'm the dummy that picked him.
Yeah, God.
I shoved him in there because it was a 2 seed and I liked it. I thought it'd be good value points, and now I got to root for the guy. I probably will just check in on the score later.
Yeah, I know the Braylon Mullins buzzer beater thing. That was a lot cuter before he hit like 2 threes in the first 2 minutes of the game against
And
Illinois.
you were like, look, pal.
And then I was like, I hate this guy with every bit of my soul right now.
I'm glad that the sports hate exists in you.
Oh, it does. It does. The Illini, they adjusted. They played better against them. Just make shots.
Oh, here it comes. You're in a good place. Now you're talking yourself out of it.
My family was really nice to me. My daughter was my like emotional support dog. It was like she was like sitting next to me on a plane, just like patting me on the knee, just like it's okay. It's all right.
When the young daughter's there.
It was a great season. It was
really got to hold it together.
It was a fun year. It's okay, Dad. It's all right. No, it's not. It sucked. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're going to hear from David Adelman and some of his thoughts after that game against San Antonio. I thought he said something key about what they have to do with Wemby. I want to get that on the other side. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's a Monday, and you know what that means. It means I'm checking in on you. Checking in to see, did you go out? Did you have a little date time, a little romantic time for yourself, maybe? No, because of erectile dysfunction? Let's stop answering no to that question and give the guys over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic a call. This is something they can help fix for you. Don't let this become a relationship wrecker if you're in one, or have you so low on confidence you're not seeking a new one. Because again, help is out there. Resources are out there. The resource is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when the pills and herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments designed to have you lasting an hour or more if that's what you like. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if ED is affecting you, it's time for that to not be the case anymore. Schedule your consult today at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit, $99, includes a medical consult. You'll talk things over with a Colorado licensed medical provider, how it's going, what you're hoping for. You'll have a T and a PSA test. They'll look at the results, and if everything clears, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit's free. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, and if you're like a lot of men, they could have you ready for action the next day. So by the end of the week, you could be good to go. Give them a call today. Schedule the appointment with the one closest to you. They have one in Fort Collins and in the Springs, North Denver, Central Denver, and a revamped location in Castle Rock. Go ahead and call them 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
136, 134 in OT. Instant classic. Nuggets have won 8 in a row, but they downed the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama on Saturday in a game where really, I felt like the Nuggets, Andy, and some of it was just, continuously hitting key shots to stay in the game, but there also, to me, was a certain element of the Nuggets kind of having been there before and the Spurs maybe not, of just don't expend too much energy early in the game. And maybe the Nuggets experience, they were able to outlast the Spurs a little bit as a result of that. I mean, some of it was also just adjustments over the course of the game, and Cam Johnson and Christian Brown hitting big shot after big shot after big shot. Cam Johnson was great in that game, by the way. 17
really
points. He had 7 rebounds. He hit 4 threes. I mean, the guy's shooting 44% from behind the arc, had the 4-point play, had the huge shot in OT. Cam has just really, I think, started to settle in. I think we all wish it would have happened earlier than, game 78 of the season or whatever. But, Andy, I do think that Cam Johnson is starting to get it a little bit in terms of exactly what the role is, what the expectations are, and when he needs to push and when he needs to be aggressive. I think injuries and a weird season kind of contributed to how slow he was to come along, but that guy looks playoff ready right now.
He does, and he plays good D, and I don't know, man.
Yeah. And CB was great the other day.
Yeah. Taking his shot.
Yep.
I mean, he had a couple. Look, they all got going in the second half. That's what matters. Like you said, they stayed within contact of him. They never let him really get away from them. And they found a way to get it done. It was big. It was fun. It was what I think as a Nuggets fan you needed to see to kind of refill your cup of hope that they can really get, because they didn't even have everybody, right? You're still missing Peyton Watson.
Yeah, no Watson. Got good minutes from Strother, too.
Strother was hitting some threes.
Yeah.
He was feeling it, too. What is going to happen with all these? I mean, here's the thing. Here's the little game I play sometimes because, stupid NBA cap. Because like you said, Cam plays like that, and you're like, gosh, maybe they just let Watson hit free agency. I don't know, do a sign and trade. And Strother hits threes. I'm like, all right, Strother maybe makes that easier. But as you said, the ceiling for Watson's probably bigger, and then you could trade the $20 million to Cam. And I hate all the economics because there's a part of me that really like to just watch this team return next year, chemistry intact, and see what they could do. But they would be an apron team if that were to happen, right? Plus, you'd have to talk Val into continuing this role, which sometimes I wonder if he really likes.
Well, we can send an email to Josh and just suggest it. Hey, second apron's cool. You can do it, right?
Nah, I don't think
You're good with that, right?
I don't think Josh wants that email.
You don't want to send him that email?
I think there's plenty of emails you and I could get. I think Josh should be like, hey, about that performance review, why don't you pop up?
Josh at ownersuite.com.
Yeah. Josh Kroenke.
Yes.
Good luck with this email.com.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Just shoot him an email. Let him know. Aaron Gordon played 41 minutes.
Yeah, I was getting a little nervous about that.
15 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. AG was a -1. He drew the Wemby assignment quite a bit. After the game, David Adelman talked about Aaron Gordon's defense and about the decision to throw caution to the wind with the minutes restriction.
I mean, no rules in overtime. Yeah, he went past what we wanted. We'll have to see where he's at. And that was part of the reason why we were switching a lot early, even though sometimes it didn't go well with Wemby. It's because you got to give Aaron the full throttle fourth quarter. He's got to be able to play with fouls and play aggressively. If he goes into the fourth quarter with 4 or 5 fouls, now he's got to be tentative, and that's not going to help us. But to your point, Aaron's one of those guys that he's just a unique defensive player because he has good feet and he's got the size. Once Wemby jumps in the air, it doesn't matter anymore. So you're just trying to get into his airspace, make it uncomfortable. But obviously he's such a unique player. He showcased it today, as our guy did as well. So it was Aaron was great. We're going to need more of that, to win big games at the end of the season.
He's going to guard Wemby a lot in the playoff series.
He is, and I thought he got a lot of good work done on him. Again, another guy that I think got physical with Wemby. I think that's going to be key because that's another thick dude that Wemby just doesn't move very easily. The only time I really got nervous about Gordon was that one at the end where they kind of alley-ooped it to
The
him.
lob
and
from
he-
CB?
Yeah, he had just enough to kind of put it in. And I was like, oh, please don't tweak your hammy.
I couldn't tell if that was injured legs or tired legs at that point of the game, because normally he just goes up and hammers that thing.
I also wonder, is he just being tentative? Like, I'm not,
There's that
I've
too.
got it, I ain't using it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not taking a chance.
Right,
Let me just
exactly.
kind of bunny this in.
Let's talk a little bit about the length of Victor Wembanyama, the wingspan, and how difficult it is to deal with, and the way that Jokic dealt with it. You highlighted the floater. David Adelman was asked about it after the game, and let's get into again how Jokic is solving the equation that is the length and wingspan and giant arms of Victor Wembanyama.
Is it better than 2 free throws, that floater, when you have Wemby's wingspan coming in there trying to recover on that play?
With Nikola Jokic?
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we talked about kind of the arc of his shot and the ways that he adjusts to him before the game.
Yeah.
Both of those shots in the last minute of overtime, just are you able to kind of like get a thrill from watching him hit those shots over him in those moments?
Yeah, especially when the game's over. But yeah, the touch is, I mean, it's like bar game like. It's insane. I just have never seen anybody that can shoot a floater like Nikola. It's almost like the more contested it is, the better it is. It's through the net even cleaner. He just has such a knack for it, and it comes through hard work. You know, we've talked about a lot, just the off days, watching him work on that, off his right foot, off his left foot. Just an incredible talent, man. Like, I feel like it's Yoke and a bunch of guards over all these years that I've watched the NBA, and that says a lot.
Andy, Nikola he's figured out the Rudy Gobert challenge over the years really well. And Rudy's, you know, he's on the all-time rim protector list, multiple Defensive Player of the Year awards. He's a great player. But Jokic has figured out how to deal with that length over the years. So, I don't know, in some ways that's like the undercard to dealing with Wembanyama, who is somehow even bigger and somehow has even longer arms. And yet, like, in so many ways, Jokic is the nightmare matchup for a guy like Wemby because he has the touch that Adelman talked about right there. He's a lot stronger than Wemby is, and he can shoot with both hands like he's equally adept going over both shoulders, shooting it like, you know, the play where the one where Wemby, I think it was in the third quarter, where Wemby blocked his floater, Joker got it back, spun back around over his other shoulder, and then put it back in.
There are 2 or 3 times where Wemby was just shaking his head looking at the sky.
It's almost like, and we talk about all the time, like Jokic is like his geometric wizardry of being able to read the ball off the rim and know exactly where it is to get the putback. Like, in some ways, it was almost just like, okay, Wemby is just something else for the ball to bounce off of. Almost. Okay, now I got it back. All right, now I spin this way. I know what way his momentum is going, so boom, I'll just lay it in. But like it was almost like he saw it in, you know, a second ahead of when it happened, and then he made that play. He's only going to continue to figure out how to do things like that to Wemby. And Wemby's going to get him. He's going to get him. He's going to block his
he's
shots.
Tall and ridiculous.
Yeah, but I think that, again, over 7 games, Jokic just has too many answers for him.
I don't disagree. I mean, again, I was left, and particularly after the shot we already described, the floater over Wemby at the end of the game, and there's the step back, and there's just everything else that he does, and the fact the guy goes for 40 against what seems to be an unfigurable out problem for most of the league. I go back to special things you've witnessed in Denver sports, and I'm going to echo something you've said for a long time, and especially for the younger, if you're in your 20s right now or your early 30s, do not take this time for granted, okay? John Elway's ability to throw to all parts of the field, no matter where he was. Joe Sakic's open ice wrist shot that just a snipe that was rarely saved, and now Jokic, and I don't even know, it's not even one thing. Some of it's this little float, because I've told you, his float game has been blowing my mind this year, just because they look so easy, and they're not. So many times, these little bunnies halfway in the key that look like they're no big deal, those things hit the back of the rim and go flying out to the 3-point line, right?
Yeah.
Or they catch the front, or whatever. His ability to barely touch the rim as these shots go through is stupid. We're so lucky that we get to watch every game of it as we choose and root for him.
Or if they do touch the rim, they always fall.
Yeah, that one the other night, they had the little English to pop up and fall back in.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. This guy is so, of all the special things we're watching right now, and there's McKinnon and McCarr and, Bo Nix and the Broncos maybe starting to come on the rise. Patrick Surtain covering receivers. Each of our teams, for the most part, have something special to watch, but do not discount what Jokic is. I mean, again, and I know he's not the most physical. He's not the human highlight reel as far as dunking over, like the Aaron Gordon dunk where it's going to rock the rim. But his mastery of his craft that leaves Wembanyama at the end of the game wondering what else. And you could see it in his face as he looked up at the sky. What the hell was that?
Yeah.
It's special, dude. It's a special time here right now. I'm glad we're doing sports talk during it. You and I went a long time. What was the worst? Tim Tebow was special, but because that was unexplainable. You and I have done stretches of sports talk where there's really nothing too special to talk about. Let's be honest.
Yeah, you think of like the very like right after 2015,
and
the Broncos won the Super Bowl and like
Jokic was on the come up but wasn't here yet.
He wasn't even here yet.
He wasn't even drafted for 2 years, right?
Brian Shaw Nuggets were
terrible,
atrocious, and the Avalanche were middling, and yeah.
And the Rockies were fun here and there, but nothing like what we are talking about right now.
Yeah, like at that time, it was like, okay, Nolan Arenado's awesome, Von Miller is awesome,
Cargo's fun,
but it wasn't like this. It just wasn't. We had the topic the other day after the Utah game: is Jokic bored? He was, because that's what not bored Jokic looks like the other night.
40?
Yeah. He went
what were his final numbers? Was it 2 rebounds? He fell shy of the triple-double?
48 rebounds, 13 assists. He also blocked 3 shots. His defense was great in that game. Kind of underrated a little bit because we're always going to talk about what he did offensively. But he had a very good defensive game the other night as well. So that was good to see. Jeff Legwold coming up here in just a moment. Okay, the Broncos calibrating a draft strategy, what to do in the second round. We're going to dive into some of that. Plus, I'm sure Leggy and I will lament a disappointing Illinois performance on Saturday. It's all coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwold with us here on a Monday afternoon. He's brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Jeff, good run, not enough, especially not enough shooting in the end for the Fighting Illini on Saturday in Indianapolis as they fall to UConn 71-62. Jeff, I told Andy earlier, I wasn't disappointed in how they played. I thought that Brad Underwood had the team prepared. I don't think that Dan Hurley's offense gave them too many fits to be able to handle. They just had a crap shooting game at the worst possible time. And that was where my frustration came from. As you watched that game, what was it in the end that UConn did that Illinois didn't do besides make 1,000 shots?
Yeah, I mean, Nate, I think in all the years I've gone to cover the tournament, I think it's always a bad sign if one team looks like it's running isolation plays, a lot of pounding the ball at the top, looking for an opening, and the other team is sort of in movement mode.
Yeah.
I think it's rare the isolation team wins that type of battle unless they shoot like Villanova in the huge upset of Georgetown way back. You got to shoot huge percentages to win that matchup because I think the possessions are so limited in a tournament game for a lot of reasons. But it just seemed like there was a lot more sort of pound the ball at the top and hope, you get enough guys open or, posting up or.
I mean, they had 3 assists, Leggy. 3 damn assists. Now, when you don't make any shots, it's impossible to have assists, but still 3 assists is pretty bad.
I think it's always just too much of that. I wanted to see them, when they've played better, it was less of that and more of, now they don't run the same offense UConn does with all that slashing and moving and all that, but there needed to be more than just pound the ball at top and hope somebody gets open, I thought. And then, when you don't shoot.
Yeah.
I mean, one team played like, they've been to 3 of the last 4 Final Fours, and the other team played like it had been a while.
I felt like if they played 10 times, UConn would win 6 or 7, probably. But 6 of 26 from 3, man. That's it. Mirkovic didn't do anything offensively in that game. Jake Davis was invisible. Just too many guys had their worst games at the worst possible moment. And then when they had opportunities, because I thought they defended well, especially in the second half, but when there were opportunities to cut into it, the shots just didn't fall. Also, that rim as we were watching it on television, the rim on the left side of the court, that rim hated us. I don't know what was going on with that thing, but I would like a congressional investigation into it.
Yeah, that's typical. Play basketball in a football stadium.
Yeah.
The rims are always tight. The ceilings is, it's just a weird shooting experience. I think one of the coolest things I've heard is Dusty May taking the Michigan team into the football stadium to practice before they went to the Final Four to shoot like in the open air. And I thought that was an intriguing way to handle it.
All right, I got to ask you one about Jokic because you and I always talk about him at our lunch, and you always talk about how great he is. Just share for the crowd how special is you've covered a lot of athletes, so that's why I like asking. I don't know if you got the highlights or if you saw the game and what he did against Wembanyama, but I mean the floater. Nate and I have been talking about the floater and the step back and all the stuff that he does. He goes for 40. I mean, he figures out the guy. Wembanyama's been the talk of the NBA for 2 months now. How special is Jokic in your mind of guys that you've seen and covered?
It's amazing to me how he seems to numb people to how good he is. I mean, I work for a place that runs all kinds of stories about MVP, rankings during the season. He should be number 1 or number 2 in any ranking in any season he plays in any week of the season. He's just one of the most well-rounded players who's ever lived or walked the earth. And, the shot to, that Wemby, what's his hand, 11, 12 feet in the air and he makes the shot. It's like nothing. And I mean, that's rare stuff. And I just, a lot of the really, really good amazing elite athletes I've been around have that same toughness about them. I can name all of the great players in the sports I've been around. There is just an innate toughness to the moment, to the aches and pains he has to feel the way he gets pummeled, night in and night out, and yet they still achieve excellence so consistently. And, in the modern era, to do what he's doing at center is ridiculous and, historical. I think, sadly, I'm a little bummed he won't be appreciated probably fully until he's done playing and you start comparing what he did to the people that follow. But he's in the shortest of conversations in my mind.
Yeah, it's you count on two hands the greatest of all time, and to me, he's absolutely in that list. By the way, Jeff, and I don't know if you've even thought about this on this level, but I'm going to ask the question anyway, all right? So we're discussing earlier, Michael Malone is going to take the North Carolina job. He's making the jump in the NIL era. I think it's advantageous for a pro coach to go and coach in college athletics right now. Because it basically is professional athletics. Okay, so right now you're working on your top 100. You are ranking the top 100 players going into this NFL draft. So you're combing through college football film constantly right now. Okay, we talk so much about the way that the sport has evolved from a scouting perspective. Do you notice anything different now? Quality of player, attention to detail, nuance. Is that part of the job any different in this era of the sport versus what it was 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, however long you've been doing this?
Yeah, in the time I've been doing it, I think the fastest guys compare over most of the eras. Mm-hmm. The elite, top tier, fastest, most athletic players, I think, compare in the eras they play in. The top of the pyramid, there isn't that much difference. I think the depth of athleticism is deeper now, far deeper. I think players, I'm slapping a day 3 grade on now athletically. 25 years ago, I would have taken a longer look at that. Oh, wow, look at that close, because back in the day, before you had all the data, you would have to sort of find plays where a guy had 20 yards where he had opened it up fully to really see what you thought. So it is different that way, but the depth of athleticism doesn't make them better players.
Sure.
I mean, the quality of play doesn't always translate that, but I think the depth of athleticism, just because the programs are better, they eat better, they train better, they recover better, medically, everything's better. I mean, an ACL used to be a death sentence when I first started covering the league. If you had one, you had a scar enormous, from your thigh down to the middle of your shin almost. And it was a career, a torn Achilles was a career death knell. And just things like that, I think, are the biggest changes. And players are far smarter now about how to approach it all than they used to be. And especially in the off season, those are the biggest changes.
You mentioned before the amount of data that is now available and player tracking, which we've had in the NFL for some time. It's now readily available in college football. When you talk to people in NFL front offices, how have they adapted to all of that information to make sure that it's getting used constructively and that it's not just something that they're swimming in when they're evaluating these players? Like, what are the best front offices doing with that stuff right now?
Well, I think that they're still, refining all that. I mean, the analytics departments have been growing around the league. Some teams fought it more than others, but I think there is a quest right now to really find the numbers that matter. And, some teams have gone as far as to try to create their own data sets they think are more pertinent to what they want. Some teams are very interested in history. Give me the last 50 wide receivers under 6 feet tall, drafted on day one.
That feels like a Sean Payton thing that you just said.
Well, it is one of he is a person who likes history and data, but he is not alone. A lot of people like the data for that. Like, show me where the outliers are, and then I can work back from that. You know, if only 3 players of a certain framework have succeeded, you know, in a given 20-year span, well, that's pretty good indication that if you're looking at a player with those attributes, you better be really, really sure he can be one of the outliers and not. And I think some teams are working from the outlier back. I've always sort of done that informally because I didn't have enough manpower around me doing, you know, when you're trying to stack 600 players on your own and cover the team, I'm going to miss stuff all the time, even as hard as I try not to. So you try to work back from the outliers on both sides of the equation. You know, Kenyon Sadiq, an outlier at tight end, but not for negative. It's for like the rarest of reasons. Like, you know, no one's ever had that combination of things at that position. So, but that there is a lot of pursuit of what data really means something, and, you know, what data is really just clouding your vision, even though it sounds, you know, pretty good. Like, the one thing I still, you know, and I go over this with coaches all the time, is air yards for quarterbacks. Like, I'm still not positive that's an amazing or a telling statistic. I see the power of it, and I see how the rankings align. But I, you know, I'm still working through my own little mathematical biases to see if that's really important to me and how I look at things.
Okay, along those lines, though, like you bring up air yards right there, and I would agree, like, air yards in and of itself in a vacuum may not be a true tell of a quarterback, but, like, if you were to look at, like, air yards and then, you know, put that next to accuracy or accuracy metrics, and then it's like, okay, now I'm getting an indication of what this guy actually is as a thrower of the football. Like, when you're trying to find those points that you say, all right, this is what's happening in college football, and this is what translates to the pros, much like Sean Payton's affection for Bo Nix's ability to avoid negative plays. Well, that was something that he did at the college level. Like, he had a low pressure to sack rate, and that is something that translates to the NFL. Like, those are the things that I think is what these teams are trying to solve. And it's interesting to hear you, like, because you're trying to put your ranking together, like, completely independent of what anybody else is thinking. But it's like, what is the data point that then matters to Jeff Legwold almost? It's like a microcosm of what every NFL front office has to solve right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the challenge of it. To me, I think it's a lot like looking at the night sky and finding the constellation. You know, the stars are everywhere. You know, where's the constellation? And, you know, in a lot of ways, the constellation that NFL's looking for is the player.
Yeah.
You know, you got all these things out there, and you want the player, you know, out of it all. So it's why the draft fascinated me in 1983, and it fascinates me now. And even before we had all the data, I just felt like it was all out there somewhere, and the fun of finding the pieces that matter are the coolest part. But, you know, again, it's I also remember the scout who showed me the way back 40 plus years ago, C.O. Mercado, always told me, he said, no matter how much you learn and how much you find out or people tell you or show you, always remember the one rule. And he would tell me, don't forget why you liked the guy in the first place. And that in the end, he has to play football. And that those two things, I've never forgotten that. Like my favorite football player on this board is Caleb Downs. Everybody keeps telling me he doesn't have wow traits and all, what I don't care.
Uh-huh.
When I watch football, that guy never makes a mistake. He never misses a tackle. He always makes the play. He lines up all over the place. He gets his teammates in the right spot. I don't so much care what the 40 data says, I guess, in the end.
All right. Broncos, who would be their perfect player? Because I know you've gotten through
Caleb
your first
Downs.
half of things. Yeah, Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
But in a realistic world, who would be the perfect player that's there when it's time to pick? As you start grinding your things down.
I think if one of those really two impactful receiving tight ends were there, now, Sadiq, he has one of my, I will say he has one of my limited first round grades. Sadiq does, just because.
So he ain't getting
phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's not looking in the 60s.
No.
If he gets past 12, it's going to be a miracle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if he gets past 12, you're going to see people moving.
Yeah.
Because, nickel defense is everywhere in the league. How do you want to crush a nickel defense? That guy is a nickel destroyer. But I think Stowers that'd be a perfect world pick. They need a lot to happen. They need a run on safeties. The Broncos need a run on safeties to happen, a run at wide receiver, and maybe the tackles. And that would probably give them a scenario where they'd have a shot at that. They might have to move up a little. But if I'm the Broncos and he gets past 40, okay, I'm starting to work the phones to see what it might take.
Yeah, with 62 and 108, would that get him, a 15 spot jump or whatever it would take? Yeah, that's what they're going to have to figure out.
The first teams you call are the teams above you who don't need him.
Yeah.
So you start shopping, again, backward from who doesn't need him and do that.
If Sadiq ends up a Chief, there's going to be
Oh my
gray
God.
matter in that. I'm so glad we're not going to be live on the air if that happens. That's all I can say.
I will say that would be bad for the rest of the
Yeah,
division.
I don't like it because you've been telling me how bad the Mahomes thing is for the last decade. I'm tired of your bad news, Leggy.
All right, Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN.com. Check his stuff right there. Leggy, excellent work. We'll talk to you Friday, man.
See you, fellas.
All right, good stuff right there with Jeff Legwold. It's so interesting, him talking about, you got to X out the historical outliers and all of it. We were breaking down that list of 40 with receivers, 40 times versus height. And height is vastly more predictive of NFL success than speed or pure 40 time or whatever that may be. And then you got Sean Payton, who loves gigantic receivers. It's historically, those are the guys that are pretty good.
His guy, your dude from Illinois, was doing all right.
Yep. Pat Bryant.
Mm-hmm. I mean, again, nobody loved that 40 time. And frankly, in camp, he looked like he didn't separate very well.
No.
But he was open plenty when they needed him to be come football time.
It in traffic. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey guys, it's Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. You have until Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. That's when the auctions start to close on the April 2026 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. If you were looking for your next daily ride, this is the place to get it. Do all the bidding online. No dealership hassle. These are well-maintained cars, trucks, SUVs, sedans, and so much more. Straight from government service. You can pick one up right now at roller.bid. Again, go to Roller Auctions website and get in on these auctions, and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Our most recent giveaway was for Avs Flames tickets on April 9th, catered suite tickets. Congratulations to our winner, Aaron Pringle. Well done, Aaron. Aaron signed up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. You can do the same. Our next giveaway, 4-pack of tickets to Rockies Diamondbacks, Sunday, May 17th. Little Sunday afternoon at beautiful Coors Field. You can be there with 3 of your buddies. You just got to sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Nuggets and Blazers tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Berto's got pregame at 6:30. We'll tip it off at 7 o'clock. Nuggets have won, according to our friend Dan Hyatt, Andy, the Nuggets have won 17 straight games against Portland in Ball Arena. Longest home court win streak in Nuggets NBA franchise history over a single opponent.
Okay, but do we get bored Nuggets tonight?
Yeah, it's a letdown spot. It is.
Do we even get an Aaron Gordon? Have we seen the I mean, you talked about, would you say 41 minutes for him the other night? I think I'd
played
I think I'd go ahead and let him
41:05.
take the foot off the gas here.
Yeah, if there was a chance to try and get him a game off, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. But I don't even think he's listed on the injury report. I don't think the Nuggets are taking all that seriously right now. It's just this guy's good to go. He's healthy. He's playing.
All right. I just found something fun.
All right. What do you got?
I think. I mean, it's not fun, but it's fun. You want to reverse power ranking? You want to dig up the old, because I just like your open. We don't need to go extensively in. Technically, it's not a power ranking, but this might be something new to watch.
Okay.
If you want to give me the power ranking open. And I realize it's not a Tuesday. Oh, yeah. All right. We don't talk a lot of baseball on this show for sad reasons, really. But I have found not a power ranking, my friend, not a power ranking, Nate Kreckman.
Okay.
But what ESPN is calling MLB's watchability index. And
What?
as just kind of a casual baseball fan, I like this.
Watchability index.
If you want a team that's fun to watch, you know what? You got the MLB.TV package. You don't know who to pull up. Who do you think sits number one in the MLB's watchability index, my friend? It's a tough. You know what? This one kind of surprised me.
I don't think it's that hard. It's the Dodgers.
Ooh, no.
Oh.
They are at number 2.
Okay.
However, it's a team that's graced our area code recently.
The Phillies?
The Phillies.
They're pretty fun.
According to ESPN.
Yeah.
Star power 14, young talent 8, baseball stuff 8.
I mean, Schwarber and Bryce Harper, who both homered on opening day. Like, if you went out to opening day, like, yeah, the Rockies got bludgeoned, but you got to watch Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper both hit home runs.
That's right.
That's pretty good.
That's right. So your Dodgers are number 2, star power 15, young talent 4, baseball stuff 6.
Sure.
They get a bonus plus 5 because of Shohei.
Yeah,
Who do you
they
think's
should.
number 3? I'm going to make you guess the top 5. Then I'll tell you where the Rockies are. Because as you can guess, they ain't top 5.
The Mariners?
Ooh, that's a good guess.
Okay.
No.
The Houston Astros.
No, one more guess.
By the way, Houston, best offensive team in baseball coming in tonight.
And that I think is
For the
fun.
first
Well,
of
that,
3.
That's not what you're looking for.
Yeah. That's-
Hey,
you know, the
Is our
Rockies-
guy Lorenzen going to face him again?
The Rockies, I don't think he's slated to pitch this series. The Rockies have pitched okay-ish.
They really, in fairness, you're right. The runs, it's not hitting that's their problem. That's scoring a ton of runs when they lose is the issue.
They do have the worst offense in baseball.
They
through
do.
3 series. They do.
So anyway, number
Yeah.
3, one final guess.
Third guess, I will go with the Mets.
Ah, you got him, Nate Kreckman.
Thank you.
Star power 13, young talent 8, baseball stuff 7.
Yeah.
Number 4,
Give me the rest of the top 5. Who we got?
Boston Red Sox.
Okay.
And number 5, the New York Yankees.
Yeah.
Your Mariners come in at 6, so you weren't far off.
Okay.
Actually, another team the Rockies have faced, the Blue Jays, are number 7.
Okay.
Your Cubbies come in at 8. Tigers at 9.
I've
Royals
enjoyed
in
watching the
top
Cubs
10.
so far this year.
Good.
Yeah, I'm not that mad about them.
Let me go ahead and give you the bottom 5.
Okay, bottom 5. I'm guessing the Rockies are 30.
Number 26, the Minnesota Twins.
Okay.
Star power 3, young talent 5, baseball stuff 3.
Okay.
Chicago White Sox come in at 27. Star power 0. 0. Young talent 8, baseball stuff 2.
They got Murakami. He's, I don't know.
Well, right, ESPN.
Okay.
The Nationals are number 28. Star power, deuce. Ooh, it's a smooth deuce.
It's a number 2.
Yes.
I like James Wood. Anyway.
Los Angeles Angels are number 29.
Yeah. Well, Trout's actually, he's doing okay so far.
He's doing all right.
He
He's
dropped
getting
a
better.
pop
He's getting
fly the
better.
other night. But yeah, Trout's
did okay.
He's actually healthy, which is good to see.
They do say +1 for Mike Trout homering
Okay.
in his first 2 games. Other than that, star power 1.
Okay.
It's him. Young talent 1. Baseball stuff 3. Your Colorado Rockies is guessed by Nate Kreckman in the baseball watchability rankings on ESPN. A number 30. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you guess the star power ranking is?
0.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
0.
Yeah.
Who the hell are these guys?
Sure.
Who's the young talent score?
Don't know.
1.
Nate
1.
Kreckman.
Okay.
You're 2 for 2.
Okay.
You're 2 for 2.
Yeah.
Who do they even say the young talent is? They don't list it because they don't even really know. How about baseball stuff? What do you think they score?
0.
1.
1. Okay.
You got 2 out of 3. Ain't bad there, Kreckman.
Altitude
Ain't bad.
baseball can be mildly entertaining from time to time.
They get a bonus 2 points because it can be worse than since it can't be worse than last year. They get a bonus for that. And a +1 for fans still showing up to the park. Your 19, what are we? Not even 19. Your 2026 Colorado Rockies. It's fantastic.
Yeah, so I just delved into it. I was just curious after 3 series, what are they doing right now?
They're sucking, Nate, if you're curious. They're not good. They're not hitting.
Well,
they're not really scoring.
No, they're not doing any of those things. I got some bad news about what this club is. And again, it's 9 games, but I wouldn't put stock in this stuff if it weren't just a continuation of what we saw a year ago.
And really kind of a year before that.
Highest strikeout rate, lowest walk rate in baseball. Like if you're looking for indicators of what a club is offensively, look at the true outcome stuff. Okay, do they hit home runs? Do they avoid strikeouts? And do they draw walks? And the answer is, do they hit home runs? No, 5th lowest total in baseball. Good job by Mickey Moniak to homer twice yesterday. They strike out way too much, and then they don't draw walks.
Yeah, and
walk rate is 5.5% through 9 games. That's like, okay, you guys got to fix that.
Here's another little note that makes it a little more bothersome about the Dolander long relief role.
Yeah. Although he pitched well the other night.
Well, that's good.
He did. He had a better outing than his first.
I didn't realize, though, their initial 5-man rotation had 4 starters, 33 or older.
Yeah, Freeland,
33 or older.
Sagano, Lorenzen. Yeah,
Kevin Freeland?
They're old. Yeah.
That ain't good.
That's not helping anything.
Now I realize you're trying to get some of these guys to go ahead and take lumps or whatever, so young guys don't have to come up here and get hammered and lose confidence.
They're bridge guys. Feltner going tonight, you need him to pitch well.
That'd be cool.
The pitching is okay-ish.
But again, here's my problem.
But and I say okay-ish like last year, lowest strikeout rate in baseball. So far, it's 20th. Okay, there's a mild improvement. Home run rate was worst in baseball last year, up to 21st. Walk rate, actually, they're not walking too many batters so far, which is helping.
Yeah, but again, you and I've seen this.
It's also
they're in the midst of their first Coors Field homestand.
Yeah, they got to start doing all the up down,
and it's not hot yet.
Yeah.
Now, it's been warmer than, although it's funny because after all the warm weather, we didn't have the warmest of opening days or even really the most warm opening weekend. But we all know what happens when June hits and 90s show up. And
it'll be nice this week-ish.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's nice to pitch.
Hey, I got good news.
What's that?
We got the Nuggets and the Avalanche.
Yeah,
okay?
You got 2 options, plus you got a national championship game you could watch tonight if you care not to indulge any of this.
If you would like to. By the way, Lorenzen's going to pitch on Wednesday.
Oh, good. So. That ought to go great. That's a day game too, right?
It is. Yeah, 1:10 on getaway day.
So he gets another day game, and I'm just going to look up. We'll just go to the Apple app. I mean, I prefer Bianchi, but he's too far away. What are we looking at for Wednesday? 71.
Should be nice.
Should be okay.
All right, go out and deal, Michael Lorenzen.
Shouldn't be a jet stream just yet.
Have some espresso and go deal, man.
Go get a good lift in, so those things are good and plump as you go out there to throw on the mound.
Yeah, we have got a high five coming up here in just a moment. Yeah, most unwatchable team in baseball.
I can't argue. I bought the monthly plan.
Okay.
Mainly at the wife's request. And
okay.
I told her, if we get to August and you don't care, I'm getting rid of that thing.
If you get to May.
As soon as we get to, I wouldn't have signed up to begin with, be damn honest with you.
Well, that's
I'd have
good.
taken my 10 Channel 9 games and called it good.
Way to support the club. Nice job, Andy.
That's it.
That's a good job.
You know why I'm doing it now? So I can't get. I don't want to hear any complaints when I go for red zone come football season.
Hey, coming up here in the high five, Andy, we have 3 moves, 3 firings or hirings involving former Denver coaches.
Yeah, wild, right?
Yeah, let's dive into this coming up in the high five, although he was not coaching the Wild. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. High five coming up here in just a moment. Really quickly, Andy. Congratulations, Grandview's own Lauren Betts. Most outstanding player of the Final Four. UCLA destroys South Carolina and wins the national championship. Local girl done well right there. She goes and wins a national title, and UCLA absolutely rolls. Destroyed South Carolina, who destroyed UConn, and then...
Right. All hell broke loose. I guess.
Yeah. Gino, bad matchup.
Yeah.
You don't want any of that, my guy. Uh-huh. Has anybody ever looked worse, by the way, in you're 38-0 or whatever it was? They were 35-0, whatever their record was, and then you get destroyed in that game, and then you complain about respect and a handshake and all that crap after the game. Like, that dude, just take your L on the way out, man, and leave.
Every time you lose, you show you're not good at losing.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know, whatever.
It's not a good look. Dawn Staley came out of that smelling like roses, and Gino I thought, looked like an idiot in that entire thing.
What are you saying? Like they were supposed to hug at half court before the game or something?
Have like a pregame handshake, and he was forced to wait, and so he held on to that grudge all the way till the end of the game, and then had to complain about it, and then apparently South Carolina was getting more calls, and she was griping to the officials more than he's allowed to gripe to the officials. Just... Dude, your two best players played like crap, okay? Take your loss, okay? You destroyed everybody all year long, and then you ran into somebody that out-physicaled you and beat you. The end.
Done.
Yeah. But good job to Lauren Betts. Well done.
Yes.
Former Colorado Gatorade Player of the Year, started at Stanford, went to UCLA, wins a national championship, 6'7", absolute beast. So well done, Lauren Betts, before going off to the WNBA. Let's dive into it. Spring, 5 biggest stories of the day. And we got hirings and firings of former Denver guys. Let's get into it, Spring.
Wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. The University of North Carolina is hiring former Nuggets head coach Michael Malone as their new men's basketball coach. Also today, the Bulls are firing their VP of basketball operations, Arturas Karnisovis, who was previously in the Nuggets front office. And elsewhere...
Oh, yeah.
In the NHL, the New York Islanders over the weekend fired head coach Patrick Waugh, and they hired former Dallas Stars coach Pete DeBoer and gave him a 3-year contract.
All right, so let's start right there, Andy. This is an interesting move because the Islanders they're like vacillating between like the 8 and the 9 seed right now, but they have a new GM. The guy didn't hire Patrick Waugh. There's 4 games remaining or whatever, 5 games remaining in the regular season for the Islanders. I think they looked at it and they said, well, this gives us a jump to be able to hire Pete DeBoer, a guy that, takes teams to the conference finals and the Stanley Cup finals. He doesn't win them when he gets there, but he's quite good at being able to consistently do that. And so I think the Islanders just looked at it and said, hey, here's an opportunity. They jumped on it. Vegas kind of did the same thing with getting Tortorella. This is a chance to beat the market and lays in on the coach that you really want.
Yeah, and then, get a feel for your team, all that.
Yeah.
I hate DeBoer's face, but it has to do with Vegas and Dallas ties.
It's a good coach. Good coach.
Is Patrick done? Is this his last shot? Like a DeBoer, a Tortorella? We could list all these guys. They all feel like they keep getting coaches, right?
Here's why
keep getting jobs. I mean,
here's why I don't think it is.
You think he gets another shot?
Because that sport can't fire people fast enough.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's like Coach Bednar's. Really, he and the guy in Tampa Bay, John Cooper, are complete outliers.
Neither of whom have ever won a Jack Adams, by the way.
I know.
Yes.
Crazy, right?
Yes, I heard EJ talking about it. By the way, Eric Johnson is so good on TV.
He really is. And Avs fans, don't be mad. He's doing his job.
He's doing his job.
He had to tweet out defending himself today, and it's just like, guys.
Because of the Landeskog slash?
Because he basically said, you know what? Frankly, as a fan, the fan side of me is like, well, if he's saying that that's legit, then I'm not going to get mad about it. Yeah. All right? Because I know where his loyalties lie. It doesn't change his loyalties. But he said, especially the Landeskog, when a stick explodes, everybody wants that call every time. All right, so there it is.
Yeah.
He's telling you, he's not even really a year removed from the game.
He knows the game inside and out. He is as good an analyst as there is because of his understanding of what the modern NHL is. So I think he's doing a great job. But yeah, I think Patrick Waugh will get a chance to coach again. Yes,
I'd be curious to see.
Let's dive back in.
I do know if you didn't hire him.
Yeah.
He probably. I love Patrick,
You gotta
the
want
player,
him.
but yeah,
You got to want him.
you got to know what you're signing up for.
Arturis, all my Bulls fans buddies are over the moon today. They're thrilled that he's out. It didn't work. He never, the Vucevic trade didn't work out the way that he thought it was going to. Too many draft misses, bad team. Middling, irrelevant team, which the Chicago Bulls have basically been since a little bit of a nice run with Derrick Rose and Joakim Noah and company. They've basically been that for a really long time, and they just continue to be, and that's in a basketball mad market. North Carolina hiring Michael Malone as their head coach. He's taking a college job for the first time since 2001 when he was an assistant at Manhattan. He was at Providence and at Oakland before that. By the way, I think that's the Oakland that's in Michigan, not actually in California. But either way, Andy, I think this is a good move by Carolina. They kicked the tires on Billy Donovan, on Ben McCollum, on Dusty May. They called around, and eventually they ended up hiring an NBA coach in Michael Malone, which it's the closest approximation that there is to the NBA in college basketball when you're talking about either Carolina or Kentucky or Duke or the bluest of the blue bloods. It makes sense to go and get a guy like Michael Malone.
Yeah, it's I'm curious to see if the college lifestyle wears on him as far as just, having to get team chemistry together every year and dealing with all that stuff that goes on. But as far as who you're going to take a chance on, I'm with you.
Yeah.
So,
also, really good paying gig.
Oh, it is a good paying
Good
gig.
on
You just
Malone.
need to try to hold on it.
Yes. So
He's found his way into some pretty good paydays. Pretty good.
I would say he's done okay for himself. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Luka Doncic is in Spain today to receive an injection in his injured hamstring with the hope to promote healing and expedite his return to the court.
Yes. So apparently, generally, it is believed that this is like a 35 to 50 day absence. It's like broken down that granular for the grade 2 hamstring strain that he suffered. The playoffs start in 12 days. I don't know what kind of miracle concoction they're injecting into his hamstring in España today, Andy. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to get him back in time for an opening round series.
Yeah, man, it's just this is such a tough game for that.
It's brutal.
Because he's got to run up and down and jump and be agile and quick burst and all that stuff.
And also, by the way, shoot the ball 30 times a game and play 41 plus minutes and handle the ball all the time. It doesn't feel terribly likely that it's going to go down for Luka. I respect the hell out of him for trying to do whatever it takes to be able to get back out on the floor, for understanding the necessity to have him. Then the Lakers lose Austin Reeves to an oblique injury as well, so he is out. When you watch what the odds have done on the Lakers, they've absolutely plummeted. Right now, the Nuggets are mathematically tied with LA in the standings, although we know the Lakers still have the tiebreak. 4 games to go for both teams. The Lakers play OKC tomorrow night. The Nuggets next 2 are against Portland and Memphis.
Handle business, boys.
Yeah, there's a real opportunity here for the Nuggets to go and get a 3 seed and avoid Oklahoma City a little bit longer, which I think is a good thing. The Nuggets are on an 8-game win streak and continuing to roll. We'll dive more into how the Nuggets should play this next week coming up after the break, but there's a real opportunity because of Doncic and Reeves injuries. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Oh!
All right, now to some NFL. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson showed up for the first day of new head coach Jesse Minter's first offseason program. For Lamar Jackson, there is a $750,000 workout bonus tied to showing up for at least 80% of the offseason program. Each of the last 2 years, he waived that money.
By the way, I'm willing to bet you, for the sake of having a new coach, Lamar's trying to do the right culture thing. But I also promise you, he and his representatives have done the math on exactly how many workouts he has to attend to have met the 80% threshold and get his $750,000.
Yeah, he'll be done.
Yeah.
He'll be out.
So good on Lamar Jackson. Good culture move for Jesse Minter.
He showed up for a minute.
Yes. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Back to the University of North Carolina, where Michael Malone is now the new men's head basketball coach. The head football coach, Bill Belichick, he's getting sued. A painter has sued Belichick for injuries suffered while painting at his home in July of 2024. Andrew Jackson contends that Belichick's $5 million property on Nantucket had improperly maintained plastic sheeting or coverings to protect the floor and furniture, which created a dangerous and unsafe work environment.
Okay, so his rattan furniture that we saw at the draft with his dog in COVID, he puts the plastic over too to keep that thing in impeccable shape. Is that it?
Jackson claims he fell at the worksite suffering a severe ankle injury. Jackson allegedly suffered pain, disability, lost wages, and medical expenses. Contends that he has incurred $61,000 in hospital expense, $4,600 in doctor's visits, $2,000 physical therapy bills. Jackson also alleges that he has lost $167,828.25 in wages, and that he will lose another $50,000. So he's talking about $285,000 roughly. In financial losses that he has suffered. If Jackson can prove that Belichick was responsible for the injury and if the financial harm can be established to the satisfaction of a judge and jury, Jackson would be eligible for an award of general damages based on his pain. I mean, Bill Belichick, I'm assuming, didn't lay the plastic sheeting down on his own flooring, but if he hired a crappy GC that was supposed to do that and take care of it and didn't do enough good job, I suppose Belichick could be on the hook. He's still doing quite well for himself, so I'm not too worried about Bill.
Yep. Yeah. He's having a last laugh on all of us.
But I don't believe Bill and Jordan were taping down sheeting on the floor or anything else like that. And finally,
That's
Spring.
good.
High five.
Yeah.
Hey, so Caleb Williams wants to trademark the word Iceman.
Okay.
As his nickname. He is now the Iceman.
He's the Iceman.
But George Gervin, the original Iceman from the NBA, he was upset about that and filed a counter trademark or something of that nature.
Okay.
So Caleb Williams addressed this finally. He went on a front office sports podcast hosted by Ben Horney.
Okay.
And Caleb talked about this controversy.
Sounds like he's excited to host his podcast.
He sure is a great episode. Here's Caleb Williams.
Yeah. No, it's funny because I didn't know. My dad probably knows. His nickname was that. But yeah, it's nothing. It's not between me and George or anything like that. It's more or less people making clothing or people making things like that, and I can't control what people are making of me or anything like that and putting the name on it. And so it's just to control that aspect of it. That was the main reason of doing it. I didn't at first I didn't per se like the nickname. I thought there was cooler nicknames, and then it all kind of came together. My teammates gave me the name. My teammates started calling me it around the facility and things like that. And I just kind of let it fester and let it become what it is now. And I've actually earned a liking of the name. And so
yeah, I want my money if you're going to make a shirt calling me Iceman. That's all it is to it. And George Gervin said, no, that's already mine. I trademarked it a while back, so now we have a court case. And okay.
Really sounds to me like a lot of people didn't know Iceman was George Gervin's and not Caleb Williams, and they tried to make T-shirts and profit off the whole thing.
And I mean, look, that's modern. I tell people all the time, John Elway to a lot of people's a GM.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Schlereth makes green chili.
The
who else you got?
Ed McCaffrey's the mustard guy.
Ed McCaffrey's a mustard guy.
Terrell Davis is a barbecue sauce guy. Mm-hmm.
Peyton Manning is a Omaha guy and not a quarterback.
John Madden is the video game guy.
Yep.
Sure.
Tom Brady works for Fox.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of that stuff.
I mean, we all it's ingrained in our memories because we watched it, but you got a whole younger generation, they don't know about this stuff.
So Caleb Williams is the Iceman and Cosmo Kramer is the Ass Man. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, how do the Nuggets play this week and handle this Lakers injury situation? I've got a roadmap for success coming up next. All right, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets tonight against Portland. The Blazers are bad and trying to lose, but this is always a sticky spot for a game like this, isn't it? This is always one of those spots, especially coming off of an emotional victory the other night where you could potentially be in for a letdown. So something to guard against the terrible Portland Trailblazers. The Nuggets are currently tied with the Lakers. 50-32. Well, 50-28 technically is what you're talking about right now in the standings. So that's where the Nuggets sit as of today. Great chance to pass the Lakers, who are now mired in injury. The Nuggets have Portland tonight, Memphis on Wednesday. By the way, Memphis was your last loss against a non-playoff team. Since that time, the Nuggets have pretty much they've handled what they've needed to since Jokic has been back from injury. Oklahoma City on Friday, San Antonio on Sunday. That's what we're looking at the rest of the way now for the Nuggets. OKC and San Antonio could very well have their playoff seeding locked up by the time we get to Friday and Sunday. Maybe the Thunder are going to need that game. We don't know for sure. But Portland, Memphis, all right, go out and handle your business against bad teams. I know this team has been, at times, in danger of losing games like this, but I think also, like, the Nuggets have an April urgency about them. My guess is this game is probably, I don't know, 10 or 12-point game at the half. Portland may make a third-quarter run. Ultimately, I think the Nuggets win this game by about 15 points tonight.
But see, here, what's so funny is, again, I was chatting with Hastings this morning. We were talking about he always calls me to get my assessment on the Avs, especially on days where, he had to pay attention to the Nuggets, and the Avs and Nuggets literally played at the same time.
So you tell them every time they need to be more physical and have guys in front of them.
Well, I don't have to tell them. I just said normally. But here's the deal. What worries me about the Avs, it doesn't worry me about the Nuggets, is let's just take the Utah game versus the St. Louis game. The Utah game, at the end of it, they decided, we probably need to go screwing around, and we're just going to be better than you because we are better than you, and we're going to show you that we're better than you, and we're going to win the game because that's how basketball tends to work, right? We're going to hit our shots, we're going to dig in, we're going to get our rebounds, we're going to run our offense, going to get serious about things, make the right cuts, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I've decided, we are better than you. We're going to try to show it to you, and then you get one, whatever, the dumb little turnover leads to a breakaway. You'll hang your goalie out, and you lose the game. And so I feel like the Nuggets win. What's crazy to me is when you tell me, and I read it today, the 8-game win streak for the Nuggets, and now they're the hottest team because they snapped the San Antonio. Right. It doesn't feel like that because they've had to do so much of what you just described. Get desperate in the third, they have a couple third quarters. They did it twice against Utah, and who was the other bad team? Some other bad team they shouldn't have had a tough time with. Maybe it was Dallas.
It was Utah again.
Well, I know, twice against Utah, once against Dallas. So they came out and just had a bad third quarter and gave back their work.
Yeah, Dallas had to have Jamal go off for 53?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So I'd love it if they didn't do that tonight, but they could see the end of the week. End of the week is the end of the season, right? How many more games? They got four more games.
4 games to go.
And what did they say last night on when do we get the play-in tournament? I think it's a week from tomorrow we get the play-in tournament started.
Play-in starts, what is it? Next Tuesday.
So
not this Tuesday, but the following Tuesday.
So they have one more back-to-back? How's this?
No.
Tonight?
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. They just got 4 games to go, and then boom, they are done. 3 of them are at home. Again, just beat the Blazers, beat the Grizzlies, see what you get in the Thunder and San Antonio in the final couple of games. But like the Nuggets this could line up for a good 4-0. Now, here's the question: is how hard should the Nuggets press on the gas? Because as of right now, they are in the 4 seed. They would open up with a first-round series against Houston. Should they pass the Lakers and get to the 3 seed, then you're likely talking about a first-round series against our old buddies, the Minnesota Timberwolves. Okay? So you got a Rockets team, which is a very good defensive team, but like basically if Kevin Durant is not outstanding offensively, they're nothing special. All right? I think the Nuggets would dispatch with Houston in about 6 games. I think they would beat Minnesota in 6. Something, though, about Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle and Rudy Gobert and that damn uniform just makes me nervous.
Yeah, because the Nuggets show up and they see red.
Yeah.
The Timberwolves want to beat, again, it's a rivalry. They get a bigger kick out of beating the Nuggets, it feels like, more than anybody else.
Right.
They're still built to beat the Nuggets.
Yep. You're 3-1 against them this year, but they're still the Timberwolves.
Let me ask you this. Which series do you think you get a more physical series out of? Houston or Minnesota?
Minnesota.
Then see, I'd rather you go Houston.
And yet I think Houston is an extremely physical team as well.
Well, we've seen some physical Nuggets-Rockets games this year.
They're
it's
very
gotten
big.
spicy with both coaches.
Yeah, it's I don't think either of them are a walk, but I think Denver wins both of those series. Again, like there's the mental block of playing Minnesota concerns me.
And they just have confidence against you because they came back down 20 in your building 2-3 years ago in Game 7. I mean, again, I don't love that.
So here's another key difference. All right, let's start talking about a second round opponent. If you're in the 4-5, your second round opponent is the Thunder. If you're in a 3-6, your second round opponent is the Spurs.
After what I've seen this weekend, and the Nuggets actually have been all right against the Spurs, maybe you ought to root 3-6 and put off the Thunder best you can.
I completely agree. Yeah, just push it off to the conference finals. Hope that
they get a little banged up.
Hope
Just
that
say
everybody on the Thunder has their hamstrings explode and then, be able to beat those guys. And hope that you remain healthy, get healthy, remain healthy, all those things. But one of the things I think that Saturday shows us is, and I don't think I needed to be shown this, it's just reinforcement for me. When Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray
and Aaron Gordon
show up, and Aaron Gordon show up with a postseason, it's time to kill mentality, they're something else. They've got another gear that they go to, and as much as we have lamented Nikola Jokic turnovers, he had no turnovers the other night. He had a game where he scored 40 points. He had eight rebounds, 13 assists, and no turnovers. He is the 4th player in history with a game where 40 or more points, 10 or more assists, 5 or more rebounds, and did not turn the ball over once. It's only been done, again, 4 times in NBA history. He is one of the dudes that has done it. Another note here, Joker's last 3 games against the Spurs, when Wembanyama plays, he's gone for 41, 46, and 40. He gets up for that matchup, okay? Maybe I'm irrationally confident from watching them come back and beat the Spurs the other day, but it's going to be a hell of a series. It's probably a 7-game series, but I'm going to lean into Denver's postseason experience, having been there and being a team that just understands the rhythm of a series, the nuances, the adjustments necessary in series. Another thing the Nuggets are going to get that, San Antonio, I think their players still have to learn is when to not adjust in a playoff series. When to go in and say, you know what? No, game plan was good. If we keep doing this, we will beat this team.
Well, it's kind of back to your Illinois example. Not that the game plan was bad. They didn't hit shots.
Yeah.
So there's times you just got to say, okay, we got to shoot better tonight, not change up what we're doing to get the shots.
And that's just it. The Nuggets made 19 threes the other day. San Antonio made 15. I think the Spurs took 45 and the Nuggets took 46. Like, we know Denver's going to shoot more threes than usual when you go up against a Wembanyama team. But here's the good news is the Nuggets are, by efficiency, the best three-point shooting team in the NBA. So I'll take that matchup every single time.
Yeah, look, the reality of this postseason is going to be if the Nuggets hit their threes, they're going to win series.
Yep.
And if they don't, they're not.
Yep.
Because they don't win games this year when they don't hit their threes.
Yeah.
Pretty simple.
And that's true of every team in the league. Got to make your threes.
Yeah.
At this time of year when the talent disparity is as close as it is, you got to be able to make your threes. And if the Nuggets do that, they will go far.
See, you said you didn't need to see it. I will tell you, it is a good, what I saw the other day reminds me it's still in there when it comes to the core three.
Oh yeah.
That we just talked about.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they've got it. But also like,
and that was against the number 2 seed. That's why I wanted to see it against them.
All the consternation about clutch with this team, they've kind of put it behind them.
They have.
They've been a really good clutch team here of late.
Yeah, because their dudes have been available and everybody knows their role.
Yeah. Which helps an awful lot. And Jokic is healthy, and he's not turning the ball over in clutch situations as much as he was, which that's kind of everything. If they don't turn the ball over in the clutch, they're going to win in the clutch.
Well, but it doesn't happen. See, again, you kind of had Jamal with the wild pass that one time, and I think that was an overtime. Here's what helps, and Stan Van Gundy pointed it out. There was the play where Aaron Gordon cut, and Jokic found him.
Yep.
And he flushes it near the end.
Yeah, at the end of regulation.
Other guys just don't notice. I don't know why. Guys just don't know how to do that the way that Aaron Gordon does, I guess.
What did you think of Denver's decision? Because they inbounded the ball with like 8.1 or whatever it was left on the clock, and I think by the time they scored, it was like 6 and change, whatever was left. Like, I don't even know if they took a full 2 seconds off the clock with that possession. And they basically, like Wemby had a shot to win that thing. And it damn near went down. It was really, really close. Now, good defense by Aaron Gordon. He forced Wemby into a tough shot. But like Scott Hastings said, like Wemby does 7'5" very well. Or 7'4", whatever the hell he is. And, even falling out of bounds at that weird angle, putting that thing back, it's like, still, by the time he releases the ball, it's only a couple of feet away from the rim. It's still like basically, it's just Nerf hoops for that guy. Everything is. It's ridiculous, but that's what you have to be able to force him into. And AG did a good job on that possession, and they ultimately got the victory. But, yeah, I couldn't help but think, like, you left him way too much time.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but no, if you're in rhythm,
take
and
the
you
bucket.
can hit it, especially with that guy. If you
give the ball to Aaron Gordon right under the rim and he's not defended, you got to score.
Well, and if you fool around, and you got to reset, or Wemby comes back, you know what I mean?
No, and in my lizard brain, I was just like, one dribble, wait for contact, then score.
Sure.
Yeah. Get
but
yourself a free throw. But that's just overthinking it.
But they've also had too many times where the free throw hasn't gone.
Yeah, there's that part of it as well. Mm-hmm.
And like you said, but see, this is what I think is great. When you talk about playing the Spurs, and who knows? We're all assuming they're going to make it out of the first round, I think for good reason. But they could have. I told you, they got tight. You mentioned it at the game winner at the end. De'Aaron Fox trying to keep things close at the end. I mean, all of a sudden, things were close and pressured, and they were missing shots. So who knows? Outside chance, maybe. Who do you think they play? Clippers, Suns. Like, who do you think the Spurs get out of this group of 4? Right now, it's the Suns, Clippers, Blazers, Warriors of the play-in.
It'll probably be Phoenix, right? Because I think Phoenix has a chance to lock up the 7. Like, they can lock up the 7, I think, early this week. And then they can be well rested, and it's such a huge advantage to be the 7 because you only got to win the one game, right?
Sure.
Yeah, you just boom, you go ahead and you get that thing and you roll into the playoffs. So probably be Phoenix, I guess.
Can they give the Spurs a little bit of a problem?
A little bit, yeah. A little, but I think that's the ceiling is a little bit of a problem. Mm-hmm. Let's. I want to hear from Nikola Jokic on the Sombor shuffle in overtime. He's had that shot blocked by Wemby before. So let's hear Nikola Jokic on the Sombor shuffle, the turnaround that he hit over Wemby in overtime.
Nikola, first of all, do you call it a Sombor shuffle or the fadeaway? You know what I'm talking about?
I just throw it up and enjoy the motion, and hopefully not let it fly. Mike Willard always say, let it fly and enjoy the moment, and hopefully it's going to go in.
Did you do anything different on that shot than any other type of shot like that you've ever? Same exact thing.
If you guys remember 2 years ago or whatever, he actually blocked the same type of shot. I think it was the similar, and I kind of throw it away, and we lost the game. So I think it was nothing different. Maybe I just created a little bit more space. Who knows?
I remember that play because it felt like Daniel LaRusso's crane kick getting blocked, you know? It was like, oh.
That ain't good.
It doesn't work now. It turns out it does. you have to adjust on that shot. And, the other thing about it too is like for Nikola Jokic, he doesn't think about, I got to get to that shot. It is merely just, I happen to have my weight on this foot right now, and this is my opening to get my shot over this freaking giant directly in front of me, and so he does. But that thing was a high arcer, and it was just complete splash. He's something else,
so
man.
Good,
He's
man.
something else.
He's just so good.
I feel, like Stan Van Gundy, like analyzing the play afterwards, was just kind of like, that's basically all he could say was just like, he's so good. Yeah. That you are able to figure out a counter and another counter and another counter. But his physicality, his ambidexterity, and his touch, those are the things that make him really tough for Wemby to deal with. Not impossible. Wemby's going to get his. Like, if that's a series that they play in the second round, and it has a high potential to be, the Spurs will win games in that series. It'll be a long series. It will be a difficult series. But ultimately, I think Jokic will come out on top because he always has and he always does.
Well, you made the point last week, and we saw it live Saturday. It was great for him to get that look of them being that serious, so now he's already got some information downloaded.
Yep, he's ready to rock. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. We have got the Nuggets coming up against the Blazers tonight. A couple of additional notes on that matchup that we want to get into before we get out of here on a lovely Monday afternoon national championship game tonight as well. UConn and Michigan going head-to-head. Hey, there's Emeka Okafor and Ray Allen on television. All the UConn alums are out. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, the Not Another Bracket Challenge concludes this evening. Check the standings at altitudesportsradio.com/not-a-bracket to see where you rank. The Not Another Bracket Challenge, powered by Groove Toyota. Start there, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Best of luck to all in the big final tonight, UConn and Michigan. We'll have tip-off at 6:20 over on AM 950 tonight. That's all brought to you by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with those attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. Yeah, Andy hit me with the Sophie's Choice there in the break. Do you want UConn, the team that just knocked your team out, or do you want Michigan to win a national championship? And I choose Giant Meteor.
Yep, that's the Meteor game.
Yep. Uh-huh.
But you're a good man. You're going to watch.
I'm going to watch. I don't want either of these teams to win. I don't want happiness for any of these people. But
only for my Not Another Bracket. Although now I don't even know that I care. I think in the standings we saw DMac has both Michigan and UConn, so I don't think it matters.
Good for him.
Good for you, bud.
Good for you, bud.
So yeah, if that's the case, then I don't care.
Yeah, I don't want Dan Hurley to be happy. Not that I want anybody from Michigan to be happy either. Yeah, I don't want either of them to win. I got to be honest with you.
Any chance you get through 10 minutes of this game, you're like, can't do it. Just go do something else. Go find some out-of-market baseball or the Cubbies or whatever, the Rockies. Or
Cubs
whoever.
Already lost today. Don't worry.
Oh, is it a day game for them?
Yeah, it's already been a great sports day for me. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll be doing just fine. I will mostly be watching the Nuggets, but I will be flipping over to see the national championship. It is the last college basketball game that I get to watch this year, so I will be there for all of that.
Hey, can I need to slip a quick question your way.
Slip it.
Just like a bad offer. Here. Take that. So the word comes out today that in the next couple of weeks, Chicago Bears are finally going to pick where they're going to go build their stadium at.
Yeah.
But the voters have to approve something if they're going to stay in Chicago.
Yeah.
Good chance to end up in Indiana if not.
I don't think they will.
Do the Chicagoans, you've got friends there. You'd mentioned that all your buddies are psyched that the Bulls made some front office moves today.
Yeah.
How upset would they be if they weren't in Chicago anymore? Would that hurt the team? Would that hurt the fan base? Would that get people riled up to where they wouldn't drive out to where this new? Because you said it's barely on the other side of the border if they were to go to Indiana. All that stuff. Is it just city pride where they would be like, no, we're not coming to watch you anymore?
No, I don't think that has anything to do with it because actually the property that the Bears bought in Arlington Heights, which they own, like they bought the former, the Arlington International Race Course, all of that land. The Bears built all of that to put the stadium on. Like that's further from like downtown in the Loop. Like that's further from that area than where they're talking about in, what is it, Hammond, Indiana?
Right.
That they're talking about it. Here's the biggest reason why I don't buy this Indiana crap, okay? What are the Broncos doing with Burnham Yard? Why do they want Burnham Yard? It's so they can build all the stuff around the stadium.
To make more money than what would probably be provided out in the area we own.
Yeah, we own all of this. We have rent that we are collecting.
It's A+ real estate.
Exactly. So they're building the entertainment district and the condos and all that
the business
stuff
centers
that's
and
going to
the
be around Burnham
park.
because that's what modern stadium construction is all about. It's not just, hey, we want to make some bucks off of parking and selling beer. No, we want to be real estate lords and own all of that stuff. Well, the thing about Hammond, Indiana, where they're talking about building all this for the Bears, there's just a vastly smaller population center in that part of the Chicagoland area than there is either up in Arlington Heights, where there's both more people and more money, or there is currently, down by the lake in Chicago. So I ultimately, if they move to Indiana, I think it'll be the Bears making a terrible business decision. And I just believe that Indiana and the Indiana lawmakers have been used for leverage to try and get somebody in the state of Illinois to capitulate. I don't think they're going to. And I think ultimately the Bears are going to have to make a decision. Do we make a smart business decision or do we try and make a prideful business decision? What are they going to choose? They're going to choose money every single time. I will be really surprised if the Indiana thing comes to pass.
Just interesting because we're not talking about people that are wealthy like the Walmarts, right?
No. The McCaskey family does not have they're old NFL owners. They're old NFL.
They do need the tax help if they're going to do that.
Yes,
right?
yes, absolutely. Oh,
well, I guess
they don't need anything. They sure
to be clear,
they sure do want it.
Sure,
but they don't need it for anything. But again, it's how much real estate can we control around all of that? That's why the Broncos want to build a new stadium in Burnham Yard. It's so they can have the entertainment district and all that comes with that.
In the center part of the city.
Exactly. That's why they want to do that. And again, if you're going to do all of that, you need to make sure that you can do it in an area in which you will still be making money off of all of that other stuff 365 days of the year and not just on the 10 Sundays when the Chicago Bears are playing in Indiana.
Of all the things they could get with the new stadium, would the Final Four championship be the one that you'd love to see again? Because it's not been here since it was at McNichols, and doesn't feel like it'll ever be here until they build the stadium, because now the NCAA championship is played in football stadiums from here forward.
Yeah, which would be cool. I've never been to a Final Four before in my life. So yeah, it would be cool to see that whole spectacle. That said, I friggin' hate basketball played in football stadiums.
Dude, it's crazy.
I hate it.
I got to tell you, I don't know how they sell tickets to that thing.
Oh, they sell them all.
Right.
Well, they do it. They apparently, or at least they thought they do it with a weird 25-minute Chainsmokers concert taking place in the middle of the two games, and then put most of it on television, even though nobody wants to watch it.
Yeah.
What the hell were they doing?
I don't know. Not everybody is a fan.
What were they doing with that? It's the CBS presentation, CBS/Turner presentation of. They had 7 people on the desk the other day, like it's a damn election night, are out there. They have like an animatronic